The story opens in a grim, blood-soaked scene within a dark dungeon. A woman with an imposing presence appears. She asks, "Where?" But the person opposite her only responds with weak breaths, not bothering to answer. Seeing his silence, the woman raises her sword and demands, "I asked you, where are they?" The man, our protagonist, Gum Yang Qian, remains silent even with a sword pointed at him. Who could have known that this young woman was the direct disciple of the Sword Venerable? With a single sword she had slaughtered 100,000 demons and was hailed as the greatest under the heavens. She was the one who ended the great war of righteousness and demons, a seemingly endless hellish conflict, by killing the heavenly demon with a fatal stab to the chest and a slash that split him in two. She is the sword god Wisol-Ah. The scene shifts, enraged. Sola grabs Yang Qian by the collar and shouts, "You definitely know, don't you? Where are the rest of the demons if you have even a shred of conscience left?" Yang Qian dazedly thinks to himself, "I know, but my vocal cords are destroyed, so I can't speak. Besides, this restriction curse makes me powerless." Tears suddenly well up in Seolah's eyes. "This is your last chance," she says. "Everyone wants you dead. Just help me this one time and I will bet everything to save you. So please, please, please." Yang Qian ponders. Perhaps her hatred for that man has made her this desperate. It could be. I suspect that the shooting star sword Zhang Xianyan was also captured by the demons, which is why she's acting this way. How ridiculous. The woman stronger than anyone else is this distraught over a man. Suddenly, Seolah yanks Yang Qian up by his collar and ruthlessly throws the poor boy to the ground. Filled with rage, she says, "If I had known you were this vile, I would have killed you the first day we met. I deeply regret not doing so." Lying on the ground, Yang Qian thinks, the first day we met. What moment is she thinking of? It must be very different from my own memory. When did it all go wrong? Was it wrong from the very beginning? I am a traitor who backstabbed countless people and defected to the demons. Yes, this is all my karma. Then Seol-Ah, sobbing, turns to leave. But as she walks away, she suddenly looks back. She sees Gum Yang Qian kneeling, using his finger to write on the floor. "Gum Yang Qian, what are you doing?" she asks. But just as he begins to write, the restriction curse in his heart activates, causing him immense pain. Immediately, Yang Qian coughs up a large amount of blood. He recalls the heavenly demon's words, "My curse, if you disobey, your heart will explode. It is the demonic art of the heavenly demon. You must not betray the demonic cult." Just as warned, the curse intensifies, making his chest feel like it's about to burst. Seolah rushes to his side. "Gum Yang Qian, can you hear me? Why are you suddenly coughing up blood? Is it because of what I asked? If you can't, then stop." In agony, Yang Qian thinks, "I can't hear her voice clearly anymore. If I told you it wasn't my will that I was framed, would you believe me?" "No, you wouldn't. There are too many excuses I could make for the evil I've done. But at this point, what trust is left? It's over. This is the end." As Geum Yang Qian writes down the location where the demons are hiding, the curse in his heart fully erupts, squeezing his heart. He coughs up blood relentlessly. After a moment, the protagonist collapses, his heart having exploded in his chest. In extreme agony, he thinks, "Why did I live such a life?" He recalls a scene in a small alley. A woman in a red dress reaches out and gently strokes his cheek. Even as she was dying, she smiled brightly and said, "Little brother, you must live a happy life." But now, Yang Qian's heart is shattered. Through blurry eyes, he thinks, "My life was built upon a mountain of regrets, big and small." He remembers another gloomy scene where a woman sat dejectedly. His footsteps approach slowly. He silently walks to her side. She smiles and says, "Is that you? I'm sorry." But Yang Qian's eyes are lifeless as he stares at her. In the present, Seol-Ah is crying uncontrollably, screaming Jum Yang Qian's name as her tears fall onto his face. Yang Qian recalls another memory. It's raining outside. A hand reaches up and a voice asks, "Are you crying?" Yang Qian replies, "Don't be ridiculous. Anyone can see it's just rain." A woman with white hair asks, "You're not crying? Is the moon bright tonight?" "Yes," the protagonist replies coldly. It's very bright. The woman in white smiles beautifully. Really, that's a relief. But right after she breathes her last dying in Gyumyang Cheon's arms. Gyumyang Cheon of Shanxi County, born into the righteous faction, lived as a member of the righteous faction, yet became a demon. After being tortured following his defeat in the Great War, he officially died. Then Yang Cheon slowly closes his eyes, but when he opens them again, a beautiful little girl appears before him. She says cheerfully, "Potato, potato. Do you want a potato?" Gyumyang Cheon has officially regressed to the time when he was still a stubborn youth. He has returned to that day, the day they first met. He stands there dazed, thinking, "What's going on? I'm sure I violated the heavenly demon's curse, and then my heart burst, and I died a painful and regretful death in wee Sola's arms. That's what happened. There's no way I could be fine after my heart exploded. Yet, it's beating normally." He looks at his small, clean hands. Is this a dream of my childhood? But why did it have to be the very first day I met her? He thinks back. What did I say back then? He remembers the moment, and in his memory slaps the potato out of Seola's hand, shocking the little girl. He then stomps on the potato and angrily yells, "Have you no manners? How dare you offer me something like that?" Returning to the present, he clutches his head. Oh God, did I really say that? To even recall this in a dream must mean I regret it deeply. Little Seol-ah timidly asks, "Do you hate potatoes?" But this time, Gyumyang Cheon isn't an aggressive boy. He's a kind one. He reaches out, takes the potato from her hand, and with a bright smile says, "Thank you. I'll enjoy it." True to his word, he brings the potato to his mouth and takes a bite. But life isn't always a dream. As he takes a bite, he burns his mouth. He thinks in shock, "What? It's not reality, but I can feel the heat." Seeing this, Seol-ah laughs innocently. "Ha ha 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 ha! Your face is all red." Suddenly, someone runs up from behind, calling, young master, you suddenly disappeared." "So, you were here." Yang Cheon thinks, "Is this my guard?" "What was his name?" "Muyon." Muyon continues, "I was worried if you were all right, young master." Immediately, Yang Cheon sticks out his tongue, burned from his greedy bite, holding the hot potato as if to say, "I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Do I look fine to you?" Seeing his young master in this state, Muyon angrily draws his sword and shouts, "How dare you!" But Yang Cheon stops him. "It's fine. Give it here." Muyon is confused. "The pastry. It's the last one," he says, handing it to Yang Cheon. Yang Cheon immediately offers it to Seol-ah. "Do you want this?" Muyon is shocked. What the hell, the young master is helping someone else. Seol-ah is also incredibly surprised. "For me, really?" "Of course," Yang Cheon replies calmly. "You gave me a potato. This is all I have for you." Seol-ah is already drooling. She stares at the pastry and says, "Wow, it looks so delicious. This is the first time I've ever received something like this. It smells so good." Suddenly a hurried voice calls out, "Seol-ah!" An old man with white hair appears running frantically. Though he looks old, he's no ordinary person. Seol-ah runs to hug her grandfather, and the old man sighs in relief. "Seol-ah, you're safe. Grandpa told you not to run off on your own." Seol-ah smiles. "It's okay, I brought potatoes." "The problem isn't the potatoes," the old man says gently. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, Grandpa. I'm not hurt," she replies. Witnessing this scene, Yang Cheon seems quite shocked and thinks, "That person is..." Suddenly, Seol-ah raises her hand. "Oh, I shared a potato with that young man," she says, pointing towards Yang Cheon. Seeing this, the old man does not look pleased. He grabs Seol-ah's wrist, pulls her away, and bows his head before Yang Cheon. "My granddaughter is ill-mannered and has offended you, young master. If she has done anything wrong, I hope you can forgive her." Yang Cheon smiles. "It's all right, old man. In fact, I should be thanking her for the potato. I was hungry, so it was a great relief to have it. I only have this pastry to give in return. If it's okay, please let her have it." He then offers the pastry. The old man seems a bit surprised. Seol-ah, on the other hand, is overjoyed. "Young Master Seol-ah is fine. So the pastry..." She reaches out to take it, but the old man grabs her and starts to run away. No, we can't. We cannot accept something so valuable. We won't get in your way any longer. Please excuse us. Old man, wait, Yang Qian calls out. The old man turns back, flustered. Young master, if you are still not satisfied, this old man... But surprisingly, Yang Qian just runs up, gives the pastry to Siola, and says, This is my gift in return. If we have the chance, let's meet again. Siola is as happy as can be, but her grandfather remains very wary. He thinks that child... Siola seems to have found him. Soon after, the old man and the little girl bid farewell to the protagonist and leave. Yang Qian stands there watching them go, a relaxed smile on his face. Suddenly, he lets out a long sigh, looking a bit dazed. That old man. Not long ago, he ascended to the position of the Murim Alliance Lord. He is known as the greatest martial artist under the heavens. One of the three venerables, a figure who was once a source of fear for the four great factions. The Sword Venerable Wei Hyonguan. I don't know why, but the Sword Venerable is in a place like this, even if this is a dream. In the distance, Siola is still turning back, smiling brightly and waving at Goom Yang Qian. He just stood there, smiling calmly. Mu Yan spoke up. Young master, it's time to return. Yang Qian turned around. All right, let's go back. There's nothing left to regret now, is there? It should be time to wake up now. Some time later, they arrived at a large estate. We have arrived. Young master, Mu Yan announced, which threw Yang Qian into complete confusion. Damn it, why hasn't this ended yet? He thought. If this is a dream, I should have woken up by now. If it's not a dream, could it be related to the heavenly demon's curse? How strange. Suddenly a voice spoke from beside him. I'm surprised you didn't run away when the patriarch showed up. Yang Qian thought, the red sun sword, Goom Yopseo, the person who looks down on me more than anyone else. She's saying the patriarch is coming, everyone is gathering. Goom Yopseo continued. What are you plotting this time? If you're thinking of something stupid, just stop right here. It'll help your big sister out. Yang Qian brushed her hand away and replied indifferently, I'm here because this is my rightful place. Yopseo said resentfully, You haven't even turned to look at me once since you saw me have you. That's right. It is my fault. The protagonist replied nonchalantly, I will apologize to the patriarch later. But hearing those words didn't please Goom Yopseo. She roared in anger, Goom Yang Qian! Immediately, her entire aura flared up. She advanced aggressively, her body radiating a murderous intent as if she wanted to eat him alive. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but you stop it right here. I'm getting really angry. Now you hear me? You're not a child anymore. But suddenly, Yang Qian held up a hand to stop her. Wait. Father. No, the patriarch is here. Just then, the sound of a horse neighing echoed from the distance. A moment later, a horse stopped in front of everyone. The man riding it looked imposing just by sitting there. What is all this noise? The patriarch's voice boomed. Immediately, everyone bowed to the man. He, however, just stared intently at the protagonist, making him feel incredibly uneasy. After a moment that felt like an eternity, the man turned and called out, Steward, are there any sword squads on break right now? The steward clasped his hands and replied, The first sword squad is resting after their return. The fourth sword squad is awaiting orders. Then tell the fourth sword squad to prepare and come see me, the patriarch continued. Yang Qian thought nervously, I don't know if this is a dream or reality, but his gaze still weighs heavily on me. As he walked inside, the patriarch added, Third son, come to the patriarch's private chambers after the meal. Hearing this, Yang Qian was stunned. The two people beside him were just as shocked. The protagonist then turned and asked, Hey, do you have any digestive medicine? Later that evening, inside the patriarch's dining room, tables were laden with food. Yang Qian thought, the atmosphere at meals is still the same. Damn it, I can't even tell if the food is going into my mouth or my nose. Being summoned privately isn't comfortable at all. If only someone could change this atmosphere. Suddenly the patriarch spoke up. Second daughter, I hear you have made some achievements in your martial arts. Goom Yopseo replied cheerfully. Yes, father. I had a small enlightenment and reached the third star realm a few days ago. Quite fast for your age, the patriarch responded. Very good. Keep up the hard work. Yang Qian thought to reach the third star realm at that age is truly amazing. If you have talent and work hard, it's a natural result. Moreover, I never expected she knew how to smile. She looks much prettier when she smiles. I think I should take back what I just thought. It's no different from seeing a worm. Suddenly, the patriarch called out, "Third son, I heard you went out." Yes, father. I had something to take care of, so I went out for a bit," Yang Qian replied. The patriarch just gave a slight nod. Then he slowly stood up. "I will leave first. You may continue eating." Yang Qian thought, It felt like he wanted to say something. He said he wanted to see me privately after the meal, so he'll probably say more then. Just then, a maid approached him. "Young master, the patriarch said that he needs to rest today. He asks that you come see him in his chambers tomorrow." Yang Qian was confused. Why the sudden change of plans? Late that night, he was sitting precariously on the windowsill, a dumbfounded look on his face. "So I still haven't woken up. This isn't a dream. This thing, is it what they call regression?" At that thought, the protagonist seemed to remember something. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Does this mean I can kill the heavenly demon first? No, that's just a fleeting, foolish wish. How could I kill the heavenly demon, the one who killed even the 3 venerables? To save my own life, I had to submit to him. I regretted it countless times in that sinful life. I realized so many things. If I were to be reborn, I would definitely choose a different life. In any case, the heavenly demon will die at Wee Sol Ah's hands, and the demonic cult will soon be destroyed. Until everything is resolved, I will live quietly and do what needs to be done. I can't miss this chance. I will not repeat the mistakes of my past life. If so, then first..." Immediately, Yang Qian began to circulate his energy, feeling his body. He could feel his burning donjon. He then sat there, smiling foolishly. "Ha ha ha! I've scoured this entire body, and this is all the internal energy I have. Seeing this meager amount of internal energy makes me realize how truly amazing it is that my sister reached the 3rd star. Still, I'm not completely helpless. The art passed down only to the Gyum bloodline. I will practice the Gyum clan's blazing flame wheel art. I'll accumulate the art slowly like a flower blooming. At the 4th star, one can emit red internal energy. At the 7th star, it envelops the body. But right now, I'm only at the 1st star. I need to quickly gather internal energy and cultivate to reach the 2nd star. To live a peaceful life different from my past one, I can't borrow the power of demons. The only way is to cultivate and gain strength on my own. The problem is, if I push any harder, I'll probably die. Indeed, using internal energy with my current strength is not easy. If I overdo it, I'll suffer from chi deviation. However, it's not without results. Though I've just started, I've already reached the 2nd star. I'll continue like this one step at a time, but not slowly, for a life different from before. I won't let thoughtless actions affect the future." The next morning, the protagonist woke up groggily. "My whole body aches from just a little bit of training. It's all because I haven't been training all this time. The road ahead is long. I'll go to the patriarch's room in the afternoon. Before that, I'll train a little more." But as soon as he opened the door, he saw the sword god from his past life, right at his doorstep. Wee Sol Ah smiled brightly. "Hello? We meet again." In my past life, if I remember correctly, there was a day when dark clouds covered this town. The people were confused and terrified when they saw a spatial rift in the sky. "What are you looking at? Aren't you going home? It's not a star. What is that thing?" From within the rift, a terrifying red eye appeared. The witnesses were scared to death. What is that?" Then giant sharp-clawed feet emerged. On that day, monsters that tore open the sky fell down. It was called the Demon Realm Gate. Each clan selected a group to fight against the monsters known as the Sword Squads. All clans had to have these people. The Gyum clan also had the 5th Sword Squad. My eldest sister, Gyum Hee-Bee, was its leader. After many events, I ended up under her command for half a year. If I ever made a mistake or was lazy, she would grab me by the hair and drag me away. But it was there that I met Wee Sol Ah again. That was my second meeting with her after the first potato encounter. In my past life, it would be at least another 6 months before this happened. But what the hell? Why is the first person I see after waking up her? Not only that, Seola said cheerfully. "It's great to see you again." The two of them stared at each other, sparks flying. Suddenly, Yang Qian turned back inside, muttering, "I must still be asleep." He probably couldn't believe his own eyes. Why was Seola here? According to his memories, he shouldn't be seeing her for a long time, and certainly not under these circumstances. Seola quickly stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve tightly. Hey, wait!" At that moment, it was probably clear this was no longer a dream. Yang Qian was so shocked his hair stood on end. Seola continued shyly, "Please take care of me. From today onwards." Suddenly, a hand reached out and swatted Seola's hand off Yang Qian's sleeve. It was her grandfather. He said sternly, "Seola, you must not be impolite to the young master I already told you." Meanwhile, Yang Qian still had no idea what was happening. What the hell is this? What did he just say?" The white-haired old man continued. "Hurry up and apologize to the young master." Frightened, Seola stammered an apology. I'm sorry." Yang Qian was still in shock. What is this?" He put a hand to his chin, trying to process what was happening. Could this be another dream? While Yang Qian was trying to make sense of the situation, the old man bowed his head and continued. "Thanks to the Patriarch's grace, starting today, we will be assisting the young master. We may not be satisfactory, but we will do our best. We are in your care." Upon hearing this, Yang Qian froze in shock. Holy crap! Assisting Wei Hyunguan is assisting me. Is this for real? Timidly, Seola added, "From now on, just like my grandpa, I will be assisting the young master. My name is Seola. Please take care of me." At this point, Yang Qian could no longer keep his composure. 1,000 questions flooded his mind. Assisting who, me? What the hell kind of assisting? This is insane. It's all a mess. He took a deep breath. But wait, if it's by the Patriarch's grace, that means my father gave the direct order. "We are in your care, young master," the old man repeated. Yang Qian still couldn't believe it, his mind reeling. This life has felt strange from the very beginning. He composed himself and said, "You don't need to call me young master. You can just call me Yang Qian." "Yes, we understand, young master," the old man replied. Soon after they got to work, the sound of a broom sweeping echoed across the courtyard, kicking up dust. From a distance, Yang Qian watched and muttered, "Look at that broom." The old man seemed to hear Yang Qian's voice, paused for a moment, and glanced in his direction. Then he broke into a warm, affectionate smile. But that very look only confused the protagonist even more. He was stunned. Is this really happening? But more importantly, in the distance, a towering pile of clothes was moving towards him. The person carrying the basket was none other than Seol-ah. Seeing the stack of clothes wobbling precariously, a maid walking alongside her said, "Seol-ah, it's dangerous to carry all that by yourself." Wanting to prove she wasn't useless, Seol-ah stubbornly replied, "No, Seol-ah can do it." "Don't be like that. Let me carry it for you," the other girl insisted, but Seol-ah held onto the pile of clothes tightly. "I can really do it." But then Seol-ah suddenly tripped on a stone and fell flat on her face. The basket of clothes flew everywhere and she face-planted onto the ground in pain. The loud crash made her grandfather startle and turn to look. Not only that, but the empty basket flew high into the air and landed right on her head. The people around were speechless. Suddenly, Seol-ah's whole body trembled. Ashamed, she covered her face and started crying. Wah, too embarrassed to look up. Yang Qian thought to himself, how can she be so clumsy? The two maids who were with Seol-ah knelt down to comfort her. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes. Watching this, Yang Qian thought, can you believe someone with such martial talent could be so clumsy at simple chores? As he thought this, his eyes accidentally met Seol-ah's. Not wanting any more trouble, he quickly looked away and muttered, oh, good grief. Over on her side, Seol-ah, who was sobbing, suddenly stood up. The maid beside her asked in surprise, Seol-ah, where are you going? It turned out that the upset girl with the bucket still on her head and clothes in her arms was heading towards Yang Qian. This confused him. How can you not do anything right? He said. Seol-ah replied firmly, I have to follow the young master at all times. Surprised, Yang Qian asked, who said that? Why would you follow me? Grandpa did, Seol-ah answered. Ah, is that so? Yang Qian replied, a bit taken aback. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. So that's how it is. It seems Wi Sola now belongs to me. The tasks that no one else wants to do are probably being passed on to her. After all, I am a young master of this world. Is it okay for her to belong to me? But with the sword venerable in the picture, it feels a bit pressuring. While Yang Qian's mind was racing, Seola had already approached and neatly straightened his clothes. Then she chirped happily. Ta-da, all done. Done. You call this done? I'm a grown man, and she tied a huge bow on me. Yang Qian was furious, but couldn't do anything about it. He adjusted his clothes himself, thinking, does father know their identities? Or are there just so many people quitting that he doesn't know? He told me to come to his chambers today. I'll find out what's going on then. With that thought, Yang Qian quickly left. Seola hurriedly ran after him, calling out, Young master, wait for me. Annoyed, Yang Qian replied, Are you planning to follow me? Stay here and learn your duties. Although she really wanted to go, Seola could only reply, yes. Her eyes were already welling up with tears of disappointment. Her grandfather watched the two children from a distance, a hint of sadness in his heart. Yang Qian was about to say something more, but after looking at her innocent face, he forgot what he was going to say. As he stepped towards the gate, he turned back to give instructions. Remember to learn your duties well. But Seola remained silent, her face filled with hurt. Feeling a bit worried, Yang Qian added as he stepped outside, Hey, I'll give you a pastry, so learn properly. With that, he closed the gate and left. As soon as she heard the mention of a pastry, Seola's expression did a 180-degree turn from sad to excited. She truly was a girl who loved sweets. Her spirit lifted in an instant. Her grandfather felt helpless at his granddaughter's innocent, childlike personality. A while later, Yang Qian arrived in front of the patriarch's chambers. Standing outside, he trembled. Sigh. I'm so nervous. In my past life, we were never this close. I don't think we ever even had a private conversation like this. What should I say now? Since he summoned me, he must have something to say. After I hear him out, I'll ask why Wi Hongguan and Sol A are here so suddenly. While Yang Qian was still trembling, too scared to enter, his father appeared silently behind him. What are you doing not going in? His father asked coldly. Startled, Yang Qian blurted out, Ah, father, you scared me. His father was speechless at his son's reaction. Well, come in, he said. Yes, sir. The atmosphere grew tense and suffocating. Yang Qian thought in embarrassment. I'm screwed. I just cursed in front of the patriarch. Goom, Yang Qian. Why didn't you just kill yourself then and there? His father quickly spoke to break the heavy silence. Have you met the new servants? Yes, Yang Qian replied cheerfully. I met them on my way here this morning. What do you think? I can only thank the patriarch for granting me servants. It's just that... Seeing his son's hesitation, the patriarch was a bit surprised. He took a sip of water to compose himself and then said, It is not yet time. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. Yes, I understand, Yang Qian replied calmly. Father knows everything, but still let them in. He must have already spoken with Wi Hongguan. Don't concern yourself with such trivial matters, his father continued. Prepare for your departure to the Gyeomryong assembly tomorrow. Yes, I understand. Though he said the words, his mind was frantically searching through past memories. Gyeomryong assembly. What is that? Suddenly his eyes widened in horror. Oh my God. Is it really the Gyeomryong assembly? A while later, the haunting memories of the assembly still echoed in his head. Just cut my throat already, Yang Qian said irritably. Muyan looked confused. Young master, do you hate the Gyeomryong assembly that much? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qian answered bluntly, Yes. It turned out that Muyan was holding the invitation to the Gyeomryong assembly, which was the source of his master's distress. The Gyeomryong assembly was an event to commemorate those who risked their lives for the benefit of the Gyeom family and the people of Shanxi, and to honor the sword squads for closing the Demon Realm Gate. It was held twice a year in spring and winter. The event was also held to select new sword squad members, so those with direct blood ties had to participate. The protagonist was still adamant about not going. Just cut my throat. It would be over if I just died. I really don't want to participate at all, he said irritably. Muyan replied, bewildered. If you do that, the patriarch will really kill you. This time the assembly will be overseen by Elder Li. Hearing this, Yang Qian could no longer contain his anger. What Elder Li? This is so infuriating. If you run away this time, young master the patriarch will really kill you, Mu Yan continued. Tisk. I was wondering who it would be, Yang Qian thought bitterly. If I remember correctly, among the elders of the Guillaume family, Elder Li is the most vicious old man. He was extremely strict with himself. But, as the only son of the Guillaume patriarch, if I had walked the right path, the Guillaume family would have prospered even more. In any case, I am grateful to him. Even though he was busy with his duties as an elder, he never forgot to teach me everything from how to speak to how to act to be fit for the position of patriarch. If only I had understood that back then. Perhaps my life would have turned out differently after dying and coming back like this. Every time I showed up, he would scold and lecture me endlessly. That's something even my own father never did. Thinking this, Yang Qian spoke aloud. If he saw me living like a fool like this, what would he say? He'd probably be very disappointed. He might even give me a good beating. Hearing this, Mu Yan didn't understand what his master was muttering about. Sir, did you have any instructions for me? No. I was just talking to myself, Yang Qian replied. When do we depart? We'll leave as soon as the servants are ready. I have prepared everything, Mu Yan answered. I see, Yang Qian said indifferently, but his eyes were drawn to a commotion up ahead. It seemed that after Sol Ah put on her new clothes, there was quite a change. He could hear murmurs of praise. Sol Ah is so pretty. How can a child be so lovely? When she grows up, she'll make so many people fall for her. She's just too cute. Seeing this, Yang Qian shouted irritably, Aren't you ready yet? Another maid replied, I'm sorry, young master. We were a little delayed because we were taking care of Seola. Please calm down. Upon hearing the words, taking care of, Yang Qian immediately thought of her clumsiness. Seola, is she hurt again? Realizing the young master had misunderstood, the maids didn't know how to explain. No, that's not what we meant. Young master, please look at this. They then pushed Seola forward. It had to be said that after dressing up a bit, she looked absolutely beautiful. With her innocent, sparkling eyes, she captured everyone's attention. Seola's face was incredibly adorable. Even Yang Qian, who had died and come back to life, couldn't believe his eyes. The image of her from his past life was of a strong and powerful woman who could injure countless people with a single swing of her sword. He never imagined she could look so gentle. Yang Qian just stood there stunned. On her side, Seola, with her sparkling eyes and blushing cheeks, smiled shyly at him. Then she ran towards him, excitedly calling out, Young master! The sudden approach caught Yang Qian off guard. Startled, he blurted out, Ah! Seola continued innocently, The older sisters said I'm very pretty. What do you think, young master? Annoyed, Yang Qian turned his face away. What are you talking about? What's so pretty? But those words were just a cover for his own embarrassment. He himself was surprised by her innocent and carefree beauty, which was clearly shown by the blush that had spread across his own face. Busted Seola tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cute face emphasizing the question. Don't you think I'm pretty, young master? At this point, Yang Qian couldn't take it anymore. He was about to explode with anger. Why is she so persistent? He snapped. What are you doing? Let's go. But do you think I'm pretty, young master? Seola asked innocently again. This time, Yang Qian shouted even louder, Let's go! At that, Seola finally stopped, knowing she had gone too far with her teasing. Her face still showed a hint of disappointment. And so the carriage set off for the venue of the Gumryong assembly. Seola was fascinated by everything around her. She excitedly stuck her head out the window and exclaimed, Wow, this is amazing. The carriage is moving. It's so fast. Seeing her excitement, a maid asked, Sola, is this your first time in a carriage? Yes, Sola replied innocently. I only thought horses were delicious. I didn't know they could run so fast. The maid was left speechless by her answer, her jaw dropping. This child. All she ever thinks about is food. Yang Qian also looked out the window and asked, Mu Yan, where did you say this Gyeomryong assembly is being held? At the Cheon-il Merchant Guild, young master, Mu Yan replied as he rode alongside. Hearing this, Yang Qian felt dejected. The Qian-il Merchant Guild is the most famous merchant guild in Shanxi. It seems Elder Li put a lot of effort into this. It will probably take about 2 hours. Would you like to get some sleep? Mu Yan added. I suppose I have to. Yang Qian sighed wearily. I was training yesterday and didn't get much sleep. I'm so tired. In his mind, he thought, I don't get it. Why can't I sleep well these days? At this age, I should be eating well and sleeping soundly. Why is my life so hard? He thought this, but could he really get a peaceful sleep with Seola around? On her side, Seola was exclaiming excitedly, Big sister, the horse has a strange smell. I love it, but the taste. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Qian stuffed a pastry into her mouth and snapped, Be quiet and eat your pastry. What could he say? Food was her true calling. As long as there was food, she would be as obedient as a puppy. Seola held the pastry and ate it happily. Nom 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 nom. Watching her eat was like watching a little piglet. Only food could satisfy Seola's soul. Yang Qian leaned back in his seat to rest. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. I'll just take a nap. With that thought, his eyes grew heavy and hazy, and he quickly drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Seola. More accurately, it was Seola who had woken him up. She called out excitedly, Young master, the pastries are all gone. Oh, and also... She trailed off her innocent mind, forgetting what she was about to say. Seeing this, the maid beside her prompted, Salah, did you tell the young master that we've arrived? At the maid's hint, Salah seemed to remember what she wanted to say. Ah, that's right. But before she could finish, Yang Qian had already sat up. We're here, he thought, pulling back the curtain to look outside. By now, evening had fallen and the city lights were on. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Yang Qian quickly got out of the carriage. He stretched his arms high, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. This must be a big festival in Shanxi. There are so many people gathered here. As he was stretching, Seola poked her head out of the carriage and took a deep, ecstatic sniff. Ooh, what a wonderful smell. It was unclear whether she was smelling the food stalls nearby or Yang Qian's armpits, but either way it was fragrant. Heh. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. You must be tired from your long journey. I am the vice guild leader of the Qian-il Merchant Guild. It is an honor to meet the young master of the Geum family. Yang Qian clasped his hands respectfully in return. I am Geum Yang Qian of the Geum family. It is an honor to meet you, vice guild leader. Thanks to the help of Elder Li and the young lady of the Geum family, Qian-il was able to remain safe. The man continued. You must be exhausted. I will take you to your accommodations. Please follow me. Hearing this, Yang Qian's face fell. He probably felt ashamed of his past self, who had been a reckless playboy and accomplished nothing worth being mentioned or thanked for. He was reminded of the sour, monkey-like face of the young lady of the Geum family. As he walked inside, he thought, Ugh, don't tell me I'm going to run into her again. This is so annoying. And though he didn't want it to happen, it did. He ran right into her, and his sister had even arrived one step ahead of him. Although they were half-siblings, their relationship was far from good. The moment she saw Yang Qian, her expression turned incredibly sour. Yupsio gritted her teeth, her face scowling. But despite their mutual dislike, they had to put on a show for outsiders. Ha-ha, brotherly love. So dependable. Hello, big sister, Yang Qian said awkwardly. What hello? Yopsio snapped back. Don't greet me. Just looking at you is annoying. If you're planning to cause trouble at the Gumryong assembly, then give up that thought. There's nothing worse than tarnishing the family's name. Despite his sister's disdain, Yang Qian replied calmly, I'll just quietly sneak away. You don't need to worry. That mocking smile on his face only infuriated Yopsio more. Her face flushed red as she shouted, Who said I was worried? Me worry about you. How ridiculous. At that moment, her eyes were drawn to the girl with Yang Qian. Who is that strange girl, she wondered. Yopsio's fierce gaze frightened Seola, who hid behind Yang Qian for protection. Seeing this, Yopsio became even more aggressive. She stepped forward and sneered, So you haven't changed your old habits. You came all this way just to play your silly games. Yang Qian wasn't one to back down either. He put his hands on his hips and said seriously, "What are you talking about? What silly games?" Surprised by Yang Qian's unusual assertiveness and not wanting to argue any further, Yapsio said indifferently, "I thought you had changed recently, but I guess you haven't changed at all." With those vague words, she slammed the door shut without even waiting for a reply. Yang Qian still couldn't understand what his auntie was implying. What nonsense is she spouting? Girls are so hard to understand. Sunny in the morning, rainy in the afternoon, and damp by noon. After that, the vice guild leader led them to their rooms to rest, and then bid them farewell. "I'll be on my way." "I'm so sorry. You had to witness something so unpleasant," Yang Qian said awkwardly. "Please forgive me." The vice guild leader just chuckled. "Oh, not at all. Haha. It's common for siblings to bicker. You must be tired, so please rest. Before that, would you like to visit one more place?" Quickly, Yang Qian's group headed to the main stage where the Gum Ryong assembly would take place. Before them stood a massive, elegantly designed arena. The event was clearly organized on a grand and lavish scale. Seol Ah's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, I've never seen a place this big before," she exclaimed. "Ha ha, that's right," Yang Qian replied with satisfaction. "You can gauge the financial power of a merchant guild by the scale of the events they host. But isn't this a bit too big? Today is a day to praise the sacrifices of the sword squads. Tomorrow there will be a competition to select the new sword squad which everyone has been waiting for. Luckily, none of my family is participating. I just have to stand here and watch. Just watching. Nothing major will happen, right?" While Yang Qian was smugly pleased with his plan, a figure appeared silently behind him. An incredibly intimidating aura emanated from him. A cold, powerful voice spoke. "You won't escape this time." Hearing the familiar voice, a chill ran down Yang Qian's spine, and his face broke out in a cold sweat. The man, radiating killing intent, reached out and grabbed Yang Qian's head, a thrilled smile on his face. Surprisingly, the protagonist turned and stared back defiantly. "I have to block it," he thought. But unexpectedly, the elder switched tactics, patting Yang Qian's head affectionately. This unusual behavior made Yang Qian a bit uncomfortable. The elder asked cheerfully, "What's the matter? Usually the moment you see this old man, you run faster than a rabbit." Confused, Yang Qian replied calmly, "Didn't you say you'd break my neck if I ran?" The old man feigned shock. "Hey, who would say something so cruel? It was the second elder, you," Yang Qian answered. The man ruffled Yang Qian's hair and chuckled warmly. "Oh my, you know how to joke now, do you?" But that smile sent a shiver down Yang Qian's spine. He'd rather the man be his usual forceful self. This sudden kindness was terrifyingly nauseating. "Since when did our relationship become so good? This old man has always been obsessed with me. The biggest reason is probably because I'm the patriarch's only son." Suddenly, Seola, standing behind them, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "A bear! Bear meat is delicious, and horse meat is delicious too." Seol Ah's naive remark surprised them both. The elder turned his gaze towards the girl. His terrifying stare made Seol Ah tremble, her face turning pale with fear. The elder continued to glare at her with his piercing eyes until Seol Ah finally burst into tears. Her eyes glistened as tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Yang Qian stepped in front of Seol Ah. "Elder, you're scaring her." He looked like a hero protecting the damsel in distress. There. I'm here." "Hey," he said, but the elder was still staring at Seola. "Why are you scaring her? You frightened her," the elder laughed. "Is that child your fiancé?" Yang Qian pointed to the clothes Seola was wearing. "What are you talking about, elder? Look at her clothes. She's just a servant." "Is that so?" the elder said, turning away indifferently. "If you say so, then it must be true. How interesting. The Gumryong assembly is tomorrow. Although you're only allowed to watch, you still have to attend, so go get some rest." At that moment, Seola had already bolted inside. Yang Qian clasped his hands in a respectful farewell. Yes. Good night, elder. I'll take my leave." As he was about to leave, the elder added, "Oh, and if you're thinking of running away, you know what will happen." He then drew a finger across his neck, signaling a clear threat. After that, Yang Qian quickly went to Seola. She was still terrified, stammering, Is Is the bear old man going to eat the young master? He'll eat you first, Yang Qian teased. From a distance, the elder noticed the change in the boy. A change so drastic, it was like he had become a completely different person. Indeed, there's something not quite right about those two words. Finally, the day of the Gyeum-ryong assembly arrived. Many contestants had come to register, forming a long, winding queue. Looking at the line in front of him, Yang Qian exclaimed in surprise, I heard the Gyeum-ryong competition starts early in the morning, but at this rate, it won't start until noon. Muyan was also quite amazed by the sheer number of contestants this year. That's why they say it's not just the clans of Shanxi and the direct lineage of the Gyeum family, but also those who want to prove their strength. I heard anyone can participate, but I never expected so many people. Becoming a member of the Sword Squad is a great thing, Yang Qian added. Indeed, young master, Muyan agreed. Suddenly Seol Ah trembled and mumbled, Young master, that thing. The bear old man is here too. It seemed the elder's glare from the other day had left a lasting impression on her. She was pale with fear, hiding behind Yang Qian. What's wrong with you? Yang Qian asked. Can you tell him to go into hibernation? Seola stammered. What are you talking about? It's spring. How can he hibernate if you're so scared you should have stayed home? Why did you follow me? But Grandpa said I shouldn't leave the young master's side. A frantic, fearful conversation ensued. She's right, Yang Qian thought. Since it was the Sword Venerable's order, I can't ignore it. He then pointed towards Muyon and said, It's fine. If the bear old man appears, this guard will take care of him. The innocent Seola believed him. Wow, really? That's great. That's great. Meanwhile, Muyon had no clue what his master was talking about and why he was suddenly dragged into it. He leaned in and whispered, Young master, who is the bear old man? The second elder, Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. How can I possibly lay a hand on the elder? Muyon continued. Besides, you shouldn't speak so informally. Hearing Muyon, Yang Qian turned back to Seola and teased, There's no other way. I can't protect Seola's neck. But the girl was so naive, she believed it was true. Tears and snot started streaming down her face like rain. Sniffle no. Sniffle today is the day Seola dies. Sola wants to follow the young master. Sola doesn't want to die yet. Wah, if everyone is safe, then Sola's neck. Seeing he had taken the joke too far, Yang Qian said, All right, I was just kidding. But Seola was still sobbing. Young master, today my neck will be eaten. I was just joking. Don't be so naive, the protagonist said, exasperated. Then Seola pointed directly at a nearby stall selling fragrant buns. I heard that if you die with a full stomach, you become a very beautiful ghost. And if you eat steamed buns, you become even more beautiful. Helpless Yang Qian bought her steamed buns to appease her. But this simple act was something his past self would have never done. Mu Yan was quite surprised. Young master, you treat a mere servant too well. Only Yang Qian himself didn't realize the change in his own behavior. Who are you talking about her? He replied. Yes, it's about Wei Seol Ah, Mu Yan replied nonchalantly. Which one of your eyes sees this as treating her well? Yang Qian retorted irritably, buying buns for a servant. But as he said it, a thought occurred to him. Because this version of Wei Seol Ah is overlapping with the one from my past life, I don't really know how to treat her. Mu Yan smirked and teased. You say you don't care about a servant, yet you still bought her buns. No, that's not it, Yang Qian insisted, denying it vehemently. Don't get the wrong idea. What are you thinking? I'm really not being nice to a servant. I just don't know how to explain it to you. It's a very long story. But in that very moment, Mu Yan saw the real Guillaume Yang Qian in a new light. I see now, the young man said. You're completely different from the rumors. It's true that you can't judge a person by rumors alone. Perhaps I'm the one who needs to learn more. Just take the buns. You talk too much, Mu Yan, Yang Qian snapped. Wait, you said you heard rumors? You haven't been my guard for that long, have you? Mu Yan counted on his fingers for a moment. I've only been at the estate for less than half a month, I think. Hearing this, Yang Qian grew thoughtful. Not long after I regressed. That's why he's saying this. I don't know if that's lucky for Mu Yan or for me. Suddenly, a shrill voice cried out, "Young lady!" Startled, the protagonist exclaimed, "Damn, that scared the crap out of me." In the distance, the sharp, whiny voice continued, "Young lady, it's dangerous for you to wander around like that." A girl addressed as young lady replied, "You're overreacting. The Gyum Ryong assembly is happening. So many people from the Gyum family will be here. What could possibly happen?" When she spoke, young Jian felt a sense of familiarity. Her voice sounds familiar. "It can't be, can it?" the servant continued. "That's why it's even more dangerous. What if we run into a young master from the Gyum family?" Eavesdropping. The protagonist suddenly felt a pang of guilt at being mentioned. Ah, no way, he thought. There are so many men in the Gyum family. It couldn't possibly be me, right? It's probably not me. "How could that be?" the girl insisted. "There are so many people here." At that moment, the protagonist finally recognized her. His eyes widened in utter shock. "Huh, no way." The girl turned her head and continued, "So quickly." Before she could finish, she noticed the special guests standing nearby and stopped. The two parties stared at each other, their eyes locked. It was clear they knew each other and had left a very strong impression. The air grew thick with tension. The girl was just as shocked as he was. Meanwhile, Mu Yan, being new, didn't understand the situation. He leaned close to Yang Qian's ear and whispered, "Young master, that young lady doesn't have an escort. Do you have any idea who she is?" Yang Qian looked her up and down. How could I not know I could forget anyone else? But how could I forget her shoulder-length hair, dark eyes, and a black jade ring on her hand? The ring had a special characteristic. You had to look closely to see its pattern. With what I know, I can easily understand the meaning of that ring. This young lady is from the Habak Peng clan, my former fiancée. If I remember correctly, our first meeting was incredibly unpleasant and memorable as hell. The reason for the engagement with the Habak Peng clan was simple. The status of the Gyum and Peng clans were comparable, and we were of similar age. If nothing had changed, I would have become the patriarch, and the Peng clan would only need to marry into the Gyum family. The problem was, I caused a lot of trouble. Vicious rumors spread that I was just a troublemaker with no talent for cultivation. Not only was it bad for the Peng clan, but the end of this engagement was sealed by my own words and actions towards that young lady. The girl approached and said irritably, "Why are you here?" "I should be the one asking that," Yang Qian replied calmly. "What are you doing here?" "I have business here, of course," the young lady Peng retorted. "Shanxi isn't your land. Do I have to report my whereabouts to you?" Faced with her confrontational attitude, the protagonist was at a loss for words. "Oh, if that's the case, then I have nothing more to say." But the young lady from the Peng clan wasn't finished. "But why do you speak so informally to me?" she snapped. "I'm a year older than you." The protagonist chuckled nonchalantly. "Oh, is that so? My apologies, I forgot. Is big sister better?" He then turned to Seol-ah. "Hey, now that we've bought the buns, let's go." But Seol-ah hadn't just bought 1 or 2 buns. It looked like she had taken the entire stall's inventory with her. Truly nothing could satisfy her foodie soul. "Hee, yes, I'm done shopping," Seol-ah replied cheerfully. With that, the protagonist turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "Well, then have a nice stay, big sister. Hey, I won't bother you anymore. Hope we don't meet again. We're leaving now." Perhaps seeing the mountain of buns Seol-ah was carrying the young lady from the Peng clan was absolutely dumbfounded. "Are you a pig? Why are you eating so much? That's insane." She just stood there stunned, watching them walk away. A thought crossed her mind. Why is he like this? Is he here on business or on a vacation? Have a nice stay. My brother's business is already giving me a headache, and that brat just had to add his taunts. It's so annoying. And that's the first time I've seen that girl next to him. She can't be just a servant, right? A servant with such beautiful looks. Something has changed from before. His personality is different too. Am I hearing things? He bought so many buns to treat a servant? Unbelievable. He once yelled in my face during our first meeting, "What the hell are you? You're just the daughter of a concubine." At that time, feeling insulted, I was so furious I grabbed him by the collar and, gritting my teeth, emphasized every single word. "What did you say?" But his attitude was so mocking. Did I say something wrong? I couldn't keep my composure and punched him right in his stinking mouth. Even though it was a political marriage and I had heard the bad rumors about the young master of the Gume family, I had tried to endure it for the sake of the Peng clan. I even grabbed a chair intending to finish him off right then and there despite the servant's pleas to calm down. Engagement. You're dead. I was absolutely furious that day, and since that day we never saw each other again. Until today, when we met by chance. But it seems he hasn't changed at all. Meanwhile, Yang Qian was dividing the buns in Seola's hands. "Isn't it heavy?" he asked. "It's okay," Seola replied with a strained smile. "You say it's okay, but you look like you're struggling. Here, let's split them." Seeing this, Muyon quickly chimed in, "Young master, let me carry them for you." "A guard needs to be vigilant of his surroundings." Yang Qian stopped him. "If there are extra, give them to the other servants to carry." But in that very moment, the young lady from the Peng clan felt something strange, something distinctly different. No, it can't be. He's probably just in a good mood today. That crazy guy. Matured. There's no way. And yet, it seems there's some truth to it. He has changed a lot. He knows how to listen and care for others. Even a servant is treated with concern. Suddenly a loud shout echoed from the distance. "What did you say?" All three of them startled and turned to look. "Damn, that scared me. What the hell, that's the third time I've been startled today?" the protagonist exclaimed. "Are you all right, young master?" Muyon asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Yang Qian replied, trying to see what was going on. Seol Ah also asked with concern, but her concern was unique. "Young master, are the buns okay?" At Seol Ah's ridiculous question, Yang Qian snapped, "Be quiet. You're so charming." In the distance, the person in charge of registrations for the Gume Ryong Assembly spoke up. "This isn't something that can be solved by shouting. First, calm down." But the applicant, probably fed up with the long wait, was furious. He didn't want to wait another second. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "I told you I don't have time. If I get caught because of this, will you take responsibility?" Hearing this, the recruiting elder asked, puzzled, "Caught? Caught for what? What the hell are you talking about?" Meanwhile, behind him, a long line of people were still waiting for their turn to register. Arguments broke out. "I never said that. Are you kidding me? Let me participate now." "No." Feeling a bit of injustice, Muyon became restless. "Shouldn't we go see what's going on?" "Why?" Yang Qian replied calmly. "It's true that anyone can participate in the Gume Ryong Assembly, but it's natural that someone with an unknown identity wouldn't be allowed to." "But we can't let him behave like that. That's what I mean," Muyon insisted. "If one or two troublemakers cause a scene at the assembly, the martial artists standing by will handle it," Yang Qian explained. Over at the scene, after a heated argument, a guard angrily placed a hand on the man's shoulder to stop him. "Stop it!" But at this point, how could he possibly calm down? The man grabbed the guard's arm without a shred of hesitation, lifted him into the air, and threw him to the ground with a thud. It was a display of immense, not to be underestimated strength. "What do you think you're doing?" another person shouted in alarm. The young man replied coldly, "I've proven my skills, haven't I? Can I participate in the Gume Ryong Assembly now? There's no way someone who causes trouble like this can participate. Why, I've shown my strength." "Eavesdropping," Muyon said. "Ah, it's our turn to step in, right?" "Wow, just now, that person threw the other person. That was so cool," Seol Ah exclaimed in awe. But the protagonist didn't care. He turned to leave. "Let's go." "But young master, are you just going to ignore that?" Muyon asked, confused. "I don't want to get involved in strange things, so let's go inside." But Muyon still seemed uneasy. "Even so," he muttered. "Don't you know how to handle things quickly?" Yang Qian snapped. In the distance, the war of words continued. "Even so, you can't participate. We have our own rules. If we can't confirm your identity, you can't enter. Isn't it enough to verify my strength with my strength? That's even more serious. Are you looking down on the young master of the Peng clan?" Hearing this, everyone startled and turned to look. When the young lady of the Peng clan heard the mention of the young master Peng, her face lit up. The person she was looking for was right here. No one could believe that this rough, scruffy-looking man could be the young master of the Peng clan. Meanwhile, Siola stood there with a blissful, innocent smile. It didn't matter to her who he was as long as the buns were still intact. After hearing the mention of the young Master Peng, all the old memories came flooding back to the young lady of the Peng clan. It was a day when heavy snow blanketed the sky. At that time, young Lady Peng had said, "What are you doing, brother?" The young Master Peng, holding a sweet potato skewered on a stick, replied cheerfully, "Ah, good morning. It's so cold, so I'm warming myself by the fire. Hehe, and grilling a sweet potato at the same time. I won't ask why you're grilling a sweet potato in front of my room, but what are you planning to do with that nameplate in your hand? Oh, you mean this? The sweet potato is taking too long to cook, so I was thinking of using this to make the fire bigger." And as soon as the words left his mouth, he was slapped across the face. Confused and hurt, the young man whined, "You hit your senior brother. You deserve it. Do you have any idea what's in your hand? Firewood, what else? That's the nameplate of the Peng clan's patriarch. It's the reward for graduating at the top of the class from the Dragon God Academy run by the Murim Alliance and becoming the youngest successor in its history. Now you know what that nameplate is for. I can use it to make the fire bigger, right?" At her senior brother's mocking attitude, she rushed forward and hit him a few more times. "You really won't learn until you're beaten to death. You need to act like a young master. A young master. Right. Sometimes I don't even know what you're thinking. Even though you're young, you have all sorts of skills and talents. You were even chosen as the young clan leader, yet you don't look happy at all." At his junior sister's nagging, the young man forced a smile. "It's not that. It's just, I want to leave this place." "Then why don't you just leave and come back?" his junior sister asked, puzzled. At this suggestion, an idea sparked in his mind. "Oh, brilliant. I have a plan, hehe." And so, after that conversation that evening, her senior brother left without a word of goodbye, leaving behind only a single note that read, "I'm just stepping out for a bit." After reading the note, his junior sister was furious. It seems that bastard senior brother's idea of a bit is 4 months. And just like that, 4 months passed. Her brother vanished without a trace, until one day she received a report. "Young lady the beggar's clan has news." At that moment, she was ecstatic. "Finally, I can find that bastard." "Where is he?" "In Shanxi," the servant whispered in reply. Upon learning this, she was overcome with rage and screamed, "Shanxi! What is he doing so far away?" Back in reality, the truth was that her brother was standing right in front of her. The young master of the Peng clan was boiling with anger. "What the hell is this? I've shown you everything I've got, so let me join the Geum Ryong assembly." Faced with his determination, even the elder backed down slightly. "Calm down. We don't have the authority." "No, I don't have time," the young man shouted furiously. "Do I have to show you the Black Knight sword for you to believe me? Damn it, this is so annoying." Hearing this, Mu Yon said, "Young master, did you hear that? He said the Black Knight sword. Isn't that the exclusive sword technique that only the true successors of the Peng clan possess?" Gyumyang Qian replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself, "Is that guy really from the Peng clan? Whatever, I should get out of here before I get dragged into this mess." But before he could leave, the second elder grabbed him. He grabbed Yang Qian by the face and dragged him forward. "Oh, you brought the Black Knight sword with you. It seems you're not an imposter after all." At this point, the protagonist was truly screwed. He hadn't even had a chance to run. The second elder approached cheerfully. "He seems quite capable. Just let him join." Hearing this, the young man from the Peng clan immediately clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "I am Peng Mu Jin, young master of the Peng clan. I greet the Blazing Fist, grandmaster of the Gyum family." After hearing a title he hadn't been called by in a long time, the second elder roared with laughter. "Ha! It's been a long time since I've heard that title. You can participate, don't worry about it. Ha ha ha." Another person tried to intervene. "Second elder, you can't. We still don't know if he's really the young master of the Peng clan." "I'm quite sure the kid is telling the truth," the second elder said smugly. "A person like him—" "Yes, that kid is the spitting image of his father, and look at his foundation. That's the physique of a Peng clan member." Standing to the side, the protagonist thought wearily. This senile old man? He's judging based on physique alone. "And the ring on his hand," the elder continued. "That's enough to prove his identity." Hearing the second elder mention this, Yang Qian startled and looked closer. "Oh, that ring is the same as Peng Ah Young's. This idiot really is the young master of the Peng clan. The second elder added smugly, Now will you tell us why the young master of the Peng clan wants to participate in a competition whose purpose is to select a new leader for the Gyum clan's sword squad? The Peng clan is no fun, Mujin replied bluntly. It's so boring I hate it. Hearing this reason, the elder laughed even more heartily. Ha ha ha, that's not a bad reason. Yang Qian, however, had a different thought. My God, he's insane. The esteemed young master of the Peng clan is spouting such nonsense. Did you get permission from your clan? The second elder asked. Mujin grinned cheekily. I don't think they would have agreed, so I just ran away from home. Hearing this, the second elder couldn't stop laughing. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Ha 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 ha! He ran away from home. Did you hear that, Yang Qian? But Yang Qian wasn't in the mood to laugh. He just felt that this guy was an idiot. Is this guy stupid? It seems you've trained quite well. How old are you? I am 23 this year. So young. The Peng clan has really raised a monster. I hope my own fool of a kid learns something from you. Those heavy words seemed to be aimed at someone standing behind him. Anyone could guess who. As if on cue, Mu Yan whispered in his ear, I'm sure he's not talking about you, young master. I don't think you're like that. Sola also leaned in to whisper, Grandpa called you a fool. Why would Grandpa say that? This Grandpa is so weird. Yang Qian's face darkened with anger. Shut up, both of you. You two hurt me more than Grandpa does, he snapped. Inside, he thought, Anyway, I don't care what Grandpa says about me. If he really is Peng Mujin, then he's a monster. It won't be long before he earns the title of Sword Emperor Peng Mujin, so that means he's from the Peng clan. Isn't there another person from the Peng clan here? Speak of the devil and the devil appears. His junior sister rushed over, calling out, Senior brother. Mujin burst out laughing. Oh, look who it is! Surprise old hag! Now let's see if he could still laugh. His junior sister had a temper as hot as fire. Without another word, she punched him straight in the face. Blood spurted from his mouth. The force of the punch was terrifying. After the blow, Mujin was sent flying for miles at the speed of a rocket. Then, boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. His junior sister, fuming with rage, ran over and yelled, You crazy bastard! You received the title of young master and you dare to run away from home, leaving only a single note. Now it seemed nothing could stop her wrath. Just looking at her was enough to make one tremble. Mujin, his face bruised and swollen, pleaded in pain. Wait, please, listen to me. His junior sister's eyes were like bullets, smoke practically steaming out of them as she growled, What do you want to say? At this point, Mujin was probably scared to death. He was sweating and trembling uncontrollably. Please, spare me, he stammered. Spare him. When his time had come, who could stop it? Peng A-young gave her senior brother a thorough beating up one side and down the other, shouting nonstop. You ran away from home and now you want to join another clan's sword squad. Have you lost your mind? Ouch, you're going to kill me. Die, you damn senior brother. Watching from a distance, Yang Qian commented, I think he's really going to die. Should we stop them? Just leave them be. The second elder replied indifferently. The Peng clan people are tough. You could beat them with an iron rod and they wouldn't die. Meanwhile, Mujin was being beaten like a dog by his junior sister so badly that even his ancestors wouldn't recognize him. Helpless, he cried out for help. Grandmaster, save me. Please save my life. Are you sure? Yang Qian said. Perhaps you're right, the second elder replied. He then approached the two siblings from the Peng clan. That's enough. Any more and he'll really die. Peng A-young, covered in blood but still seething with anger, retorted, Humph! Who are you to interfere? The second elder stood tall and announced sternly, Master Gyum. His past must have been incredibly glorious. Just hearing the name Master Gyum was enough to make Peng A-young finally stop. She clasped her hands respectfully. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Peng A-young. I greet the Blazing Fist Grandmaster. I apologize for letting you witness us fighting over trivial family matters. The second elder patted her head. It's all right. I'm glad to meet someone so feisty. I can't let this go, Peng A-young continued. I assure you I will compensate you appropriately. Now we'll be taking our leave. But Mujin stubbornly refused to leave. I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. Humph! Haven't you been punched enough? Peng A-young snapped in frustration. Do I look like I've had enough? Mujin said seriously. Seeing his attitude, Peng A-young had to admit it. He was truly determined this time. But, explain it to me. Why? Ah, Young asked. Mujin slowly stood up. The Peng clan is no fun. So the Goom clan and other clans are fun. They're definitely more fun than ours. Come on, you have to grow up. You're the young master. That's why I have to enjoy myself before I become the patriarch. The only way to avoid becoming the patriarch is to be crippled or to die. But I don't like that. I don't want to become the patriarch. But besides you and me, everyone else in the family is a beast in human skin. So I'll definitely become the patriarch one day. I can't let you take on that position. That's why I accepted becoming the young master even though I didn't want to. At this point, Yang Qian spoke up. Second elder, are you really going to let him participate? I don't think getting involved with the Peng clan is a good idea. The second elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. I'd like to, but considering the Peng clan's situation, I don't know. How about this? I'll let you participate if you can defeat me. What nonsense is this? A-young said irritably. Fight who fight you. You know full well my senior brother is no match for you. Yang Qian was just as surprised. Second elder, are you really crazy? Meanwhile, the second elder was very enthusiastic about his own idea. Just 10 moves. What do you think? Mujin thought for a moment. Just that, he exclaimed. Would an elder like me lie? The second elder replied sonorously. As for the rules, let's see. At the same time, A-young had already given an order to her guard. Myobi, grab that bastard for me. Yes. Young lady, you mean the young master. How about this? The second elder continued. If you can touch me within 10 moves, I'll consider you the winner. And with that, Peng Mujin shot forward like the wind appearing behind the second elder without a single wasted movement. He launched himself into the air, swinging his sword to attack from behind. Meanwhile, the second elder stood as calm as a mountain, his arms crossed over his chest, looking completely unfazed. Surprisingly, before the sword could even land, Mujin froze in shock. The second elder, with incredible reflexes, had turned and thrown a punch. He even laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! You're too impatient, you arrogant brat. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. He was still as cool as ever. A few days later, the Gyum-ryong assembly was finally held, and it was a great success. And next up is a very special event. What everyone has been waiting for, the match between the two stars who will lead the future of the Gyum family, the Red Sun Sword Gyum, Yopseo, and the sole young master of the Gyum family, Gyum Yang Qian. At this moment, the protagonist was still confused as to why he had to do this. Moreover, he was fighting against his own sister. A few days earlier, when the second elder issued the challenge to Mujin, the young master of the Peng clan, the young man's recklessness led to a bitter end. A single punch from the second elder sent Mujin flying for miles in a beautiful, eye-catching spiral. And then, boom! A heaven and earth-shaking explosion occurred. After the blow, the second elder stood panting, relieved. It was partly due to his old age. If he were younger, he would have been even more impressive. I win, ha ha! The elder cheered joyfully. Weren't you only supposed to dodge? Yang Qian said irritably. Oh, did I say that? When the second elder feigned ignorance. Anyway, this was a match agreed upon by both parties. I also adjusted my strength, so he'll wake up soon. Even if the Peng clan comes asking questions, I have nothing to do with this, Yang Qian added. Are you scared? The elder replied nonchalantly. What's there to worry about? I am the Blazing Fist Grandmaster. I won't die alone so easily. And I hope only you bite the dust, Yang Qian retorted. No, I mean, Peng A-young, this was entirely the second elder's own doing. Contrary to Yang Qian's worries, Peng A-young replied indifferently. It's fine. I actually feel quite relieved seeing him lying there. If this hadn't happened, who knows what kind of trouble he would have caused next. That's also why the Grandmaster here participated in such a meaningless match. Hearing Peng A-young's heartfelt words, the second elder couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Ha ha ha! Daughter of the Peng clan, do you really think so? I only did it because I felt like it. At this point, Yang Qian thought with exasperation, How did this old man become an elder of the Geum family? The Geum family is on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Seol-ah tugged on Yang Qian's sleeve. Young master, quick! Let's run away from that scary bear old man just now. The bear old man went pow 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 and the wind went whoosh and he flew up and that person fell down with a thud. It was so scary. As she spoke, Sola waved her hands and feet wildly, acting it out. Listening to her, Yang Qian thought, this little girl describes things so meticulously. How could she possibly save the world? Wouldn't it be better if the world just collapsed? Unexpectedly, the second elder approached. Ha ha ha, you beautiful little girl with the silly eyes. This old man has a gift for you. With that, he reached into his robe to find something. Upon hearing the word gift, Sol-ah cheered excitedly. A gift! A gift! The second elder pulled out a delicious-looking candy. The moment she saw it, Seolah's eyes lit up like car headlights. Wow! She squealed with delight. Suddenly, all the fear in her mind vanished. It seemed Seolah had liked the bear old man from the start. I knew it, ha, you little brat, the second elder said, now turning to Yang Qian. Are you pouting just because I gave a gift to a servant? There's no other way. I'll give you a gift too. I don't like sweets, Yang Qian replied. After the Gumryong assembly ends, the elder continued, you will have to participate in a match. And that was the very reason Yang Qian was now standing on the stage about to fight his own sister. Are you planning to fight without a sword? Yapsio asked. After hearing the question, Yang Qian suddenly remembered. A sword. Did I ever use a sword at this time? The Geum clan's blazing flame wheel. Art can be used with various weapons, with the sword and fist being the two most common, but I eventually realized that the fist suited me best, so I stopped using a sword. I wonder if that's strange. Actually, I don't care whether you use a sword or your fists, Yupseo said nonchalantly. There goes her unpleasant personality again, Yang Qian thought. I'm just incredibly grateful for this opportunity, Yupseo added with a smirk. An opportunity? Yang Qian asked irritably. Yupseo didn't dodge the question but smiled confidently. Yes, an opportunity. The opportunity to legally discipline my dear younger brother. And in front of the entire world, no less. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Yang Qian's mind was in turmoil. The elder, really. He remembered when the elder had ordered him to fight his sister. He had been so shocked he had yelled, Why do I have to fight? And with my own sister, no less. But the old man had replied indifferently, Hey, kid. Even if you whisper, I can hear everything. Anyway, this is a festival of the Geum family. It would be a great loss of face if unpleasant rumors were to spread. And whose face would be lost? Not mine, hey. At that time, he had been incredibly frustrated. Tisk, this senile old man. I can tell from his face that he's only doing this because he finds it amusing. Fine then, I'll just give up halfway through. But it seemed the second elder understood Yang Qian's personality all too well. He immediately guessed his intention and warned him, If you're thinking of giving up halfway. He then pointed towards Mu Jin, who was lying injured on the ground, as if to say, If I give up, I'll have the same bitter end as Mu Jin, or even worse. Do you want to see me get beaten in front of everyone? Yang Qian asked irritably. The second elder must have seen the change in him, which is why he made this decision. Yang Qian, do you really have no intention of winning? What does he mean, no intention of winning? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity being wasted. I don't intend to waste my energy in a fight. This never happened in my past life. And why do I have to listen to him? As he was lost in thought, his sister continued. My dear little brother, let me tell you something. Just because you're a man, you get to become the patriarch by default. I hate it so much I could die. At these words, a dark, terrifying aura emanated from Yupseo. It seemed all her pent-up frustration and resentment was finally erupting. Let the games begin. With that, Yupseo lunged forward. In an instant, she was right in front of Yang Qian. Her movements were swift, light, and graceful as the wind. She swung her sword powerfully at her brother. Luckily, Geum Yang managed to dodge. The missed blow only made her more furious. A look of determination was clear on her face. Yupseo relentlessly attacked, each strike decisive and powerful. Yang Qian was nimble enough to easily evade his sister's attacks. Then Yupseo planted one foot as a pivot and spun around, swinging her sword forcefully at Yang Qian. The spinning kick was beautiful, but it still couldn't touch him. After so many consecutive attacks, the fact that Yang Qian was unharmed and could easily dodge her blows surprised Yopsio. How can a second star like him avoid my attacks? Has he reached the third star? Seeing the shocked expression on his sister's face, Yang Qian could guess what she was thinking. I can tell what she's thinking just by looking at her face. She must be very shocked. I only dodged by half a beat, but it's already tiring. This is proof that I still lack training. So how do I end this match? Should I let myself get hit once and then fall? Every attack is filled with danger. Can I get out of this safely? At the same time, Yopsio, while swinging her sword, said, "You still only know how to dodge, don't you?" She closed the distance to Yang Qian, grabbing his robe with one hand, her eyes glaring with resentment. Then she pulled hard on his robe while swinging her sword with the other hand. Faced with this attack, Yang Qian didn't flinch. He quickly shed his outer robe. As a result, Yopsio's sword only slashed the robe as it fell to the ground, not him. But if he had been hit by that blow, he would have been on a one-way trip to meet his ancestors. The more killing intent you pour into it, the easier it is for I to dodge, sister, Yang Qian shouted. So please, can you stop? He thought to himself. She put so much killing intent into it, yet my clothes only got a small tear. Yopsio replied, I've come to understand that because I am a woman, I can never become the patriarch, even if I work myself to death. But you who have always lived like trash pushed me aside and will become the patriarch just because you are a man. Do you understand? At these words, a frighteningly intense killing intent erupted from Yopsio, so much so that the sword in her hand seemed about to burst into flames. It seemed that all her pent-up frustration was now being unleashed. Someone who trained day and night but couldn't become the patriarch because she was a woman, while a lazy playboy got the position. Didn't that mean all her efforts were for nothing? At this point, Yang Qian's face turned pale. Now she's even cloaking her sword in killing intent. This is dangerous. Her level has surpassed the third star. Immediately, Yopsio launched a continuous and overwhelming assault on Yang Qian. Each slash was delivered in an instant full of brutality. Yang Qian could only dodge frantically. While she was attacking with true intent, the fact that he was just dodging without fighting back made Yopsio even more furious. She roared in extreme frustration, "Again and again and again! You always just dodge and do nothing. Damn it! No talent, no effort. If you're going to live so mundanely, why don't you just disappear?" But Yang Qian said nothing, choosing to remain silent. Yopsio lunged forward, her sword imbued with the killing intent radiating from her body. The situation was incredibly tense and dramatic. Yang Qian was sad because he never wanted to fight for the position of patriarch. He wasn't as ambitious as she thought. "Why don't you just disappear just like your mother did?" Yopsio continued. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze in shock. Perhaps insulting Yang Qian himself was one thing, but bringing his parents into it was crossing the line. Yang Qian's hand shot out and clamped down on Yopsio's wrist, stopping her attack. And then the two of them stared at each other, sparks flying. In another moment, the sword in Yopsio's hand could have finished him. But life is not a dream. After hearing her mention his mother, it was like a raw nerve had been touched. Yang Qian was furious, his face terrifying as he emphasized each word. "What did you just say?" "Recollection. My eldest sister was the most outstanding person I've ever known. At just 15, she was known throughout the land as the Phoenix Sword. By the time she came of age, she graduated with honors from the Dragon God Academy and was appointed the captain of the Geum clan's first sword squad. The entire world acknowledged her, but she could not become the patriarch of the Geum family. Instead, you will become the patriarch Geum Yang Qian, the son of a concubine. Even so, I didn't hate him. Even though we were half-siblings, Geum Yang Qian's mother was always kind to me, and I liked her too. So Geum Yang Qian's existence wasn't a problem. Until that day happened. One day she suddenly disappeared. My father ordered that no one was to look for her, and no one did. From that moment on, Geum Yang Qian's sharp words and actions spared no one. There were rumors that he had sullied beautiful courtesans. Yet the fact that he was the successor to the patriarch remained unchanged. The position of Geum clan patriarch had been held by a man for generations passing over me who had always strived relentlessly, and my eldest sister as well. And I still had to endure Gyum Yang Cheon, a good-for-nothing, who only knew how to indulge himself without even knowing what benefit he brought to the clan. No, I truly hate him. At that, Yang Cheon exploded, his eyes turning bloodshot as he yelled, "What did you just say?" seeing his furious face. Yopseo felt a flicker of fear. This is dangerous. Very dangerous. Then Yang Cheon coldly pushed her hand away with a light flick, sending her stumbling backward. It's showtime. It's my turn to counterattack. Like a flash of lightning, Yang Cheon was behind her, a terrifying display of speed. He raised his hand, ready to land a powerful blow on Yopseo. This is for bringing up my mother. Now I'll show you my true power. Watching the thrilling and dramatic fight from the stands, someone exclaimed in awe. Wow, she's amazing. Her name is Gyum Yopseo, right? She looks about my age but has such martial skill. I have to admit the Gyum family bloodline is really good. These words of admiration came from the young lady of the Peng clan. You're also very skilled, young lady, her servant added. But she's muttering something. Young continued. I can't hear it clearly. Can you hear it, Myobi? Suddenly a warm voice spoke up, explaining the mystery. You won't be able to hear it, little sister. Huh, why not? The second elder has sealed it off with his internal energy, so it's impossible to hear. And stop wandering around telling people you're from the Peng clan with that face. Are you embarrassed of your senior brother? Do I even need to answer that? We're staying in the Gumryong Hall until your face is less swollen, then we can leave. The one fighting with the sword she has to call the Phoenix Sword Big Sister, right? That's right. See how talented she is. She's already reached the 3rd star. Her sword techniques are so smooth, and so is her control over her internal energy. And so the two siblings continued to bicker while the match was still ongoing. No, not her, Mujin continued. I'm asking about the one who's dodging all of the Phoenix Sword's moves. Is that her younger brother? Huh, what a silly question. Young replied, surprised. The servant sitting beside them giggled and said, Young master, they are both younger siblings of the Phoenix Sword. Hearing this, Mujin seemed to realize something and smiled to himself. So that's it. It seems the Gyum family doesn't just have the Phoenix Sword. Seeing her senior brother's happy face, a wave of sadness washed over Ah Young. That's why. I have to find joy before I become the patriarch. After you become the patriarch, you won't be able to do these things anymore. While she was lost in thought, the match had already ended. On the stage, Yopseo was relentlessly dodging Yang Cheon's attacks. The two siblings, one swinging a sword and one swinging a fist, were in a chaotic frenzy. As she dodged, Yopseo thought, I just have to dodge. Just dodge, and the opportunity will be mine. Her face was terrifyingly determined. I understand you, sister, Yang Cheon said calmly. So it's okay if you hate me. I've also lived a life like that. Even though your words are hard to hear, I still understand them. So you have to do the same. Understand why I'm doing this. At these words, Yang Cheon focused his internal energy into his palm. A powerful aura emanated from his body so strong that even Yopseo's eyes widened in shock. Is this really the skill of a kid who's only at the 1st star level, and then boom! The two powerful forces collided. A blinding light radiated outwards. The truth was, Yang Cheon's power had overwhelmed the situation, blowing away Yopseo's strength in front of a shocked crowd. Not only was Yopseo herself surprised, but everyone who witnessed it was also in utter disbelief. The truth was Yang Cheon had defeated his own sister. At that moment, Yopseo lay flat on the ground, defeated, and unable to believe this bitter reality. The referee announced, The match is over. Gyum Yang Cheon is the winner. But this victory brought Yang Cheon no joy at all. A little later he sat alone, dejected, muttering to himself, Oh, I've caused trouble again. This victory wasn't part of my plan. Damn it. With just 2nd star internal energy, I still made her nose bleed and pass out. I can only hope nothing bad happens. He remembered the furious look in his sister's eyes. Why don't you just disappear? He sat there lost in thought. He didn't know what terrible things would happen now that a good-for-nothing who had only just reached the 1st star had defeated his 3rd star sister. Suddenly Mu Yan rushed up from behind. Young master, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? No, I'm fine, Yang Cheon replied. But Mu Yan was still worried and kept asking, How's the situation inside? Is it okay? Actually, you probably won't like this. Of course, everyone thought you would be easily defeated, so when you won, the atmosphere in the arena became chaotic. That's right, Yang Qian said nonchalantly. A notorious troublemaker defeated the clear favorite. But the second elder immediately moved on to the closing ceremony of the Gyum Ryong assembly to calm the atmosphere, Mu Yan added. He did that right away, Yang Qian asked sadly. Well, then we have to leave quickly before we run into the second elder. At that moment, Seol Ah innocently said, Young master, your hand is bleeding. Hearing this, Yang Qian looked at his hand, which was steadily dripping blood. That's right. It shows I still can't control my power. But it's okay. It's just like a mosquito bite. Seol Ah was still worried and came closer to wrap his hand with a bandage. But she was famously clumsy and couldn't even do this simple task right. She fumbled so much that she ended up wrapping her own hand together with Yang Qian's, muttering to herself, No, not like this. How do I? Not like this. Finally, after struggling for a while without success, a helpless Seol Ah's eyes welled up with tears. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Seol Ah doesn't know how, so please don't get hurt anymore. Her expression was so adorable that no one could possibly be angry. Suddenly, Mu Jin ran up from somewhere and teased, I don't want the young master of the Gyum family to get hurt either. His ill-timed appearance made the atmosphere awkward. You ruined the mood, you damn bastard, Yang Qian said coldly. Huh, did you just curse at me? Mu Jin retorted. Then Yang Qian smiled politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Peng. I am Geum Yang Qian. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you too, Mu Jin replied. But there was one person who was so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide her face. Brother, please let's go, she said shyly. Mu Jin teased her even more. Ah, right. You broke off the engagement with the young master of the Gyum family, so it's only natural that you feel awkward. Ha 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 ha. This is a chance to get back together. Ah. Young was fuming. This brother of mine, he's teasing me again. Witnessing the siblings' banter and being dragged into it himself, Yang Qian sighed in exasperation. Why did you come here? This is an opportunity for people with good skills to make friends and build relationships, Mu Jin replied frankly. No, from now on just call me Brother Peng. Please, brother, Ah Young whispered, still incredibly embarrassed. Being friends with me won't do you any good, Yang Qian continued. Mu Jin came closer and threw an arm around Yang Qian's shoulders as if they were close brothers. Don't say that Ha the Gyum family doesn't just have Gyum He Be. I never expected someone with your skills to be hiding, Yang Qian added, thinking to himself. Damn it, why is he suddenly acting so familiar? He was startled by the very familiar name Mu Jin had just mentioned and asked, You mentioned Gyum He Be. It seems you know her. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Jin burst out laughing. Of course, we're very close, but I don't know what she thinks about that. Damn, so they're not close at all. This guy is just bluffing, the protagonist thought. Well, that's close enough, right, little brother? Mu Jin continued. It's getting late now. I'm leaving, little brother. But then Yang Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Huh. It turned out that the senior brother had already said his goodbyes and left while his younger sister still stood there, a remorseful look on her face. And it had to be said, after being beaten like a dog, Mu Jin had a remarkably graceful way of walking. Hey. Is there something else you want to say? Yang Qian asked. The day the engagement was broken, I was wrong to hit and curse you. So, I'm sorry. Ah, Young stammered. It turned out she just wanted to offer a sincere apology from the bottom of her heart, which was why she had hesitated to leave. But Yang Qian knew that his past self was also at fault, so he couldn't blame her. For saying that you were the daughter of a concubine and other things. Even though I'm still not mature, I know what's right and wrong. I think I deserve to be hit, so you don't need to apologize. Hearing these words, Ah Young felt a sense of relief and smiled. Not only that, but her smile was as bright as a flower. All right. Her face was incredibly cute and radiant at that moment. Don't lose what he gave you. Ah, Young said, then turned and left, leaving him in a state of confusion. He fumbled inside his robe, searching. Ha! What do you mean? What is this? In his hand was a small plaque with the character Peng on it. It could be inferred that Mu Jin was playing matchmaker for the two of them. Well, goodbye. And with that, their figures receded into the distance. He stood there until he could no longer see them. Yang Qian stood there dazed for a long time. Could it be that I'm falling in love? I still have too much to do. We should go. With that, Yang Qian quickly left. A while later, Yang Qian's group was on their way back home. While everyone else was still awake, Xiaola was fast asleep, her tongue sticking out. She was even leaning carefree on the maid next to her, sleeping soundly. The maid tried to wake her, calling her name, but Xiaola wouldn't budge, so she had no choice but to let her be. Yang Qian, however, was still deep in thought about the fight with his sister. No matter how I think about it, I can't remember fighting her in my past life, let alone winning against her. It started with Wei Sol-ah becoming a servant. So many things are starting to deviate from the past I knew. Could that small act of kindness have changed everything? After I get back, I need to speed things up. Suddenly, he felt a thick, killing intent emanating from nearby. Immediately, Yang Qian stuck his head out the window. Mu Yan check with the demon detection talisman. Startled Mu Yan replied, The demon detection talisman? A moment later, he turned back happily and announced, Young master, there's nothing unusual. I don't know what you felt, but if a demon realm gate had opened nearby, it would have lit up immediately. You don't need to worry. You can rest and... But as he spoke, the demon detection talisman suddenly lit up. This meant that danger was lurking. Everyone stop! Mu Yan shouted. It's a demon realm gate. Immediately get into a defensive formation. The young master's safety is the top priority. Suddenly, Yang Qian also came outside, refusing to stay put. Seeing this, Mu Yan panicked. Hui, what are you doing out here? It's dangerous. Young master. The situation is really dangerous right now. Save your lecture for another time, Yang Qian said indifferently. Look ahead. In front of them, a spatial rift appeared glowing with a green light. Immediately, monsters jumped out through the rift. Each one had blood-red eyes full of killing intent as if they wanted to eat their opponents alive. As he observed, Yang Qian thought green indicates the lowest level of danger. This might be a bit tricky. He had already circulated his internal energy to his hands, ready to fight. A powerful orange light emanated from his hands. Then Yang Qian shot up into the air and launched a powerful strike towards a wolf. He thought to himself, but I can completely control this. The common weakness of these monsters is the demon stone. It's like their heart. When they are taken, they die instantly. With that thought, he successfully retrieved the demon stone from the fierce wolf. But just taking out the demon stone was the easy part. After a frantic assault of retrieving demon stones, his strength was completely depleted. He thought wearily, Damn it, my energy is at its limit. If I keep using the Jum clan's blazing flame wheel. Art like this, it'll be dangerous. However, if I want to survive, I have to use it. At the same time, the whole pack of wolves with blood-red eyes was charging towards him. While he was still unsure how to handle the situation, help fortunately arrived. Young master, be careful, Mu Yan shouted, and without a moment's hesitation, he bravely rushed forward to protect Yang Qian. Each sword strike was delivered in a flash, a web of horizontal and vertical slashes appearing right before their eyes. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the protagonist froze for 5 seconds. Damn, has this guy always been this badass? The truth was, in just a few fleeting seconds, Mu Yan had taken down the entire pack of monsters without a single scratch on himself. Then he turned back and asked, Young master, are you all right? The protagonist was still in a daze, unable to believe how cool his own guard was. Huh. Oh, thank you. You saved my life. You're already done. That was fast. Yes, there weren't too many of them, Mu Yan replied modestly without a hint of pride. Fortunately, they were the lowest-ranking type of monster. More importantly, what were you doing? If you had gotten hurt, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the patriarch. Well, everything turned out okay in the end, Yang Qian said awkwardly. But was it really okay when a powerful demonic energy was radiating from his hand? It's not that simple, Yang Qian continued. At these words, Mu Yan was a bit surprised to see the light radiating from the young master's hand. Young Young master, next time you must evacuate to a safe place. You must realize that you are the heir to... Suddenly, Yang Qian collapsed to the ground, looking like he was in great pain. Young master? What's wrong? Muyan called out in alarm. At this moment, Yang Qian felt incredibly uncomfortable, and a strange energy was constantly radiating from his hand. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, damn it! Why is this goddamn feeling appearing here? Is the heavenly demon art absorbing demonic energy? At this moment, a powerful purple swirling vortex appeared on Yang Qian's palm. The demonic suction art. Suddenly, memories from his past flooded back. A man covered in blood and countless wounds asked in agony, Why did you do this? What did we do wrong? These were images from his past life, from Yang Qian's glorious era. He alone had been able to inflict damage on so many people. Bodies lay piled up in front of him. The last survivor screamed relentlessly, Why did you do this to us? Plum Blossom Sword, Yang Qian replied coldly. Are those your last words? The man's eyes darted around the horrifying scene. He began to tremble and stammer, Sect leader. Then a large dark shadow appeared covering the entire sky. Through a spatial rift, someone riding a giant dragon appeared majestically. The scene was incredibly epic. A voice echoed, Hua Shan, not bad. Below, Yang Qian immediately knelt in reverence. The person on the dragon slowly descended, a terrifying demonic aura radiating from their body. In an instant, they had landed. It was the figure of a queen. Could this be the Seol Ah from my past life? But this isn't enough to satisfy me, she said coldly, though they did provide some amusement. So raise your head. Back in reality, a powerful orange light burst forth, repelling the dark demonic energy. The protagonist was stunned. What the hell is happening? Is the blazing flame wheel? Art, purifying the demonic energy. No, it's absorbing it. This never happened in my past life. At this moment, Muyon and Seola were incredibly worried, constantly calling out, Young master, are you okay? Ah, I'm fine. It's nothing serious, Yang Qian replied weakly. I guess my body is more sore than I thought after the match. Then let me find a physician to check on you, Muyon said anxiously. No, I'm fine now. Don't worry, Yang Qian replied, thinking to himself. For now, I'll just keep this a secret. It wouldn't do me any good if outsiders found out I can absorb demonic energy. Suddenly, Seola's eyes welled up with tears, and she started to sob. She reached out with both hands and pinched Yang Qian's cheeks, pouting, Young master, you look like you're in a lot of pain. Are you really in that much pain? Do I look that bad? Yang Qian asked, confused. It's not that bad, is it? Your face looks terrible, Seola said, heartbroken. But these words of concern hurt Yang Qian terribly. Huh, what did you say? He exclaimed. The other maid came to stop Seola. You're supposed to be helping the young master, not making him feel worse. I was just worried, Seola said, innocently confused. Young master, if you're not feeling well, we should find a nearby physician, Muyan added. But Yang Qian knew his own condition best. It's not that bad. Stop worrying. I just need some sleep and I'll be fine. Let's get ready to leave. With that, Muyan had no choice but to agree. If you say so, then we'll continue on our way. I won't worry anymore. With that, everyone began to pack up, preparing to continue their journey. Urging voices echoed, Everyone prepare to depart. Just take the useful parts from the demon beast corpses. Hurry up. The young master is tired. And Seola, can you stop drooling in your sleep? You're sleeping too much. Only Yang Qian stood dazed, lost in his own thoughts. I can't feel any more demonic energy in my body. Is it because of the Gyum clan's blazing flame wheel art? The color of the demon stone has faded too. The demonic energy must have been completely absorbed. Anyway, I have to act. With that thought, he clenched his fist, crushing the demon stone in his hand into dust. The next day, after returning safely, Yang Qian took action. They were passing through a small market. Seola stopped in front of a shop and said, Young master. The shop she stopped at was a bakery. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at the pastries. These medicinal fruit pastries. Yang Qian knew what she wanted, but deliberately ignored her. So what? Hearing this, Seola was incredibly disappointed. If you're not going to buy pastries for Seola, then why did you bring Seola here? The protagonist turned and said coldly, What are you talking about? When did I bring you? Have you forgotten who made excuses to follow? Who was the one clinging to my leg, begging to come? Muyon was also a bit surprised. Young master, why are you going this way? After what happened, you must be in a bad mood. The Gyeomryong assembly just ended a day ago. Unless there's a special reason to go out, I think it would be better for you to return. Are you looking for something? If so, I'll go with you. Seola trudged along behind, but her eyes never left the beautiful, tempting pastries. I know you want to help, but now is not the time for you to act, Yang Qian said. Suddenly he stopped and looked around. He stood with his hands on his hips, annoyed, and stared at an alley in front of him. He even squinted, trying to get a better look. No matter how I look at it, it has to be over there, right? He muttered. What are you talking about? Muyan asked, completely bewildered. Is there something in that alley? The protagonist didn't explain further and just said coldly, Seola, go back. Muyan, you come with me. Huh, why? The innocent girl asked, confused. Go back to the Geum clan's estate first. I'll be back tonight. Just explain it briefly to everyone. But Grandpa told me I always have to follow you. Sola stammered, unwilling to leave. Helpless Yang Qian turned back. If you go back, I'll give you 10 medicinal fruit pastries. Okay? Sola took the opportunity to ask for steamed buns as well. But at this point, Yang Qian was focused on his own business, so he would have agreed to anything she asked. He gritted his teeth and replied, Fine. Okay, Sola said cheerfully, holding out her hand. She was a simple girl. Sweets were her true love. And so a quick exchange was completed, satisfying the demands of both parties. After that, Seola happily went back while Muyon followed the young master, even though he had no idea where he was being led. Whenever he asked, Yang Qian would only reply vaguely, Just follow me and you'll see. As they walked, Muyon looked around. The area was quiet and deserted. Then Yang Qian stopped in front of a house. This seems to be the place, he muttered. Young master, this place looks a bit dangerous, Muyon said, looking at the location with some concern. Yeah, I know, the protagonist replied nonchalantly. Finally, he had found what he was looking for. Oh, found it, he exclaimed happily. In front of them was a rather large and grand house. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find this place. Young master, what exactly are you doing here? Muyon still couldn't help but ask. Does it look strange? Yes. Not because of the appearance of the building, but I just have a bad feeling. A keen intuition, Yang Qian replied with a smug smile. With that, the two of them entered the house that Yang Qian had been hiding since the beginning. A voice called out, Why is it this brat? What shady business are you up to? What are you talking about? We just took a wrong turn. The man behind them held a sword. What should we do? Should we get rid of them? On the other side, Muyon was already in a ready stance. Another person lit some candles. The man holding the candle sneered, Kid, this place isn't like those peaceful neighborhoods. What are you doing here? What are we doing here? Yang Qian replied calmly, without a hint of fear. We've come as guests. What nonsense are you spouting? The man retorted. Do we have to cut out your tongue to make you clear-headed? Hearing this, Muyon was furious. He gritted his teeth and snapped, How dare you? Yang Qian raised a hand to stop him. Don't make a move. Anyway, you must have known who I was since the moment I set foot in this territory. Are you worried that the Geum family will come to this place? There's no reason for them to. If a fight breaks out, we'll also be harmed. So before a sad situation occurs, bring out your branch leader. Branch leader, the man said irritably. I don't know where you learned that kind of talk, you little brat. You really have no manners. With that, they drew their swords and surrounded Yang Qian. Seeing this, Yang Qian laughed. Looking at you guys, you don't seem to have very good manners either. Ha ha ha! Get him, brothers, the man sneered. As soon as the words were spoken, they all rushed forward to attack Yang Qian. Each one of them looked like a common street thug. In this urgent situation, Muyon drew his sword and rushed to the rescue. In your dreams! Powerful light sword strikes flew towards the group. In just a flash, Muyon had easily cut down the entire group in front of him with clean, decisive movements. You won't even touch the young master's body, And so the entire group that had just been aggressively charging forward was now easily wounded by Muyon. A man standing behind witnessed this and cursed under his breath. "Damn it! That brat is the son of the Goom family. I should have considered that his guard would also have superior martial arts. And I can't take him to the branch leader. What should I do?" While he was still unsure what to do, a person walked out from inside and said, "Captain, the branch leader has something to say." "The branch leader?" he asked, surprised. Damn it! The news already reached the branch leader. What did he say he thought? That you should just go inside and you'll find out. And so they stood whispering in the distance. Yang Qian saw this and thought irritably, I can tell they're plotting something just by looking at them. Tisk, there's no other way. He was about to tell Muyon to rush forward and handle them, but just as he was about to speak, the man said, "Hey kid, sheathe your sword and come meet the branch leader. Follow me, I'll take you." The protagonist smirked resentfully. "Wouldn't things have been simpler if you'd just done that from the start, you idiots? Muyon, sheathe your sword. Let's go." Muyon also hurried after him. "Young master, what exactly is going on?" "It's nothing serious," Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. "I was originally planning to go to the Beggars Clan, but there was a slight problem. The Beggars Clan is the best in terms of intelligence among the 9 factions 1 clan. However, they are also part of the Righteous faction, so they won't do anything that could cause trouble for themselves. My request for the Beggars Clan was a bit problematic, so I had no choice but to find another place. If the Beggars Clan is the best in intelligence in the Righteous faction, then the best in intelligence in the unorthodox faction is this place, the Black Feather Gate. I need to go to the Black Feather Gate. I need to find out some very important information." And so Yang Qian and Muyon followed the underling of the Black Feather Gate. As they stepped inside, a man sitting in front of them spoke. "Please come in. I am the branch leader of this territory in Shanxi Doyangchul. I do not usually welcome people like you to this place, so on behalf of my subordinates, I apologize for their rudeness." Yang Qian casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "No need to apologize. Will you help me with something? First, may I ask why a prestigious family like the Goom family would bypass the Beggars Clan to come to an unorthodox faction like ours?" Yang Qian chuckled. "I came here because this is something that not just any faction can help with, but only the Black Feather Gate can. Why are you trying to probe me?" Seeing that the young boy was quite tough. "Do." Young Chul clasped his hands in front of his chest. "I apologize for making you uncomfortable, but because of your family name, we have to be cautious. Please understand." I understand, the protagonist said coldly. "So will you help me or not?" The man waved his hand nonchalantly. "The Black Feather Gate cannot refuse a rose. Just name your price for this mission." Hearing this, the protagonist replied smugly, "Then I'll take that as you've accepted the deal. I'm looking for someone, a man a little over 10 years old." With that, the protagonist handed over a piece of paper describing the person he was looking for. Young Chul took the paper and observed it for a moment. This case seemed quite difficult. "I take back my previous words, young man," he said, "because I don't think I can do this. We had a different agreement before you made your request. It wasn't to search for this child, but to search for the whereabouts of the child's guardian, so please understand." "Oh, is that so?" the protagonist replied, not too surprised. "Even if the payment goes to the master of the Black Feather Gate." At these words, a hail of piercing glares was directed at him from behind. Immediately, without a word, a series of men behind him drew their swords. The chilling sound of steel scraping echoed as they rushed forward to attack Yang Qian, sharp blades aimed right at him. Yet Yang Qian remained unfazed, sitting calmly with his arms crossed. Muyon immediately showed his skill. Like a flash of lightning, he swung his sword, blocking the incoming blades. "I don't think you'll be able to walk out of here alive." "Do," Young Chul said coldly. "How do you know that?" "I'm not here to play guessing games," Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. "Don't we both have the information the other needs? Can you repeat what you just said, or your information you should reconfirm with yourself? Carefully considering those things is what you should do when you're in a tight spot. If you don't need it, then forget it. I'm just asking for the faction's help. I could also reveal something about the master of the Black Feather Gate to them." Hearing these firm and confident words, the man finally relented. I understand, he replied. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Yang Qian said smugly, Good. So how long will it take? Normally it would take about 3 months. All right. After you find him, we'll talk more. With that, Yang Qian quickly left. He glanced back about to say something, but then decided against it. On the other side, Du Young Chul was a bit reluctant but had no choice but to accept the kid's request. What else could he do? The boy had them by the balls. Suddenly a voice echoed, startling him. Yuliang Mountain Range is your down payment. And those were the last words Yang Qian left behind. The room fell silent again after everyone left. Now only 2 people remained in the room. The man standing behind said, Yuliang Mountain Range. Do you trust his words, branch leader? Although he didn't want to believe it, Du Young Chul had no choice but to accept. According to him, the fact that he knows the top secret information that our master is missing, I have no choice but to believe him. He thought to himself, what is he thinking? Looking at the skill of his guard, he must have known how I would react. This is probably something only the young master knows. I'm sure the Gyum clan patriarch is also involved. Damn it! He reached up and squeezed his neck, then pulled off a layer of skin. It turned out Du Young Chul was wearing a mask. Will it be all right if you take it off? The man behind him asked worriedly. It was just a bit stuffy. No one can see now. The Black Feather Gate doesn't usually value trust or listen to the master. That's why that person ran away to escape those who would assassinate him. At this moment he was a bit emotional, his eyes welling up with tears. Perhaps he had been putting on a strong front for a long time. Father, where on earth are you? At the same time, Yang Qian and Gum Yang had safely exited the Black Feather Gate. Perhaps only now could Yang Qian finally relax. The protagonist let out a long sigh. Phew, that's a relief. As he walked away, he thought if that happened, I would have told him to come to my place. But luckily, the little information I knew was useful. What I know is that the master of the Black Feather Gate has been imprisoned in the Black Knight Hall for over 5 years. As a result, the Black Feather Gate and the Black Knight Hall went to war. The Miram Alliance suddenly attacked, causing the Black Knight Hall to collapse, and the battle ended. During the battle, the master of the Black Feather Gate died, leading to the destruction of the Black Feather Gate. However, I don't know the exact location of the Black Knight Hall. Luckily, this information is quite useful thanks to the Black Feather Gate's branch in Shanxi and my meeting with the branch leader there. This is quite annoying, but I need to find that person. The one who reached the position of the demonic cult's leader at a young age and the famous strategist known as the brain of the entire demonic cult Heavenly Wolf Fang Jagyol. The way I'm thinking now is to find that guy and kill him. Even Wei Sola had to struggle because of his tactics. If I don't deal with him first, he'll help the demonic cult grow even stronger. Suddenly, Mu Yan spoke up. Anyway, young master, I don't even know who you're looking for. It will take about 3 months. You'll hear from them in the summer, the protagonist replied. It seems the people at the Black Feather Gate don't have much information according to the rumors, Mu Yan added. That's right. I can only catch him in the summer. As he spoke, Yang Qian suddenly remembered something. Why didn't I think of this? Isn't it about time for the treasure of the Zhangchuan family, the #1 merchant family, to be unearthed? The countless gold, silver, jewels, and treasures. There are not what I'm interested in. More importantly, there are priceless spirit pills. There was once a person who reached the pinnacle thanks to the medicinal power of the spirit pills. He later became a demon, and at the same time the right-hand man of the heavenly demon. Not just Jagyol, but even that treasure trove became a big problem. Even if I wanted to stop it, I couldn't because the treasure is all the way in Sichuan. It's too far. But it seems there's no other way. I have to give up. How can I get to Sichuan, and how can I find the hidden treasure? Well, I'll just buy some honey cakes before I go back. At the same time, back home Seola was very confused. What are you saying? I want to ask you what you think of me. I'll make you happy. And then a solution presented itself right at my doorstep. At the same time, in the Geum family estate, the second elder stood solemnly. Oh ho! There are fallen leaves in front of me. Yang Qian has gone out. The problem with Yang Qian is this old servant. Ha! The white-haired old man also laughed. Ho ho! Stop laughing and get to work, the second elder said. But it seemed he had taken the joke too far. The old man furiously snapped the broom in his hand and yelled, "Gumryun, what do you think you're doing?" "No, senior," the second elder stammered, backing away. "I just wanted to help you pretend to be a servant in the Gum family." "Then help me sweep the leaves," the old man said. But senior, you broke the broom. How can I sweep?" "Then pick them up with your hands." "Really?" The truth was, the second elder bent down and picked up each leaf with his hands. It had become a reality. Seola's grandfather must have been an extraordinary person to make the second elder obey him so readily. "I didn't come all this way to meet the son of the Guillaume family," he said. But there's some truth to it." "Senior, you felt it too, right?" the second elder said. "Just 3 months ago, that kid ran away because he couldn't cultivate, and now he defeated his sister. His performance in the Gumryong competition was also very stable. Don't you think that's an amazing talent? We can't just let it be." "I don't know if you can call it talent," the old man said, sipping his tea. "In my life, I've never seen anyone grow up so suddenly. That child must have something. If the first elder knew about this, he definitely wouldn't sit still. He might have already acted." If it's the first elder, it's possible. Where did that kid go? There will be many eyes on him, so he won't cause any major trouble." At the same time, where Seola was, she was still innocently confused. "Huh. What are you saying? I wonder why that is. I'll make you happy." "I am Seola. Everyone, please listen to Seola. Are you curious about what's happening now? Let me tell you. Yesterday, Seola had a dream, but it wasn't very good. In the dream, Seola hurt many people. Even though Seola doesn't like holding a sword, I hurt many people in the dream. Seola wanted to stop, but then I went into a house and hurt someone else. I met an uncle there," he said weakly. "Just a little more is enough." Seola was very confused then, but Seola's face was very angry. Suddenly, the uncle killed himself right in front of Seola. I was so scared then, so scared my face turned purple. I don't know why, but Seola kept apologizing. I'm sorry. And then Seola woke up. After having a dream like that, I was so scared that I really missed the young master. Big sister told me I should go to the training grounds, so I ran there. But I don't know if it's because Seola arrived earlier than the young master, but I met someone else instead of the young master at the training grounds. That person said he would make me happy. But Seola is happy when I'm with the young master. Just then, the young master saw that and made that scary expression again, and then the young master appeared at the right time, right on time. "I'm sorry, but this is my servant." "Who are you?" Gumyang said coldly. He thought to himself, "Who is that kid to dare touch Seola? Look at that face. Tisk tisk. I don't know where that kid came from, but he's definitely a loser." "My apologies," the kid continued. "To be so rude on our first meeting with the young master of the Jum family." "Huh. You know me?" Yang Qian asked, surprised. The man clasped his hands in a fist and replied, "Yes, sir. I am Gyum Cheol Yeop. I wish to duel with a member of the main family's bloodline." Without a second's thought, the protagonist gave a strained smile. "I refuse." Perhaps he just didn't want to get involved in any more trouble. Cheol Yeop, thinking he had misheard, asked in shock. "Huh, what? I said I refuse," Yang Qian repeated. "Are you planning to run away?" "That's right." "Are you scared?" "That's right." "How pathetic. Running away just because of this." "You're very perceptive," Yang Qian replied without a hint of shame. "I am very weak. That's right." He thought to himself, "You defeated my sister in a match, but you think I'll fight someone I don't even know." With that thought, he turned to leave. "Well, then I'll be back." But before he could even reach the gate, he ran right into the second elder. "Ho ho, he came all this way." "How about you accept?" the elder said excitedly. "Why are you here?" Yang Qian exclaimed, startled. Seeing the second elder, Cheol Yeop quickly clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "Greetings, second elder." "Second elder, do you know who this is?" Yang Qian asked, puzzled. Both boys asking at the same time made the second elder spin like a top. He turned to greet the boy, "Cheol Yeop, it's been a while." Then he turned back to answer Yang Qian. "Oh, Yang Qian, don't you remember he's the grandson of the first elder?" Hearing this, Yang Qian thought, now that he mentions it, their faces do look similar. Chill Yap, you want to fight this kid? Yes, but the young master avoided it out of fear. You came here to flirt with a girl, didn't you? Yang Qian said irritably. Is this an order from the first elder? The second elder asked. Hearing this, Yang Qian grew thoughtful. So it's an order. I thought it was just a martial arts contest, but it's related to politics. No one knows that the first elder is an ambitious man. That's why he was waiting for an incompetent like me to become the patriarch. But an incompetent like me defeated Geum Yopseo, so his plan failed. Perhaps he intends to use his grandson to stomp on me once more. With that thought, Yang Qian emphasized again. Once again, I have no intention of fighting. The second elder, standing by, kept egging him on. He came all this way. Just accept. But Yang Qian stood firm. I don't want to. Why should I? He replied indifferently. I don't think Yang Qian will lose. The second elder chuckled. He already looks stronger than me, Yang Qian said, pulling Sola away. What are you talking about? I have no intention of getting involved in these petty squabbles. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Sola's arm. Wait! It was Kyo Yap's hand. The two were now in a tug-of-war over a girl, Sola. You're too good to be with someone like him, he continued. A coward and a weakling. If you're with me, I'll treat you well. But these words inadvertently provoked Yang Qian. He was fuming. His face was terrifying as he snapped, Hey, let go of her! All right, I'll fight you. Now whatever you want, little bro, I'll give it to you. And so, although he didn't want to, Yang Qian had to fight Chiyo Yap. Why do I have to do this? This is insane, he muttered in frustration. The second elder placed a hand on Yang Qian's head. What are you saying? Interesting encounters with new martial artists like this will help improve your skills. He then patted his head affectionately. Yes, Yang Qian replied helplessly. Anyway, what's done is done. Like you said, elder, whether I win or lose, I hope you'll do me a favor. Hearing this, the second elder burst out laughing. Ha ha, you little brat! This old man has no reason to accept your offer. If you lose here, only you, the one who will become the patriarch, will have your reputation damaged. Elder, I think you're a bit mistaken, Yang Qian continued. I have no intention of becoming the patriarch of this clan. Hearing this, the second elder was completely shocked. Damn! What do you mean, if it's not you, the direct heir, then who will succeed? I left that ambition behind in my past life, Yang Qian thought. It seems everyone thinks I intend to become the patriarch. He then grinned cheekily. If you don't accept my offer, then I'll just stomp my feet and throw a tantrum for you. Wah, I won't do it, I won't. Heh. This kid isn't cute at all, the second elder replied, exasperated. Fine, but I have one condition. Again, what condition are you going to set this time? I'll accept your offer if you win. With that, the two of them moved to the center of the training ground. Are you warmed up? Chill Yap asked. More or less, Yang Qian replied confidently. My apologies, young Master Goom. Huh, what are you talking about all of a sudden? I was too rough in our match last year, young Master Joom, Chill Yap replied with a smirk. Who would have thought you'd be bedridden for a whole month? Hearing this, Yang Qian tried to search his memory but couldn't recall anything. That's a pretty long time to be in bed, he thought. Why don't I have any memory of it? While Yang Qian was standing there lost in thought, Chill Yap continued. At that time I realized that the young master of the Goom family was truly a good-for-nothing. I heard you defeated your second sister, but I think that was just a fluke. Although my grandfather doesn't think so. I don't want to bully a weakling, but what I want even less is for that weakling to become the patriarch of the Geum family. At these words, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, and the sword in his hand grew hot with the intensity of the match. Yet Yang Qian stood there completely calm, not even holding a weapon. Suddenly, Chill Yap spoke up. Second elder, I also have something I want if I win this match. Fine. The conditions must be fair. What do you want, Chill Yap? The elder replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Chill Yap replied frankly. I want that little servant girl. So you chose death. Of all the things to choose, you just had to touch what's mine. That's not good. Ah. Ah. Yang Qian chuckled. Then his expression turned utterly furious, his eyes filled with resentment. You insolent brat. Witnessing Yang Qian's fury, the second elder laughed with delight. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Then let the match begin. And so the two of them glared at each other with killing intent, neither willing to back down. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Aren't you going to attack? What are you waiting for? Yang Qian said irritably. In matches like this, I usually let the weaker one attack first. Chiel Yop replied. The weaker one, me? So you're scared now? Yang Qian said forcefully. Hearing his defiant words, Chiel Yop felt a flicker of worry. Humph. I'm clearly superior in internal energy speed and physical strength. Could it be because of that kid's heat energy? Impossible. A person full of weaknesses from head to toe like him must be using all his strength to suppress my internal energy. And that sentence? He's definitely trying to hold on with less internal energy than me, so he'll soon collapse. Now his internal energy has been completely depleted. After a moment of not seeing Chiel Yop attack, Yang Qian said, You said I could attack first, right? Fine. Here I come. With that, Yang Qian shot forward like a rocket, appearing right behind him. Chiel Yop was quite surprised by his speed and agility. He then leaned back to dodge Yang Qian's attack. Good moves, Chiel Yop said confidently. But too slow. Slow, you say? The protagonist channeled his internal energy into his palm. A powerful aura emanated from it. Then he punched him hard in the mouth. After that, Yang Qian launched himself into the air, spun around and kicked him again for good measure. Immediately, Chiel Yop was hit with Yang Qian's divine kick-and-punch combo. Let's see if he can still talk big now. And then, boom, a heaven and earth-shaking explosion echoed. Chiel Yop coughed up blood in pain. The old sayings are true, a frog dies by its own croak. Everything has its limits. Underestimating your opponent without knowing their true strength is a fool's errand. You never know what life will throw at you. Get up while I'm still giving you time, Yang Qian said coldly. It's all over. Don't whine that I attacked you by surprise. Or should we just stop here? Chiel Yop slowly stood up. I'm sorry for underestimating the young master of the Gume family. It was my impulsive nature. All right. Then let's end it here, Yang Qian replied. Not yet. This humble one has yet to return the favor. Immediately, Yang Qian circulated his energy, a powerful aura radiating from his body. The protagonist thought to himself, right, it can't end this early. I don't have much time either. I was originally planning to unleash all my internal energy to win quickly, but if I want to face someone stronger than me like him, I have to hold back my internal energy to strengthen my physical body. I can get stronger quickly, but I might not be able to handle a large amount of internal energy at once. If I overdo it, I might even suffer from chi deviation. The limit is half a quarter of an hour. I have to win within that time. The 9 dragons. 7 swords technique he's using starts with drawing the sword and ends with sheathing it. I just need to pay attention to how he swings his sword. With that thought, Yang Qian focused intently, observing his opponent's every move. On the other side, as expected, Chiel Yop drew his sword. Yang Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Like a flash of lightning, Chiel Yop rushed forward to attack, but Yang Qian could still easily dodge each move. Each strike was delivered in an instant, incredibly agile and fluid. His eyes had turned blood red, looking terrifying. The protagonist leaned left and right to avoid the continuous barrage of brutal sword strikes. As he struggled to dodge, Yang Qian thought, this chain of attacks is so fluid without a single flaw. This guy has really gone through arduous training. His movements are so natural. If I interrupt his chain of attacks, he won't be able to strike anymore. With that thought, Yang Qian placed a hand on his chest, channeling his internal energy into his palm. Meanwhile, Chiel Yop had swung his sword, closing in on him. The protagonist remained highly focused, circulating his energy. It was just enough time for him to circulate the heat energy in his body. When Chiel Yop's blade came close, it was repelled by the power radiating from Yang Qian's body. Damn it! Where did that terrifying internal energy come from? Chiel Yop exclaimed in shock. This should be enough to decide the winner, right? Yang Qian wasn't stopping there. He rushed forward like the wind and furiously punched Chiol Yop again, a powerful blow to the stomach. "Now do you realize my strength?" The pressure from the punch radiated outwards with immense force, causing the tiles beneath the protagonist's feet to crack. Chiol Yop was sent flying through the air and slammed hard into a nearby wall. At this point, were any of his bones still intact? Who would have thought the outcome would be so tragic? Yang Qian approached and said, "Do you know what annoys me the most? No matter what anyone says about me, what kind of attitude they have towards me, or even if they covet the position of young master." At this point, Chiol Yop was in so much pain from head to toe that he couldn't even move. Yang Qian's eyes grew agitated, turning a terrifying blood red. "I don't care about those things. But for someone like you to dare to covet and touch what is mine, you've really pissed me off." At this moment, Yang Qian thought to himself, "I don't like it when someone so easily gets something they shouldn't touch. Or maybe I should just cripple this arm so he won't have that thought anymore. Yes, I should probably do that. The right hand. That sounds about right." Just as he was about to cripple his arm, a hand landed on his shoulder. The second elder, as if seeing through Yang Qian's intentions, stepped forward to stop him. "You've worked hard, Yang Qian, so stop." It had to be said that this match, though brief, left behind a trail of incredible destruction. Large and small craters littered the training ground. A while later, after Yang Qian had calmed down, the second elder spoke. "Yang Qian, you were too rough." "I expected this before I entered the match," Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. "Would it be too easy for him if he could just stand up and go home after every match?" "You brat. Aren't you afraid the first elder won't let this go easily?" "So what? It's not like I intend to become the patriarch anyway." This indifferent attitude infuriated the second elder. "Tisk! How can you say such things if it's not you, the direct heir, then who will become the patriarch?" he snapped. Yang Qian glanced towards Seola. "Then just appoint someone. Do you want to do it?" he asked her. Hearing this, Seola, not understanding anything, asked innocently, "But do I get to eat as much as you want?" "Then from today, Seola's dream is to become the patriarch of this place." The protagonist was truly a master teaser, provoking the second elder until he was about to explode. "Oh my God, this isn't a topic for you to joke about," he said furiously. "So what?" Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. "This little girl is probably much better than me." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Speaking of which, when will this little girl be taught swordsmanship? If she's the disciple of the Sword Venerable, she must have been learning from him all day. She's only been doing housework. I've never seen her hold a sword before. Thinking back, her personality back then wasn't this mischievous. That winter when I met her. How did it go? Why can't I remember? It's not something I could have forgotten so easily. As he was lost in thought, Seola spoke up. Young master, are you okay? You must have been injured in the fight just now. Before you go to heaven, you must appoint Seola as the patriarch." At her nonsensical words, Yang Qian conveniently bonked her on the head for talking nonsense. Hey. Ahem, the second elder said, slowly standing up. "Let's talk about the patriarch position later. You must be tired from the match, so I'll be heading back to rest." As he was about to slip away, Yang Qian called out, "Elder, where are you going? You have to keep your promise to me." Tisk. "So what do you want? Money or food?" The second elder replied. The protagonist grinned widely. "Ha! Not those useless things. An elder of your stature would surely accept even a difficult request, right? Ahem. What do you want?" As he spoke, the protagonist pointed into the distance. "Send me to Sichuan." Hearing this, the second elder muttered in confusion. "Sichuan? An elder of your stature can send me to Sichuan, right?" Yang Qian said smugly. "So can I go?" The protagonist startled. What did you just say?" "I thought you were going to ask for something grand. I was worried for nothing, ha. But Elder Sichuan isn't the market across the street, or a place I can just come and go from as I please," Yang Qian exclaimed, confused. "You know very well that the sole son of the Gume family can't just wander around freely. It's not like you don't know that I need a very important reason to go, right? You can just participate in the Tang clan's arms exhibition," the second elder replied. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The Tang Clan's Arms Exhibition. Every year, the Tang Clan would invite powerful families to an exhibition of weapons made by great masters. Even if you don't need to participate, you can use attending the exhibition as a reason to go, the elder continued. To go so far as to participate in a match you hate just to win this request. Hearing this tone, Yang Qian suddenly felt a chill. Elder, that request just now. I just said it on a whim. I was originally going to ask for money. Oh, so that's it. The elder chuckled. So you wanted to leave early. This old man misunderstood your intentions, Yang Qian. Old age is a scary thing, heh. Elder, if you can't give me money, then just one spirit pill will do, Yang Qian stammered. Suddenly the elder burst out laughing as if he had struck gold. All right, this old man will help you leave early even if it's just by one day. Behold the power of this elder. A chill ran down Gumyang's spine. Elder, I take back my request. I'll choose something else, he said hastily. But the second elder was now very smug. Now I'm sending you right the hell now, he roared. How can I leave right now? Yang Qian replied, dejected. I need to prepare things, cancel reports, and then... This is an urgent order from the elder. Someone take young master Gum Yang Qian to Sichuan. And so a transfer was arranged incredibly quickly and hastily. Wish granted, if you want to go, I'll send you right away. It had to be said the second elder's power was terrifying. Young master, we are ready to depart, Muyan reported, clasping his hands. Huh. The protagonist still hadn't fully recovered. What is this? Where am I and who am I? And so, Yang Qian remained in a daze from the moment he received the news until he was sitting in the carriage still not fully processed. Oh my God, what the hell is this? I can just leave like that. The second elder waved goodbye cheerfully. Then Seola's grandfather turned back into the house, muttering, Well then, we should also get to our housework. Huh, senior, me too? The second elder asked, bewildered. Of course. If the old are working, the young must help. The second elder was incredibly frustrated, but had no choice but to obey. Fine. Since it's just the two of us, and it's boring, you can listen to me nag while we work, he said resentfully. It sounds like you wanted to nag, which is why you wanted to send that kid away so early. A few days ago, the Goom clan patriarch asked me for something, to find an external saint. Note: external saint refers to a divine physician, or roughly translated a faceless healer, a doctor with superhuman abilities who can cure all illnesses. It seems he asked me because someone told him something. Hearing this, the second elder was shocked. Find an external saint. But in response to his question, the senior said nothing. The second elder then closed the gate. As he closed it, he said, If you don't want to talk about it, then let's change the subject. Your granddaughter's name is Seol-ah, right? She doesn't look like a human. What exactly is that child? You're overstepping your bounds, Gumryun. The senior snapped, his voice furious. Watch your mouth. At these words, a terrifying aura emanated from the senior, and swords floated around him. If she were human, I should be able to feel some life force, no matter how little, the second elder continued. Just like the life force radiating from your body, senior. The first time at the Gumryong assembly, I couldn't feel any life force from that little girl either. If you think an external saint will come and cure that child with some divine medical art, then you should wake up from your dream. I know very well that it's not an illness. That's enough, Gumryun. The senior cut him off before he could finish. That girl is human. At this moment, countless terrifying sword auras radiated from his body. Realizing this, the second elder seemed to understand that he should stop there. The old man was truly angry. If you say so, then I'll believe it, the second elder said, turning to leave. If you want to protect the child, then do so. Anyway, my intentions don't matter. If she's not human, so what? We just need to supplement what's missing from a human. Even if it means giving up this old life of mine, it's not a bad thing. Seola Grandpa has always hoped for you to grow up day by day. A few hours later, the Sword Venerable suddenly realized that Wee Sola was missing. A few days later. By now it was night. Under the bright moon, Yang Qian's group stopped to rest, planning to continue their journey the next morning. By the campfire, Muyon said, Now we just need to prepare more food. We still have a few days to reach Sichuan, so we have to ration everyone's portions, another female servant replied. Where did the young master go? Muyon asked, a bit worried. I saw him go off to train while we were preparing. I guess the young master was bored, haha. We should have brought Seola with us. Meanwhile, at the same time, young Cheon was engrossed in his martial arts training. Each powerful move was executed in a flash. Not only that, but it seemed his internal energy was growing deeper as the damage from his punches had increased significantly. After a while of intense training, young Cheon was exhausted and sat down, panting heavily. I've only done a few moves and I'm almost out of internal energy. It's been almost 10 days on the road. Even though I've been training regularly, I don't see any progress. The biggest problem here is my internal energy. When I fought Goom Cheol Yop, internal energy is the foundation of martial arts, so I need to recover it quickly. He remembered how the Goom clan's blazing flame art could push all the demonic energy out of his body when fighting the demon wolves. The demonic suction art was a way to absorb internal energy from demon stones and spirit pills. However, gradually introducing demonic energy into the body would lead to a state of demonization. For some reason, the Gyum clan's blazing flame wheel art could purify demonic energy. Since then, he hadn't felt any demonic energy inside him. This meant he could increase his internal energy without any backlash. But it was still the heavenly demon's martial art. It was best not to use it. It was hard enough to escape that path. He never wanted to step back into that damn demonic path again. Suddenly a scream came from behind. Ah! Startled Yang Cheon looked back in the direction of the sound. It was coming from the carriage where they were resting. Frightened voices echoed, "What's going on?" It's... What? So vague. What is it?" Yang Cheon quickly ran towards the commotion. "Mu Yon, what's going on?" he asked urgently. "Young master, it's in the carriage," Mu Yon stammered. Whatever was in the carriage had startled everyone. Yang Cheon peeked inside. In the carriage? He wondered. Suddenly a scream rang out. "Ah!" Then Seola poked her head out, looking cheerful. "Young Master Nani, surprise, old hag." She then scratched her head shyly. Hey, I'm here." After that, Seola slowly recounted the whole story to everyone, explaining why she was here instead of at home. "That day, while everyone was preparing the carriage, I went to beg Grandpa to let me go with everyone. Seola wants to go with everyone. Do you know what Grandpa said? No, you're terrible at housework. I kept begging, then why did you let me go last time? Please let me go." "You mean the Gumryong assembly? That was because there were people watching over you so you wouldn't make any mistakes. But in Sichuan there isn't. If you understand, then help me carry this." At that time, Seola obeyed and carried a pile of clothes. As I walked, I muttered, "Young master said he won't be back for at least a month." But Seola is not good at work, and young master hates useless people, so Seola thinks Seola won't have another chance. Suddenly a strange voice said, "Wait." I looked around but didn't see anyone. I was so confused then. Who is it? Who is it? There was no one. I guess the voice came from this barrel. Suddenly a pale white hand appeared and pushed me hard on the back. With a push, Seol-ah fell inside, sitting among a pile of vegetables. Seol-ah was so scared my face turned pale. I muttered, Who pushed me? Who was it? You shouldn't joke like that. Seol-ah is so scared." A pair of hands floated in the air. After that, I don't remember anything. I just felt very sleepy. Seol-ah needs to sleep. Sleep. And so Seol-ah fell asleep without anyone knowing. Outside the carriage, after everything was packed, the carriage set off. "Let's go, young master, we're ready." It seems that mysterious force also said, "Sorry, I'll leave this to you." And that's what happened. But contrary to Seolah's enthusiastic storytelling after everyone heard the story, no one said anything. Everyone's face was as blank as if they had lost their house deed. This made Seolah's excitement completely deflate. Thinking that everyone hadn't heard, she cheerfully repeated, "And that's what happened?" I heard you the first time," Yang Qian replied indifferently. "So you were haunted by a ghost?" "That's right," Seola replied with relish. "Then go home. That's what she should do." Sitting in the carriage, Seola exclaimed with excitement, "Young master, an owl, I've eaten it before. Its meat is very chewy." Yang Qian replied indifferently. And after that, whatever she saw around her, she would exclaim with joy, "Wow, this time it's a squirrel." "So, you've eaten a squirrel. How could you eat a squirrel? That's so cruel. No more biscuits for you." At that moment, Yang Qian thought to himself, "Initially I was going to have my men take her back, but she's wandered too far, and we don't have enough supplies in reserve. Now it's just like we're on a trip together." Ciola had caught an earthworm. Holding it in her hand, she cheerfully teased, "Young master, want to trade this for a biscuit?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qian tossed a biscuit outside. "Go on, get lost," he retorted, determined not to let Ciola have it. Meanwhile, the girl was heartbroken but could do nothing. "My biscuit." Then Yang Qian peeked out of the carriage window and said coldly, "I will take you home." At that same moment, blue dots appeared rushing towards their position. Yang Qian quickly sensed the danger lurking around them and anxiously called out, "Mo Yon." Mo Yon, holding a glowing talisman, had also realized the problem. "Yes, young master, I know. Everyone halt," he replied. Yang Qian pulled Ciola inside the carriage, muttering, "Too much peace isn't a good thing." It seemed they were facing a bear with piercing, ferocious green eyes. The protagonist was startled. "Huh, 3 of them!" But Yang Qian was incredibly sharp. Without even turning to look, he could sense them approaching. He counted down, 3, 2, 1. As he finished, a massive bear lunged toward Yang Qian and Ciola, its ferocious mouth open as if to swallow its prey whole. Instantly, the protagonist channeled his internal energy into his palm, which began to glow as if on fire. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out, "Get back here!" Following the voice was a mysterious girl. Her hand had clamped tightly onto the monstrous bear's leg. Without any hesitation, she channeled her energy and sliced the monster apart in an instant. It seemed she had dealt with them cleanly and efficiently, truly formidable. She then approached Mo Yon and said, "I couldn't keep an eye on them since I was traveling alone." Hearing this, Mo Yeon's face went pale with fear, and he waved his hands dismissively. "It wasn't me." Seeing this, Ciola wondered, "Who is he talking to?" Yang Qian replied coldly, "Don't ask me." Faced with the protagonist's indifferent attitude, Ciola decided to wave her hands in a friendly welcome. "Over here, miss." The protagonist was speechless at Ciola's mix of boldness and naivety, but then his hair stood on end when he saw the woman's face. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, shit." Suddenly, memories of his past life flooded back. It was a terrifying battle where blood stained his sword, and the one responsible for that horrific scene was the girl standing right in front of them. Returning to the present, the young woman spoke up. "It seems you are heading to Sichuan. I wish to go there as well." Her gaze then fell upon him. She turned her head and continued, "May I travel with you? My name is Namgung Biyon." Faced with her appearance, the protagonist thought in confusion, "What the hell is that crazy woman doing here?" The day of the bloody massacre in his past life had been a dark and gloomy one. Black crows flocked to feast on the corpses, and the thick metallic stench of death filled the air. Countless people had died in that brutal and fierce battle. And the person responsible was none other than Namgung Biyon. After the battle ended, Yang Qian had appeared and asked resentfully, "You're the only one left alive. Does that mean you killed them all?" Namgung Biyon replied, "What did the sect leader say? Why did you come here?" Yang Qian continued, "He told me to bring you to him. And are you any different from a madwoman?" Namgung Biyon was taken aback. "Was that last part your own opinion? Are you mocking me?" Yang Qian answered calmly, "I assume you're smart enough to figure that out. We don't have much time here. Let's go." But the girl was stubborn, wanting to forge her own path and not interact with anyone. Yang Qian irritably reminded her, "Not that way. To the right, to the left. Fine, whatever. Just stop doing such foolish things and follow me. I'm starting to get tired." Finally, she reluctantly trailed behind him. Then Namgung Biyon spoke up. "There are some things I want to ask. Is the Sword Saint strong?" The sight of her was almost too distracting. Hearing her, Yang Qian turned back, annoyed. "I'm warning you, the Sword Saint is someone the sect leader wants to deal with." Namgung Biyon pressed on. "What is his swordsmanship like? Is he stronger than me? Stronger than the sect leader? Faced with this barrage of questions, Yang Qian had no desire to answer, muttering in frustration. You crazy bitch asking so many damn questions. Do you think there's no one in this world stronger than you? As he spoke, a powerful stream of demonic energy appeared in his hand. He hurled the energy ball straight at Namgung Biyan. On her side, the girl remained perfectly calm, not flinching in the slightest. The source of power was suddenly split into two separate halves, while Namgung Biyan was completely unharmed. The attack then exploded behind her. Annoyed, Namgung Biyan exclaimed, "What the hell do you want to fight?" The protagonist sighed, exasperated, not knowing what to say to sound cool. Yang Qian pointed forward and said, "That's not the right way. If you understand what I'm saying, shut your mouth and follow me." After that, Namgung Biyan trudged along behind Yang Qian. He turned back furiously and added, "If you mention the three saints again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Then Namgung Biyan pointed to a small path and exclaimed, "This way looks shorter." The protagonist looked and was so angry he could have exploded, but he couldn't do anything. Yang Qian gritted his teeth and yelled, "What the hell, you crazy woman?" But as soon as he shouted, she had already bolted and no one could stop her. So much for trying to be smarter than everyone else. The truth is, I reached our destination in a single day, while it took Namgung Biyan 4 times as long to get there. Ha ha. Back in reality, Namgung Biyan put on a pitiful expression. "I thought you were going to Sichuan. I apologize for being rude, but could you please let me travel with you?" Without a second thought, Yang Qian bluntly replied, "No, we're not going there, and it was very rude of you to ask." In his mind, he thought, only a madman would want to get involved with this crazy woman again, even though there's still so much I want to say. Yang Qian continued, "More importantly, we can't trust you a member of the Namgung family." Namgung Biyan looked lost. "Oh, is that so?" Her eyes gradually became unfocused, as if she were plotting something in her mind to prove her identity. Instantly, oppressive currents of electricity radiated from her body, growing stronger and transforming into a terrifying source of power. The ground around her cracked open, and the spot where Namgung Biyan stood began to sink. A blinding light shot straight into the sky. Witnessing this power, the protagonist thought, "It's the Emperor sword form, if she uses that here." He immediately signaled for Mo Yon to back away from her. Her eyes widened, and then boom, an explosion that shook the entire forest erupted. Its pressure was immense, like a meteor crashing to earth. Then Namgung Biyan said slowly, "Since I haven't mastered it yet, this is all I can show as proof. Is that enough?" Mo Yon quickly took a defensive stance, holding his sword to her neck in case she acted recklessly and blew the whole place up. Yang Qian continued, "All right, you must be from the Namgung family. To be honest, that's precisely why I can't let someone with such terrifying martial arts travel with us. My apologies, miss." And so, despite not being allowed to join them, Namgung Biyan still followed Yang Qian's caravan. By the campfire, she sat roasting a frog to eat. From a distance, Seola felt a bit sorry for her and remarked, "It looks like she's planning to sleep there for the night." Yang Qian replied coldly, "Yeah, I know." He thought to himself, "I thought she would give up after being rejected. I never expected her to follow the carriage. And why is she still following us even after I told her we're not going to Sichuan anymore? Ignoring her is the best thing to do. I have to act like she doesn't exist." As he thought this, he muttered, "Don't do anything unnecessary like talking to her." But as he said it, he was startled to see that Seola had already disappeared. It turned out the girl had run over to Namgung Biyan to chat with her. While skinning the frog, Seola said, "Sister, you can skin it like this." Namgung Biyan seemed a little surprised. "Oh." Yang Qian strode over and grabbed Seola's shirt. He said irritably, "What do you think you're doing?" Seola sheepishly replied, "She wanted to eat the frog, so Seola wanted to help." But by now Yang Qian was furious. "I told you not to cause trouble," he yelled. Seola cheekily replied, "Huh, did you say that?" Namgung Biyan looked melancholic, her eyes filled with sadness. Yang Qian slowly stood up and continued, I understand you are from the Namgung family, but why are you asking to travel with us? You are the daughter of a prestigious family, yet you're traveling to such a remote place. Namgung Byon replied, I was traveling with others, but I got lost. Hearing this, the protagonist thought, I knew it. She had a terrible sense of direction in my past life. How could I have thought of any other reason? He then said, Even though we are not going to Sichuan anymore, why are you still following us? Namgung Byon answered, I had a feeling you would pass through there, but now it seems you're not going to Sichuan. At this, Seola looked at her with great pity and sympathy. Then Seola turned her innocent cute eyes to plead with Yang Cheon, but he didn't want any more trouble and deliberately looked away. Seeing this, Seola looked back at Namgung Byon, her eyes filled with helplessness. She didn't know how to help her new friend. But then Seola was startled as she recalled what the young master had just said. She gasped, Huh, we're not going to Sichuan anymore. The protagonist thought, I have to take this girl home first. Yang Cheon then said, We won't stop you from going in the same direction, but we won't do anything for you either. The girl looked a bit sad. But I'm Namgung Byon. Can't there be an exception? The protagonist said coldly. I know. Namgung Byon added, Since I've introduced myself, could you do the same? The protagonist replied indifferently. Of course not. No, my name is Gyum Chol-ik. I'm Gyum Chol-ik from the Gyum family. In his heart, he thought, I'm sorry, Chol-ik. It was a last resort. But 2 days after that incident, I felt incredibly guilty towards Chol-ik. The truth was, by not letting Namgung Byon ride in the carriage, Seola created another problem. She got out herself to walk with Namgung Byon. The two of them seemed to get along quite well. As they walked, Seola chatted. Look, a squirrel. Have you ever eaten a squirrel, sister? Byon replied, No. Ever since Seola got out of the carriage and stuck close to Namgung Byon, our pace had naturally slowed down. Yang Cheon said irritably, Hey, get in the carriage. Seola excitedly asked, Will you let her get in too? Yang Cheon replied, Of course not. Not a chance in hell. Oh, I don't want that, young master. I'm begging you, please let her ride with us. Yang Cheon continued. Who do you think you are? Namgung Byon, seeing her chance, chimed in. What about me? Can I get on? Yang Cheon thought for a moment, then turned to ask Moyon. Hey, Moyon, how much farther? Sir, we would arrive in 1 day at our original pace. And what about our current pace? It will definitely take about 3 days, young master. While I don't know why you're so wary of her, couldn't you let the young lady ride with us? At this point, the protagonist had no choice but to accept reality. He sighed and exclaimed, Ugh, I have no other choice. We'll look for a nearby village to stay in. A while later, the group arrived at a small village in the area. After a long journey, Yang Cheon felt sore all over. He stretched to loosen up, muttering, Humph, just 1 more day, right? Moyon cheerfully replied, Yes, sir. Luckily, we don't have to set up camp on this final day. Meanwhile, Seola was perched on Namgung Byon's back, happily shouting, You should sleep with us too, sister. Namgung Byon gently asked, Really? Is that okay? Seola innocently replied, I've given my permission, so it's fine. Right. Just as things were getting cheerful, the mood was shattered. Yang Cheon stood with his arms crossed, irritably shouting, Get off her back and tell me why is a noble lady like you carrying a servant? Namgung Byon looked flustered. Because she said her legs hurt. If her legs hurt, she should be in the carriage, the protagonist relentlessly questioned. You're the one who said she couldn't ride in the carriage. Now that we've arrived, stop causing trouble. Get down, Seola, now. Still on Namgung Byon's back, Seola suddenly said, Sister, there are people wearing clothes like yours coming this way. In front of them, a group of people was rushing over menacingly. They hurried over, shouting, Sister, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how hard we've been looking for you? Namgung Byon turned away embarrassed. Sorry I got lost. A young man continued to scold her. This is why I need to tie a rope to you. Hearing this, Namgung Byon imagined being dragged around on a leash and spoke up mortified. That would be too shameful. So you just disappeared for less than a day. You scared us to death. By the way, who is this little miss? Seola, still refusing to get down, was blissfully unaware of the status difference between herself and Namgung Byon. She naively replied, "Oh, I'm Seola, and this is my young master." Yang Cheon irritably reminded her, "Why don't you get down already?" Looking at the young man, Yang Cheon thought, if he's Namgung Byon's younger brother, then that kid is the future Thunder Sword, one of the 5 great swordsmen. No, that's not right. The young man suddenly clasped his hands in a formal greeting. "Forgive my late introduction. I am Namgung Cheon-jun of the Namgung family." That's right. For now he is still the Thunder Dragon Namgung Cheon-jun. Yang Cheon returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute. "I am Geum Yang Cheon of the Geum family. It's an honor to meet you here, Brother Namgung." Cheon-jun scratched his head shyly. "The honor is all mine. You flatter me, ha-ha." Suddenly his gaze changed 180 degrees, becoming as sharp and cold as ice. Cheon-jun smirked and continued, "But why are you with my sister?" Yang Cheon was startled and replied awkwardly, "We met by chance on the way to Sichuan, so we traveled here together." It was only then that Namgung Byon realized she had been deceived. She said resentfully, "You said you weren't going to Sichuan, and I walked all the way here." Seola, feeling quite out of place, didn't know what to say. At that moment, Cheon-jun came closer and said, "Sister, I apologize for the inconvenience I've caused you. If you don't mind, we have rented several rooms. Would you like to rest there?" Young Cheon quickly replied, "It's no trouble. I was just doing the obvious." He thought to himself, "Sorry, but my involvement with this crazy woman ends here. I'm sure I can find a room if I look around." Unexpectedly, Mo-yeon delivered the bad news with a sad face. "But sir, there are no vacant rooms left." Yang Cheon replied, "Then prepare to set up camp." "Sir, we've been camping for days. The servants are exhausted. Are you still planning to camp?" "We're really fine." "Really?" Hearing this, young Cheon didn't know what else to do and reluctantly agreed. "All right then. We would be grateful for a place to stay for the night." The first thing Namgung Byon did after becoming a demon was to slaughter her own clan, including her younger brother. Then came the clan head and all the disciples. For these deeds, she earned the moniker of the Demonic Sword Empress and became infamous. Back then, I always wondered how much she must have hated her family to do such a thing. But looking at her current relationship with the Thunder Dragon, I can't see any hint of it. I think it's even more complicated than my relationship with Gyum Yopseo. The most surprising thing is the Namgung family's ultimate technique, the Emperor Sword form. That technique looked even more powerful than the Thunder Dragon's, yet there were no titles or rumors about her. Her younger brother seemed so normal. Could there be a problem? Speak of the devil and he shall appear, while Yang Cheon was cheerfully greeting him. "Cheon-jun, did you sleep well? Thank you so much for lending us such a nice room." Cheon-jun, on the other hand, acted cold and even provocative. He brushed past Yang Cheon, bumping his shoulder, and grumbled irritably, "Damn it, you should know your place." This sudden change in attitude shocked the protagonist. He was completely baffled, not understanding what the hell was happening. "Ah," he uttered. Cheon-jun continued, "I was going to let it slide once, but it seems you still don't know your place. You are not worthy of speaking to my sister. I don't know how you managed to seduce her, but if anything like this happens again, I'll cut you in half. And that brat who dared to climb on my sister's back." Just then, Byon also woke up and opened her door. "Cheon-jun, did you—" Before she could finish, Cheon-jun's demeanor changed in a flash. He put on a fake smile and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! It feels so good to have slept well. I'm also very happy to have hosted the young master of the Gyum family." He then gently pushed Byon away, saying cheerfully, "Well then, let's go have breakfast together, shall we?" Namgung Byon, not having had a chance to say anything, was pushed along looking bewildered. Wait a minute." Yang Cheon was speechless. "This world is truly hard to understand. It's full of crazy people. How many normal people like me are there left? Hehe." After that, Yang Cheon approached Mo-yeon.
Did the young master sleep well? Just now the people from the Namgung family. Before Mo Yan could finish, Yang Qian cut him off irritably. Yeah, don't mention them. I don't want to hear it. When do we depart? We are all packed and ready.
We can leave right after breakfast, Yang Qian added. I'm grateful that at least you are still normal. Confused by his master's strange words, Mo Yan felt utterly bewildered. Thank you, Yang Qian continued. Eat quickly and let's go. He thought to himself, I need to get away from this Namgung clan as soon as possible. But as fate would have it, the first thing he saw was Seola sitting and eating breakfast intimately with Namgung Bion. Seeing Yang Qian, Bion spoke up, I'm sorry I couldn't greet you properly earlier. Seola, with her mouth full, mumbled, Ah, you're here. The buns here are delicious. Eat up. If there's not enough, you can have mine. Yang Qian said, Do we really have to eat together? It's fine for her to sit with me, but you shouldn't be here. As he spoke, he picked up his plate of buns and sat far away from Namgung Bion. He added, Shouldn't you be sitting with them? Bion replied, I'm just sitting nearby. But your brother is staring at me with murderous intent. Hearing this, Bion immediately turned to look stunned. No way he's not like that. And it was true. His expression had changed in a flash. It was so fast that even the guard sitting next to him was left speechless. He had to be acknowledged as a master of changing emotions. Yang Qian thought, Is this guy all right? I don't know what his purpose is, but this is the last time I want to see them until the Tang Clan Arms exhibition. After a few bites, Yang Qian stood up. Well, I'll be taking my leave. Bion asked in surprise. You haven't finished eating? Yang Qian replied, Oh, I'm full. But in reality, what the hell was he full of? Sitting there, he probably couldn't swallow another bite. It was better to just get up and avoid the annoyance. He thought to himself, Hope to never see you again. I hope this is the last time. So damn annoying. Yang Qian then told Seola to leave with him. Fearing that Bion might follow, he told her, Just finish your portion. There's no rush. On her side, Namgung Bion was completely baffled. Suddenly, the strong scent of demonic energy hit her nose. Bion frowned and covered her nose as an increasingly powerful demonic aura radiated from her. Suddenly, Qianjun's voice called out, Sister, we're all sitting over here. Why are you sitting there? Hearing this, Namgung Bion felt a tinge of sadness. Their relationship probably wasn't very good. On his side, Qianjun was still seething, waiting for an answer. Helplessly, Bion replied indifferently, It's just that this spot is closer. Qianjun said irritably, Remember to sit in the right place next time. Yes, sorry. I'll remember. At that moment, Namgung Biyon's eyes were fixed only on Yang Qian's group. She immediately stood up and left, much to Qianjun's bewilderment. Sister, you haven't finished eating. Where are you going? Bion hurriedly replied, To the carriage. I'm going to rest first. She left Qianjun standing there abandoned and alone. By now, Namgung Bion had approached Yang Qian's group. Seola cheered excitedly, Yay, sister! Only one person seemed to not welcome Bion's appearance at all. It was none other than Yang Qian. Why are you following me again? At the same time inside the inn, a furious Qianjun cracked his knuckles one by one. His face was full of resentment. I hate it when people get in my way. Just you wait and see. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Qian asked irritably, Excuse me, but why are you following us? Namgung Bion replied calmly, I'm not following you. I'm escorting you. Yang Qian pointed towards Qianjun's carriage. Forget it. Then why did you climb up here? The person you're traveling with is right over there. Now that he mentioned it, Qianjun's glare was like a bullet staring daggers at him. He looked truly fierce. Seeing the atmosphere growing tense, Seola giggled and chirped, To lighten this heavy mood, it was Seola who brought sister here. Don't blame her, young master. But instead of lightening the mood, Seola only made Yang Qian even angrier. He stuck his head out the window and roared, Where is Mo Yon? Throw both of them out for me. Mo Yon's face went pale, and he forced a smile. Ha ha! Even if we don't throw them out, they'll have to get down on their own soon. And so, although reluctantly they had to accept the fact that they had arrived in Sichuan, A single glance was enough to tell that this was a wealthy place. Grand mansions stood side by side, shimmering under the brilliant lights. The Sichuan Tang clan was a righteous sect that had been rooted in the Sichuan region for centuries. The sharpness of the Namgung family, the dominance of the Peng family, and the sophistication of the Murong family.
Compared to these other clans, the Tang clan might seem a bit lacking, but they were known as the #1 sect in poisons and hidden weapons. The Tang clan's arms exhibition was a testament to that confidence. 3 days. I need to find the treasure within 3 days before the arms exhibition ends. All I know is that it's here in Sichuan and roughly where it is. That's easy to say, but in a city this vast, how the hell am I supposed to find it? If I can't find it, I might have to resort to leaking information to the Beggars sect. I have to be as quick as possible. Lost in his train of thought, he was suddenly snapped back to reality by Seol Ah's exclamation of wonder. "Ooh!" The dazed protagonist was startled. Yang Qian wondered. What is she doing here? Seol Ah's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed with delight. This is the first time I've ever been somewhere so high up. The breeze is so cool. Young master, look. The fireflies are dancing under the moonlight. Sister Bion also told me about a super beautiful lake over there. With that, Seol Ah eagerly grabbed Yang Qian's hand and pulled him along, saying cheerfully, Young master, let's go there. And so under the bright moonlight, Yang Qian and Seol Ah went to see the lake together. It was a lake, but this lake was different. Both of them stood frozen for a few seconds. Yang Qian tapped Seol Ah on the head and said, Just as you said, it's really wide, incredibly, unbelievably wide. How big must a sect be to have an entire forest within its territory? Suddenly, Seol Ah seemed to have a crazy idea in her head, one she was very pleased with. Even Yang Qian was left speechless when he heard Seol Ah call out, Hey, hey, young master, guess where Sola is hiding? So ridiculously cute. Oh, naive Sola, even a blind person could see you hiding like that. Yang Qian, seemingly used to this, replied indifferently, Stop it. Seol Ah pouted. I just wanted to make you happier. Yang Qian replied coldly, This isn't something you can help with. Stop worrying about me. But Seol Ah was persistent. No, if you tell me, maybe I can help you. Is that so? Well then, if someone wanted to hide a treasure in a place this vast, where do you think they would hide it? Seol Ah furrowed her brow in thought and replied irritably, Why would they have to hide it? That's so selfish. Yang Qian continued, I wasn't asking for your moral support. While the two were talking, a voice suddenly cut in. Who are you? Outsiders are not allowed here. Hearing this, Yang Qian thought to himself, Speaking of the Tang clan, how could I forget about her? The one who single-handedly stopped an army of thousands of demons from attacking Sichuan. A girl with vibrant green hair and even clothes as green as a banana leaf, she snapped irritably, Who are you? Just as her name suggests, she is the poison phoenix Tang So Yeol, the woman I killed in my previous life. Yang Qian recalled that moment. He was standing in a pool of foul-smelling blood. In front of him, she was tightly bound, finally meeting her end at his hands. At that time, a stone-cold Yang Qian had said, It's over. Isn't it, Poison Phoenix? Even then, with her eyes gouged out, she could only identify others by their breath and voice. Yet even at death's door, she could still manage a smirk. The Poison Phoenix had said, So it's you. Yang Qian had shouted angrily, How foolish! Your disciples fled long ago. Do you think holding out here alone will change anything? The Poison Phoenix had replied calmly, Nothing will change. Then why bother? And what wind brought you here? A foolish question. I came to end your pathetic life. The Poison Phoenix, unafraid, had burst into a smirk. I know. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Yang Qian had knelt down, gripping her throat tightly. Sorry. To a demon. Have you lost your mind? Poison Phoenix. I must have lost my mind. There are so many things I could only see after losing my eyes. I should have let go sooner. Enough of your nonsense. Is that all you have to say for yourself? I know this is selfish to ask, but if there's still time in this world, could you? But before she could finish, Yang Qian had squeezed her neck with immense force. Blood splattered everywhere.
And just like that, she was sent to the afterlife. After dealing with her, Yang Qian turned to leave, looking at his blood-stained hands. Perhaps those very hands had taken countless lives. He stood there looking at the blood on his hands with disgust. Back in the present, the poison phoenix scowled and yelled, "Why haven't you answered me yet?" The protagonist was still dazed, thinking, I guess she's still the poison phoenix now, huh? On her side, she continued to scold him. "If you don't open your mouth, I'll call the guards." Before she could finish, a hand rested on her shoulder, stopping So Yeol. The person was none other than Namgung Byeon. It's unclear what she whispered in the poison phoenix's ear, but she seemed to calm down, saying, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Namgung Byeon replied calmly, "You didn't ask." Then, changing her tone, she introduced herself gently. "I am Tang Soyol, a disciple of the Tang clan. I apologize for raising my voice at a guest of our clan." Yang Qian replied, "I am Geum Yang Cheon. Forgive me for not answering you sooner due to the surprise." So Yeol frowned and asked, "Then why did you come here? Outsiders are not allowed in." While the two were questioning each other, Namgung Byeon was reluctantly playing along with Seola's playful antics. The girl was always as naive and innocent as a child. At the same time, Yang Qian continued, "But Byeon is an outsider too." So Yeol snapped irritably, "My clan has given her permission, so it's fine." Hearing this, Yang Qian thought, "So she wants to kick me out because she hasn't given me permission to be here. How petty. Anyway, I was planning to leave." Yang Qian clasped his hands in a salute. "Since the young lady has spoken, I have no choice but to comply. I will take my leave." With that, Yang Qian and Seola left, leaving Namgung Byeon and Soyol staring at each other in confusion. Soyol muttered irritably, "Geum Yang Cheon of the Geum family. How rude." Namgung Byeon looked at Soyol's expression and smiled. "Soyol, why are you glaring at him so fiercely? Are you two done?" Soyol replied, "Who would want someone like him? I can't stand how he didn't even apologize after I pointed out his mistake. Does he think being good-looking is everything? I hate those rude guys who think they're all that just because they have a pretty face." But while her mouth said one thing, her heart seemed to betray her. Once the words were out, she couldn't take them back. So Yol's face turned beet red with embarrassment. I mean, I said he was handsome. Hearing these words made even Namgung Byeon think. She recalled his annoying face and thought in confusion, "Handsome. He looks so damn annoying. I just want to punch him a few times to get it out of my system. Handsome, my ass." As So-yeol walked away, she muttered, "You know, a person who is gentle, even if they're ugly on the outside, is better. Anyway, he's just got a pretty face." The next morning, after a stormy night, a new day dawned. The sun had risen high, casting its warm rays. As Yang Qian opened his door, he thought, "The Tang Clan Arms exhibition is tomorrow, so I need to train in the remaining time." But as soon as he opened his eyes, he came face to face with the very people he didn't want to see, Namgung Byeon and Cheon Jun, standing right in front of him. Yang Qian asked irritably, "Why are you here again?" Byeon mumbled, "Food." Yang Qian was perplexed. "Are you kidding me? What food?" Cheon Jun smiled fakely. The Tang clan has extended an invitation for a meal. I thought it would be great if young Master Goom joined us, so I came here." Yang Qian replied calmly, "Is that so? Thank you, but I'm shyer than I look." After saying that, the protagonist told himself, "I've said enough. They should get the hint and get lost. The sight of them is pissing me off." Namgung Byeon didn't understand and just stood there stunned. Suddenly, Cheon Jun grabbed Yang Qian's arm and started his act. "Don't be like that. Come with us." "Damn it, this two-faced bastard." The protagonist frowned, annoyed. "Damn it all to hell. I already said I'm not going. If I say no, are you going to threaten and drag me there?" As he thought this, a dark and terrifying aura began to emanate from the protagonist. Its pressure was so strong that even Cheon Jun could feel it and froze. Yang Cheon said, "You really are." Suddenly, Cheon Jun felt a chill run down his spine. He was frozen in fear, his whole body stiff. Even the protagonist was startled by his expression and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I have to go." He forced a smile and said, "Since you two have insisted so much, it would be rude not to go. And also—" With that, the protagonist put an arm around Cheonjun's shoulder and dragged him away like they were the best of friends. Yang Cheon whispered in Cheonjun's ear, "Young Master Namgung, you should learn to control your expressions. Your beloved sister is staring at you, you know." The protagonist is a master of trolling. Hearing this, Cheonjun was furious but couldn't do anything to this brat. He gritted his teeth and endured, replying, "Ahem, thank you for agreeing, young Master Goom. You're too kind. Since you've asked, I have no other choice." A little while later, the group quickly moved to the dining hall. Looking at the food in front of them, every single dish was fiery red and reeked of chili. What the hell was he supposed to eat? Even the steamed buns had turned red. Damn it all, so freaking spicy. The protagonist was dumbfounded. "I know Sichuan is famous for its spicy food, but how am I supposed to eat if every single dish is this spicy?" Then the young master of the Sichuan Tang clan Tang Juyok spoke up. "Come, brothers, please eat. I hope the food is to your liking." Yang Cheon looked at the lavish feast, unsure of which dish to eat first. He thought to himself, "The mantou probably isn't spicy, right? It looks less red than the others. It's the first time I've seen a red mantou. So weird." But just as he was about to put the mantou in his mouth, the protagonist caught Soyol's gaze. He lost his appetite and thought, "Why is she like that again? In my past life, she always looked at me with those eyes whenever we met. But why is she still looking at me like that in this life?" With that thought, he put the mantou in his mouth and took a bite. Instantly, he felt a searing spiciness that tore through his guts. His face flushed red and he thought furiously, "Damn it, why is it so spicy I can't spit it out?" On her side, Soyol was still closely observing Yang Cheon's expression. But it had to be said the food was incredibly spicy. Even Soyol's face was flushed and smoke was coming out of her mouth, so you can imagine what it was like. The protagonist stuck out his tongue and panted like a dog. "Why is it so spicy? Damn it!" At that moment, a delicate hand offered a cup of water in front of him. "Here's some water." The right person at the right time. My savior is here. Yang Cheon took the cup of water, not forgetting to say thank you. "Thank you, thank you." While he was drinking, Namgung Byeon picked up a piece of fish for him and said, "Try this. This one isn't spicy." The protagonist was stunned. "Young lady, why are you doing this?" Byeon replied, "Doing what? Just eat. It's nothing." But with these affectionate gestures, someone was shaking with anger. How could he possibly swallow this meal? Cheonjun was furious beyond belief but couldn't do anything. He was so mad that he took it out on the chopsticks in his hand. Instantly, the chopsticks were snapped by his strength. Seeing this, Juyok, who was sitting nearby, said, "Oh, it seems the chopsticks are of poor quality." Cheonjun replied shyly, "No, it's not that. I just tend to use a lot of force when holding chopsticks." At the same time, Soyol was tiptoeing away, tiptoeing closer to Yang Cheon's position. Although she was very quiet, the protagonist quickly detected this unusual presence. Soyol was trying her best not to make a sound, but how could she escape his notice? Yang Cheon suddenly spoke up. "Is there something you want to say to me?" This startled Soyol, who stammered, No, nothing." The protagonist teased, "It looks like there is." At this point, Soyol was blushing furiously, stammering, Yang Cheon added, What are you mumbling? I can't hear you clearly." Embarrassed, Soyol blurted out, "Do you have a beloved?" A moment later, Cheonjun spoke up. "Brother Tang, is that a training ground over there?" Juyuk replied, "It's a training ground exclusively for disciples of our bloodline. I haven't shown you all around yet, have I? Although it's regularly refurbished, no one really uses it. Everyone has their own private training ground." An idea sparked in Cheonjun's mind. He continued, Can I go take a look?" The Tang clan master replied, "Oh, of course. Everyone has finished their meal. Let's go take a look." The protagonist was a bit suspicious of Cheonjun's unusual behavior, thinking, what is he plotting? What dirty trick is he planning now? The group quickly moved down to the vast training ground below. Standing in the middle of it, Cheon-jun exclaimed, "It's so spacious, incredibly so." Ju-yuk calmly replied, "I heard the founder originally planned to build it even bigger. So-yeol and I used to practice here, but now that we're older, she doesn't want to spar with me anymore." Suddenly being dragged into the conversation, So-yeol was a bit embarrassed and shouted, "Brother, what are you talking about?" For some reason, Yang Cheon muttered to himself, I understand." So-yeol trembled and stammered, That... Yang Cheon thought to himself, "I'm glad I don't have a sister like her." Suddenly, Cheon-jun spoke up, "Just the right time to get some exercise after a meal." Hearing this, Yang Cheon thought, "Are you kidding me? What exercise? I didn't get to eat a damn thing." Then Cheon-jun, holding a sword, turned to Yang Cheon and said, "Young Master Gyum, what do you think? Would you like to have a spar with me?" After saying that, he smirked slyly. Looking at his hateful expression, Yang Cheon thought, "As I expected, that brat has a motive. Just looking at that expression is enough to understand. You think I'll do as you wish." Yang Cheon waved his hands dismissively. "Ha ha ha, how could someone like me dare to spar with the Thunder Dragon? My apologies, but..." At this point, someone more worried than Yang Cheon rushed out to intervene. "No, brother Cheon-jun and young Master Gyum have such a gap in age and strength, how can they spar? Besides, what if the young master's face gets hurt?" The worrier was none other than So-yeol along with Seola. It seemed she had fallen in love. This also surprised the protagonist. "What?" Cheon-jun continued. "It's fine. We won't use our internal energy. Just a friendly spar, that's all. Right?" He then stood there with a disdainful smirk. "So what do you think?" Yang Cheon chuckled. "How ridiculous. Sparring with me without using internal energy, is this guy insane?" Yang Cheon replied, "Are you sure, Thunder Dragon? Can you really do as you say?" At this point, Ju-yuk spoke up. "Young Master Gyum, Cheon-jun is your senior after all. Watch your words." Cheon-jun smirked. "Ha ha, is that so? Then let's see how strong you can be." With that, he put on a confident expression, but it was yet to be seen who would come out on top. And so a spar was arranged. Yang Cheon and Cheon-jun stepped onto the training ground. Cheon-jun grinned and said, "I'll let you attack first." Hearing this, Yang Cheon laughed and replied, "No, I'll let you." Cheon-jun's expression suddenly changed. He pursed his lips and said, "All right then, I won't be polite. Here I come." With that, he charged forward with his sword. Yang Cheon was no pushover. He easily dodged the opponent's crude sword strike with just a slight lean, but he didn't stop there. Cheon-jun was a bit surprised by his agility. He continued to attack relentlessly with his sword. Yang Cheon chose to continue dodging to observe his opponent's swordsmanship and find a suitable way to handle him. Cheon-jun thought to himself, "The first two attacks were just a smokescreen. This is my real attack. Who do you think you're being arrogant with, you little brat?" With that thought, Cheon-jun unleashed his internal energy more forcefully. And so the two were like a cat and mouse on the training ground, one attacking the other, dodging with graceful and agile movements. Neither of them was simple. From a distance, Tang So-yeol watched intently. To speak of Tang So-yeol, she had been different since she was a child. While other children of the clan liked dogs or cats, she preferred fierce beasts like tigers and wolves. Their fierce eyes seemed to want to tear their prey apart, baring their sharp fangs. The top predators exuded a power that kept other animals from approaching. Their ferocity was completely different from other weak animals. A young lady with such unusual tastes often found it difficult to find a beloved. Were there no men like Tang Lang? I wish I could meet my beloved at the Tang Clan Arms exhibition. What about brother Cheon-jun? What do people like about a man with such a flowery face? Where are the men like Tang Lang? It's so difficult. To think that I, who thought I would never meet my beloved, have met him. Why is my heart beating so fast? No, this is not good. It's just a mistake. I'm just drunk, so I'm mistaken. Tomorrow he will be no different from other ordinary men. But the truth was, the next morning, So-yeol's eyes still couldn't leave the apple of her eye. Was it love at first sight? My eyes are glued to him. So handsome. He probably can't handle spicy food, but he's still so handsome. Even the way he drinks water is so cool. It's true that in the eyes of a love-struck person, even ugly can become beautiful. A crow can become a swan. Hehe. And the truth was following the call of love, so Yol had crept over to Yang Qian's side without even realizing it. She couldn't control herself and didn't even understand what crazy thing she was doing. She suddenly blushed and thought, "When did I get here? But if this is love, then taking one more step should be fine." With that thought, So Yol mustered all her courage and asked, "I wonder if the young master already has a beloved." Thinking of this, Soyol was startled and brought back to reality when a flash of light shot right in front of her. Even Namgung Sola couldn't understand what was happening when the wooden sword suddenly broke and flew straight towards the two of them. Soyol's eyes lit up as if she had seen her idol. Her eyes were full of admiration. So this was why the spring flowers bloomed. Even everyone present had to exclaim, "What the hell is going on?" But perhaps the most surprised person at this moment was none other than Qianjun. How could a person with such a competitive nature accept this harsh reality? On his side, the protagonist stood laughing triumphantly. "Now do you know my true power? Ha ha, serves you right for laughing too soon." At the same time, someone's legs had turned to jelly and they couldn't stand up anymore. So Yol was completely smitten. Even if she didn't want to believe this reality, she had to now. A strange feeling she had never experienced before. And so Yol stared at him with adoration, not even blinking. On the other hand, Cheonjun was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He thought furiously, why did the sword break? It was clear that the first two attacks were just a feint, so they were easy to read. But this attack was completely calculated. Yang Qian said smugly, "A complacent person like you always has delusional thoughts during a fight. If this were a real battle, you would have died 3 times already, you know." With that, Yang Qian's eyes suddenly turned blood red, looking incredibly terrifying. He leaped high into the air, preparing to strike from above. Very quickly, Qianjun managed to react and retreat. Because of this, Yang Qian's punch missed and hit the fortress below. Lucky for Qianjun, if he had been hit by that punch, he would have been dead. What a close call. Qianjun gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, you coward, attacking when your opponent is unarmed!" At the same time, Yang Qian exclaimed, "Behind you! Quickly pick a new one!" Qianjun also glanced behind him. Yang Qian sighed and said calmly, "Go on, take it, and then teach me a few moves. I haven't had enough fun yet." With Yang Qian's taunts, he became more and more furious. "I'm really pissed off now." The protagonist was a master of trolling. Yang Qian stood there laughing with great amusement, taunting further, "Or should I teach you? If so, I'm not very confident. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, the protagonist was startled by Qianjun's reaction. That brat." On his side, Qianjun had grabbed a sword and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Then he crazily slashed at Yang Qian. The protagonist was also very agile and easily dodged his attack. This also made the protagonist go mad. "How dare you do that to me? Do you want to die?" Instantly, he used his clan's secret technique to attack. In front of Yang Qian, countless sword energies were rushing towards him. That power became stronger and stronger with dense and intricate streams of sword energy being unleashed in an instant. Surprise. Everyone. Suddenly, those streams of sword energy shattered into dust. Qianjun couldn't understand what had just happened. "Impossible. There's no way that petty thief is stronger than me." At this moment, the protagonist smirked. "Damn it, this is a bit too much, isn't it?" Then he took a running start and leaped high into the air. Without any mercy, Yang Qian kicked him hard in the groin. A very powerful kick. It had to be said that kick was a direct hit to the family jewels. The protagonist looked so vicious. Oh my God, that was brutal. So brutal. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. So Yol even had to cover her mouth in horror. Oh my God, that must have hurt. As for Qianjun, his face was now pale, drained of all blood. "Go on, boast now. Boast loudly." Ha ha ha. It had to be said this was a pain that no one could understand. It was impossible to describe this excruciating pain. Cuckoo, cuckoo, ouch. And so Cheon-jun clutched his groin in pain and collapsed. To make matters worse, Yang Cheon sat down and laughed at his misery. Hehe. A smile full of triumph and pleasure. Yang Cheon smirked and taunted further. Don't tell me your little chicken is broken now, huh? Ha ha. And so Cheon-jun collapsed in pain, clutching his groin and groaning. Oh my God, it hurts so much, oh my God. Seeing Yang Cheon approaching, he, despite the pain, managed to curse. Damn you, you bastard, Yang Cheon growled. Oh, still have a strong mouth, huh? Looks like it's not broken yet. Namgung Cheon-jun trembled all over, struggling to shout, You despicable villain! Don't act all innocent. I'll tell everyone about your cowardly deeds and make you unable to hold your head up. In response to Cheon-jun's stubborn refusal to admit defeat, Yang Cheon simply said coldly, How many people have you killed? Cheon-jun was so shocked that he was speechless. Yang Cheon continued, Probably a few dozen right. Namgung. Cheon-jun felt a pang of guilt. Was it true that he had killed quite a few people? Was that why he was trembling and so afraid now? He stammered, What did you just say? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Cheon reached out, grabbed the back of Cheon-jun's collar, and lifted him up. The other hand grabbed his arm and twisted it backwards, his expression utterly indifferent and emotionless. Meanwhile, Cheon-jun, already suffering from the pain in his little brother, now had to endure the pain in his arm as well. The agony relentlessly tormented his body. Seeing this, Tang Ju-yuk came over to intervene. Young Master Gyum, this can no longer be considered a spar. The protagonist calmly replied, So channeling internal energy into the sword still isn't enough. Didn't you sense this guy's killing intent? Do you think he made a mistake because he's immature? This kid is older than me. Hearing this, Tang Ju-yuk frowned and continued. Cheon-jun is from the Namgung family. If you cause any more trouble, you know what will happen, right? Yang Cheon retorted. It's because he's from the Namgung family that I'm still holding back. What would happen if I were in the opposite position? Just think about it. At this, Tang Ju-yuk was speechless, unable to say anything more. At this point, he probably gave up on intervening and just covered his eyes, ignoring everything around him. Now Yang Cheon could do whatever he wanted. Cheon-jun was furious, but could only endure it. He couldn't fight back, couldn't even land a punch. A feeling of complete helplessness. Immediately after Cheon-jun's piercing screams echoed throughout the area, a pain that tore through his guts. As for Yang Cheon, he dusted off his hands as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the protagonist seemed to realize something. His face turned pale. Oh no, I've caused trouble again. Damn it. If I tell the second elder that I injured the son of the Namgung family, what will he say? But if I explain the situation briefly, he might let it slide. On the contrary, he might even praise me for a job well done. Heh. Besides, there's even a witness. He's the one at fault, not me, so why worry? Suddenly a hand grabbed Yang Cheon's sleeve, pulling him back. The protagonist turned around in confusion. Who the hell? It was Namgung Bion. She asked naively, Please tell me your noble name. Yang Cheon replied irritably, What the? I already told you. Gyum Cheolik. Namgung Bion said indifferently, You're lying. Faced with her skeptical attitude, Yang Cheon was surprised. How does she know? He then replied, So what if you know? Are you going to avenge your brother? Namgung Bion's expression remained unchanged. Seeing Bion's strange reaction, Yang Cheon thought, Her brother ended up like that, but her expression didn't change at all. It seems the relationship between these two is not simple at all. Bion continued, Tell me your real name. With that, Namgung Bion brought her face close to Yang Cheon's. The scene was so familiar. Heh. The protagonist stood frozen, swallowing hard. Then, regaining his composure, he said, But why are you speaking so informally to me? Namgung Bion stammered shyly. Your noble name. If I tell you, will you stop following me? Hearing this, Namgung Bion nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Yang Cheon had no choice but to answer, otherwise she would keep pestering him to death. He cleared his throat. Ahem. I am Gyum Yang Cheon. Namgung Biyon stood there stunned like a turkey. Could it be that just knowing his name was enough to make her fall head over heels for him? Her cheeks flushed and she muttered, "Gum Yang Cheon, Gum Yang Cheon." A while later, Yang Cheon slowly walked back to his room. As he walked, he thought, "Anyway, I've injured that Namgung kid, so it's better not to participate in the Tang Clan Arms exhibition. It's good that I got a day off. The spar was tiring. I need to rest a bit." And so Yang Cheon walked on, massaging his tired shoulders, his steps becoming heavier. The protagonist suddenly imagined the scene if Mo Yeon found out he had seriously injured the Namgung kid. How horrified would he be? He would probably be fuming and yelling, "Young master, you hit the Namgung, young master. This is not good. From today, until we return, you and I must stick together like glue to avoid any more trouble." At that time, Yang Cheon would probably just reply calmly, "Yeah," because what else could he say? At the same time, Seola was standing alone on the upper floor admiring the lake. Suddenly, Mo Yeon ran over, panicking. Young master." But in front of Mo Yeon only, Seola was standing there. He asked worriedly, "Huh, Seola, what are you doing here? Have you seen the young master?" Seola replied innocently, "Young master, I don't know." Hearing this, Mo Yeon muttered, Where did he go then?" He kept looking left and right, searching. Seola asked with some concern. "What's wrong?" Mo Yeon replied. "This morning we have to have a meal with the other people from the clan, but the young master hasn't returned yet. It's so strange." After hearing the mention of food, Seola's eyes suddenly lit up like car headlights. "Oh, food." Mo Yeon started to get agitated, confused about how to handle the situation. He held his head and muttered, "And what about the Namgung family? How am I supposed to report this? Oh my God, this is driving me crazy." Meanwhile, Seola stood there lost in thought. Suddenly her eyes glinted with a sharp, calculating look, as if she were planning something crazy. And so Seola stood there dazed for a long time. To speak of the Gyeomcheon Yeon family, this was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years. Not only was it a martial arts family, but it was also the family that ran the largest merchant guild in the Central Plains. This family had once produced the #1 person under heaven and held the flow of wealth in the Central Plains. The #1 family at that time seemed as if it would never fall. However, the Gyeomcheon Yeon family was also wiped out in a sea of blood. The reason for their downfall was unknown, but according to the remaining records, all the secrets of the Gyeomcheon family were hidden under the roots of a white maple tree. At this moment, Yang Cheon was searching for the white maple tree. "Damn it, where is the white maple tree? I can't even see a single maple tree, let alone a white one. Besides, it's not even autumn now, so what maple tree? By now it would be an ancient tree, rotten and decayed. And a white maple tree. Don't tell me it's just a legend. I didn't even get to eat anything today, and I had to spar. At night I have to go mountain climbing like this. Sob, sob. If I had something to eat, it would be different." At the same time, while Yang Cheon was muttering to himself, a very familiar figure was approaching. On her back, she was even carrying a large bundle. Seola suddenly came closer and offered a bun. "Young master, have this." Yang Cheon was quite surprised by Seola's sudden appearance, but he had to admit that she had come at the right time. Yang Cheon said cheerfully, "Oh, so Seola is useful for things like this after all, huh?" Sola replied with delight, "Seola is not a pig, you know." Looking at the bundle on Seola's back, Yang Cheon was bewildered. "But are you going to eat all of that?" Seola replied calmly. "Yes, I'm so lucky. I was hungry and was about to head back." "Heh. Seola is useful, right?" It was only at this moment that Yang Cheon realized the important issue. Because he was hungry, he had forgotten. Yang Cheon was completely shocked. "Damn it! How the hell are you here?" In response to Yang Cheon's surprised attitude, Sola stood there giggling innocently, her smile pure and bright. Immediately after, a lavish feast was laid out. Then Seola slowly recounted the whole story. After listening, Yang Cheon said, "So everyone is looking for me because I disappeared, and you were also looking for me, so you're here, right?" Seola replied, "Yes, just in time." Yang Cheon asked further, But how did you know I was on this mountain? Probably a gut feeling. Heh. Now that Siola is here, don't worry, young master. With that, Sola stood and declared boldly. Yang Qian continued, Just sit down, you're going to drop the food. In his heart, he thought, even though I've solved the hunger problem, the fact that I can't find the white maple tree hasn't changed. Even if I hold out with the remaining food for another 3 days to search around here, there's no guarantee I'll find it. Maybe I should give up here. Thinking of this, Yang Qian muttered, Who in their right mind would have a white maple tree in the middle of summer impossible? Siola calmly exclaimed, No, Siola saw it just now. It's very beautiful. Yang Qian replied, Yeah, it's beautiful, but... At this point he suddenly paused as if he had realized something. Then he was so shocked that he froze, so shocked that he even dropped the chicken leg in his hand. He stood up and shouted in panic. What did you just say? You saw it? Sola replied calmly. Yes, I saw it with the young master. Yang Qian pointed at himself in confusion. Ah, you said, with me. Sola smiled brightly and replied, Yes. Has the young master become senile? It's so beautiful. Heh. With that, Siola led Yang Qian to the location of the tree she had just mentioned. As he looked, Yang Qian stood there dumbfounded. So, you're saying that tree is the ancient white maple tree? Siola replied innocently. Yes, that's right. At that moment, in front of them was a large, dead and dried-up tree. No one knew when it had died. Yang Qian was so angry but couldn't do anything. You go back immediately. But why? Instantly, Yang Qian pried open Siola's eyes. What else is there to do? Let's go find a doctor first and get your eyes checked. Is that maple tree white? But Sola still insisted on her opinion. Young master, are your eyes hurting? It's clearly white. That's a white maple tree. Helpless Yang Qian turned his back and walked away. Right. It's my fault for believing your words. Because Yang Qian refused to believe her, Sola became very upset. Her usually naive and innocent face also changed. Sola is not lying, sob. Her eyes full of hope were fixed on the tree. She was confident in her own words. That's right. It can't be wrong. That's right. The young master has to believe me. Suddenly a terrifying aura radiated from Siola. Meanwhile, Yang Qian was still dazed, thinking, I just came to check, and as I thought, the problem is still not solved. Can I find what I'm looking for in the remaining time in such a vast place? Maybe it would be more beneficial to go back to the Goom family and receive the second elder's guidance. Anyway, I don't know if that old man will teach me properly. Suddenly, the protagonist was startled and turned back, thinking, What was that sound? At this moment, it was unclear what Siola had done, but a large spatial rift appeared in front of her. Its pressure was also quite strong. Instantly, Yang Qian panicked and ran over, shouting, What are you doing? Although he didn't know what it was, it seemed very dangerous. He shouted worriedly, Hey, Siola, get back! But on her side, Siola was slowly reaching her hand towards the spatial rift. As for Yang Qian, he was running for his life. This is driving me crazy. Siola's finger got closer and closer. Just a split second more and she would touch it. And then the inevitable happened. When Siola's hand touched the spatial rift, boom! A powerful aura shot out with a terrifying pressure that shook the entire quiet forest. The spatial rift seemed to tear open and grew larger and larger. It emitted a blinding light that made even Yang Qian squint and raise his hand to shield his eyes. After a moment, the light gradually faded and softened, but suddenly Yang Qian was startled and stood stunned for a few seconds. The ancient tree in front of him had transformed into a beautiful, sparkling white maple tree, as if from a painting. The scene was now incredibly poetic, with leaves gently fluttering and falling in the wind. Just then, Siola turned around and said confidently, See, I was right. The beauty of the white maple tree seemed to enhance Siola's own beauty, a pure and innocent charm. But a bamboo shoot growing by the communal house, if a girl stands there alone, it's her own business. Yang Qian thought in confusion, What is this? Just a moment ago it was just a withered old tree, But I don't know what that kid did for the space to crack open and for this to appear. Could this be a mechanism used to hide a secret manual? But how would a kid know about that? Thinking this, Yang Qian spoke up. Hey, what did you just do? How the hell did it become like this? Seola asked naively. What? What did I do? What did you do to make that tree appear here? But Seola, still playing innocent, asked, What did Seola do? What did I do? I'm asking you. Don't tell me you don't know anything. You just reached out and touched it. Seola pointed at herself and said, Seola. Seeing her feigned innocence, Yang Qian was so angry he was trembling. He was furious but couldn't do anything about it. With that, Yang Qian turned and walked away, muttering, Forget it. It probably wasn't you. Seola exclaimed in confusion. What? What are you talking about? Seola doesn't understand at all. Yang Qian thought to himself, I'll deal with this later. For now I've found the ancient white maple tree. So where are the records? It seems they're not above ground. Suddenly Yang Qian saw something that quite surprised him. He exclaimed in astonishment, that spot. Yang Qian stepped closer. In front of him was a deep, bottomless secret passage. It was circular like a whirlpool. Yang Qian leaned down to observe it. Damn it. Could it be down there? But before he could finish his sentence, a foot stepped forward accompanied by a voice. That's the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, an excited Seola jumped down, ignoring Yang Qian's panicked shouts. She was even enjoying the exhilarating feeling of falling from a great height, shouting cheerfully, This is so fun! I'm going first! Young master, you should come down too! Yang Qian was so angry, he gritted his teeth in frustration, but with no other choice, he also jumped down. Meanwhile, their suspicious actions were being observed by someone from a distance. He was panting, and his attire looked very familiar. That's right. The attire indicated that this person was also from the Namgung family. He had probably been following Yang Qian's every move after he had seriously injured Namgung Qianjun. On their side, Yang Qian and Seola had landed in the secret base below. Yang Qian muttered, For such a height, the fall wasn't too dizzying. Meanwhile, Seola was already walking ahead. Yang Qian quickly ran after her. It's dangerous. Don't just wander around like that. But at this moment in front of them were two identical paths. Now the task for both of them was to choose which path to take. While Yang Qian was confused about which way to go, he said, What's with this fork in the road? This is clearly meant to be difficult. Which way should we go? Seola put her hand on her forehead deep in thought. Immediately after Seola pointed in one direction. This way, it's definitely this way. Yang Qian was skeptical. How can you be so sure? But then he remembered the white maple tree incident. It seemed she had some kind of intuition. He decided to trust her one more time. With that thought, Yang Qian said, All right, let's go that way. Seola cheered with delight. Wow, the young master is listening to Seola today. You're so kind today. Yang Qian thought to himself, You'd better keep your mouth shut. And so the two of them went deeper inside. Immediately after, the person from the Namgung family also followed them. Seola's hair stood on end as she racked her brain, looking like she had two antennae on her head. The deeper they went, the more confused Yang Qian became. Hey, is this the right way? We've been walking forever, and there's no end in sight. Isn't the night-illuminating pearl getting dimmer? No, young master. You have to trust Seola. Please believe me. Yang Qian replied irritably. Shut your trap. Suddenly, Seola, who was walking, stopped. She then said cheerfully, Ta-da, we're here. With that, Yang Qian tapped Seola on the head and said coldly, You nuisance. Yang Qian suddenly had a bad feeling and looked around, assessing the situation. What is this? The night-illuminating pearl is dimmer here than outside. It only emits a dim light, and it's empty inside. Not even a speck of light. This is ridiculous. It's just as the record said. But as he was muttering, Seola tapped him on the shoulder, panicked. Young master, there's something... Oh my God, it's so scary. She turned pale with fear and hid behind Yang Qian. The silhouette of a white serpent appeared. It was wagging its tail in front of them, and then its shadow completely covered the two of them. Siola, terrified, screamed, Young master, the serpent is so big. It had to be said its size was immense. Standing before it, Yang Qian and Siola became incredibly small, no different from ants. They were both in absolute shock and terror. The hospital was far, but the haunted house was right next door. The power gap was too great. What should they do now? Siola, scared, hid behind Yang Qian, trembling. Young master, it's a monster, Yang Qian replied calmly. Be quiet for a moment. In his head, he thought, why is there a monster here? It was clearly an empty room. Why did it appear here? And if it's this big, it must be at least at the azure level. Luckily, it's sleeping, so it hasn't noticed us yet. What if we leave quietly? Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Damn it! But suddenly the snake's eyes lit up like car headlights. The serpent then looked at Yang Qian and Sola with an annoyed expression. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. Damn it! Why did it suddenly wake up? Do I have to fight it to the death? This opponent is not something I can easily defeat. Will I be okay? The truth was, its size was too massive, the power gap too vast. Compared to Yang Qian, it was much, much larger. Yang Qian's whole body was trembling, and this had not escaped Siola's notice. She must be plotting something in her head. On his side, Yang Qian gritted his teeth in anger. I had a chance to live peacefully. I just got here. I can't waste it. That's right. It's better to die fighting than to not fight at all. With that thought, Yang Qian clenched his fists, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, a feeling of wanting to devour his opponent whole. Whether he could or not was another story. Heh. Suddenly a voice rang out. Brat, withdraw your internal energy. Hearing this, Yang Qian was terrified. What the hell? A monster that can speak human language. The serpent continued. I have no intention of harming you. Yang Qian replied. How can a monster speak human language? The serpent laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! You call me a monster? I'm curious. You're not of the Yan family's bloodline, so how did you get here? Hearing this, Yang Qian glanced at Sola, then thought for a moment before speaking. I just found this place. I came here by chance. At Yang Qian's resolute answer, the serpent was quite surprised. It opened its mouth wide and smirked. Oh, is that so? So that's how it is. Ha ha ha! Then what are you doing in this godforsaken place, you little brat? Yang Qian replied calmly. I just entered by chance. I have no other purpose. After saying that, he thought, if that serpent is related to the Gumcheon Yan family, then of course it won't let us go peacefully. Wait a minute. Did I just speak to it with honorifics? The serpent laughed. Ha ha ha, that's right. Unfortunately, there is nothing left here for you to desire, little brat. I'll just ask you one thing. What do you think of fate? With that, the serpent stuck out its long tongue and brought its face close to Yang Qian's, the pressure growing stronger. Yang Qian calmed himself down. I have to stay calm. Everything will have a solution, he said wearily. Why are you asking such a foolish question? At Yang Qian's answer, the serpent shook its head in surprise, then burst into crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha! Yang Qian was speechless. What's with this? Is it too old and senile? On its side, the serpent was still laughing. Ha ha ha! That's right. I did ask a strange question, didn't I? From the moment you set foot here, they knew you would never leave this place alive. In the end, everything will disappear. What is there to regret when stepping into this deep abyss? Hearing this, Yang Qian, as innocent as a cloud, forced a smile. Well then, we'll be leaving. But before they could leave, a sparkling golden gem fell from the serpent. Yang Qian wondered, what is that? The serpent's voice rang out. This is a reward for humbling yourself to play with this old man. Anyway, sooner or later it will fall into someone else's hands. It's better to give it to you. Yang Qian stood frozen. A demon stone. It can't be. If you carry this with you, you will be more readily accepted than others. On his side, young Cheon slowly sat down to observe. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he took the demon stone in his hand. The old man had just said something about carrying it. Then young Cheon immediately reacted to the demon stone in his hand. The protagonist thought irritably, "Wait, this familiar feeling. What is this? It clearly doesn't have the aura of a demon stone. Is it the demonic blade heaven absorption technique again? But this feeling is completely different from when I touched a demon stone. What the hell is this?" Suddenly a small hand reached out. It was none other than Seola. She came over and transferred her internal energy directly into Yang Cheon. It turned out this wife of his was hiding her skills, folks. Yang Cheon gradually felt more comfortable, his body feeling stronger. He muttered in confusion, Who is it?" Then Seola's hand slowly let go. At this moment, Yang Cheon was lying flat on the ground. With Seola's help, Yang had finished absorbing the gift he had just received. But that might have been a bit too much for a child. Immediately after, the serpent said, "Are you satisfied now?" Seola replied, "You have no right to judge whether I'm satisfied or not." Immediately after, a very powerful aura radiated from Seola. The weak and naive Seola had now transformed into a different version of herself. This version was cooler and more domineering. Seola continued to transfer more internal energy into young Cheon. Seeing this, the serpent spoke up. "If you transfer such strong life force, what will happen? This time it won't just end with you fainting." Seola replied calmly, "I know." If you know, then why are you carrying so many things with you? Was that your decision?" Seola continued. "Why do you not understand, or are you pretending not to?" "No. On the contrary, I understand too well, which makes it all the more painful and regrettable." "Then let me ask you, why did you give away such an important treasure to someone you just met for the first time?" At Seola's question, the serpent replied, "It was just a sudden whim. Waiting for someone who will never come is the loneliest thing in the world. I also want to give up everything." With that, the serpent's skin began to peel off. It seemed it was about to shed its skin. Seola reached out and caught the falling scales, her eyes filled with tears, as she exclaimed, "Fate is meaningless. When I saw you, I thought differently. How foolish." Seola's tears fell drop by drop onto Yang Cheon's face. Suddenly, Yang Cheon sat bolt upright. Seola, still emotional, said, "I was afraid of losing my second chance at life, but I still wanted to protect you. Goom, Yang Cheon. Now please return it to me. I'm sorry, I'll just borrow a little more. It's still dangerous right now." The danger Seola was referring to was the idiotic underling from the Namgung family. He stepped in, his voice dripping with condescension. "Your tone suggests you already knew, didn't it? When did you realize?" Seola calmly replied, "From the moment you stepped in to help that useless member of the Namgung family, I knew." Hearing this, he laughed. "How ridiculous. That's why I say you kids climbing mountains in the middle of the night and even going into strange places like this cave. You're already exhausted just from getting here, yet you dare to fight our young master. Unbelievable. My orders were to deal with him quietly. Just hand him over and I'll let this slide." "What do you say?" Sola's voice was sharp. "Is this the will of the Namgung family or your own?" The Namgung underling swung his sword to Sola's neck. "You still don't get it, do you? How dare you speak to someone whose name you're not even worthy of mentioning? Damn it, this pig." Sola, at this moment, was incredibly cool. She gently placed a finger on the blade of his sword. He continued, confused. "All right, if you say so, there's no other way, if that's the case." But before he could finish his sentence, a flash of orange light shot past. Its speed was so fast that the Namgung underling couldn't even react. Like a flash of lightning, his arm was severed. He himself couldn't have anticipated it. He screamed in pain, "Ah, ah!" Instantly, Seola raised her hand and gestured, "Shh, be quiet." Countless swords appeared around Seola, hovering in the air. At last, the silhouette of the number one under heaven was finally revealed. Seola frowned irritably. "You shouldn't disturb someone who is sleeping soundly. Now you're dead, you son of a bitch. You've gone too far, now you'll face the consequences." Rewind to an hour earlier. Under the bright moon and twinkling stars in a certain room, The clothes of the Namgung family were neatly folded. The scent of herbal medicine filled the air. Suddenly, the sound of a fist slamming into the ground in anger was heard. The person who was furious was none other than Namgung Cheonjun. As a member of the Namgung family to be humiliatingly defeated by a snot-nosed kid like Yang Cheon, how could he not be furious? Cheonjun's veins bulged with vengeful anger. His arm had probably been severely injured by Geum Yang Cheon. He gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it! That bastard must have used black magic. Damn it! I can't stand it. Otherwise, how could that kid have defeated my strength? I, Namgung Cheonjun, swear that I cannot live under the same sky as you. I will definitely wash away the shame of today. With that, he raised his fist high and without a moment's hesitation slammed it into the ground, a punch born of angry resentment. But perhaps he had forgotten that he was seriously injured. After the punch, he was now clutching his arm in pain, moaning, "Oh my God, it hurts so much, oh my God!" Cheonjun struggled to hold his wound and turned his head to call out softly, "Ma Cheol!" Ma Cheol, standing outside, quickly replied, "Yes, subordinate at your service. Do you have any instructions, young master?" Cheonjun slowly sat up, put his hand on his forehead and slicked his hair back, revealing a rather handsome face. "But I'm trying my best here. Ha!" He continued irritably. "Do you have any plans? Tell me." Machiel replied, "The guards of the Geum family are stronger than we thought. I don't think they'll give me time to deal with him. But for some reason, they're currently separated, and that guard seems quite anxious, as if he's frantically looking for something. This might be our chance to act." Hearing Machiel's words, Cheonjun felt smug and grinned slyly. "Very good. I've always trusted you, Machiel. Bring me back good news," Machiel said with some concern. "But, young master, he is a member of the Geum family after all. Is it okay to do this?" Cheonjun replied irritably. "Is the shoulder of a Namgung family member not a worthy price for his dog life? He must suffer a more miserable fate than me. I trust you." Machiel gripped his sword tightly, determined to return victorious. "Yes, I understand. I will take action immediately." Back to reality, Machiel's arm had been decisively and brutally severed by Seola. He looked at the sharp sword energies radiating from Seola and was so scared he could have peed blood. Machiel stammered in confusion. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" At this question, Seola put a hand on her chin, thought for a moment, and then replied coldly, "You don't need to know, and even if you did, it wouldn't do you any good." Machiel said angrily, "How dare a person like you be so insolent?" As soon as the words were out, a powerful stream of light shot past him. In a flash, Machiel's other arm was also severed by Seola. He screamed in agony, a monster!" On her side, Seola said coldly, "You are not worthy to ask me." Suddenly, Seola became a little worried and distracted. She looked at Yang Cheon sleeping on the ground and exclaimed, "It seems there isn't much time left." At the same time, Machiel's whole body was trembling in pain. I have to run away. This crazy woman is so damn fast." He slowly got up and observed. "That kid is distracted. This might be my chance. The opportunity is here. If I don't run now, when will I?" With that thought, he bolted, running for his life. As he ran, he thought, "I'll report back to the young master when I return. We'll plan for the future later." His steps were frantic like a rocket. "I've never met such a vicious monster before." Suddenly he felt a cold aura approaching and was startled. Huh. Why is this happening? Since when? The truth was, he hadn't run far before his head was severed from his body, and he died instantly. Life is truly meaningless. To live today and die tomorrow is a normal thing. No one knows what the future holds. And yet, Seola stood calmly, not moving an inch. In a flash, she had sent the Namgung underling to meet the King of Hell. Damn it. The aura radiating from Seola also weakened. She said, "I was originally going to let you decide your first kill. I was just an uninvited guest, yet I acted on my own. I'm sorry. Please return it to me. I'm truly sorry. It might be a bit selfish, but I've apologized. So, can I stay a little longer? Just a little bit." That is my body. Suddenly, Seola clenched her fists and reassured herself. Is that so? It's the same now. From now on, everything will be yours. The silhouette of the white serpent suddenly reappeared. Are you leaving? Seola replied. I have to go to sleep. This child's body is too exhausted. Do you know what kind of existence you are? Then the streams of aura radiating from Seola began to escape from her body. Very quickly it was flying high up. Seola tried to hold on. Just a little longer. The white serpent continued. It won't be easy. Seola replied. I know that. Is that so? Then I hope your future path will be smooth. Seola said listlessly. If there's a chance we must meet again. Gum-yang Cheon. With that, everything seemed to return to normal. Seola's hair returned to its long brown color. Both of them fell into a deep slumber. Immediately after the serpent also disappeared. The space was now left with only Yang Cheon and Seola. No one knew how much time had passed. Yang Cheon also slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, the protagonist was so shocked that his eyes widened in surprise. Because under the bright starry sky, Seola's eyes were sparkling and she exclaimed with joy, Ah, the young master is awake. But, surprise, we're no longer in that mysterious cave but outside the entrance. Yang Cheon looked around in amazement. Where is this? Why am I here? Yang Cheon was like, Where am I? And who am I? What happened? Why am I here? While Yang Cheon was confused, Seola explained. By chance we found an ancient white maple tree, and below it was the entrance to a mysterious cave. Immediately after a large serpent as big as a house came out. Then the serpent gave me a sparkling gem. After I touched that strange gem, my body immediately reacted. It was quickly absorbed into my body. Hearing this, Yang Cheon flailed his arms in confusion. You're saying it was like that? That's all. Seola was dazed, thinking, serpent, gem. Was it a dream? Yang Cheon shouted irritably. Damn it! What are you talking about? Don't you remember anything else? You can't remember. Don't you lie so blatantly. Seola shouted back full of resentment. But if I said that Seola found the ancient white maple tree and talked to a giant serpent, then received a gem, it would be really hard to believe. Yang Cheon replied helplessly. Why is it only in times like these that you can think normally? But if that's the case, who brought us from there to here? So weird. Seola said, I don't know. When I woke up, I was already here. Suddenly, Yang Cheon clutched his chest in pain. Seola called out worriedly, Young master! Young master! Yang Cheon raised his hand to stop Seola from coming closer. It's nothing. It's just a pain in my dantian. Don't come over here. As soon as the words were out, Yang Cheon thought to himself, Huh, dantian? Meanwhile, Seola's eyes were welling up with tears. Young master, does it hurt a lot? On his side, Yang Cheon slowly sat down in a meditative posture. Immediately after, the protagonist closed his eyes and circulated his internal energy to feel the changes in his body. A faint red mist emanated from Yang Cheon's body, then gradually became stronger. Powerful streams of aura continuously radiated from him. At this point, Yang Cheon thought to himself, as expected. Since I absorbed the gem, the internal energy in my body seems strange. Third stage. If this continues, I will reach the fourth stage of internal energy. So I remembered correctly. That means the snake brought us here and erased Seola's memory. That seems plausible. Seeing Yang Cheon not saying anything, Seola said, Young master, if it hurts, we should go back. Yang Cheon replied, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, but if we stay here, it will only increase the time Mo Yeon scolds me. With that, an idea popped into the protagonist's head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Cheon sat down and held out his arms behind him. Come on, get on. Seola, seeing this gesture, was confused. Huh? Why, what are you doing, young master? It will take an hour to walk, but if I carry you and run, it will be much faster. Seola blushed shyly and stammered, But Seola ate a lot yesterday. I'll be very heavy. Meanwhile, young Cheon, seeing Sola still hesitating, gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, hurry up and get on. Then I'll listen to you. Immediately after, Sola climbed onto young Cheon's back. As they walked, Sola asked worriedly, Young master, am I very heavy? Yang Cheon replied, Not heavy at all, as light as a feather. But I want to get down. I'm too heavy. On his side. Yang Cheon had already started circulating his energy. Powerful streams of aura were continuously radiating from him. Yang Cheon thought to himself, Firewheel technique 3rd stage full of internal energy. Yang Cheon crouched down to gather his strength, then shot forward decisively. And just like that, Yang Cheon carried Sola flying swiftly along the path. His steps were light like a gust of wind. Yang Cheon leaped from one mountain to another, his previously heavy body now as light as a feather. How wonderful. From a distance, Yang Cheon was like a rocket appearing and disappearing, jumping from one place to another. Contrary to Sola's initial worries, both of them were now thoroughly enjoying the feeling of flying through the forest, a refreshing and pleasant sensation. And so they laughed and chatted happily all the way back. At the same time, someone was worrying his head off, biting his nails in fear. It was none other than Mo-yeon. He thought anxiously, Oh my God, this is driving me crazy. A whole day has passed and the young master is still nowhere to be seen. I wonder if he's safe. He must be safe, otherwise I won't be able to keep my head. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. A very familiar voice called out, Kid, you're here. Wake up. Hey, what are you doing here, Mo-yeon? Mo-yeon's face turned purple with anger. He shouted, Young master, where have you been? You were gone all day without a word. You scared me to death. Yang Cheon chuckled sheepishly. Sorry. But I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Mo-yeon was suddenly moved to tears. Sob. I was so worried I couldn't sit still. My heart was pounding. Sob. But where did you go? Young master. Yang Cheon stammered awkwardly. Well. Before Yang Cheon could speak, Sola quickly chimed in. The young master met a serpent on the mountain. Before she could say more, Yang Cheon quickly covered her mouth with his hand and then grinned mischievously. What nonsense is Sola talking about? We just went for a little walk. Sola, despite having her mouth covered, mumbled, What walk? Mo-yeon questioned, What on earth happened, young master? Yang Cheon chuckled awkwardly, scratching his face in embarrassment. Well, I just had a fortuitous encounter. But it's nothing. The protagonist thought to himself, He's so sharp. Nothing can escape Mo-yeon's eyes. Suddenly, Yang Cheon's eyes fell on some uninvited guests. He asked irritably, But why are those two here? Mo-yeon flustered, scratched his head, and stammered, Well, that is. It turned out the two guests Yang Cheon was talking about were Tong So-yeol and Namgung Bi-yeon. They were both sitting inside munching on food with great relish. No one could have predicted the move of these two beauties coming all the way to his room to wait. What a lucky guy. The two naive girls were still eating with gusto. On his side, Yang Cheon asked irritably, Are you waiting for me? Didn't you promise not to bother me anymore? Tong So-yeol blushed and said, Actually, I wasn't waiting for you, young master. And Namgung Bi-yeon, while chewing on food, mumbled, I'm not bothering you. Yang Cheon was speechless. Damn it all to hell. He put his hand on his forehead, his face a picture of helplessness. Oh my God. What now? This is so tiring. He then continued, All right, let's just say you're not bothering me. Then why are you here? Namgung Bi-yeon replied calmly, To say hello. Tang So-yeol added, I also came to say hello. Is the young master of the Namgung family here too? Yang Cheon thought to himself, If he's really here, it would be really troublesome. Namgung Bi-yeon replied, No, he's not here. I told Cheon-jun to come see you, but he said he wouldn't. Hearing this, Yang Cheon thought irritably, What are you talking about? On her side, Namgung Bi-yeon slowly raised her chopsticks. Yang Cheon continued, I have something to ask, but why are you speaking so informally? Namgung Byeon continued. Young master, is this better? As she spoke, Namgung Byeon pointed her chopsticks straight at Geumyang Cheon. The protagonist was a bit intimidated and said awkwardly, It's just a small matter. On one side, Tang So-yeol was holding a dagger with great interest. So, young master, do you prefer poison or sweets? With that, Namgung Byeon snapped the chopsticks in her hand and said coldly, So do you want to fight me? A thick, killing intent filled the air. Seeing this, Geumyang Cheon started to act. He put his hand on his head and gently leaned against Mo-yeon. Oof, from my training, I feel like I'm about to faint. I'm so tired. Mo-yeon, a bit confused, called out, Young master. Seeing that Mo-yeon still didn't understand his intention, Yang Cheon shot him a look. Their eyes met and Mo-yeon quickly caught on. Ah! Immediately after, Mo-yeon escorted the two young ladies outside. I'm sorry, but the young master needs to rest, so please leave. That's more like it. Yang Cheon and Mo-yeon work pretty well together, huh? Tang So-yeol turned back. I have one more thing to say. This is an invitation to next year's Tang Clan Arms exhibition. You can come if you like, young master. With that, Tang So-yeol held out an invitation card in front of Yang Cheon. Taking the invitation, he forced a smile. Ah, yes, thank you. See you next year, then. Outwardly, he said that, but in his heart, Yang Cheon thought, I'm not going. Why would I be so stupid as to go? Hearing Yang Cheon's words, So-yeol's face flushed. All right, but don't get the wrong idea. I just want to maintain a good relationship with your clan. Immediately after, Mo-yeon slammed the door shut, leaving Namgung Byeon and Tang So-yeol standing outside disappointed. Tang So-yeol muttered, I thought I'd be tormented for being ugly, but it seems I'm safe and sound. Then she glanced at Namgung Byeon and caught her shy smile, the smile of a young girl in love. Suddenly, a tinge of sadness welled up in Tang So-yeol's heart. After thinking for a moment, So-yeol asked, Sister, could it be that you like young Master Geum? Although she did like Geumyang Cheon, Namgung Byeon acted naive and exclaimed, Admiration. What's that? The answer startled Tang So-yeol, who stammered, Huh. Well, it's like... So-yeol's confusion was clear on her face. Her heart was beating fast, not out of excitement, but with the rhythm of anxiety, a disquiet that crept through her veins. Then she reassured herself, muttering, Never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. The truth is always there to be heard, but it takes a while to understand. But perhaps Namgung Byeon also sensed the young girl's feelings. Quickly, Namgung Byeon changed the subject. So-yeol, were you going to give this to me? So-yeol, with tears in her eyes, stammered an explanation. Actually, I wanted to give this invitation to the young master, but I'm so sorry. I should have prepared another one. Sob, sob. Namgung Byeon reached out and patted the girl's head, comforting her. It's all right. You did well. You don't need to blame yourself like that. Hehehe. Indeed, no one is like my sister. To make up for it, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Let's go. With that, Tang So-yeol excitedly ran off to prepare. Watching her figure recede into the distance, a thick, killing intent emanated from Namgung Byeon. A silent anger rose like an underground river, quiet but powerful. Namgung Byeon bit her lip, trying to stay calm, but every glance she gave Tang So-yeol made the blood in her veins boil. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, trembling. Namgung Byeon reassured herself. It's all right. I can endure it. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon, Geumyang Cheon. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on her face, as gentle and pure as the dawn, as if just seeing him made the whole world brighter. Cut to the main residence of the Namgung family. Under the bright moonlight, Namgung Cheon-jun was kneeling and apologizing to someone. The man said, I only told you to protect your sister well. So why did you lose an innocent guard, you foolish fool? Meanwhile, Namgung Cheon-jun gritted his teeth in anger. What on earth happened? Why hasn't Macheol returned yet? Could it be that he failed? Damn it, impossible. He had reached the peak of martial arts. How could he lose? Then why hasn't he returned to the residence yet? The man continued. Cheon-jun. Yes, father. As he spoke, the man stepped closer, his steps heavy. Each step seemed to crush the ground beneath his feet. A fierce, killing intent radiated from him like a violent storm, making the atmosphere feel suffocating, gloomy, and threatening. He continued, Do you know why I'm disappointed in you? It's not because you were defeated by an unknown person, nor is it because you revealed your killing intent during the spar. What disappoints me the most is that you couldn't clean up the mess completely. Every word he spoke was slow and as cold as ice, piercing through the air and straight into the listener's heart. Each word was laden with deep, hidden meanings like a warning. He didn't stop there. I will not pursue your crime, but for now go to the Qingjin Pavilion and meditate in seclusion. Hearing this, Namgung Cheon-jun felt humiliated and angry. Yes, I understand. One more thing. The Gyum family. The father hesitated, then uttered each word. The Gyum family. Forget about this matter. Cheon-jun was so surprised that he froze confused. Then bewildered, he exclaimed, Father, what do you mean by that? But the father just shot him a glare and didn't say another word. But just looking at his eyes was enough to terrify anyone. Cheon-jun knew his place and remained silent, not daring to make a peep. After thinking for a moment, he added, One day when you become the family head, you will understand. Until then, do not interfere in the affairs of the Gyum family. Besides, we might even be able to form an alliance with them now. Hearing this, Cheon-jun's face seemed to freeze, his complexion turning pale in an instant. His eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what he had just heard, his lips trembling slightly. Huh! What the? Father, what did you just say? On the other hand, there was another person who was just as surprised as Cheon-jun. Yang Cheon, after returning from Sichuan, was also so shocked that his jaw dropped. What did you say? The second elder smiled smugly. Didn't you hear clearly? Your engagement has been arranged. Yang Cheon sighed helplessly. I just got back from Sichuan. I'm so tired and now I'm getting engaged. Are you kidding me? This joke isn't funny. Didn't we just break off the engagement with the Peng family? The second elder chuckled. That's right. You were the one who caused a ruckus to get the engagement called off. Now this is a different marriage. Are you planning to be alone for the rest of your life? Yang Cheon was confused because this crazy thing had never happened in his previous life. He said, How did the story take this turn? But the second elder emphasized, Either you get married or... Well, I've already arranged everything. There's no backing out. Seola, who happened to overhear this, had tears in her eyes. Young master, are you really getting engaged? Yang Cheon replied indifferently. Probably not. The old man is probably just joking. But Seola was just asking naively. She didn't even understand what engagement meant. 1,000 questions swirled in her head. Is it about food or something else? And so on and so forth. Suddenly a panicked Mo-yeon ran over. Young master, the engagement news might be true. Young Cheon was struck as if by lightning. He exclaimed, Why is it true? Mo-yeon slowly explained, As soon as I heard you were back from Sichuan, I made inquiries and found out that the rumor has already spread throughout the Gyum family. Everyone is buzzing about it outside. Young Cheon thought irritably, A rumor about myself, and I'm the last one to know. Damn it. After the incident with Peng Nga-vi, my reputation was tarnished throughout the martial world. Now someone wants to marry me. What family would be crazy enough to do that? It's unbelievable. Thinking this, Yang Cheon asked, Second elder, which family am I marrying into? Or rather, who is so foolishly in love with me to get engaged? The second elder laughed heartily. Kaka, don't be shocked when you hear it. The Nam... Just hearing the word Nam, Yang Cheon seemed to have guessed it. His jaw dropped. Nam. Immediately after, they both shouted in unison, The Namgung family. They had never been so in sync, understanding each other so perfectly. The second elder continued, Oh ho ho ho, I told you, you little brat. Yang Cheon stood there, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind, but no answers emerged. A sense of helplessness washed over him like a great wave sweeping away all his thoughts. He numbly said, The Namgung family isn't short of people. Why would they want to marry their daughter to me? The protagonist thought, if that's the case, doesn't that mean their young lady has already agreed? Thinking this, Yang-cheon's face turned pale. He muttered, but doesn't the Namgung family only have one daughter? The second elder replied calmly. That's right. You've probably met her at the Tang Clan Arms exhibition. Every word spoken made Yang-cheon speechless, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Yang-cheon spoke up. Ah. The words came out then he hesitated, stuttering. Unsurprisingly, it's Namgung Bi-yeon. The flower falls with intention, the water flows without a care. Oh, my love, pick up the hint and let's be together. At this point, Yang-cheon was still in shock, pointing at himself. I'm engaged to that crazy woman, the second elder continued. Hey, why do you call someone crazy like that? She's your fiancée. But Yang-cheon adamantly refused. I will absolutely not accept this marriage. This is the family's decision. If you have any complaints, report them to the family head. There are more important matters. Yang-cheon was perplexed. There are more important matters. What could be more important than this? Hearing this, the second elder smiled slyly. The second elder slowly said, Your older sister has returned to the residence. Hearing this, Yang-cheon felt as if he were dead. It was like he was looking at a beautiful, colorful painting, and then everything suddenly turned to black and white in a flash. Everything was turned upside down. Yang-cheon was so shocked he exclaimed, Older, sister. Very quickly the protagonist imagined her silhouette and shuddered. The three saints of the martial world. The Great Destruction. Saint had declared that this was an era of heroes, like stars falling to the mortal world with talents emerging everywhere. It was an unfair world. There were too many young people with innate talents, so much so that many of them became prodigies instead of geniuses. Then those who were considered prodigies became mediocre, and finally those who were supposed to be mediocre were considered fools. Living in a truly unfair world, this could be the greatest era of the world when viewed from different perspectives because countless great masters emerged. But for Yang-cheon it was the opposite. Perhaps he was born in the wrong era. Although he had talent, it was still not enough. He himself had heard that 1,000 times. There was a bit of disappointment when comparing himself to his older sister, the Sword Phoenix, Gum-Hyvie. My older sister, you have talent and strength that I can never reach. You are more special than anyone, the greatest prodigy. You showed your strength even when surrounded by many dragons in the world. That's why I hate you. Yang-cheon never liked the Phoenix sword being mentioned before him anywhere. Thinking this, Yang-cheon looked around. At this moment, a thought flashed in his mind. I have to run away. But where to run now? That's right. First, just run far away. But just as he was about to bolt, the second elder put a hand on his shoulder. He had probably understood his intention, so he smiled fakely. Where do you think you're going? Second elder, please just pretend you didn't see me. The second elder continued. Hey, you brat! What are you talking about? Your older sister has returned. Yang-cheon's face turned purple with anger. That's why. Please just pretend you didn't see me. Oh, your older sister has returned and you want to run away. Yang-cheon tried to shake off the second elder's hand. How do I know what she'll do to me? Anyway, I'll just disappear for a few months. Don't look for me. Did you eat something strange in Sichuan? Why are you acting so bizarrely like a child who's lost his mind? Yang-cheon said. Just assume I'm out of my mind for a month and don't see me. I even just want you to knock me out for a month. But suddenly Yang-cheon felt a very familiar aura approaching. He muttered, She's coming. Just her presence alone was enough to make Yang-cheon feel pressured. Honestly, has she created a fire around herself? How can a person approach so calmly while still emitting such a large aura? The heat was making the atmosphere tense and dramatic. Yang-cheon panicked and cried out for help. Mo-yeon! Mo-yeon! Block the door! Mo-yeon, confused, replied. What should I block it with, sir? The protagonist said urgently. Damn it! Use anything. Use wood or whatever, just block it quickly. Mo-yeon quickly took a broom and placed it across the door, but he still felt a bit guilty. But Your sister is about to arrive. Is it okay for us to do this? Instantly, a creepy laugh came from outside. Ha ha ha! Older sister comes home, and younger brother blocks the door. As she spoke, she reached her hand towards the door. Instantly, the gate was deformed by her power cracking open. Through the crack in the gate, a pair of murderous eyes appeared enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Boom! The gate exploded. Now it was blocked by faith and hope. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing her figure. Anger erupted like a fierce fire spreading throughout her body, making the surrounding air heavy and suffocating. Her anger was like a volcano about to erupt. The intense killing intent she radiated made everyone around her shudder in fear. Her eyes became sharp and full of murderous intent, like sharp blades that could tear apart anyone who dared to face her. As she stepped in, she said, "No manners at all, third brother." Wherever she went, the ground trembled. The terrifying aura she radiated was relentless. The protagonist was so shocked that his jaw dropped in terror. Gyum Hyvee quickly cooled down and continued, "Younger brother." Yang Qian didn't dare to look her straight in the eye and replied timidly, "Ah, yes." "You see your older sister and don't even greet her." "Yes, sister." Gyum Hyvee approached and said, You seem to be in good health, so I'm relieved. But why are you standing so straight? Kneel down." Yang Qian was speechless. "So I can't even stand straight." With that, Yang Qian, although unwilling, had to obey. He knelt down as obedient as a puppy. Gyum Hyvee patted his head smugly. "That's more like it." Immediately after, she saluted with her fist in her palm. "Elder, long time no see." The second elder chuckled. "Heh, you siblings are still on such good terms. How wonderful." But Yang Qian didn't think so. "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" "You're also in good health. I heard you're doing a great job as the captain of the sword team." Gyum Hyvee scratched her head shyly and chuckled. "Ha ha, you flatter me. It's thanks to the efforts of the team members." Hearing this, Yang Qian thought, "Damn it, that's why I wanted to run away." Then Gyum Hyvee turned to question Yang Qian. "Brother, do you know what you did wrong?" Yang Qian replied, "I was going to block the door and also—" Before Yang Qian could finish, Gyum Hyvee asked, "Were you planning to run away?" Yang Qian's face turned pale with fear. "It's over. It's not like that." He quickly changed the subject. "Or is it because I beat the second sister?" Gyum Hyvee was a bit surprised. "Yeopseo. You beat Yeopseo." "Huh. If it's not that, then why are you so angry?" Gyum Hyvee growled. "It's about the engagement. Why didn't you tell me about the engagement beforehand?" She said it with her life on the line, her eyes full of killing intent. Then she raised her fist towards Yang Qian. "And you dared to do it without asking my permission." Yang Qian's brows furrowed in confusion and distress. His eyes widened, sparkling as if holding back 1,000 unspoken words, reflecting disappointment and injustice. His lips trembled slightly as he tried to explain, "I just heard the news today too. But why do I have to ask your permission for my engagement?" Gyum Hyvee's blood boiled. "Damn it, you dare to talk back to your older sister now." Yang Qian, helpless, could only think, "It's over. I've poked the hornet's nest." The protagonist whimpered for help. "Mo Yeon, save me." Mo Yeon, confused, jumped in to intervene. "Young Lady Gyum Hyvee, please be gentle with the young master." But she just shot him a slight glare and didn't say another word. The glare was so cold it sent a chill down his spine. Catching that look, Mo Yeon was scared and muttered, not daring to make a peep. "Never mind. Just do what you want, young lady." Seeing this, Gyum Hyvee became even more emboldened and swung her fist. "Looks like I have to teach you some manners." Yang Qian, scared, grabbed her other hand and shouted, "Wait! Wait!" Suddenly, Sola ran over and grabbed Gyum Hyvee's hand tightly. "No!" Everyone was extremely surprised by Sola's fearless reaction. Yang Qian quickly explained, "Hey, kid, stay still, sister. She's my servant. She's new and doesn't understand the rules. Please forgive her." Suddenly, Gyum Hyvee's eyes widened in surprise as she felt something. On her side, Seola was still resolute. You can't hit the young master. Goom Heevee's hand gradually loosened from Yang Qian's head. Her body began to radiate a terrifying aura. It seemed she had shifted her target to Seola. A bad feeling was about to come. Even Yang Qian couldn't have predicted this. Tisk, tisk, there's no foolishness like this foolishness. Goom Yang Qian called out worriedly. Sister, sister. After looking for a long time, Hyvie said, Brother, who is this? On her side, Seola, without a trace of fear, held onto her hand, tightly refusing to let go. Yang Qian replied awkwardly, She's my handmaiden. She just joined the residence recently, so she doesn't fully understand the rules yet. So please stop. Even after he said that Goom Hyvie still hadn't cooled down. Her eyes were as sharp as blades, each glance seemingly wanting to pierce through Seola. Her hand was clenched so tightly that her muscles were trembling as if just waiting to strike. The killing intent she radiated was so heavy that it sent a chill down one's spine. Yang Qian gritted his teeth in annoyance. This crazy woman, I told her to stop. On her side, Seola, although scared to the point of closing her eyes tightly, still refused to let go. But ooh. Goom Hyvie suddenly did a 180-degree turn, gently pinching Sola's cheek. Sola looked utterly bewildered, her naive eyes wide as if she had just fallen from Mars, completely unaware of what was happening. Even Yang Qian was stunned for a few seconds, looking on blankly. Goom Hyvie, while pinching Seola's cheek, said calmly, So your cheeks are this soft? Are they as soft as they look? Yang Qian, still dazed, asked, Oh my God, did you really have to use your internal energy just to touch her cheek? Hyvie replied, You never told me you had a handmaiden like this. How disrespectful, little brother. Give this person to me. Instantly, without a second thought, Yang Qian replied, No, I won't. Goom Hyvie muttered in amazement, How strange. What's so strange? You used to give me everything I liked, but now there's something you don't want to give me. Ah, yes. This is an exception. With that, he slowly stood up. But before he could stand up straight, his sister snapped, Who told you to stand up? Helpless. The protagonist knelt down again, stammering, Sorry. Goom Hyvie watched Yang Qian's reaction and continued, And one more thing. This was the Elder's doing, wasn't it? She could feel a powerful aura radiating from Yang Qian, something that had never been there before. Goom Hyvie thought to herself, It's true that I didn't notice it. The second elder, who had been eavesdropping, came over. I didn't do anything, Goom Hyvie said in surprise. But could he have changed so much in just a few months? Then Hyvie cheerfully turned to Yang Qian. Were you about to say something? But then Hyvie stopped and changed the subject. All right, the family head is calling for you. Go now. Finally, Seola was released. She was so happy she was in tears, hopping and skipping like a child. Yang Qian asked, So, are we done? Can I go now? Goom Hyvie replied, I was originally going to discipline you, but I've lost the mood. Hearing this, Yang Qian dared to breathe a sigh of relief. What a relief. Well, then I'll be going. Just as Yang Qian was about to leave, Goom Hyvie called out, Ah, little brother. Then she threw something at him. It was a small, sparkling golden gem the size of a bead. Yang Qian took the gem and held it up to his eye, observing it with his own X-ray vision. What the hell is this, a jade stone? No, I don't feel anything. Thinking this, Yang Qian asked, What is this? Goom Hyvie replied, It's a fruit from my journey. I bought it from a street vendor who said it was a lucky charm. Wear it carefully at your waist. If you don't, I'll punish you. Yang Qian thought to himself, Oh my God, I thought it was something important, but it's just a trinket. But it was as if his older sister, Goom Hyvie, could read his mind. She probably knew exactly what her little brother was thinking. She approached and continued, But if you think it's just a trinket and don't take care of it and then lose it, you might get a lot more love from your big sister. As she spoke, Goom Hyvie placed a hand on Yang Qian's shoulder and gave him a bright smile, but one that held a hidden threat. Yang Qian's whole body trembled. Ah, yes. Seeing her little brother's response, the big sister couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. She then patted his shoulder and added, "You rotten kid, I know you'll do well. You must be very happy, little brother." Now, whether he liked it or not, he had to accept it. What else could he do? Helpless Yang Cheon replied, "Yes, thank you." With that, Yang Cheon Moyon and Sola quickly left. Now only Gyum Hyvee and the second elder remained. Gyum Hyvee asked with suspicion, "Is it really not the elder's doing?" The second elder whistled cheerfully and replied calmly, "I didn't do it." But in her heart, Hyvee was still extremely confused and surprised by Gyum Yang Cheon's change. She thought to herself, just last winter he was at best a first-rank martial artist, compared to Yeopseo, who couldn't even mobilize her internal energy and was hesitant to move her body. But now it's the complete opposite. His internal energy has been cultivated to perfection. His internal energy has doubled, and his body has been trained a lot. When I heard that Yeopseo had lost to Yang Cheon, and that she had gone into seclusion to train, I couldn't believe he had reached such a level. Suddenly the second elder spoke up. "Unexpected, isn't it?" I was surprised too. That child's ability is truly outstanding. I never would have imagined it in a million years. Gyum Hyvee said, "What happened to him?" The second elder replied, "Oh, why don't you ask him?" But from his expression it seems even if you ask, he won't say anything, so I just let it go. But if his older sister asks, maybe he'll answer. He's my little brother. I can guess everything from his eyes. If that's the case, then never mind. Suddenly, Gyum Hyvee asked in surprise, "Ah, that handmaiden. Elder, you felt something too right." The second elder was a bit flustered. Why do you ask?" But Gyum Hyvee just said that she wanted to know if she was the only one who had noticed that strange feeling. I tried to touch her, but I only felt softness. The second elder, fearing that Seola's identity would be exposed, probably knew everything but pretended not to know anything. His face turned pale. "I think you're being a bit too sensitive. She's just a handmaiden." Gyum Hyvee, with her eyes half closed, put a hand on her head and continued, "Oh, is that so? It must be because I've become too sensitive after fighting demons for months. I won't bother with it anymore." At this point, the second elder breathed a sigh of relief, silently celebrating. "You felt it too, didn't you? What an extraordinary talent. You and Yang Cheon both." Thinking this, he patted Gyum Hyvee's head and said, "Even those of the same blood turned their backs. No one in the family stood by Yang Cheon's side. Only you have always taken care of him. Although your way of showing it is a bit strong, I'm truly grateful. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about anything anymore." Gyum Hyvee replied cheerfully, "I have no one else to worry about besides that foolish little brother." The second elder continued, "But you should speak with a gentler tone. Why scold him just because of an engagement? The way you scold him makes it seem like you're against the marriage." But as he said this, a terrifying aura began to radiate from Gyum Hyvee. She said, Perhaps that's true. That cunning bitch dares to bewitch my little brother. How can I let this go?" The elder could only shake his head in exasperation. "Honestly, no one is normal here. Life is so complicated. Why do I keep meeting these crazy people?" A while later, at the Gyum family's main residence, rays of sunlight shone through the window. Inside, Yang Cheon's father spoke up. "I heard you broke Thunder Dragon Cheonjun's arm." Yang Cheon didn't dare to look his father in the eye and replied indifferently, "Broke it. Not exactly. I just touched him lightly." The atmosphere suddenly became tense and frighteningly so. The entire room was plunged into an awkward silence, with only strained breaths being heard, as if each breath was blocked by the overwhelming power of embarrassment. After listening, the father slowly took a sip of hot tea and continued, "What was your reason for breaking the Thunder Dragon's arm?" At this question, the protagonist was a bit bewildered. Damn it, why is he suddenly asking about that? He then sighed helplessly. The Thunder Dragon was the one who suggested the spar. I accepted. Then he used a killing move, so I retaliated. The father asked in surprise, "The Thunder Dragon dared to use a killing move. Do you have any witnesses?" Yes, there were many people around who witnessed it. The atmosphere was now so heavy that it seemed all sound, all movement was suppressed. The space around them seemed to freeze, making everyone feel suffocated. Every breath was heavy with anxiety. Everything was frighteningly silent, as if even the smallest sound could shatter the tense silence. The father suddenly sighed and continued, I heard you achieved great things in the Great War. Your demeanor is good. Keep it up. Yang Qian replied awkwardly. Yes, father. Instead of warm congratulations, his father just offered a few indifferent words as if it were just a normal, unremarkable event. Yang Qian also felt a bit disappointed. I defeated the Thunder Dragon and reached the 3rd star, yet my father's reaction is so calm. That's just his usual personality. After thinking for a moment, the father continued, If the Namgung family and Masat were present, you probably met your fiancé as well. Hearing this, Yang Qian got goosebumps. A shiver ran down his spine. Here it comes again. This ridiculous, nonsensical matter. So annoying. Mustering all his courage, Yang Qian asked, I would like to ask how the engagement with the Namgung family came about. The father replied, It was the decision of the Council of Elders. It's not a bad thing for you. At the same time, he slowly took out a piece of paper from his clothes and continued, Although breaking off the engagement with the Peng family was unavoidable, I didn't think things would turn out this badly. Hearing this, Yang Qian was speechless. Damn it. Not bad. What's not bad about it? But if that's the case, it means I don't have a second chance. Even if I wanted to refuse the matter with the Peng family, I have a responsibility and can't just stand up and refuse. This is so messed up. The protagonist was a bit stunned when he saw the paper in his father's hand. He didn't know what it was, but he was sure it was nothing good for him. On his side, the father added, It will be summer soon. Yang Qian thought to himself, Here we go again. What is he going to talk about now? His father's voice continued, The Hua Shan sect is about to hold the fire offering ceremony. Hearing this, Yang Qian recalled the horrifying scene of the fire offering ceremony from his previous life. A massacre had occurred with bodies piled up on top of each other. He shuddered slightly. What do you mean? Without answering, the father held out the paper in front of Yang Qian as if to say, Just read it and you'll understand. Taking the paper, Yang Qian read it carefully. After reading, the protagonist was surprised. Why me? The father replied calmly. Bring her back here. Yang Qian was so shocked he exclaimed, Damn it, me, I'll prepare to leave in 10 days. I'm sorry, but I just returned from Sichuan today. The father suddenly said, You can refuse. Hearing this, Yang Qian breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. So I don't have to go. But his joy was short-lived. His smile vanished when his father spoke again. Instead, if you go, I will open the secret treasury and grant you the supreme immortal pill. And faced with such a generous offer, it was unclear whether Yang Qian would decide to go. I'll do it. At the same time, while Yang Qian was talking to his father in the study, Mo Yon and Sola were sitting outside the door munching on cakes. Sola mumbled naively, When will the young master come out? Mo Yon continued, The conversation with the family head will probably take about an hour. Sola started to complain again. I'm also tired from the trip back. I want to go rest. Mo Yon, sharing her sentiment, said, You think I don't? Even if we're tired, we're still the young master's guard and handmaiden. Wherever the young master goes, we have to follow and serve him. If that's the case, we shouldn't be hiding here eating honey cakes, should we? Maybe so. If we get caught, we're done for. While the two were complaining, Yang Qian had returned and was standing right behind them. Suddenly, the protagonist spoke softly. What are you doing? Let's go. Yang Qian's voice startled Mo Yon, his heart feeling like it would jump out of his chest. The two of them quickly followed behind Yang Qian. Mo Yon stammered, Young master. On his side, the protagonist was in no mood to scold them and said calmly, We have to go to Huashan in 10 days. Both of you get ready. Mo Yan was a bit disheartened, but had to reluctantly agree. Yes, sir. Yes. Meanwhile, the young lady Namgung Seolhua, utterly exhausted, sighed, Do I have to go again? I'm so tired. Hearing this, Yang Qian added, This is an order from the family head. If you have any objections, take it up with him." However, Yang Qian couldn't help but wonder why he had to turn back right after returning. Not wanting to let his curiosity linger, he asked the young master, "I wonder what the matter is this time." Yang Qian stood frozen, the paper still in his hand, and said coldly, "The family head has ordered me to bring our little sister back. As for who this little sister is, that remains a mystery for now." A short while later, our protagonist arrived back at his residence. Yang Qian peeked inside cautiously, then glanced around his surroundings like a thief. Only after confirming that the elder and his sister were nowhere in sight did he dare to step inside. It seemed the nightmare, known as his older sister, was still a haunting memory for him. As he walked, he thought wearily, "In Sichuan, it was the Namgung couple. Back home, it's my sister. I thought it was all over, but now I'm being sent to Mount Hua to bring back the little sister." It was getting dark, and he didn't care about anything else. Tonight he was determined to collapse into bed and sleep soundly. As night fell and the moon rose high, Yang Qian, exhausted from a long day, had fallen into a deep sleep. In the quiet of the night, a figure appeared beside him. Holding a steamed bun, she took a bite and said coolly, "Steamed bun." The sound startled Yang Qian awake. Still groggy, he was suddenly jolted when his sister Gyum Hee clamped her hand on his neck, scaring him witless. "Ah, sister." She quickly stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth to silence him. "You're at a growing age. Why are you skipping dinner and torturing yourself like this? Eat. Eat slowly now." Good heavens, how could anyone eat a bun that big shoved into their mouth like that? It was truly outrageous. With a burst of energy, Yang Qian sprang up and shouted, "Sister, what are you doing here? Are you trying to scare me to death?" He replied nonchalantly, "Can't I be here?" "Of course not. This is my room." "Then from now on, it's my room too." "Are you drunk? Don't talk such nonsense. Men and women should maintain their distance." Hearing this, his sister laughed, raising a bottle of liquor. "I'm about to drink. I was worried you didn't come out for dinner, so I even brought a steamed bun, and this is how you treat me." She seemed even more upset about his engagement to the Namgung girl. Hearing this, our protagonist felt a shiver of nausea and said in alarm, "Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden?" He retorted irritably, "What's there to celebrate? Is that more worth celebrating than me?" Yang Qian, at a loss for words, said, "If you want to talk nonsense, drink first." His sister then took a huge swig, downing half the bottle before saying sadly, "Damn it. After how I've taken care of you since we were little." "After you finish drinking, don't pass out here. Go outside to drink." "What a ridiculous thing to say. Sleep with me tonight." Yang Qian replied indifferently, "If that's the case, you can sleep here. I'll sleep outside." His sister, dazed, added, "You're so stubborn. You're all grown up now. What's there to be shy about? To me, you're still just a little kid." Yang Qian retorted, annoyed, "In my eyes, you're the same. This is unacceptable." Meanwhile, He continued to chug from the liquor bottle until her cheeks were flushed. She let out a cry of satisfaction. "Ah, this is truly fine wine, so refreshing." Watching his sister's pathetic state, the protagonist said helplessly, "Once you're done drinking, please leave." Hearing this, she burst into loud laughter. Under the tranquil night sky filled with the moon and stars, the atmosphere grew strangely beautiful. Suddenly, He spoke, "Little brother, want to try it with me one time?" Oh my goodness. Try what? That was way out of line. Yang Qian wasn't so shocked that he was speechless. He asked wearily, "What? I didn't hear you clearly." He said seriously, "Spar with me." Yang Qian replied, "No, I heard you perfectly fine. Listening to you talk such nonsense, you must be drunk. Go home now." Gyum He's sharp gaze locked onto Yang Qian. "Are you all right?" A hint of confusion crossed the protagonist's face, his eyes darting away as he realized she had seen through his secret. He stammered, "What are you talking about?" She immediately pointed at his chest. "This." Instantly, a faint aura of energy radiated from Yang Qian's body. Gyum He continued, "I don't know what kind of technique you've been practicing, but the true qi raging inside you can't properly merge with your body. It's just swirling around on the outside. You know you could suffer from chi deviation at any moment, don't you? Yang Cheon remembered the moment he absorbed the bead from the serpent, thinking, the jade's energy hasn't been fully absorbed yet. I should have anticipated that containing such a massive amount of energy in an underdeveloped body would never be easy. He stated firmly, that's why this needs to be dealt with immediately. Yang Cheon, slightly annoyed, replied, so that's why you suggested a spar? His sister turned away, saying casually, no, that's not it. I just want to beat you up. At this, the corners of her lips curled into a smug, triumphant smirk, clearly showing her delight in holding the upper hand. Yang Cheon's eyes grew heavy, a look of despair on his face, as if he had accepted that there was no way to resist. He thought, damn it, why is there not a single normal person among my sisters? Shortly after they both moved to the courtyard outside. Goom Hee stretched, warming up, and chuckled. Ha ha, it's been a while since I've sparred with my third brother. She was then startled to see Yang Cheon warming up without a weapon. You're not using a sword? She asked. The protagonist replied calmly, I don't use it anymore. This surprised his sister. Oh, is that so? A dozen questions about Yang Cheon's change flooded her mind. Just a short while ago, he had a sword in his hand. Is he tired of swordsmanship now? How disrespectful. Afterward, Goom Hee raised her sword, pointing it directly at Yang Cheon, and said confidently, aren't you going to attack? Although the courtyard was dark, that wasn't an issue for the descendants of the Goom family. Yang Cheon pondered for a moment, calculating, then said, remember to only use just enough force. Ha ha ha! Don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't be afraid, just... But before she could finish, Yang Cheon dashed towards his sister with incredible speed. With her own sharp reflexes, Goom Hee quickly realized and swung her sword to block. However, Yang Cheon had already struck her in the abdomen with his palm. The atmosphere grew tense and fierce. Hee quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon continued to throw punches, crackling with dense energy toward his sister. The fists flew with terrifying speed and power, blazing like a fire that consumed everything in its path, exuding the fierce aura of a merciless fighter. Then boom, boom, boom! A series of deafening explosions rang out. The area was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Yang Cheon, slightly stunned, stepped back. Before him, the dense smoke obscured his sister's figure, and the dimness of the night made the fight even more dramatic. He called out with some concern, Sister! From within the smoke, a triumphant laugh echoed, Ha 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 ha! A second later, a blinding explosion tore through the space, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. The force of the blast made the ground tremble as dust and smoke billowed into the sky. The blazing fire was matched by a loud laugh, Ha ha! The flames spread, growing larger, and the oppressive aura intensified. Goom Hee slowly emerged from the flames. Little brother, that was a good one. A colossal amount of power radiated from her body, enveloped in raging flames. Her eyes were as red as fiery coals, emitting a ferocious, threatening light, as if containing a volcano of wrath about to erupt with dangerous power. Seeing this, Yang Cheon thought, damn it, is she crazy? Is that really only 50% of her power? Damn it, don't joke around. It seems she's already surpassed 50%. Moreover, she clearly took my full-force attack, so how is she still standing? At this thought, cold sweat beaded on Yang Cheon's forehead. His breathing became labored as he took a few steps back, raising his hands in surrender. He stammered, Sister, let's stop the spar here. He lifted her leg and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? She then stomped her foot down with all her might, creating a powerful dry thud. The ground beneath her cracked, and the force of the stomp sent tremors through the surroundings. Flames surged high, and the crimson light spread everywhere. Waves of fire danced in the air as if to devour everything in their path. The immense pressure made it difficult for Yang Cheon to stand his ground. Yang Cheon's face grew increasingly tense. Lines of worry appeared on his forehead, and around his eyes, every feature screaming apprehension as he felt the overwhelming pressure of his opponent's power. Goom Hee shot forward like a lightning bolt. This is where it gets interesting. Our protagonist was immediately thrown back dozens of meters, but he struggled to keep his footing. He thought, if I can't block this, I'm probably going to be eating bananas through a straw. Not stopping there. Gyum Hee continued to hurl her power toward Yang Qian. The protagonist leaned to the side, narrowly dodging his sister's attack. Her terrifying laughter continued to echo, "Ha ha ha!" Gyum Hee lunged forward with lightning speed, her body wreathed in brilliant flames. The red light of the fire reflected on her determined face, her eyes burning like embers as she closed in. Seeing this horrifying sight, Yang Qian thought bitterly, "That crazy woman is coming again." And the fight resumed. Gyum Hee kicked powerfully at Yang Qian, leaving him no time to react. This was followed by a relentless barrage of punches. In an instant, a helpless Yang Qian could only dodge, leaning left and then right to evade her. Gyum Hee took her sword and leaped high into the air to attack Yang Qian. Every punch landed with the sound of thunder, the air growing heavy with the pressure of the blows. The sequence of punches, kicks, and dodges played out like an unpredictable drama. But in the end, though he didn't want to admit it, Yang Qian had to accept reality. The blade of Gyum Hee's sword was touching his neck. The outcome had been decided. Gyum Hee grabbed a fistful of her brother's bangs, lifting his head as her ice-cold voice rang out. "Don't open your mouth or your jaw will drop off." Yang Qian's face was contorted with anger, his lips pressed tightly together as if trying to suppress his rage. His glistening eyes, unable to shed tears, revealed a deep sense of hurt. In the quiet of the night, the battle had finally reached its conclusion. The winner and loser were decided. At the same time, a letter with neat handwriting appeared. A man held the letter, his hands trembling with rage as he read it. "What is the meaning of this letter?" he roared. A subordinate stammered, Reporting, sir. The young lady left this letter and has run away from home." Upon hearing this, the man's face turned ashen. His lips tightened and his eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. His body trembled slightly, unable to contain the rising tide of his anger. He crumpled the letter in his hand and snarled, "Bring her back here." Now, scene changed to a deserted and remote field. Here a farmer was sitting weeding and picking off bugs. He forcefully pulled a carrot from the ground and held it up, inspecting it closely. Then he sadly tossed the carrot aside and muttered to himself, "Can't sell this one either. Oh heavens, when will this wretched season ever end?" Suddenly, a dark figure zipped past him. He quickly looked up, following the shadow's path, and saw a female figure flying gracefully over his head. The strange sight left him standing there dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. The figure then stopped abruptly. The sight of her made him blush, leaving him utterly speechless. A fairy maiden, he thought to himself. Unsurprisingly, it was Namgung Seolhwa who was running away from home and had accidentally passed through this area. The space around her seemed to freeze, as if all sound and movement had paused for this magnificent moment. Her skin was fair, glowing softly like morning dew. Her sparkling eyes were as clear and deep as a starry night sky, reflecting a gentle and mysterious nature. Her long, smooth hair flowed down, naturally shimmering like a stream in the dim light. Suddenly, Namgung Seolhwa turned her head and spoke. "Excuse me," the bewildered man thought. "Oh my God, she can even talk." Namgung Seolhwa asked again, "If I want to get to Shanxi, which way should I go?" The man flustered, pointed to the east, and replied, Shanxi is that way to the east." "Thank you," Namgung Seolhwa replied and quickly departed. But something was off. He had pointed one way, but she flew off in a completely different direction. After she left, he noticed something shiny near the carrots. "What's this?" he mumbled. As he got closer, his astonishment grew. Holding a silver ingot in his hand, he exclaimed, "Huh, a silver ingot! This is enough to feed a family for months. Oh, the heavens have blessed me. Thank you, fairy maiden, for bestowing this grace upon this humble man." But why didn't the fairy go east? Why did she head west? Meanwhile, Namgung Seolhwa continued to dash forward, but her terrible sense of direction remained unchanged. At the same time, the second elder spoke seriously. "Mount Hua. I hear that Shinhui is at Mount Hua. What do you plan to do, brother?" Wei Hyogun replied. "Has he already left Anhui for Mount Hua?" After all, Shinhui is like the wind and clouds never staying in one place. But why Mount Hua? The second elder calmly responded, I'm not sure what business they have that requires them to find him so urgently. However, since the information is still unconfirmed, would it not be better to let Yang Qian go and verify it? You've been in hiding for so long, wouldn't appearing so suddenly be too rash? Wee Hyogun looked slightly sad. On second thought, you're right. The next morning, Wee Hyogun sat on the carriage and said, It has to be this way. Young master, don't worry. Just leave it to me. Everything will be fine. But 1,000 questions flooded Yang Qian's mind. His face was pale and slightly bewildered, showing his confusion. His mind struggled to catch up, and his entire demeanor radiated a sense of displacement, like a child lost in a strange, unfamiliar world full of incomprehensible things. Even the second elder was surprised by Wee Hyogun's decision. Yang Qian thought the coachman suddenly requested leave, forcing the sword saint to take his place. How strange. Furthermore, I confirmed the list of people heading to Mount Hua, and the names Wee Sol Ah and the Sword Saint were not on it. What is this situation that has developed overnight? I'm smelling something fishy, a very suspicious scent. What are they plotting now? Seeing Yang Qian standing there lost in thought, the second elder approached him. We're heading to Mount Hua. Why do you look so worried? Yang Qian replied indifferently. It's nothing. The second elder reminded him, Don't get into any fights, you hear. The protagonist turned his head and said, Me start a fight. But then images of the battered faces of those he had recently thrashed flashed through his mind. He said softly, I'll try. That's the spirit. The second elder then reached into his chest pocket searching for something. Here, take this, he said, handing Yang Qian a small, tightly wrapped pouch. As Yang Qian reached out to take it, he asked, What is this? A rich, fragrant aroma wafted up, hitting him directly. He was captivated by the scent, thinking in amazement, Oh, it smells so good. Just holding this faint, spreading fragrance makes me feel so invigorated. He then mumbled, This seems very valuable. The second elder replied, It's nothing extraordinary, just a stone. But Yang Qian was skeptical. Just a stone, but it's clearly not. It was the plum blossom fate stone, one of the 4 great treasures of Mount Hua. Upon realizing this, Yang Qian's face turned pale and he broke into a sweat. The second elder looked at Yang Qian, chuckled, and gave him a thumbs up. Ha, it's nothing amazing, right? But wait. Elder, why are you giving this to me? I won it from that playboy in a drinking contest and was supposed to return it, but I forgot. To think he'd bet one of the 4 great treasures on a drinking match. And you even dared to accept it. You should have kept it somewhere safe. The second elder added, This treasure is safer with you than anywhere else. What are you talking about? As he said this, Yang Qian suddenly realized something and glanced behind him, seeing the figure of Wee Hyogun. The protagonist thought to himself, I see. Elder, if you already know the Sword Saint's identity, then this is indeed the safest plan. Just then, Mao Yeon called out, Young master, everything is ready. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Yang Qian sighed. Well, there's no reason to refuse anymore. With that thought, he quickly boarded the carriage. Yang Qian poked his head out to say goodbye. All right, I'm off. The second elder replied, Okay, I'll tell Hee that you've left safely. Speaking of which, where is your sister? She's probably crying in a corner somewhere after hearing you're about to leave. Why would she be crying? At the same time, the carriage began to move. Wee Hyogun shouted at the horses and they quickly set off. As the carriage slowly rolled away, the protagonist still tried to call back. All right, I'm leaving. Be sure to tell my sister for me. The second elder stood there watching their receding figures. He then glanced behind him and said, Why didn't you go say goodbye? Let him see you one last time. The truth was, Goom Hee was sobbing behind the wall, not daring to say goodbye to her little brother. Her eyes were red and swollen, and a legendary trail of snot ran from her nose. Hee replied sadly, I don't want him to see me like this. The second elder nonchalantly teased, Young Cheon isn't a 3-year-old child. He'll be fine on his own. Hearing this, Hee jumped up and furiously yelled, But that child is so frail. How can you say that? Sob. Yang Cheon. Oh, Yang Cheon. Not long after they had departed, Yang Cheon stuck his head out the window and asked Mao Yan, How much further do we have to go? He asked wearily. Mao Yan smiled and replied, Young master, you've already asked that over 30 times. Yang Cheon mumbled to himself in doubt. Really, I feel like I've asked a bit too much. Mao Yan continued, But I should warn you from now on, the journey will be many times longer than what we've traveled so far. This is nothing. The protagonist sighed. Sigh. Every time I hear that, I feel even more tired. Just then, Wee Hyogun burst into a loud laugh. Ho ho! He turned his head and asked, Young master, is there something making you uncomfortable? Yang Cheon replied awkwardly. No. Ha ha ha. I'm happy, really happy. But in his heart, he thought, You're the one making me most uncomfortable. Good heavens, how can I possibly be at ease traveling with the greatest sword under heaven? The sword. Saint, I have no idea what's going to happen. Amitabha. Then Yang Cheon glanced over and said, Don't eat alone. Share some. Having something to chew on will calm my nerves, right? All I hear is you chomping away. Namgung Solhwa's face turned pale with a hint of indignation as she retorted, Ah, this is a gift from Sister Honghua. I should probably ask her permission first. The maid sitting next to Seolhwa suddenly spoke up. But that was originally the young master's honey cake. Why do you need to ask? And so a delicious honey cake made its way to Yang Cheon. As he ate it, it felt like he was chewing on a piece of iron. He couldn't taste any of the sweetness. Was it because he was already missing home? Behind him, Seolhwa was still sitting dumbfounded, then giggled and mumbled, Hey, I thought he was going to take them all. Scene changed to the Gyum family estate. Gyum Hee was in a terrible mood over something, and things were about to get worse with the arrival of a special guest. Who are you? She asked sternly. She spoke without any deference, not caring about the other person's status. The girl in front of her, with familiar-looking hair, gently pushed it aside and replied, I am Namgung Seolhwa. Although her face was a bit grimy and her clothes were covered in leaves and dirt, nothing could diminish Namgung Seolhwa's inherent beauty. It was a mystery what wind had blown her to this place. Gyum Hee quickly recognized her and thought with some annoyance, so it's Yang Cheon's wretched fiancée. Looking at her clear eyes and pouting pink lips, Hee thought, She's pretty, I guess, but still not as beautiful as me. Ha ha. With that thought, she questioned further. All right, I understand. But why did you come here, especially looking so disheveled? Namgung Solhwa picked the remaining leaves from her hair and replied shyly, it's because I got lost. Hee continued, You got this lost? You must have a reason for going to all the trouble of finding this place. Namgung Seolhwa didn't beat around the bush and replied calmly, I want to see my fiancé. She wasn't wrong, but her words genuinely angered Gyum Hee. Oh, fiancé, I don't think you're officially engaged yet, are you? Namgung Seolhwa flusteredly mumbled, That's... But her lips only moved without a sound. Hee laughed. Ha ha! But what a shame! My little brother isn't here right now. Hearing this, Namgung Seolhwa was startled. Little brother! Hee puffed out her chest confidently. That's right, my little brother. I am Yang Cheon's older sister. Upon hearing this, it was as if Namgung Seolhwa had a sudden realization. She bashfully straightened her clothes, tucked her bangs neatly to the side, and humbly bowed her head to show respect. Seeing this, Hee thought with satisfaction, that's more like it. Namgung Seolhwa then asked, So where did he go? Hee replied nonchalantly, He went to Mount Hua. It's not close, you know. I'm afraid this fated connection of yours might not go anywhere. But, contrary to her expectations, Namgung Seolhwa broke into a bright smile and said softly, Mount Hua. That's right, Mount Hua. So the peerless beauty lady Namgung should probably just return home. But before she could finish, Namgung Seolhwa had already vanished, like a gust of wind coming and going without a word of farewell. This left Gyum Hee feeling a bit let down. She really left, but why didn't she say goodbye? Scene change back to Yang Cheon's location. By now, Namgung Seolhwa was fast asleep and snoring. Mao Yon was also asleep. After a long, hard day, they had both passed out. Only Wee Hyo-gun was still awake, tending a fire to keep everyone warm and standing guard for the night. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and focused his attention. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon exhaled a faint stream of mist and thought, I can feel that my breath contains a hint of internal energy. I've definitely reached the 4th stage, but this is the problem when the internal energy operating in my body exceeds its limits. It flows in unwanted directions. I have to break through this 3rd stage limit. It was so difficult for me just to push the internal energy out, yet my sister was perfectly fine even when unleashing her power with such force. This thing they call natural talent is truly something to be envious of. This won't do. I need to get my act together and train. Deep breaths and focus. Yang Cheon began to concentrate and circulate his energy. Streams of qi were continuously pushed outward, growing stronger and more numerous, brightly illuminating a corner of the forest. But just a few seconds later, Yang Cheon sighed and reached into his clothes, searching for something. He pulled out the cloth pouch the second elder had given him earlier and mumbled to himself, Sigh, I really can't concentrate. Why did that old man give this to me? The fragrance is much stronger than before. With this scent of plum blossoms filling the air, I can't focus at all. Nothing's changed. I guess that's enough training for today. Suddenly, Yang Cheon felt petals falling around him. This made him freeze for a few seconds, speechless. He reached out to catch the falling petals, thinking plum blossoms. In the middle of summer. What am I seeing? A strange voice, not like that of a child from Manhwa, echoed in his bewildered state. The protagonist, startled, exclaimed, Who? Who is it? Yang Cheon stood alone in the dark and gloomy forest. Where he stood, petals continuously fell. He stood there, stunned, mumbling. There was definitely a voice. Just then the voice spoke again. How can someone who is not a disciple of Mount Hua absorb our internal energy? The protagonist slapped his head to check if he was dreaming. Confused, he said, I heard it again. The old man's voice echoed in his head. Why are you gobbling it up like that? Be careful, you'll get a stomachache. The protagonist angrily retorted, What are you talking about? When did I eat anything? But in reality, Yang Cheon was continuously radiating internal energy. His eyes widened in shock. Damn it, am I absorbing it again? Immediately after his vision blurred and he lost consciousness. Self-promotional section from the original text. We continue with episode 35 of The Best Childhood Friend in the World. Picking up from the previous episode, while Yang Cheon was on his way to Mount Hua, his wife, Namgung Seolhwa, showed up at his house, leading to a bewildered reunion between his sister Gyum Hee and his fiancé. Meanwhile, while everyone else was resting, Yang Cheon took the opportunity to train in the forest, and something unexpected happened. Unbelievably, our protagonist managed to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the treasure of Mount Hua. Strange sounds echoed around him, and then Yang Cheon fainted. An unknown amount of time passed before Yang Cheon finally woke up. A worried voice called out by his ear, Young master, young master! He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw were the anxious faces of Mao Yon and Namgung Seolhwa. Both seemed extremely frightened and concerned. Yang Cheon's eyes shot open in astonishment, a wave of utter confusion washing over him. The protagonist bolted upright, his face unable to hide his shock. All around him, worried eyes stared at him. Not only that, but an overjoyed Namgung Seolhwa threw her arms around him despite Yang Cheon's confusion. He asked Mao Yon, What happened? Mao Yon smiled and pointed to Wee Hyo-gun. After you fainted in the forest, this old servant carried you back. After learning this, Yang Cheon said awkwardly, Ah, thank you. Wee Hyo-gun flusteredly raised his hands. No, this is my duty, he said, then fell into deep thought. It seemed he had sensed a strange change in Yang Cheon. The protagonist was both bewildered and surprised by the slightly odd behavior of everyone around him. Mao Yeon asked further, "Young master, what happened last night?" Yang Cheon pushed Namgung Seolhwa, who was clinging to him like a limpet, away, and replied, "Last night I was clearly training in the forest." As he said this, he thought at that moment the stone glowed, but from the outside it doesn't look strange. He nervously reached out, opened the pouch, and saw the stone was still normal, still sparkling inside the pouch. Yang Cheon was secretly relieved. Although the fragrance is gone now, because of that damned demonic art of heavenly absorption, I absorbed the stone's energy. I had suspected that a treasure of Mount Hua must contain something special, but I never expected to absorb it myself. At this thought, he was startled as he felt the internal energy surrounding his hand fluctuating violently. Just yesterday, Yang Cheon's chi was a faint mist, yet today it had undergone such a massive transformation. Yang Cheon placed a hand on his chest, thinking, "Holy cow. Could it be?" A fire was blazing inside his body. This is clear proof that my blazing flame wheel art has broken through to the 4th level. Yang Cheon could only stand there dumbfounded, unable to believe this reality. Damn it. Yesterday my body rejected the 3rd stage of the blazing flame art, but this morning I've suddenly reached the 4th stage. Although he was filled with joy at finally achieving his goal, Yang Cheon was also a bit frustrated not knowing how it happened. His body felt the same unchanged, but the chi inside him had become strange calm and much smoother. Soon after, the group continued their journey to Mount Hua. Mao Yeon kept staring at Yang Cheon, his mind full of scrutiny. Even Wee Hyogun would occasionally glance back. Neither of them said a word, but they both kept stealing glances at Yang Cheon. It seemed they too had noticed the change in him. The protagonist could clearly see the strange looks everyone was giving him and thought, "I know. I understand that suddenly reaching the 4th stage overnight would seem strange to others, but I wish they'd stop staring." Just then, Namgung Seolhwa stuck her nose right up to Yang Cheon, sniffing at something. Startled, Yang Cheon dodged away, annoyed. "What now?" Namgung Seolhwa replied innocently. "Young master, you have a certain scent." Hearing this, Yang Cheon quickly lifted his arm to his nose and sniffed. "I wash my hair and bathe more thoroughly than you do. Yet you say I smell," Namgung Seolhwa cheerfully continued. "It's not a bad smell. It's the fragrant scent of fresh flowers." Yang Cheon quickly held out the pouch containing the precious gem of Mount Hua in front of her. "Oh, is that so? It must be from this." Namgung Seolhwa stood there stunned and mumbled to herself, "I don't think so. It's coming from you, young master." Hearing this, Yang Cheon was lost in thought. If even a child can notice it, it seems my internal energy has truly advanced by leaps and bounds. When I was at the 3rd stage, just withdrawing the heat was my limit. But now at the 4th stage, I can use it without worry. How much control do I have over my internal energy now? What a shame. I wonder if I'll get a chance to test it. Well, he did say not to cause trouble. I should just act according to my heart. Ha ha! If an opportunity arises, I definitely won't pass it up. Suddenly, both Yang Cheon and Namgung Seolhwa, without a word, tilted their heads to one side. Immediately after, due to a sudden incident, the carriage screeched to a halt. With the momentum, Yang Cheon toppled over onto Namgung Seolhwa. They both ended up flat on the floor in a boy-on-top, girl-on-bottom position, panting heavily. The protagonist, annoyed, ground his teeth. Seriously. Although the one who probably took the most damage was Namgung Seolhwa lying flat on the floor. The accompanying maidservant asked in alarm, "Young master, are you all right?" Without a word, the protagonist quickly moved to the carriage door, annoyed. "Mao Yeon, what's going on?" Mao Yeon called out, but he remained in a serious defensive stance. Yang Cheon, curious, peeked his head outside and mumbled, "What's all the fuss about?" In front of their carriage stood a tall young man, his hands clasped in greeting. Yang Cheon asked, Who is he?" The stranger slowly spoke. "Forgive my rudeness." But after Yang Cheon got a good look at the stranger, his face went into shock and sweat poured down his forehead. He thought, wait a minute. That pattern, The man continued his introduction. I am Ling Feng, a third-generation disciple of Manhwa. I have a small matter to ask, so I hope you will stop the carriage for a moment. The somewhat familiar face brought back memories of the past. At that time, clutching a wound, he had said, "What did we do wrong?" The thought of that face made Yang Qian's own face turn pale with anxiety. He's here. Ling Feng. Isn't he the Taoist from Manhwa that I killed with my own hands in the past? What about now in the present? Just then, Yang Qian was distracted by Mao Yeon's voice. Great hero, you must be the Plum Blossom Sword Taoist, but why are you being so reckless? Ling Feng gave a forced smile. My apologies. I had no intention of blocking your path, but I have something I must verify, so I had no choice but to step forward. Verify what? Mao Yeon asked. He calmly replied, I just want to check if there are any members of our sect in the carriage. Hearing this, Yang Qian was quite confused, as only he knew that he was carrying Mount Hua's treasure. He thought nervously, No way, surely not. The man slowly approached the carriage. From a distance I sensed a familiar aura, so I came to check. Fortunately, there seems to be no problem. But there is one thing that still makes me curious. If there are no members of our sect in here. Mao Yeon cut him off irritably. Then don't come any closer. But what was meant to happen happened. There was no hiding it anymore. A faint fragrance emanated from Yang Qian. The man walked right up to him, the two locked eyes full of suspicion. Although the man's face was handsome with innocent-looking eyes, there was a hidden seriousness within. Ling Feng asked eagerly, Young hero, why is the aura of Mount Hua emanating from you? And from that moment, Yang Qian knew he was in big trouble. His face darkened, his lips pressed together in worry. Damn it, he cursed silently. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed by his ear. You're screwed. Yang Qian, filled with doubt, glanced in the direction of the sound. His eyes fell on the figure of a withered old man. The old man was equally surprised and asked, Oh, you can see this old man. The two stared at each other, confused and bewildered, each seeing their own surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Yang Qian stood frozen, speechless, his breath catching in his throat, his eyes wide with astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and rubbed his eyes. Was what he was seeing just a dream? But no matter how many times he rubbed the image of the old man, didn't disappear. Yang Qian stood there, stunned, his face blank with utter confusion. The old man grew impatient, his brow furrowing. Seeing an elder, and you don't know how to greet them. The two continued to stare at each other. Ling Feng, seeing Yang Qian staring off in another direction, was confused. He asked uncertainly, Young master? Yang Qian, half in disbelief, grunted and covered his face, mumbling to himself, I must be too tired from training. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Hearing this, the old man continued, Kid, your eyes aren't playing tricks. The more the old man spoke, the more Yang Qian found it hard to believe. He thought, I'm even hearing this nonsense. What kind of absurd thing is happening in broad daylight? The old man, hearing this, was at a loss for words. Ling Feng calmly asked, Young hero, what are you talking about? Yang Qian, startled, replied, Huh, you can't see him. See what? Ling Feng asked in surprise. Yang Qian pointed towards the old man. That old man, the one the size of a bug. Sweat beaded on Ling Feng's face, his expression one of complete confusion. Young hero, what nonsense are you spouting? His silence meant that only Yang Qian could see the old man. Yang Qian turned to ask Mao Yeon, Hey Mao Yeon, you can't see him either. At this question, Mao Yeon also froze for a few seconds, confused and bewildered. He quickly regained his composure and pretended to play along with his young master. Mao Yeon cheerfully replied, I see him, of course I see him. Yang Qian joyfully exclaimed, Right, you see him right. But just a moment later he was hit with a splash of cold water. Mao Yeon added, Yes, an old man with red hair, right? Yang Qian's hopes sank. No. Then blue or yellow or purple? Yang Qian was speechless. Who asked you to guess? How can it be that only I can see him? Look closely." At that moment, the old man spoke up again.
"So noisy, this kid."
At the same time, upon realizing that he was the only one who could see the old man, Yang Cheon became even more dejected and panicked. His face turned pale as he clutched his head, moaning, "What is this? Is it a ghost? What's going on?" The old man calmly stroked his beard and said, "What ghost? Can't you even remember eating a treasure?" Yang Cheon, startled, replied, "Ate? What did I eat? Wait, what have you been talking about this whole time?" The old man immediately brought back the memory of that night in the forest. On that very night, the protagonist had absorbed the spiritual energy from Manhwa's treasure and fainted. After remembering, Yang Cheon's face grew even more bewildered. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. The old man then pointed directly at Yang Cheon and said, "Remember now, you who are not of Manhwa's blood dared to consume our precious treasure." The more he spoke, the angrier he got, smoke practically fuming from his head. He crossed his arms and shouted irritably, "You ate so much and I even helped you avoid chi deviation, yet you dare call me a bug and a ghost and speak so disrespectfully." Hearing this, Yang Cheon began to understand the situation. He asked curiously, "So, senior, who are you?" The old man, a bit surprised, asked, "You don't know me?" "No," Yang Cheon replied nonchalantly. Faced with his innocence, the old man was a bit annoyed. "You," he tried to remain calm and added, "There is no one in this world who does not know my name." Yang Cheon retorted, "But if I don't know you, then you probably aren't that famous." The old man furiously shouted, "Insolence!" Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Mao Yon stood nearby, speechless and confused, wondering who Yang Cheon was talking to. After a moment, the old man declared loudly, "Listen closely, I will only say this once. I am the 8th generation head of the Manhwa sect, the divine plum blossom sword, Shin Chuel. Before the appearance of the heavenly demon, it was the Great Blood Demon War. I was one of the 5 great masters who stopped the blood sword, my name recorded in the annals of martial arts history for eternity. The man who received the respect of the entire martial arts world was him." The old man stood there proudly while Yang Cheon, half in disbelief, thought, "This tiny old man in front of me is a legendary martial arts master." "What the hell?" Shin Chuel suddenly spoke up. "What? Why do you keep calling me a bug?" Yang Cheon quickly tried to avoid the topic, thinking, "Damn, I only thought that in my head." The old man replied, "I can hear everything. Now that you know, quickly pay your respects." Yang Cheon ground his teeth, thinking, "Who would believe your words?" He then reached into his clothes and pulled out a cloth pouch. "Why are you inside this stone?" The old man let out a frustrated, "Hm." After a moment's thought, he muttered to himself, "Why am I in here?" Hearing this, a discouraged Yang Cheon thought, "He's really no help at all." The old man shouted, "I told you I can hear everything." "On the contrary, you seem to know more, don't you?" Yang Cheon pouted. "I don't know anything either." "In that case, how can someone like you who is not of the Manhwa sect absorb the energy from the Plum Blossom Fate Stone?" Hit where it hurt. Yang Cheon's face turned pale. He didn't know what to say or think. The old man moved closer, his sharp eyes continuing to question, "What do you know?" Although Yang Cheon knew many things, he remained silent. The old man sighed in frustration. "Right. Someone like you surely has things you want to hide. The younger you are, the more you want to conceal." Yang Cheon replied indifferently, "Thank you, but it seems there's a more important matter at hand." As soon as the words left his mouth, figures burst out from the nearby bushes. They charged forward in unison, heading straight for the carriage. The thundering sound of their footsteps echoed. It seemed they were also from the Manhwa sect, their eyes filled with killing intent. Their appearance left Yang Cheon completely bewildered. Before he could finish, Ling Feng cheerfully cut in, "No need to panic, they pose no threat." As he finished speaking, someone kicked Ling Feng hard in the knee. It was none other than Mao Yeon. He placed his blade against Ling Feng's neck, holding him hostage. Mao Yeon said urgently, Young master, be careful. This is no different from an ambush. In front of them stood a group of men exuding murderous intent, swords in hand. The weight of the atmosphere seemed to press down on everyone, the tension spreading. The men in front of the carriage had resolute expressions, each holding their sword tightly ready for any eventuality. Sweat trickled down Yang Qian's forehead as he cautiously told Mao Yan, "There's no need to do that." Mao Yan, his face still tense, replied, "No, young master. From the moment they appeared, I could see they were full of killing intent." "Is that so?" Yang Qian replied. Just then, Ling Feng cut in with an urgent tone. "Please listen to me for a moment. I don't know why our sect members are angry, but if I go talk to them, I'm sure everything will be fine." Ling Feng patted his chest and spoke with a sincere voice. Hearing Ling Feng, Mao Yan glanced over. "Are they from your sect?" "Yes, that's right," Ling Feng immediately replied. "Look at the plum blossom pattern on their clothes. They are from our Manhwa sect." After saying this, Ling Feng looked at Yang Qian. "Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Yang Qian ordered Mao Yan to release Ling Feng. Mao Yan immediately obeyed, removing his blade from Ling Feng's neck. With a serious expression, Ling Feng told the two, "Don't worry, I'll talk to them. I'll explain everything." With that, Ling Feng cheerfully waved and walked towards his fellow sect members. The men whispered among themselves for a moment. Suddenly, Ling Feng took a punch from the lead young man, causing both Yang Qian and Mao Yan to break into a cold sweat. Then the men sheathed their swords and slowly approached Yang Qian and Mao Yan. Standing before them, the men clasped their hands. "Forgive our rudeness. Our disrespectful actions have threatened you. Please accept our apologies." Yang Qian clasped his hands in return and smiled. "It's all right. We also apologize for drawing our swords. But why have the people of Manhwa come to such a remote place? Has something happened?" The young man with a white headband replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot tell an outsider." But Ling Feng quickly spoke up. "Recently, several disciples of Manhwa have gone missing." The young man with the headband frowned and shouted in a loud voice, "Why did you say that?" Hearing Ling Feng, Yang Qian thought to himself, the Plum Blossom Sword Squad of Manhwa isn't weak enough to be kidnapped. This is strange. The young man with the headband pinched Ling Feng's ear and continued, "So we are searching the area, and this guy said he sensed the aura of Manhwa from the young hero, so I rushed over." Yang Qian said silently in his mind to Xinqiu, "It seems it's because of the aura emanating from me. How should I handle this?" Xinqiu replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I have concealed your aura so they won't recognize it." Just then, Ling Feng asked the young man with the headband, "But look, senior brother, don't you sense the aura of Manhwa from the young hero?" The senior brother replied, "Indeed I do. If it's not too much trouble, could I check again?" Hearing this, Yang Qian was surprised and glanced at Xinqiu. "You concealed it, but they can still sense the aura." The old man frowned. "Kid, you're still too naive. It's the stone. Take it out." Following the old man's words, Yang Qian reached into his pouch. Under the astonished gazes of Ling Feng and his senior brother, he took out the Plum Blossom Fate Stone and held it before them. Ling Feng exclaimed, "This is—" "The headmaster said he lost it in a drinking bet." Hearing this information, Yang Qian's face filled with helplessness as he thought, "Did he really lose it in a drinking bet?" Old Xinqiu added, "Good heavens, this is a treasure of Manhwa. The future of Manhwa is so bleak." Ling Feng seemed to understand. "So that's it. Because you were holding the treasure, I sensed the aura of Manhwa from you." The senior brother then asked, "But why do you have it?" Yang Qian jumped out of the carriage window. "Forgive my late greeting," he said. He then clasped his hands. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gyum Yang Qian of the Gyum family. I am on my way to Manhwa to return this treasure." Hearing this, the group of men was startled. Two of them whispered to each other, "The Gyum family." "If it's the Gyum family," another added, "then what does that mean?" The men then started whispering amongst themselves under Yang Qian's confused gaze. The senior brother, ignoring the men behind him, once again clasped his hands. "So, you are from a prestigious family. My apologies. I showed you killing intent at our first meeting. How rude. Yang Qian, flustered, replied, It's all right, but is something wrong? Ling Feng was silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he smiled and called out, Young Master Gyum, the reason is your younger sister. But before he could finish, the men behind him rushed forward, some punching, some kicking, some covering Ling Feng's mouth. It seemed they were trying to hide something. The disciples of Manhwa dragged Ling Feng back and gave him a very enthusiastic beating. The senior brother stood in front, smiling and waving his hand awkwardly. You don't need to worry about it. Yang Qian, with a horrified expression, pointed at Ling Feng. But I'm a little worried. I think I should be. The senior brother cut him off, waving his hand. It's fine. Hearing this, Yang Qian could only reply helplessly, yes. Then, with a worried expression, he asked, I'm so sorry, but has my younger sister caused any trouble? The senior brother gave a mysterious smile. Not at all. Looking at the senior brother's expression, Yang Qian thought, it seems like there's something they're deliberately trying to hide from me. He gave a forced smile. It seems my sister has caused some trouble. I apologize. As soon as we get to Manhwa, I will take her home. The senior brother, surprised, exclaimed, Ah! Immediately after Yang Qian received an offer, they would escort him and his party to Manhwa. Yang Qian, bewildered, exclaimed, Escort! Us! The disciples of Manhwa now wore bright smiles as they looked at him. They then quickly moved to either side of him. Seeing their strange behavior, he mumbled with a baffled expression, Did she cause some huge trouble? The senior brother came over and patted Yang Qian on the shoulder with a serious tone. Young Master Gyum, let's go. The disciples of Manhwa were now standing neatly on both sides, creating a path in the middle for Yang Qian to walk. Ling Feng, bruised all over, sat quietly in a corner, not daring to make another peep. Yang Qian's face darkened as he thought, what on earth did she do? Inside the Manhwa sect. A young girl slowly walked towards a house. She stopped at the door, hesitating as if wanting to open it but not daring to. Before she could, a voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing the words, the girl slowly opened the door. She peeked her head in and softly called, Master. Inside, a middle-aged woman sat on the bed, smiling at the girl. I really don't understand how you can dare to walk on these dark mountain paths every day. The girl didn't answer, rushing towards the woman. She threw herself into her arms, hugging her tightly. After a moment, the girl looked up and asked, Is your body all right? The woman gently replied, Perhaps because the moon is beautiful tonight, my complexion is better. The girl snuggled her head into the woman's embrace and smiled. That's a relief. The woman looked at the girl with loving eyes. But the times you can come here are numbered. The girl, not understanding, asked, What do you mean, I will always be by your side? The woman slowly said, Aren't you about to return to Shanxi? At these words, the girl fell silent, only hugging the woman tighter, full of emotion. It seemed the girl didn't want to leave this place at all. The woman gently stroked the girl's head, comforting her. You silly child, don't you want to see your family? The girl in the woman's arms mumbled, repeating her words. Family. That family means nothing to me anymore. Hearing the girl's words, the woman fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. She then closed her eyes and took a long, deep breath. You're right. A sick old woman on the verge of death like me shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. The girl looked up at her and exclaimed, Master, please don't say that. After all, before you fell ill, you were known as the Plum Blossom Immortal. The woman looked up at the moon, her voice tinged with a faint sadness. That's all in the past. I don't know how much longer I have to live. Meanwhile, at the same time, birds hidden in the forest quickly fled at the roar of a bear. The area was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. In a pool of blood, sharp sword slashes suddenly appeared, and in a flash, a flock of birds fell dead, their beaks full of blood. Not a single one had a chance to survive. The one responsible for this was none other than a very familiar figure. It was Namgung Seolhwa. She had run non-stop from Shanxi to find the true love of her life. After running for a long time, she began to doubt what she was trying to achieve, but she didn't want to go back home. She stood there stunned for a long while after killing countless demonic beasts along the way. Namgung Seolhwa found her way using her senses. More accurately, she moved in the direction with the least foul smell, but because of this, she often got lost. By now, her internal energy was likely depleted. Namgung Seolhwa closed her eyes and her keen sense of smell quickly went to work. Namgung Seolhwa whispered to herself in the forest where only trees and grass could be seen. She was determined to pursue her goal, just a little further. Unconsciously, she sensed a warmth from ahead, the only warmth that existed in this desolate forest. She immediately wiped her sword clean and started moving again. For some reason, she felt this was the right direction, and she continued to follow the call of her heart. Back to Yang Qian's group, a voice called out, "Namgung Seolhwa, the brothers from Mount Hua will be joining us, so prepare a meal." The disciples of Mount Hua split into two groups, one to guard the perimeter and the other to set up camp. Then everyone pitched in to work. This was the first night since they had begun their journey with the disciples of Mount Hua. The reason the Mount Hua group was willing to travel with Yang Qian's party was because he was holding their sect's priceless treasure. Each sect had its own treasure, which served as a symbol of their clan. Losing such an important treasure in a drinking bet was so ridiculous that even the old ghost chose to remain silent in this situation, whereas in other situations, he would always nag Yang Qian whenever he spoke ill of Mount Hua. Suddenly, Yang Qian spoke with worry. "Senior, how do you plan to leave my body, or are you going to stick to me like this forever?" Shincheol sighed. "If I knew, would I be stuck to you like this? The people sent out are all disciples of Mount Hua. I'd rather take them on than worry about such nonsense. Don't worry about it. I have no interest in your body." Yang Qian continued. "But I can't believe that. So if you don't believe me, what will you do? Do you have another solution?" When asked this, Yang Qian was also helpless. With no other solution, he fell silent. After a moment's thought, Yang Qian stammered, "Senior, may I venture to ask?" Before he could finish, Shincheol cut him off. "It's not the old Taoist, but the 8-plumb fiery Buddha's light gate or something like that, right? Don't look at me with such disbelief." Yang Qian replied, "This time I'll believe you." "But," the old man continued, "kid, don't worry too much. I'm not interested in healthy bodies." Yang Qian retorted, "What can a rotten body like yours say?" The old man, annoyed, said, "You talk too much." Confused, the protagonist asked, "What are you talking about?" The old man replied, "I mean, there's something inside this body of yours that even I don't know." "There's something in my body." But instead of explaining, Shincheol said, "Before that, I have something to ask. What about the blood demon now?" At this question, Yang Qian was quite surprised. A feeling of extreme confusion washed over him. He couldn't believe the old man would ask such a foolish question. Immediately, doubts about the old man's true identity arose in his mind. With that thought, Yang Qian sighed and replied, "I knew it. You're not the divine plum blossom sword, are you?" The old man was shocked. "What?" Yang Qian calmly said. "The divine plum blossom sword himself finished off the blood demon. How could someone who claims to be the divine plum blossom sword not know that?" The old man found it easy to understand Yang Qian's feelings at that moment. "Even I find it suspicious. I don't know why, but I have no memory of the final battle with the blood demon." The protagonist glanced at the old man, his eyes wide with astonishment. He then raised his hand and demanded, "So now please explain to me, what am I carrying inside me? You must know something." Shincheol replied as if he hadn't expected this question. "You don't even believe my identity. So what else can you believe? So you don't even know what you're carrying in your own body?" A thought flashed through Yang Qian's mind. Is it because of what I ate? The old man stroked his beard and continued, "In the end," while I still had a tired expression on my face, he continued, "I don't know either." "What?" Yet you spoke as if you knew everything from the beginning. You really are a fraud. Oh, for heaven's sake, let me finish. To be honest, the strange thing is that even you can't feel anything in your body. Meanwhile, what you're carrying is an extremely ferocious thing. Surprised, Yang Cheon asked, Ferocious? How ferocious is it? In his mind, Yang Cheon wondered, could it be the Nine Flames Wheel art? He didn't see a problem with him calling it that, as it was indeed a type of internal energy with a very strong flow, but it sounded like Shin Chul was describing a fierce beast rather than a martial art. Shin Chul added, It seems it's not happy that I entered your body and is trying to act recklessly on its own, so I've sealed it, and for now you can rest assured. Curious, Yang Cheon asked, How ferocious is it? The old man replied, Even now if I stop the seal it will act recklessly and rush out. Do you want to try? As soon as he heard this, sweat poured down Yang Cheon's face, and he felt the same sense of disgust as before. He said firmly, No, I don't want to try. But the old man wanted to give Yang Cheon a little taste. As his hand reached out, Yang Cheon felt sharp internal energy moving throughout his body, stabbing into every nook and cranny. His eyes widened in amazement as he saw a powerful dark energy enveloping his body, charging towards him. It looked truly demonic. Just as the energy invaded deeper and Yang Cheon was about to lose consciousness, his vision blurring and turning dark gray, he instinctively raised his hand to block his face. At that moment, Shin Chul resealed it and said smugly, This much is enough, right? The pain quickly disappeared along with the old man's words. Yang Cheon sat there panting exhausted. After regaining his composure, he glanced at the old man and stammered, What? What was that? Shin Chul confidently replied, I already told you. It seems the internal energy you absorbed from the treasure has awakened the beast within you. That's why I told you not to eat too much, but for now, I've sealed it. Even if your body isn't used to the pain, the fact that it can make you faint in just a few seconds is a big problem. It could be due to your internal energy, your demonic art of heavenly absorption or something else entirely. Or it could be that Shin Chul is also lying. Yang Cheon still had a long way to go to reach Manhwa, and now he had this problem to deal with. Seeing Yang Cheon's worried look, Shin Chul spoke up. I can sense your doubt, and I'm truly impressed that you can still think that way after coming this far. All right, I know what you want to know, but that's enough for today. I need to stop here. Panicked Yang Cheon said, Stop, but I just got more questions. Not giving him a chance to ask, the old man pointed upwards. Up there. Following the direction of his hand, Yang Cheon looked up and mumbled, Up. He then looked left and right, then casually said, There's nothing there. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stream of Mount Hwa's energy shot past his eyes, leaving him stunned. Immediately after, the surroundings were filled with dust and smoke, and the protagonist didn't know what was happening. The first person Yang Cheon thought of after witnessing this strange scene was Shin Chul. He shouted irritably, Damn it, what the hell did you just do? But as the dust and smoke gradually settled, a tall figure appeared. Ling Feng spoke softly. In Mount Hwa there's a saying, to become close one must spar. Yang Cheon was so shocked he froze. His eyes fell on Ling Feng's face. He stood there smiling confidently, his face radiant. The protagonist quickly regained his composure and replied, What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Chul added, That's just how Mount Hwa is. Half in disbelief, Yang Cheon asked, Is this how Mount Hwa challenges someone? Ling Feng quickly clasped his hands in a respectful fist. My apologies. It's just that I've never met anyone my age I could spar with, so I got interested. Yang Cheon cleverly declined. Just join the Mount Hwa sect and you'll meet plenty of people on your level. Ling Feng stammered, Even so. After a few words, he seemed hesitant to say more. He stood there scratching his head awkwardly. Perhaps he really didn't know why Yang Cheon had refused his request. This surprised Yang Cheon even more. Just then, Shin Chul spoke up. Kid, he's... Before the old man could finish, Yang Cheon replied nonchalantly, Yes, I know. He thought to himself, He's the youngest to reach the level of a plum blossom sword master. For those without talent, that's an insurmountable wall. Reality cannot be changed by effort. A person like him, even if he tries to blend in with martial artists of the same age, will only make them feel more insecure. No matter what they do, they can't close the gap between them and him. Everyone already knows the outcome. So for someone to still challenge Ling Feng means they have cultivated too much pride as a martial artist. Yang Qian asked, "Anyway, why do you want to fight me?" Ling Feng flustered said, "I thought you'd be a good opponent." Yang Qian could clearly see his awkwardness in making such a sudden request to fight. Perhaps he knew they were on the same level. After a moment's thought, Yang Qian said, "All right, let's have a spar." Upon getting Yang Qian's agreement, Ling Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. He clasped his hands in thanks. "Then let us—" Before he could finish, bolts of lightning appeared around him, and a sound echoed throughout the forest. Dust flew everywhere. Ouch. And just like that, Ling Feng was sent flying. Yang Qian stood there with a stunned expression. What the hell? Who did that? I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch him. In fact, Yang Qian hadn't even gotten close to Ling Feng. It was a surprise attack from someone else, and Yang Qian hadn't even sensed any other energy around. Then with a splash, Ling Feng fell into the water in front of everyone. Even more surprising was the very familiar presence on the surface of the water, a presence that shouldn't be here. A very familiar figure, a figure that Yang Qian was tired of and didn't want to see. Her clothes and disheveled hair looked like she had just been through countless fierce battles, but she still maintained her fair skin and beauty even when her body was so dirty. Her blue eyes stared at Yang Qian with some surprise. Namgung Seolhua let out a small "ah," and then flashed a smile as pure as an angel's, a smile that could captivate anyone's heart. "I've finally found you." In his past life, Yang Qian had the honor of gazing at Namgung Seolhua's delicate features for a long time, but he never tired of her spectacular beauty. If it were the Yang Qian of the past, he would have surely drooled at the news that Namgung Seolhua was his fiancée. It was a night of pouring rain. The rain fell in sheets, and the streets were shrouded in a white curtain of water. Someone with a severe wound on their stomach, blood flowing incessantly mixing with the rainwater, made one's heart ache. Yang Qian sat there staring at the wound on Namgung Seolhua's stomach with great sorrow. It seemed she was gravely injured. Her body was limp, lifeless, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. With trembling hands, Namgung Seolhua tried to reach for Yang Qian's face, whispering, "You're crying, aren't you?" Although heartbroken, Yang Qian tried to compose himself. "Don't be ridiculous. Anyone can see it's just rainwater." Namgung Seolhua added, "Not crying. What a pity." Helpless and desperate, Yang Qian exclaimed, "Why did it have to be like this? You could have run away. Why? Why did you risk your life to save me? Why?" Namgung Seolhua said nothing, just kept looking at his sorrowful face. But the pain from the constantly bleeding wound tormented her. She winced in pain and managed to reply, I just wanted to." The rain continued to fall as if mourning Namgung Seolhua's fate. Suddenly she asked, "Is the moon bright?" Heartbroken Yang Qian replied, "Yes, very bright." "Really?" Namgung Seolhua said, trying to reach for Yang Qian's face. Despite her dirt-streaked skin and tangled hair, even amidst her torn and filthy clothes, Namgung Seolhua's beauty was flawless. Her sparkling blue eyes, reminiscent of diamonds, kept staring at Yang Qian. "I'm so glad." And that was perhaps the last smile Yang Qian ever saw on Namgung Seolhua's face in his past life. Then her hand fell limp, and she passed away in his arms. Just then, a pair of feet stepped closer. An ugly, dirty man laughed arrogantly. "Ha, so even demonic beings have something called friendship, or perhaps it's the affection between a man and a woman." Hearing these taunts, Yang Qian slowly stood up. The man continued, "Don't be too lonely, because soon you'll—" Before he could finish, Yang Qian cut him off. "Shooting star sword, I promise you one thing. You will not die an easy death." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Qian erupted with his own power, his whole body enveloped in a terrifying dark aura. It was clear that a brutal battle was about to ensue, and that man would meet a gruesome end for taunting him at the wrong time. Back in the present, Yang Qian once again saw the smile on Namgung Seolhwa's face. That smile was like the gentle, radiant morning sun capable of dispelling all sorrow. It not only made one's heart flutter, but also seemed to brighten the entire space and strange allure that made it impossible for anyone who saw it to look away. "Found you," Namgung Seolhwa exclaimed. But the most surprised person was Yang Qian. He stood stunned for a few seconds, then exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you find me here, on a nameless mountain with nothing on it?" For someone with no sense of direction like Namgung Seolhwa, she was an extreme case. She was the type of person who would go west when told to go east. So for them to meet here must have been a coincidence. The chances of her finding the right way while searching for someone were very slim. To Yang Qian's question, Namgung Seolhwa stepped forward and replied, "Well," but she suddenly stopped, hesitating. An angry voice rang out, "Young Master Jum, do you know this woman? If not, may I cut her down?" It seemed that Namgung Seolhwa's appearance and her act of pushing Ling Feng into the water had angered his senior brother. As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at Namgung Seolhwa. Seeing this, Yang Qian was filled with confusion. Behind them, the other members of Mount Hua also drew their swords ready to fight. Yang Qian stammered, well. He thought to himself, that damned Namgung woman just daring to touch someone from Mount Hua is a huge disaster. How can this be resolved with just the excuse of being an acquaintance? The engagement. I can't accept it. So what should I say now? While Yang Qian was still at a loss for words, a voice suddenly rang out. "Fiancé. She's my fiancé." Namgung Seolhwa's sudden interjection silenced everyone. They couldn't believe their ears. The surprise hit them like a tidal wave washing away all thoughts. Their ears had heard, but their minds were blank, unable to process it. Their hearts skipped a beat and then pounded in their chests while their eyes widened as if to confirm what they had just heard. Their bodies were frozen, all senses numb. The words still echoed in their minds, but they couldn't make themselves believe it was real and not just an illusion. Their lips moved, wanting to ask again, but no sound came out. Only stunned silence enveloped them all. Even the divine plum blossom sword Shin Cheol couldn't believe his ears. It seemed Yang Qian wasn't the only one in shock, as everyone else was also silent. He awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, "Ha-ha! Well, At that moment, the fiery gazes of the other men were fixed on Yang Qian. In their minds, they were surely thinking, how could such a beautiful woman be involved with someone like him? Life is so unfair. Calm down, Yang Qian told himself. He then asked Namgung Seolhwa, "What are you doing here?" Without any hesitation, she calmly replied, "Of course I came to find you." Hearing this, the gazes of the Mount Hua brothers became even more resentful. In their eyes, the flames of jealousy burned, mixed with a hint of bitterness and dissatisfaction. They stared at him unblinking, as if wanting to eat him alive. The atmosphere became suffocating, as if their gazes were a silent declaration of war, wordless but powerful enough to make anyone's heart waver. Yang Qian sighed helplessly. A moment ago, everyone was pointing their swords at her, but now they've all turned on me. You say you came to see me, but the first thing you do is attack. Just then, the divine plum blossom sword Shin Cheol spoke up. "Kid, take a good look at her condition. Her body is exhausted and she hasn't rested. She forced her internal energy to run all the way here. Do you think she can still distinguish between a demon and a person?" Yang Qian replied with his thoughts. Pushing her body to the point where she can't distinguish between a demon and a person. That's nothing to be proud of. Shin Cheol continued. But for her to go to such lengths just to see you, that's unforgivable, you hateful little brat. Yang Qian frowned. but even so. At this thought, Yang Cheon shouted, "You've caused a member of Mount Hua to end up in this state. Mount Hua will not let you off." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Cheon had to rethink them. His eyes fell on Ling Feng's face, which had suddenly turned as red as a ripe fruit. Every feature seemed to be covered in the rosy glow of embarrassment. His eyes skipped a beat as he stared at Namgung Solhua, his mouth agape. This seemed to betray his confusion at her beauty, which he couldn't take his eyes off of. In his eyes, Namgung Solhua was as beautiful as an angel, incredibly innocent and pure, captivating his heart. Seeing this, Yang Cheon was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, "This kid is going to die for a girl." He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Just then, as if empowered, Ling Feng seemed even more determined to prove his strength in front of a beautiful girl. He said confidently, "Young Master Jum, let's have our duel right now." A forced smile briefly appeared on Yang Cheon's face before quickly vanishing, replaced by confusion and a hint of shame. Yang Cheon knew it was improper to duel with someone who was injured, but all his thoughts vanished when Ling Feng said, "My body is perfectly fine." And so the duel officially began. The two opponents could be considered evenly matched. On one side was Ling Feng of Mount Hua, and on the other was Guillaume Yang Cheon, the young master of the Guillaume family. Ling Feng's cheeks were still flushed as he secretly glanced at Namgung Solhua. Meanwhile, she was happily eating honey cakes with Namgung Solhua, her eyes emotionless. Seeing the love-struck gaze, Yang Cheon said softly, "Look at him. He's been hit by Cupid's arrow." The divine plum blossom sword. Shin Chuol teased, "Are you jealous?" "Jealous? What's there to be jealous of? I'm just annoyed that I accepted his duel with good intentions, and he's using this opportunity for such a dirty reason," Shin Chuol suggested. "Then you have no choice but to use him too." Yang Cheon said, "What can I gain from this duel? What a fool." The old man continued, "Aren't you curious to see how strong you've become?" At the same time, sitting nearby and watching the match, Namgung Seolhwa's sister asked, "Sister, what are you doing here? Did you come to see Namgung Seolhwa?" Hearing this, her father reminded his granddaughter, "Namgung Seolhwa, don't speak to Lady Namgung like that." Meanwhile, Mao Yon sat there constantly praying, "Please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt." On the side of the Mount Hua group, the tension was also high. One of them asked, "Senior brother, who do you think will win?" The senior brother with the white headband replied calmly, "My apologies, young Master Guillaume, but the result is as clear as day. That kid is a monster. We've all been defeated by his talent. He may joke around, but when he's serious, it's not just a simple spar." Shin Cheol was also watching the match intently. In his heart, he could understand why he was weak to a woman's charms, even though he was still young. Rustle. Something fell near Ling Feng. It looked like a plum blossom and shattered as soon as it hit the ground. Immediately after, petals quickly surrounded Ling Feng and began to spin as if caught in the wind. To make the sword in his hand blossom and display the flow of plum blossom energy was the dream of Mount Hua's masters, and the first goal a master from that sect had to achieve. This was the plum blossom sword art. To be so proficient in the plum blossom sword art at such a young age was truly an extraordinary talent. Even Wei Hyogun was quite surprised. Ling Feng's entire body was now filled with the energy of the Mount Hua sword art, his eyes incredibly sharp. The energy Ling Feng emitted covered the entire surrounding area. On the surface it was beautiful and warm, but the sharp energy was like countless swords pointed at Yang Cheon. The fact that he could create so much energy was impressive, but to infuse it with so much will was another impressive feat. He truly deserved the title of the best young talent in Mount Hua. But just then a fire erupted fiercely. The footsteps stopped abruptly, stunned. The terrifying sight startled everyone present. Their eyes were wide open, their whites prominent as if trying to take in the unbelievable scene before them. Their pupils constricted in terror, their gazes frozen in this moment. What no one could have expected happened at that very moment. Yang Cheon's Nine Flames wheel art allowed him to release a massive amount of internal energy from his body. Yang Cheon didn't try to concentrate it in one place. Instead, he let it flow throughout his body. The heat gradually enveloped the area around him, showing no signs of cooling down. It had swallowed the lingering scent of plum blossoms in the air. The flame wheel. Art wasn't a difficult skill to use. It was a simple skill that allowed Yang Qian to create a ring of fire around his body. Yang Qian was also quite surprised. Indeed, even my sister can't compare to him. Seeing this, Ling Feng was quite surprised. His face turned pale, and a few drops of sweat trickled down his forehead as if he couldn't believe that Yang Qian was more dangerous than expected. At that moment, Yang Qian asked, "What's with that expression? Are you scared?" By now, Yang Qian's entire body was enveloped in the blazing flames, the pressure radiating around him incredibly powerful. Ling Feng immediately gripped his sword tightly, regained his composure, and forced a smile. "Ha, of course not. Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward, white plum blossoms still radiating around him, his eyes filled with stubborn determination. On the other side, Yang Qian remained unshaken. He stood still, unwavering amidst the ever-changing world. Ling Feng approached, using 300% of his power to attack the veins on his face bulging, showing he was straining himself to fight. Just like that, the two stared at each other, sparks flying. Yang Qian simply extended his hand, and with his own strength he gently knocked the sword from his opponent's hand. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. But it wasn't just a normal punch. It seemed to carry the heat of the blazing flame. In less than a second, Ling Feng was sent flying by Yang Qian's punch, and the surrounding plum blossoms were crushed by the heat of the fire and vanished. Ling Feng tried his best to avoid the flames that were engulfing him, but it wasn't easy because Yang Qian gave him no room to dodge the attack. Everyone who witnessed this was shocked beyond belief, unable to trust their eyes. Something that seemed so ridiculously impossible, yet Yang Qian had done it. The senior brother from Manhwa was also agape with shock. Just a moment ago, he had been adamant that Yang Qian was no match for Ling Feng, but now he was speechless. The scene before him was truly unbelievable. Ling Feng's sword had shattered into pieces, and the surrounding grass and flowers were scorched, leaving only the black of ash. Ling Feng might be able to make plum blossoms bloom with his sword, but it was just a hollow flower with no substance inside. This meant he had only recently learned this martial art. He truly was a monster. Even Wei Hyo Gun couldn't believe his eyes, his face turning dark. He couldn't imagine how a kid could possess such overwhelming power. It was mainly a matter of experience rather than talent experience that one could only gain on the battlefield, requiring one to overcome many opponents and continuous attacks. Yang Qian slowly approached Ling Feng, who was slumped on the ground. The surrounding grass was burnt, leaving only a layer of dust. In Ling Feng's eyes, there was still doubt about the outcome of the duel. Yang Qian was all too familiar with that look. It seemed all geniuses had the same eyes whenever he defeated them in a one-on-one match. Yang Qian then spoke, "You insisted on a real fight, so I had high expectations. But I'm disappointed." After saying this, Yang Qian immediately denied it in his heart. "High expectations, my ass. I feel like I'm about to vomit from my own ridiculous lies." The way to overcome pride is actually quite simple. If they can't overcome it themselves, someone else needs to destroy it for them. When they realize there will always be someone who surpasses their talent, they will naturally learn their lesson. Of course, in the process, they will fall into despair. They will have to decide whether to wallow in it or ignore it and continue to live with that pride, or grit their teeth and stand up. Finally, Ling Feng had to admit that he had lost. Unlike others, he didn't make any excuses for his defeat, but simply acknowledged his failure with a weak and pitiful voice. Suddenly, Namgung Seolhwa stood up and walked towards Yang Qian. Yang Qian quickly noticed the abnormality. Namgung Seolhwa gripped her sword tightly and said coldly, "Spar with me." Yang Qian was shocked and thought, "Damn it, is she crazy?" Annoyed, he replied, "Didn't you see I just finished a match? Wasn't Namgung Seolhwa also watching the match with everyone else? Why did she want a duel right after Yang Qian was filled with confusion?" At Yang Qian's question, Namgung Seolhwa pouted and sulked. It was very rare for her to make such a face. Yang Qian would never have imagined she could make such a face. It had never happened in his past life. Cold sweat ran down Yang Qian's face. What the? Is she angry because I didn't accept her challenge? The divine plum blossom sword, after reading his thoughts, said, "No, it looks like she's sulking. It would be troublesome to let her sulk like this." At this thought, the protagonist quickly waved his hand. "Let's stop for today. It's late. Let's spar next time." "Next time," Namgung Seolhwa repeated. Then, as fast as the wind, she moved to Yang Qian's side. Without any hesitation, she took his warm hand and said softly, "Next time. Definitely okay." She gave a bright but shy smile. It seemed she really wanted it and was full of expectation. That evening, Yang Qian was sitting alone in the forest training. The blazing flame continuously radiated from his body, burning brightly. Seeing this, Shin Chul was also terrified. Humph, what a monster. To be able to do this just by touching the middle dantian. "Who are you really?" Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. "I only just touched it. Don't overdo it." Even so, I understand that touching the middle dantian at this age is an incredible talent. But don't try to do anything excessive. The dantian in your body is occupied by something. I have to go to the trouble of suppressing this beast because you use too much internal energy. What did you eat to have such a terrible thing inside you? Do you really want an old man to suffer like this, you little brat?" Yang Qian replied indifferently. "You're not alive anymore anyway, so what are you talking about?" "Even so." Yang Qian answered him jokingly, but it seemed he was facing a serious problem. He continued, "Damn it, the thing in my body is reacting to my internal energy." Shin Chil continued, "The stronger your internal energy, the crazier it gets. If you keep trying things like shooting flames from your body or wrapping your hands in fire, that thing will lose control." Suddenly, without another word, Yang Qian blurted out, "Damn it, it's still not enough." As he spoke, he sat up in frustration. Just then, Ling Feng appeared from nowhere. "Even though you won, you still feel it's not enough." Ling Feng approached from a distance, his complexion much more cheerful than when the fight had ended. It was thought that he would be very dejected after losing for the first time, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Yang Qian asked indifferently, "What do you mean by that?" Ling Feng quickly clasped his hands, bowed, and said cheerfully, "Thank you." Surprised, Yang Qian asked, "What did you just say?" Ling Feng continued, "My knowledge is shallow. I don't know why the young hero acted that way, but I can see that you wanted to teach me something." After hearing this, the divine plum blossom sword Shin Chul was impressed. This kid lost so miserably, yet he didn't fall into a demonic state. On the contrary, he's organized his thoughts so thoroughly. He's truly different. How amazing. Yang Qian replied with his thoughts. Others have to risk their lives and go through hell to train, but this guy only needs one match. Kid, don't be so short-sighted. Seeing that Yang Qian said nothing, Ling Feng continued. "Even if that wasn't your intention, it was an honor to learn from you. To be honest, I used to think I was the #1 genius. But thanks to you, I realize how vast the world is. You must have put in an effort far beyond my imagination." This guy is really an eyesore. Shin Chil goaded. "If he's itching, just punch him." "How can I punch him in my thoughts, young Master Gyum, thank you again." Yang Qian remained silent. In his mind, the image of a bruised Ling Feng from his past life, the one he had defeated, flooded back. Those memories made him feel uncomfortable. He thought, how hateful. Shin Chul was also helpless. How hateful. This kid. Tisk, tisk. At the same time, Wee Sola was waving her arms and legs, asking her grandfather, "Grandpa, did you see the young master shot fire, and then boom, boom, sending petals flying everywhere, making the handsome big brother lose?" After a long journey, this was probably the first time she had so enthusiastically described a battle so vividly to the Sword Saint. Just then, some disciples of Mount Hua happened to pass by and were left speechless, unable to deny it. Seeing this, Wee Hyo-gun chuckled and comforted his granddaughter. "Haha, Seola, can you lower your voice a bit?" Startled Sola continued, "But Grandpa, something big happened." Confused, he asked, "What is it?" She said, loudly upset. "The young master is engaged." Isn't that good news? Immediately, Seola jumped up and shouted, "No!" Seeing Seola's agitated reaction, he didn't know what to say. I don't understand this thing called an engagement, but it's definitely not okay. The only one who can do anything with the young master is Seola. It has to be approved by me. The Sword Saint found Seola's question strange. He also felt a bit ashamed because although he had been very dedicated in raising her, he had never taught her something as simple as this. He didn't know why she would ask such a question with such a reaction, but he just thought it was one of her random questions, and nothing more. The Sword Saint said softly, "Seola, an engagement is actually—" Although the conversation wasn't revealed after hearing it, Seola's face was very innocent and confused. Explaining is one thing, but whether she understood is another. And since that explanation, Seola was no longer happy. A girl who was always smiling suddenly became gloomy and tired, completely contrary to her usual personality. Someone who once had an undying passion for food suddenly became quiet and indifferent, which surprised those around her. Noticing something was off, her grandfather asked, "Seola, are you tired?" She said nothing, just shook her head in response. "And after the duel with Ling Feng, there are a few things that have been bothering me," Yang Qian thought to himself. He then spoke up. "If it's not something big, why are you so indifferent to food? Hey, if you're going to be like that, then give me all the honey cakes." At the same time, it seemed that Namgung Seolhwa was the one who understood everything. She sat next to Yang Qian, quietly eating without saying a word. But just as Namgung Seolhwa was about to pick up a delicious piece of food from the pot with her chopsticks, someone as fast as lightning decisively snatched the piece she was about to take, and the one who did it was none other than Seola. Yang Qian looked at Seola with a confused expression. Namgung Seolhwa remained silent, not saying a word. She continued to reach for another piece with her chopsticks, not wanting to argue with Seola, but life wasn't so rosy. Seola continued to snatch the food Namgung Seolhwa was about to take. It seemed Seola was very upset and angry. In other words, perhaps after understanding what a fiancé was, Seola had become very jealous of Namgung Seolhwa, but was helpless to change anything, so she took her anger out on the food. Time and time again, Seola snatched Namgung Seolhwa's food, which made Yang Cheon's annoyance clear on his face. He turned to scold her. "Hey, you!" But before he could finish, Wee Hyo-gun angrily shouted, cutting him off. "We're eating. What are you doing?" Perhaps this was the first time everyone had seen him so angry. Seola was flustered, not knowing what to say, but her body was trembling with anger, and she couldn't do anything. Finally, Seola couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood up and shouted, "Sister is a fool!" After shouting, she ran away, leaving everyone surprised and confused. Her grandfather kept calling, "Seola, Seola!" She just ran away with her bowl of soup, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing Seola's strange behavior, Yang Qian glanced at Namgung Seolhwa's reaction with suspicion. He asked, "Did you tease her?" Seeing the question, Namgung Seolhwa said nothing, just shook her head to deny it. Confused Yang Qian thought to himself, after the duel with Ling Fenghui Sol-ah, it seems she's holding a great deal of sadness in her heart. And what's even more awkward for me is, the next morning, the sun had risen high and everyone was awake. He staggered, walking with tired steps. Seeing this, Mao Yon said, "Young Master Goom, you're awake." The protagonist replied nonchalantly, "Thank you. You've worked hard." With dark circles under his eyes, Yang Qian thought to himself, "How many days has it been? Lately I've been sleeping outside more than at the Gyum family estate." Even so, no matter how much he thought Yang Qian couldn't find a solution for the hidden power within his body. Could he find a solution after arriving at Mount Hua? Just then, Ling Feng's voice rang out, "Young Master Gyum, shall we train together?" The young man's face was covered in sweat. It seemed he had just gone through a strenuous workout. His toned six-pack body was on full display, attracting all eyes. Yang Qian felt a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, doesn't Mount Hua have rules about wearing clothes in the morning? The divine plum blossom sword, Shin Chiol, suddenly appeared and explained, "The body of a martial artist is the crystallization of their inner cultivation, not shaped by their emotions. Therefore, only by becoming a sturdy great tree can one produce beautiful plum blossoms. Yang Qian replied with his thoughts. Yes, that's very true. He reminded him further. So you should also train your body. At this thought, Yang Qian spoke up. Thank you for the invitation, but I have something more important to do today. Maybe next time. Ling Feng smiled and said, Oh, something important. What's going on today? Yang Qian gave a forced laugh. Ha ha! You forgot today is... He hesitated, not saying anything more. It seemed it was a very important day. That evening, the convoy continued its journey, speeding along the roads towards Manhwa. The distance to their destination was getting shorter and shorter. At that moment, the divine plum blossom sword appeared and teased Yang Qian. You still haven't changed. You still have that stubborn look. He remembered a few days ago when Yang Qian had grumbled, Do the people of Manhwa usually climb up there? In contrast to his weary and gloomy expression, Ling Feng had cheerfully replied, For us, it's a daily occurrence. Helpless, the protagonist thought, Damn it. Which thoughtless person built Mount Hua on top of a mountain? Xin Qiol replied, I've had that thought a few times myself, but you should be grateful that the children of Mount Hua are considerate of others. Don't you think so? Back in the present, the senior brother of Mount Hua spoke up. Young Master Jum, why don't you rest for a night in Mount Hua County and climb up tomorrow? We will prepare a place for you to rest. Yang Qian replied. But since I'm carrying Mount Hua's treasure, wouldn't it be better to go up right now? Looking at the long road ahead, it was a familiar sight for the people of Mount Hua, but for Yang Qian it was another matter. They asked further, But can you do it? Yang Qian gave a faint smile. But since the gentlemen of Mount Hua are so kind, it's hard for me to refuse. Let's do that. We'll go up first and report that young Master Jum will arrive tomorrow. With that, the senior brother turned to Ling Feng and said, You stay here and go up the mountain with young Master Jum tomorrow. Hearing this, Yang Qian quickly said, Young Master Ling Feng should also go up the mountain. Wouldn't that be better? The seniors at Mount Hua must all be eagerly awaiting the young hero. Ling Feng gave a forced laugh. Ha ha ha! He said nothing more, but his eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He knew his relationship with everyone in the sect best, and he wondered if it was really as Yang Qian said, that the seniors of Mount Hua were waiting for his return. And so Yang Qian rested at the foot of the mountain, planning to start climbing the next morning. Through the conversation between Mao Yeon and Ling Feng, Yang Qian understood one thing. This kid didn't seem to get along with his peers, and he wasn't very close to his seniors either. Xin Qiol added, When I was young, it wasn't like this. Suddenly, Sola's excited voice rang out. Young Master, I've kept you waiting. Young Master, the steamed buns are here. Seola brought a tray of hot steamed buns, her eyes crinkling with a smile. The gloomy expression she had been wearing for a while had disappeared, replaced by a cheerful and lively Seola. Yes, this is the real Seola, he thought. Looking at the hot, freshly steamed buns, Yang Qian smiled. The vitality of my life has finally appeared. Next, Seola politely served him water. Young Master, here's some water. Seeing that Seola was acting a bit strange, Yang Qian was confused. Why are you so attentive today? Seola is being good, right? Yang Qian said. Nothing took the cup of water and drank a few sips. He thought to himself, a few days ago she seemed strange, but today she's as cheerful as usual. Girls are so hard to understand. Sunny in the morning, rainy in the afternoon, and humid in between. You never know what to expect. Yang Qian gently placed his hand on Sola's head and patted it like he was petting a cute puppy. Sola's cheeks flushed with delight. A second later, Yang Qian said, It would be great if you were always this well-behaved and cute. Flustered Sola said, I haven't done anything hateful. Immediately after a steamed bun was picked up, Namgung Solhua, as if to mark her territory, held the bun towards Yang Qian. Here, The protagonist didn't know whether to eat this steamed bun or not. It was a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Seola's face turned red, her eyes glaring at the steamed bun in Namgung Seolhua's hand as if wanting to burn everything. But in a move no one could have expected, Seola immediately gobbled up the steamed bun, not giving Yang Cheon a chance to enjoy it. Seola was so jealous she was seeing stars. She chewed on it voraciously, as if pouring all her anger into the bun. Namgung Seolhwa was still stunned, frozen in place. She couldn't believe, not in a million years, that Seola could do that. But then she flashed a bright smile to dispel the awkward yet tense atmosphere. Seola always seemed to not want to eat Namgung Seolhwa's food, but in the end her choice was still to eat it. It was like watching a bird hesitating about what to do. Seola chewed on the steamed bun as if she were chewing on a rock. Yang Cheon sat in the middle, helpless, cold sweat running down his face. Well, when it's time to eat, just eat. At the same time, in a mysterious place, a sharp sound of a blade hitting a hard surface rang out. Seeing this, a man in black, his face covered like a ninja, trembled in fear. A voice asked, "So the tail has been stepped on?" The underling, trembling with fear, replied, "Yes, sir. It seems Manhwa has discovered our tracks." The leader, hearing this, let out an angry "Humph." The muscles on his body bulged and veins popped out all over. "Those little brats from Manhwa are really clever. Continuing to gather information here is impossible. The subordinate will report to the main palace immediately. Don't be late." "You know the consequences of being late. Have you ever seen someone's arm broken? Haha. You know what to do." The leader immediately used threats to regain his composure. He continued, "The main palace has just received an order. There's news that the Divine Doctor has appeared in Shanxi." The Divine Doctor. Yes. He was in Anhui before, and this time he's moved to Shanxi. Our men have been sent to confirm his exact location. He slowly stood up and shouted, "Damn it!" A sense of unease filled the underling's entire body as he felt the impending wrath. "I'm done for, teacher." As expected, the muscular man approached, pointing his sharp blade at his neck. "I didn't order you to act on your own." Trembling, the man in black stammered an explanation. It was an order from the palace master." "Really?" he asked, half in disbelief. "So what now? Kill the Divine Doctor or capture him alive?" The order is to capture him alive and escort him to the dungeon under the headquarters." Hearing this, the muscular man sheathed his blade and sighed. "Humph, how boring. Those who get in the way can be killed, right?" "Yes, the order is only to capture the Divine Doctor alive." His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and a dangerous smile appeared on his face. It was hard to know what he was thinking, but it certainly wasn't anything good. It was as if he was enjoying some evil plan that was about to unfold. Interesting. The next morning, the sun rose high and a new day began. In the peaceful atmosphere, a hand was placed on the last few steps of a staircase. More precisely, it was Yang Cheon. After climbing countless steps, he was panting heavily, unable to catch his breath. The air he took in wasn't enough to fill his lungs. His legs felt heavy as if tied with stones. Each step felt like dragging his whole body through a swamp of sand. Sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping heavily with effort. After panting for a while, Yang Cheon cursed, "Damn it, I really want to know who built this god-forsaken Mount Hua." The divine plum blossom sword. Shin Cheol immediately snickered. "Kid, I've been climbing this god-forsaken place my whole life." Yang Cheon added, "After you were alive, didn't you think of moving down to the foot of the mountain? It's so damn tiring." Just then, Ling Feng's voice rang out. "Don't you feel the profound meaning of Mount Hua? Without hardship, there is no gain." Helpless Yang Cheon thought, "What meaning?" Shin Cheol replied nonchalantly, "It sounds nice, but I just want to kill the person who built this place." While Yang Cheon was tiredly sitting and catching his breath, Seola, on the other hand, was completely the opposite. She walked as if on a stroll, her steps light. "Young master, maybe you should let this servant carry you." Ashamed, Yang Cheon thought, "A grown man can't even compare to a weak girl." He replied helplessly, "I still have some pride left. Let me walk up on my own. But aren't you tired?" Seola replied nonchalantly, "No." At that moment, a soft hand reached out. Namgung Seolhwa stood in front of Yang Cheon, extending her small, beautiful hand. "Hand," she said softly. Surprised partly out of shame, Yang Cheon asked, Aren't you tired? No. Without any hesitation, he placed his hand on Namgung Solhwa's and slowly stood up. Standing nearby, Sol-Ah watched this scene, her eyes burning with jealousy. As soon as he stood up, Namgung Solhwa suddenly bowed her head. While Yang Cheon was still trying to figure out what she meant, Shin-chul laughed in admiration. Oh, how professional. As for him, he was somewhat stunned and confused. What the hell? Why are you bowing your head like that? Shin-chul frowned. You foolish kid. Namgung Seol-hwa said nothing, still standing with her head bowed respectfully. Seol-ah's eyes flashed with a fierce fire as if wanting to burn everything in front of her. Her gaze was sharp, not hiding her anger. Yang Cheon thought to himself, Does she want me to pat her head? Shin-cheol continued. Oh, you know what to do, so do it quickly. Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it right away. But life isn't a dream. As Yang Cheon's hand reached out just as it was about to touch Seol-hwa's head, Seol-ah quickly placed her own hand on her head and began to pat it gently in his place to Namgung Seol-hwa's surprised and somewhat disappointed expression. Immediately after Seol-ah's expression changed 180 degrees, she cheerfully showed off her accomplishment. I did it. At that moment, Seol-hwa also gently patted the little girl's head and smiled gracefully. Yang Cheon looked at both their expressions and froze, not understanding at all. While Namgung Seol-hwa smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with joy, she said, Next time. Suddenly, Yang Cheon seemed to have discovered something. He turned his head and said, Is there someone else? Everyone else also turned to look behind them. Far down the steps, someone was still tiredly dragging themselves up. It was one of Yang Cheon's maids. Her face was flushed and she was panting weakly, constantly moaning, Young master, help this servant, please help. Huff, huff. Yang Cheon stood at the top, helpless. Someone go help that little girl. Just then, the gate of Mount Hua slowly opened. An old man appeared from inside and said, Ha 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 ha. You've arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. While Yang Cheon was still frozen, Ling Feng had already clasped his hands in a respectful fist. As for Wee Hyogun, who had been in hiding for a long time, he seemed somewhat hesitant and bowed his head to avoid being seen. The old man slowly walked towards the group, an old figure with silver hair. Shin-chul exclaimed with some disappointment. The current head of Mount Hua is him. Yang Cheon replied with his thoughts. Are you talking about that person? Before Yang Cheon could compose himself, the old man came forward, placed his hands on his shoulders, and said cheerfully, I've been waiting for you for a long time, ha ha ha. Now the elders can't punish me anymore. I lost the Plum Blossom Fate Stone in a bet and have been tormented by them ever since. He was so happy that he kept shaking Yang Cheon's head excitedly. Poor thing. He was already tired and now he had to deal with this. His head was spinning. The protagonist stammered, This junior is Goom Yang Cheon. I came here to... He swayed as he spoke, unable to get the words out. The whole world around him was spinning his mind in a daze, all thoughts melting into an uncontrollable mess. The old man said nonchalantly, Haha. Before you arrived, that beast Goom Ryun sent me a letter and told me everything. You came here to return the Plum Blossom Fate Stone and take your sister back, right? Yang Cheon sighed in relief, secretly happy. Thank goodness the elder explained everything beforehand. It saved a lot of trouble. Hehe. With that thought, he said, Yes, that's right. But there's one more thing he didn't mention. The protagonist, surprised, asked, What else? The spiritual energy in your body. Hearing this, Yang Cheon broke into a cold sweat. He then glanced behind him at Wee Hyogun, who was disguised as a maid. He was deliberately avoiding the gaze of the Mount Hua sect leader, perhaps implicitly understanding what the old man was referring to. The elder, pretending not to notice, changed the subject. He kept patting Yang Cheon on the shoulder. Anyway, you must be tired after a long journey. With that, he gestured to a disciple behind him and ordered, Shin-hyun, prepare a resting place and a meal for our guests. Yes, sect leader. I will arrange everything immediately. Let's discuss things inside. Young Qian, feeling awkward and worried silently, asked Shincheol, "Old man, what should I do?" Shincheol chuckled mockingly. "Do you think you can swallow Mount Hua's treasure and leave unscathed? But don't worry, at worst you'll just lose your life." Young Qian retorted, "That's even more terrifying." After that, everyone was warmly welcomed and shown to their separate resting places. Young Qian was called to a private room for a talk. Sitting in the room, the Mount Hua sect leader was constantly rolling the plum blossom fate stone in his hand. He said, "Young master, you've just arrived at Mount Hua. It's quite rude of me to call you for an audience without letting you rest first. But to have someone who has absorbed Mount Hua's spiritual energy right in our courtyard is something we cannot allow. I hope you understand." Hearing this, Gyum Yang Cheon smiled and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, this junior understands." The Mount Hua sect leader continued, "So you are the one who brought Mount Hua's treasure here, but you unexpectedly absorbed it, right?" Yang Qian narrowed his eyes at the sect leader, not knowing how to explain. He thought to himself, "For now, let's not mention the story about the old man. Just telling the truth is the best option, right?" Shincheol nonchalantly said, "Do you want him to know about this? Don't say it's because of the circumstances that you're in this state." Without hesitation, Yang Qian replied, "Yes." The Mount Hua sect leader held the plum blossom fate stone in his hand and said in a low voice, "This is truly unbelievable." He looked at Jum Yang Qian and added, "Since the spiritual energy has been absorbed, there's nothing we can do. And now for the young master to have two completely opposite spiritual energies is hard to imagine." Yang Qian replied, "Yes." He bowed his head in silence, not knowing what to say or how to explain. In his heart, he couldn't believe how it had been absorbed by him either. Suddenly, he stood up. "All right. Since the young master is here, just do what you need to do. If you want to pick up your sister, then follow me." As the Mount Hua sect leader passed him, Yang Qian asked, "Where are you going?" He suddenly laughed in a creepy way, a cold aura radiating around him. Was he planning something? A second later, he grabbed Yang Qian's shoulders, his voice turning cold. "Do you think that after absorbing Mount Hua's treasure, you can leave here unscathed?" But contrary to what one might expect, Yang Qian wasn't frightened. He replied nonchalantly, "Ah, yes." The Mount Hua sect leader, surprised, asked, "Why is the young master's reaction so indifferent, as bland as snail water?" Yang Qian looked up at him. "Forgive me, but your expression right now is too similar to when the second elder teases me." Hearing this, the Mount Hua sect leader angrily shouted, "What the hell? What makes you think I'm like that guy? Watch your words." Seeing his reaction, Yang Qian became even more certain. He thought to himself, "To be honest, the two of them are quite similar. They're both the type to settle things over a few cups of wine." Unable to scare Yang Qian, he changed the subject. "All right, that's enough for now. Come with me to meet your sister." Hearing this, Yang Qian immediately stood up and followed him. They moved to a house in a separate corner of Mount Hua. Next to the house, a water wheel was constantly turning and a small bird was chirping in the trees, blending with the sound of flowing water and the rustling wind to create a mesmerizing symphony of nature. The house was situated high up, surrounded by rolling hills covered in pine forests, creating a peaceful scene gifted by nature. The clear blue water of the surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the deep blue sky and the fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of flowers and the freshness of the leaves. Inside the house, an old man's voice rang out. "Your body is so worn out now. All your acupuncture points are destroyed, and the spiritual energy in your body is in complete chaos. I didn't expect that being in this state would cause so much pain. It's amazing that you can still endure it." The plum blossom immortal covered her mouth and coughed with difficulty, then replied, "It's not that painful." The old physician, seeing how tired she was, said, "Don't lie. What do you gain by pretending to be healthy in front of that child?" The girl looked at her master with a sad expression. The space suddenly became silent with no sound at all. Emotions seemed to settle with the hearts of the people. After a while, the physician asked, "How long have you been like this?" The Plum Blossom Immortal turned her face away and replied, "About 4 years." The physician continued to ask, "What happened?" She answered hesitantly, "That is..." But in the end she fell silent, unable to say. It seemed she was deliberately trying to hide her illness from her young disciple. She didn't want the girl to worry too much. At that moment, the young disciple called out, "Master!" Hearing the call, the Plum Blossom Immortal was startled. When she turned back, her face looked pained. Blood from who knows when had appeared at the corner of her mouth. The girl, worried, quickly crawled over and asked, "Master, are you all right?" The physician tactfully took out a handkerchief and handed it to the Plum Blossom Immortal. She quickly took it and forced a smile. "Thank you." As she was wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, the physician asked, "Is it because of the restriction?" He mumbled in confusion. "But if it's a restriction, why didn't Jen Mok realize it right away? It's really strange." At that moment she called out, "Divine Doctor." But the physician suddenly cut her off. "Don't call me that." After a while, the Plum Blossom Immortal said, "I'm sorry to have bothered you." The physician replied, "It's fine." She then asked, "May I ask, with my illness like this, how much longer do I have to live?" Hearing these words, the girl disciple was overcome with sadness. Her eyes welled up with tears ready to fall. It seemed the little girl was very sad and worried about her master's health. The old physician did not avoid the question and answered frankly, "If it's fast, you only have 2 months left. If it's long, you might last until this winter." After hearing this, the Plum Blossom Immortal just smiled, satisfied with her fate. It seemed she no longer valued life or death. She knew her own condition and didn't have much hope. Suddenly, the Plum Blossom Immortal's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The girl bowed her head, not knowing how to help her master. The old physician looked at the Plum Blossom Immortal, who was trembling before him, remembering that she was once one of the masters of Manhwa, with a commanding presence, young and strong. But due to illness, she was now an old woman with a frail body. The old physician looked at her as if he were about to make a decision. After a moment, he ordered loudly, "I will do my best to treat you. Everyone else, please leave." The girl, worried and hesitant, said, But master..." The Plum Blossom Immortal, trembling, stopped her disciple's words. "Lianhua." At that moment, the white handkerchief had turned red with her blood. Her hand holding the handkerchief was still trembling. Seeing this, Lianhua said no more, just sat there looking at her master. With no other choice, she had to leave. At the same time, outside, Yang Qian had finally reached the top step, panting. He said tiredly, "This is really torture. Climbing the mountain to Mount Hua in the morning and now climbing up here again. It's killing me. It's no different from torture." The Mount Hua sect leader replied nonchalantly, "Ha ha, don't you feel the will of Mount Hua to achieve anything one must go through hardship? That is the great way." Hearing this, Yang Qian thought to himself, why didn't the old man just move his house when he was alive? It's so confusing. Shinchiul, hearing his thoughts, immediately scoffed. You lazy brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Before you say anything, look up and see the principles of Mount Hua." Suddenly, the door of the house opened. Yang Qian's sister and a young man with a few strands of graying hair came out. Lianhua was wiping the tears from her face. Feeling someone in front of her, Lianhua looked up. She felt the person in front of her was somewhat familiar. As soon as she recognized him, her eyes widened in surprise. Yang Qian was also equally surprised, standing there stunned and speechless. To dispel the awkwardness, Lianhua spoke first. "Brother, why are you here?" The young man behind her stepped forward, and because he wasn't paying attention, he bumped his head into Lianhua's. They both cried out in pain. Yang Qian, confused, thought to himself, "What's going on? Who's standing behind my sister?" Immediately after, the young man behind Lianhua peeked out, his nose red from the collision with Lianhua's head. When he saw the young man, Yang Qian suddenly became angry. He clenched his teeth. At that moment, Lianhua grumbled, "Are you blind? You should watch where you're going." Suddenly, she felt an immense power from in front of her, which made her look over in a daze. She saw that spiritual energy was radiating from Yang Qian's body. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he took step after step forward. Pink and red spiritual energy swirled up, making the surrounding air heavier and harder to breathe. It made those around feel like an invisible hand was squeezing their chests. Yang Qian's burning eyes flashed like hell, filled with uncontrollable anger. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. In Yang Qian's mind, memories of his past life flooded back. When the door opened, hundreds of people were kneeling inside a large room shrouded in darkness. Among the disciples dressed in pure black, a man could be seen slowly walking among them. He looked ahead and smiled faintly. "I'm glad to see you've returned safely." With that, he hesitated a bit, but at the same time the immense pressure radiating in the air made everyone kneeling in the room tremble in fear. That demonic energy completely overwhelmed them. Each slow step forward seemed to crush everything around. The man with the fan added, oh my, this is not good. You seem very angry. What could have made the great master so angry? Could it be that just because a small woman unfortunately lost her life, you've become like this?" Those words seemed to fuel the rage in the heavenly demon's heart even more. Yang Qian directly used his brutal demonic energy and charged towards the man in front of him. But before the attack could touch him, it was blocked and unwillingly disappeared. He then gritted his teeth and said, "It was all the will of the cult master. But the great master's current state doesn't seem to be in line with his will." The heavenly demon said nothing, just stood there laughing coldly and eerily. But that still didn't make him feel afraid. And so the two of them stared at each other, their eyes filled with hatred. Without any hesitation, Yang Qian concentrated his energy into his hand and then attacked him directly. Seeing his action, the opponent reminded him, "Please always remember that above you there is only the cult master." Suddenly, the rage in Yang Qian's heart stopped. He gritted his teeth, somewhat resentful, and hesitated for a few seconds before making his final decision. The blazing flame in his hand continued to burn fiercely. On the opposite side, the man had a challenging smile on his face, the very picture of a master taunter. Yang Qian had no choice but to stop before the last word he said. He said coldly, "The great heavenly master is dead. The deposed master will also die today, and the sword saint has become a madman. The heavenly demon probably has no interest in anything anymore. So who will the cult master entrust the remaining tasks to? Please think carefully. I'm sure the cult master will choose you." Those words made Yang Qian even more furious. He was so angry, but he couldn't do anything. Back in the present, Yang Qian walked up and grabbed the man behind his little sister by the neck. The people around them couldn't understand what Yang Qian was thinking, or what had driven him into such a rage. His grip tightened, making it hard for the boy to breathe as he gasped for air. Yet Yang Qian had no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Yang Qian's junior sister Gu Ryunhua felt a shiver run down her spine at her senior's brutality. She trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Yang Qian gritted his teeth and squeezed the boy's neck even harder, seemingly unable to control his present actions as he was overwhelmed by images from his past life. Just then, a hand reached out in front of Yang Qian. The Mount Hua sect leader stepped forward to intervene. He covered Yang Qian's eyes with one hand and held the other behind his back. Before acting, he whispered into Yang Qian's ear, "This might hurt a little." A moment later, inside the room, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint and the Divine Doctor looked towards the door in surprise. The sect leader walked in cheerfully, telling the Divine Doctor, "Perfect timing. We have a patient." The patient he referred to was Yang Qian. It was unclear what the old man had done, but Yang Qian was now unconscious and limp so weak that the sect leader could lift his entire body with just one hand. His strength was not to be underestimated. After a while, Yang Qian regained consciousness. The sect leader began the introductions. "This elderly man is the Divine Doctor acclaimed for being able to cure any illness. He is the most skilled physician in the land. He was the one who treated you when you fainted. This is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, the renowned sword of Mount Hua, as you know. She is also the master of your junior sister, Gu Ryunhua. And this child is Zhou Giol, the grandson and disciple of the Divine Doctor. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the Divine Doctor. And this," he finished, "is Yang Qian." Hearing this, Yang Qian broke into a cold, anxious sweat. The sect leader then turned to question him. "Why did you try to choke this child?" The protagonist cursed inwardly, feeling cornered. Damn it. Honestly, ever since I met this kid, my memories have become hazy, but no one would believe that reason. This is also the first time I've heard that Joe Giol is the Divine Doctor's grandson. Why did I have to run into the very person the Haryu sect is looking for? Nothing is going according to plan. Even that old man is silent and won't answer me. Damn it. What do I do now? Yang Qian's mind reeled as he struggled to find an explanation. Seeing this, the sect leader asked, "You feel like your memories are hazy, don't you?" Startled that his core problem had been pinpointed, Yang Qian asked, "How? How did you know?" "Haha, I'm not entirely sure either," the elder said, recalling the boy's strange behavior earlier. He then turned to the Divine Doctor. "But Divine Doctor, could you examine this child's body?" The Divine Doctor replied irritably, "I have no time to listen to your requests. Get lost." And with that, a loud argument between the Divine Doctor and the sect leader officially began. The Plum Blossom Sword. Saint, already accustomed to such scenes, calmly turned to Yang Qian. "Don't be afraid. You are Yang Qian, correct?" Surprised, the protagonist asked. "You know of me," she replied casually. "Of course. I was your mother's closest friend." Yang Qian was taken aback, muttering to himself, "My mother's closest friend. It's good to finally meet you." Meanwhile, his junior sister, still haunted by Yang Qian's earlier actions, hid behind her master. "You are very similar to Cheon Hui," the Sword Saint continued. "How can I be similar? Not in the face, but in the aura. A quiet but warm heart. I can feel that as well." "Thank you for your kind words," Yang Qian replied politely. Just then, the argument between the sect leader and the Divine Doctor finally came to an end. The Divine Doctor shot up from his seat. "I'm leaving. You all can talk amongst yourselves." Seeing this, the helpless sect leader had no choice but to use his final treasure. What if I trade one leaf of a dragon's breath herb for a single diagnosis of this child? He asked with great sincerity. Although the Divine Doctor was still bitter and annoyed his reason couldn't overcome the allure of the dragon's breath herb, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine. I'll listen to you one last time. Remember this." The Mount Hua sect leader laughed. "Ha ha! You sure know how to drive a hard bargain." The Divine Doctor then gestured towards Yang Qian, telling him to roll up his sleeve and extend his arm. Without hesitation, Yang Qian did as he was told. He knew the reason the sect leader had brought him here was because he sensed the Mount Hua energy surging within his body. However, Yang Qian still doubted whether the man could truly understand the state of the internal energy in his body. Meanwhile, the Divine Doctor held Yang Qian's wrist, his eyes closed as he focused on the pulse. A moment later, a very small stream of qi flowed from the Divine Doctor's fingertips into Yang Qian's body. Yang Qian was both nervous and worried, afraid that the Divine Doctor would sense the demonic energy still residing within him. Seeing the Divine Doctor's silence, the sect leader asked, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" The Divine Doctor turned and replied, "This kid isn't just wrong. Right now he's no different from a walking corpse." Yang Qian's mind went blank upon hearing those unexpected words. After a few seconds of trying to process it, he asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that? How can you still be standing here talking as if nothing is wrong when there's more than one or two types of energy circulating in your body?" The Divine Doctor asked seriously. Hearing this, the protagonist understood that the Divine Doctor was referring to the demonic energy he had acquired in Sichuan and the power he had absorbed from the Mount Hua treasure. He thought to himself, "I've certainly absorbed many things, but I didn't realize it was this serious. I thought I had overcome it safely, but could this be what the Elder Iron Demon mentioned about something inside my body?" Just then, the Iron Demon appeared in his mind, answering his unspoken question. "It's not." Annoyed by his sudden appearance, Yang Qian gritted his teeth and replied in his thoughts, "Why are you only showing up now?" Iron Demon answered. "I've been watching all along, but I had to wait for the right moment to reveal myself. Through the words of that doctor, I've confirmed my suspicions." "What suspicions?" Yang Qian asked, surprised. To put it simply, It is suppressing the chaotic energies within you. Of course, it could also erupt if it wanted to. When two internal energies of completely opposite natures flow within the same body, they will inevitably clash. This directly harms your body, Yang Cheon. The situation will only worsen as the level of your internal energy increases. If you were a normal person, you would have been crippled long ago. You seem to be taking this far too lightly. Slightly worried, Yang Cheon turned to the divine doctor and asked, "Senior, what should I do about these energies?" The divine doctor gave a strained smile. "What should you do? Either you find a way to expel all of them, or you live with the constant fear of exploding at any moment. Your body is now a powder keg. A single spark could turn you to dust. I can't recklessly touch it or handle it easily." However, Yang Cheon's expression remained utterly bewildered. Seeing this, the divine doctor explained more clearly, "You want me to put it simply. Your body as it is now could suddenly die while you're bathing, eating, or doing anything else, and it wouldn't be the least bit strange." It was a condition where Yang Cheon could drop dead at any moment without warning. It meant the currently calm internal energies could erupt and kill him. It was a ticking time bomb inside his body. But after learning this truth, Yang Cheon showed no signs of worry or fear. Instead, he calmly accepted it and replied indifferently, "So that's how it is." The sect leader then spoke up. "I didn't realize the situation was this grave." Manhwa looked at Yang Cheon with a worried expression. "You could die, yet you can remain so calm." "It's not my time yet," Yang Cheon replied. "You could die tomorrow," his junior sister pressed. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. No one said another word as a chill filled the space. To break the tense and suffocating silence, Yang Cheon spoke up. "Don't worry about pointless things. Get ready to return to the family." Upon hearing Yang Cheon mention going home, Gu Ryunhwa's face fell. She hugged her master's arm, clinging to her as she said softly, I don't want to go back." Seeing this, Yang Cheon said, "Then do as you wish." His words made her eyes light up with surprise and excitement. "Really? If you don't return, I'll report to the family head that you refuse to come back with me. We'll see what father has to say. You know the family head won't even bother with it." Hearing this, Gu Ryunhwa clenched her teeth in frustration. She continued to cling to her master's arm, remaining silent. The Mount Hua sect leader seemed to understand her feelings. He looked at Yang Cheon and changed the subject. "Yang Cheon, why don't you head back to your quarters and rest? It must have been a tiring first day at Mount Hua." "Ah, yes. Then I shall take my leave," Yang Cheon replied. Before he left, the elder added a warning. "And remember, don't even dream of finding your own path. Everything is already set. Don't think about changing it." With that, Yang Cheon quickly departed and the door to the room slowly closed behind him. Seeing him leave, the divine doctor remarked in surprise, "That child is truly strange." The plum blossom soared. Saint weakly added, "You felt it too." "Senior, he could die at any moment, yet his expression is as serene as someone who has already renounced life and death." Outside, night had fallen. A cold wind howled as Yang Cheon trudged back to his room to rest his expression grim. Life was never easy for him. The Iron Demon appeared and spoke. "You don't seem like a man on the verge of death." "Honestly, I'm not thinking much about it," Yang Cheon replied calmly. "Perhaps it's karma for living a wicked life." "You haven't lived that long and you're already thinking about karma," the Iron Demon remarked, surprised. At that moment, Yang Cheon reached his room. As he opened the door, he froze in surprise at the sight of a familiar figure. It was none other than Nam Gung-bi. She was sitting on his bed as if she had been waiting for him. He was completely shocked and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Nam Gung-bi casually replied, "Sleeping here." "Here?" Yang Cheon questioned. Her response was a firm, "Yes, sleeping here." She pointed at him and said cheerfully, "Sleep with me." Oh my, a feast delivered right to the cat's doorstep. It would be a waste not to indulge. What a lucky guy. The Iron Demon, standing by, chimed in with a sarcastic comment. "You might die soon, but don't forget your duty to continue the family line before you go." However, Yang Qian had no interest in this. The sect leader said he would arrange 2 rooms for us. Go to your own room and rest, he said, clearly annoyed. There's no other room. The sect leader only gave us 1. Is that so? Just 1 room? Yes, that's right. Hearing Nam Gungbi's words, Yang Qian immediately thought of his own sect leader. I should have been more careful from the moment I learned he was close with the second elder. He forced a smile. It's fine. I'll stay with Mo Yan. Good night. Seeing Yang Qian about to flee, Nam Gungbi quickly jumped down and grabbed his hand to stop him. The action surprised him, and he broke into a sweat. With sparkling eyes, pouted lips, and blushing cheeks, Nam Gungbi's innocent face pleaded, We're just sleeping while holding hands. It's not like we're doing anything. In the moonlight, her fair skin seemed to glow even brighter. At this moment, Nam Gungbi looked breathtakingly beautiful. Yang Qian was at a loss for words, captivated by her beauty. It would be strange not to be mesmerized by her expression. Even if Nam Gungbi was that naive, could she truly not know the situation they were in? The presence of just 1 man and 1 woman inside a single room, everyone knew what that implied. Meanwhile, Nam Gungbi was still anxiously awaiting an answer from Yang Qian. Though he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny that Nam Gungbi was very beautiful, especially when their eyes met directly. He probably couldn't keep a clear head if he had to face her like this. Unconsciously, a smile formed on Yang Qian's face. Seeing this, Nam Gungbi's face lit up. You're smiling, so you'll sleep here with me tonight. Yang Qian covered his mouth with his hand, chuckling. Sorry, I just found it a little funny. Nam Gungbi smiled back and said, Then let's go. Are you laughing at me? Yang Qian averted his gaze. All right, good night. However, just as Yang Qian tried to leave, she grabbed his hand, holding it so tightly that he couldn't easily pull away. Surprised, Yang Qian turned his head back and asked, What is it now? Without a moment's hesitation, Nam Gungbi took Yang Qian's warm hand and pressed it lovingly against her own cheek. Feeling the warmth from his hand, she blushed an even deeper shade of red. With her captivating beauty, Nam Gungbi smiled mesmerizingly at him. Sleep with me tonight. Now, with the situation laid bare, it was up to Yang Qian to handle it. At this point, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Powerless to refuse, Yang Qian had no choice but to stay the night with Nam Gungbi. At that same moment, the scene shifts to the sect leader's residence located at the peak of Mount Hua, where the lights were still on. Inside the room, Wee Hyo-gun spoke apologetically. I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. Sitting across from him was the Mount Hua sect leader. The old man smiled and replied, It's no trouble. I was feeling lonely anyway. The sect leader seemed to have guessed the thoughts in Wee Hyo-gun's heart, the question he was desperate to find the answer to even in the dead of night. He asked, I heard you are looking for the divine doctor. Yes, Wee Hyo-gun replied. But both the Shaolin and Wudang sects are also searching for him. Hearing this, Wee Hyo-gun fell silent. The Mount Hua sect leader pressed on. Haven't you already found the divine doctor? The Sword Sovereign looked momentarily sad. That's right. I sensed a massive barrier erected to protect the divine doctor. You haven't gone deep into the inner grounds yet. I thought it would be proper to ask first. After a few seconds of hesitation, the Sword Sovereign asked forthrightly, Sect leader, may I meet the divine doctor? The divine doctor is currently caring for another child. Even if you were to find him, you might not get what you wish for. But, he added, if you are willing to do something for me, things might be different. The scene shifts to the next morning. Yang Qian woke up with dark circles under his eyes, looking pale and drained. Beside him, Nam Gungbi was still fast asleep. He thought to himself in frustration, Damn it, I couldn't get a wink of sleep. The Iron Demon immediately appeared. The fact that nothing happened is what surprises me more, he remarked. Yang Qian grumbled back in his thoughts. Please don't say such strange things so early in the morning. I'm so tired I could die. The old man laughed mockingly. Ha, die. In the end, you still slept with her, didn't you? The protagonist recalled the previous night. Nam Gungbi, emanating a spiritual energy, had held his hand. Say what you will, he thought. But if I had just let things be, everything might have fallen apart. What was I supposed to do? The Iron Demon replied. It's a good thing that maid of yours didn't witness this. Even if she did, it's nothing to worry about, right? Yang Qian replied casually. Thinking back, when I'm around Namgung-bi, she does even stranger things. If that's the case, it's better not to get caught in this situation. I should get out of here quickly. But unbeknownst to him, Seola had already appeared beside the bed, staring at him. There was nowhere to run. Just as he spoke of the devil appeared. Sensing something unusual, Yang Qian glanced over and immediately saw Seola's dark, intense gaze fixed on him. I'm done for. I'm really, truly done for this time. At that moment, Namgung-bi also suddenly woke up. She slowly sat up, looked at Seola beside her, and began to ask, Seola, did you sleep, wee? Before she could finish, Seola cut her off. That's unfair. Seola clenched her fists, her voice trembling as she stammered, I want to sleep with the young master too. Hearing this, Yang Qian broke into a cold sweat. Here we go again, he thought. But unexpectedly, Namgung-bi said, We can just sleep together. Yang Qian immediately whipped his head around, looking at her with an expression of stunned disbelief. Ignoring him completely, Namgung-bi continued, Seola can sleep with us too. Hearing this, Seola's voice trembled and her cheeks turned as red as ripe tomatoes. Really? She asked. Namgung-bi didn't answer but simply nodded. Seeing the approval, Seola didn't waste a single second. She leaped onto the bed. This is great, she exclaimed happily. So Seola can join in the sleepover too. Watching her actions, a helpless Yang Qian thought to himself, This is so confusing. He turned to Namgung-bi and asked, What in the world are you two talking about? Before he could finish, the door suddenly opened. Lee Song-baek called out, Young master, good morning. The three people inside stared at him with wide eyes, faced with the scene of three people on one bed. Lee Song-baek couldn't help but freeze his mind instantly, filling with dark thoughts. But a second later, as soon as he composed himself, he slammed the door shut and shouted from the other side, The sect leader is looking for you. I'll be on my way. The Iron Demon appeared to reassure him. Ha ha, don't worry. In Manhwa, ridiculous rumors like this don't spread easily. A short while later in the Manhwa sect leader's reception room, the old man saw Yang Qian arrive. He poured tea and said, I heard you spent the morning with two young ladies. Ah, to be young is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Hearing this, the Iron Demon gave a strained laugh. Manhwa has changed a lot over the years, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Yang Qian bowed his head and rubbed his forehead. You summoned me, sir? He asked. The Manhwa sect leader continued to tease him. I wanted to hear about your time with the two young ladies last night. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qian turned to leave. In that case, I will take my leave. The sect leader quickly stopped him. Wait. Stop for a moment. Then, as he poured more tea, he got to the point. It's nothing serious. Do you remember the small cottage you visited last night? The place where the Plum Blossom Sword Saint is staying, right? Yang Qian replied. That's right, the sect leader said. He then took an item from his sleeve and presented it to Yang Qian. I need you to deliver this to the divine doctor. Can you help me with this? Surprised Yang Qian asked. Me? It's not a difficult task, but why me? As he spoke, he took the item from the sect leader's hand. The old man continued. Most people in Manhwa don't know that the Plum Blossom Sword Saint is ill. You don't need me to explain the reason, do you? Yes, Yang Qian replied. If news that the Sword Saint, the symbol of Manhwa, has fallen ill were to spread, it would not be good at all. The old man moved closer to Yang Qian and added, That is precisely the problem. If I go to see the divine doctor myself, that old coot will surely act up and demand to pack his things and leave. But if I entrust it to another Manhwa disciple, it would be easy for the Sword Saint's condition to be exposed. I need someone who owes me a favor and cannot refuse to deliver this document for me. Hearing this, Yang Qian pouted slightly but didn't argue further. After a moment, the Manhwa sect leader said, Well then, you should get going. The scene shifts to Guryunhwa. She slowly stepped outside carrying a small bag. She descended the steps one by one. After a while, she reached the bustling market crowded with people. Ryunhwa stopped in front of an apothecary, opened the door, and stepped inside, closing it carefully behind her. A short while later, she came back out. Looking at the bag filled to the brim with herbs, she thought, "The old master told me to buy everything needed. I wonder if I missed anything." She then turned back, her footsteps light on the stone stairs. Suddenly her eyes were drawn to something. She looked towards a small family of 4 deer. The 2 parent deer were caring for their fawns. Faced with such a heartwarming family scene, she felt a pang of sadness. A melancholic feeling washed over her as old memories flooded her mind. In the memory, Yang Qian's mother was collapsed on the floor. His father's gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked down at her. Yang Qian knelt beside his mother, helpless, with a vacant look in his eyes. Ryunhwa could only watch secretly from the doorway. She was so small back then, unable to help, with no choice but to watch helplessly. Returning to the present, she bit her lip tightly. As she continued climbing the steps back, she told herself, "I will never go back to that place again." Just as Ryunhwa left, a voice came from behind a tree. "Where do you think you're going?" From behind the trees, where Ryunhwa had just been looking, several black-clad figures emerged. "Could we have been exposed?" one of them asked. "Exposed? By a little girl." "Don't be ridiculous," another replied. One of them stepped onto the stairs. "No, I think—" As he reached his hand forward, a pink barrier materialized, blocking his path. It was clear their strength alone was not enough to break the formation. Trying to do so would only alert their target and make them easier to detect. Seeing this, the black-clad man grumbled a curse. "Damn that old fox of Manhwa! He truly schemes in ways no one can underestimate. If so, the divine doctor must be inside. Let's return. The rest will be left to the branch chief to handle." Back with Ryunhwa, she was still climbing the stairs. After a few more steps, she sensed something and looked up. In front of her was Yang Qian, exhausted, leaning on his knees and breathing heavily. Ryunhwa's eyes widened in confusion, wondering why he was here. Sensing someone looking at him, Yang Qian turned his head. Seeing his sister, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Ryunhwa didn't answer, but asked back, "What are you doing here?" Yang Qian turned back and replied, "It's not that I wanted to come here. The Mount Hua sect leader asked me to deliver something." Hearing this, Ryunhwa didn't ask any more questions and simply led the way. "Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and let's go." Yang Qian frowned and mumbled, "I want to, you know." But seeing his sister walking ahead without any signs of fatigue, he suddenly remembered the divine doctor's words. "You want me to be more direct. Whether you're bathing or eating, you could drop dead at any moment." Yang Qian let out a sigh. How can she climb these stairs without getting tired, and how can she climb even faster than me? Suddenly, Ryunhwa turned back, held out her hand, and said, "Give it to me. I'll deliver it." But Yang Qian just stood there silently. After a moment, he asked casually, "Are you worried about me?" Ryunhwa immediately snapped, "What worried? What's there to worry about? It's just because you're too slow." Seeing this, Yang Qian felt a little disappointed. He simply walked past Ryunhwa, not forgetting to say, "You're so prickly. I'll just hurry up then." With a worried expression, Ryunhwa watched her brother's back as he walked away. She quickly followed behind, her mind filled with concern for Yang Qian's condition. Suddenly, Yang Qian turned back and asked, "Jo Gyeol, have you ever seen that kid, the one they call the divine doctor's grandson, do anything strange or unusual?" Ryunhwa looked up and answered, "No, I haven't." "All right then," Yang Qian mumbled and continued walking. At this moment, the Iron Demon appeared, his gaze following Ryunhwa. Her face was now deep in thought. He then turned to Yang Qian and said, "Ryunhwa doesn't seem like a bad sister. So why is there so much tension between you two blood siblings?" "I don't know how it ended up like this either," Yang Qian replied. Hearing this, the Iron Demon was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. After a moment, he asked, "Doesn't it bother you?" "I can't say it doesn't," Yang Qian replied. "But my body has its own problems right now, so I have to put that aside for the time being." "Still, you're siblings," the old man continued. "For it to be like this is really—" Yang Qian turned back with a look of suspicion. "Are you talking about my sister?" The old man frowned. "Who else would I be talking about? I thought you were talking about the divine doctor's grandson," Yang Qian said. "It's fine. I didn't care about him from the start." The Iron Demon asked again, "Are you two really blood siblings?" The scene shifts to the divine doctor. After a long and tiring journey, Yang Qian had finally completed his mission delivering the letter into the divine doctor's hands. He took it and opened it to read. In front of him, Yang Qian and Ryunhua sat watching. After a moment, the doctor rolled up the letter and spoke. "So now that old bastard is making someone who's about to kick the bucket deliver this piece of trash letter." "Yes," Yang Qian replied. He thought to himself, "Sect leader, what on earth did you do to the divine doctor? There's no way he would hate you this much otherwise." The divine doctor sighed. "You've really had a tough time dealing with that guy's business." "It's all right," Yang Qian said, surprised. "It was an order from the sect leader, so I had no choice but to do it." The divine doctor then asked, "Is your body all right?" "Yes, for now there are no serious problems." "Then you're lucky." Suddenly the divine doctor's voice grew somber. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Hearing this question, Yang Qian froze, lost in thought, and said nothing more. Gu Ryunhua's face also showed clear worry. The atmosphere fell silent with no one saying a word. Yang Qian remained pensive, his head bowed, not knowing what to say. After a moment, the divine doctor sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it, I misspoke. It's nothing. I'm just rambling again. If you're done here, you should leave." "Yes, sir," Yang Qian replied. He then slowly stood up. Gu Ryunhua watched him intently. As she saw Yang Qian about to walk out, she couldn't help but whisper, "Is your body all—" But it seemed Yang Qian didn't hear her. He turned back, clasped his hands in a farewell gesture. "Then, Senior, I shall take my leave." "All right," the divine doctor replied from inside. Immediately after, Yang Qian politely closed the door and left. Inside, Gu Ryunhua sat beside her master, her head bowed in silence, her heart in turmoil. She clenched her fists and couldn't stop herself from muttering, "Idiot." The scene shifts back to Mount Hua, where Yang Qian has returned to the sect leader. "Did you deliver the message to that old man without any trouble?" he asked. "Yes, Senior," Yang Qian replied. The divine doctor read it, cursed a bit, but still accepted it. Hearing this, the Mount Hua sect leader squinted his eyes and chuckled. As he should. The contents of that letter were enough to make anyone angry. He then turned and asked quietly, "Also, how is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint's condition?" Yang Qian replied softly, "She was still resting, so I'm not sure if there has been any progress with her internal injuries." Hearing this, the sect leader's expression turned sorrowful. "Is that so?" Yang Qian quickly added, "Even so, the divine doctor is still caring for her. There should be good progress." "Yes, I hope so," the sect leader said. "But the plum blossoms have only just bloomed. Why must disaster strike at a time like this?" Hearing this, Yang Qian thought to himself in confusion, "Disaster. It's not just the Plum Blossom Sword Saint's health, but another disaster has befallen Mount Hua." The Iron Demon appeared and spoke up. "Mount Hua is about to hold a recruitment for new disciples. You knew that, didn't you?" "Ah, that's right," Yang Qian replied. "Thinking about it, the Sword Sovereign coming to Mount Hua and Zhou Jiel's presence here can also be seen as bad omens. Just one of these would be a major disaster, but to have one thing after another pile up, how can they possibly handle it?" At the same time, in a dark cellar, a man angrily smashed the table in front of him. Below, a black-clad man knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his fear palpable. The man above his veins bulging crushed the armrest of his chair. He roared, "So you're saying you found the divine doctor, huh, ha ha!" At that moment, he revealed a ferocious and defiant face with prominent veins, sharp eyes, and a crazed look. His mouth was wide open, revealing fangs and a tongue lolling out grotesquely. The downward angle of the light made his face even more terrifying. The subordinate stammered fearfully. "It's not that we've found him for sure. It's just that we've discovered a place that could be his hiding spot." The man snapped in annoyance. "What? So, in the end, you still haven't found him?" The subordinate continued. "The Manhwa sect has created a very large barrier. It might be where the divine doctor is residing." He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with rage. "Could be, might be a guess you dare to come back with this piece of trash information without any concrete proof." As he spoke, he swung his sword, a sharp slash passing through the subordinate. He then shot him a deathly glare. The subordinate now trembled uncontrollably in fear, sweat pouring down him like he'd been drenched. "Isn't that right?" the man snarled. "Yes, sir. We are utterly ashamed. This is our fault." "It seems you know your place." With that, one of the subordinate's arms was gone forever. Perhaps severing an arm was a warning. It was a stroke of luck that he hadn't taken his life. After the strike, the man continued. "Is finding a dying old man so difficult?" "My deepest apologies, Branch Chief," the subordinate stammered, clutching his bleeding arm, his whole body shaking as he forced out the words. Meanwhile, the man was still smiling and speaking with a hidden meaning. "I am a merciful person, so I won't kill you. After all, there's no one here as smart as you. This favor, I will never forget it," the subordinate replied hastily. The man then returned to his seat, slumping into the chair and letting out a long, weary sigh. "Even if I send those guys, they won't bring back any useful information." "A barrier, you say? Interesting. Good. Let's do it that way. We need to prepare anyway. In 3 days, we will go to that barrier to see if the divine doctor is there. If he is, bring him back. If not, all of you will lose your lives." So a perfect plan, right? Yes, an excellent plan. The scene shifts back to Yang Qian. He let out a huge yawn. Seeing this, the Iron Demon appeared and quipped, "It's rare to find someone who runs into trouble every single day like you do." The protagonist replied in his thoughts, "I haven't even done anything major. I just woke up, had a chat with the sect leader, and the day is already over." "If you're done, then hurry back to your family," the old man continued. "That's right. I have no reason to stay here any longer. My sister has said she won't return. The Manhwa stone has been delivered. All that's left is to prepare and then go back." Suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Young master!" Both turned their heads towards the sound. Their eyes fell upon the sight of Siola smiling brightly as she skipped towards them, seemingly very excited about what was to come. Siola ran with her arms wide open. However, before she could embrace Yang Qian, he quickly sidestepped, letting her continue her momentum. "It's already night, what now?" Yang Qian grumbled. "This isn't the way to the guest quarters." As a result, Sola fell with a thud onto the cold floor, her eyes spinning, but her mind was still sharp. "You don't remember," Sola reminded him. "Remember what?" Yang Qian asked, feigning surprise. "Today, the young master will sleep with me," Sola said casually, but Yang Qian tried to deny it. "Why don't I remember anything about that?" Sola jumped up, took Yang Qian's arm, and said cheerfully, "It's okay. Sola remembers." The Iron Demon behind him added his own sarcastic comment. "This old man remembers too." Not knowing what else to say, Yang Qian asked, "Does your grandfather know about this?" Hey, it's fine. Grandfather went somewhere." "Where did he go?" "Siola doesn't know. Grandfather just said he was going somewhere. He didn't say when he would be back." "Is that so?" "Yes." Upon learning this, he thought to himself, "I was planning to return as soon as I was ready, but it seems I'll have to wait." "In this era, is it common for a servant to disappear without a word?" the Iron Demon asked, surprised. But Yang Qian knew better than anyone that things were not that simple. He sighed. Let's just assume so for now." Hearing Yang Qian's hesitant yet meaningful reply, the Iron Demon exclaimed in bewilderment, "The world has truly changed so much." When they returned to the room and opened the door, all three were met with the innocent face of Nam Gung Bi. Unbeknownst to them, she was already there sitting on the bed waiting for Yang Qian's return. Yang Qian froze for a few seconds at the sight, muttering, "Don't tell me." But without a moment's hesitation, Seola, as fast as an arrow, leaped onto the bed, burrowed under the covers, and popped her head up, calling out, "Young master." Then, as if on cue, both girls said in unison, "Let's sleep together. What a lucky guy. He just lies down and has two beauties waiting for him, no different from an emperor of old." But Yang Qian just stood there, his heart in turmoil, not yet daring to step inside. As fast as he could, he turned on his heels and ran. But where could he run? Nam Gung-bi immediately used her internal energy to chase after him. The result was this: under the bright moonlight, with Seola fast asleep and drooling, Nam Gung-bi slept soundly on one side, her elegant face captivating even in sleep. And with no other choice, Yang Qian lay in the middle with two beautiful girls on either side of him. To die on the battlefield is heroic, but to die in a bed of beauties is my foolish fate. It was another long, sleepless night. He had to endure it whether he liked it or not. As if his discomfort wasn't enough, Seola, in her sleep, suddenly slapped Yang Qian hard across the face. Powerless. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, can't even get a peaceful sleep. The scene shifts to the next morning. After a long, restless night, the sun finally rose. Yang Qian opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What the hell is this situation? Please spare me." He tried to move but found his arms pinned. He cried out for help. "Help me, I can't move anymore." The Iron Demon suddenly appeared, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Truly blessed, but doesn't know how to appreciate it." Yang Qian's heart sank as he cried out in misery. "I'm being held too tightly, I can't move." "You're already awake, so what more help do you need from me?" the old man snapped. Yang Qian's face turned pale. "Is there no way out of this? If anyone sees this, I'm dead for sure. This is a huge problem." But as if on cue, whatever he thought of came to pass. The door to the room suddenly opened. Gu Ryunhua stood frozen at the threshold, her eyes wide as she took in the scene inside. Yang Qian also lifted his head and stared blankly at his sister. When she finally processed the situation, Gu Ryunhua's face darkened. She gritted her teeth, then violently slammed the door shut. From outside, her angry voice rang out, "I'll be waiting out here." Yang Qian was in a state of utter confusion. Even the sect leader isn't allowed to just enter like that. Why is she here? Is this part of Mount Hua's etiquette? The Iron Demon chuckled. "It's only because this is your room. First I have to wake them up," Yang Qian said, glancing frustratedly at his two wives. He gently poked Sola in the waist. She stirred, mumbling in her sleep. Don't go." Yang Qian immediately made something up. "There's an insect crawling on your waist. Wake up quick." Sola shot up in alarm, screaming in panic, "Ah, an insect on my waist." Seeing this, Yang Qian thought one down. He then reached over to Nam Gung-bi's forehead and, without hesitation, flicked it hard. Nam Gung-bi's eyes shot open. "Why did you hit me?" she asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, Sola was still frantically searching. "Where's the insect? Where is it?" Yang Qian let out a silent groan. "My God, waking these two up is so difficult." A short while later, Yang Qian stepped outside and walked towards his sister. "What's the reason you came here?" he asked. "Master wants to see you," Gu Ryunhua replied. "Huh, what?" Yang Qian's eyes widened. Gu Ryunhua sighed. "She probably regrets not being able to talk much with you last time. But if I had known I'd see you sleeping while hugging two girls, I would have come later." Yang Qian frowned. "So you came all the way down here just to tell me that—" Gu Ryunhua shook her head, her voice casual. "I came down for the Mount Hua conference and just happened to stop by. Don't worry about it." Hearing this, Yang Qian asked in surprise, "You're participating in the Mount Hua conference too?" "I am also a disciple of Mount Hua. Isn't that obvious?" Gu Ryunhua replied immediately. She waved her hand, her voice filled with sarcasm. "Anyway, I've said what I needed to. Now you can go back and play with those two ugly girls." At that moment, the door burst open. Nam Gung-bi stepped out, her expression cold. "What ugly?" Gu Ryunhua smirked and continued her taunt. "Well, The women you embrace are only of that caliber anyway. But before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened. So beautiful. She couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Puzzled Yang Qian also turned his head to look back. His two wives were peeking out, observing curiously. In the gentle light, each had a unique beauty, elegant and enchanting. Even the most beautiful flowers would feel shy in their presence. Yang Qian maintained his indifferent demeanor. "Why did you two come out here?" But they didn't answer. Instead, they asked in unison, "Who is she? Who is she?" Yang Qian shrugged and replied curtly, "You don't need to know." Gu Ryunhua's face immediately turned dark with anger. She clenched her fists, fury blazing in her eyes. Without another word, Gu Ryunhua turned and walked away. Seeing his sister's anger, Yang Qian quickly called out, "Wait, that's not what I meant." But Gu Ryunhua kept walking without looking back. At that moment, Nam Gungbi moved closer to Yang Qian, her eyes seemingly lost in thought. Yang Qian unconsciously drifted into a memory. A younger Gu Ryunhua was searching for him, calling out, "Brother, where are you? I can't find you. Come out." Her voice gradually faded, her eyes welling up with tears. Suddenly, the bushes beside her rustled. Startled, Ryunhua moved closer to investigate. All at once, Yang Qian burst out from the bushes, shouting, "Boo!" Ryunhua froze, stunned and unable to react. But a moment later, her small face crumpled and silent tears began to fall. "Wow!" she wailed loudly. Terrified, Yang Qian quickly apologized profusely. Sorry. A while later, the two of them were sitting on the porch. Yang Qian looked at his sister, who was still sniffling, and said guiltily, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry." Gu Ryunhua didn't reply, just continued to sob. Yang Qian looked at her pensively, then forced a smile. "What does brother have to do to make you forgive me?" At that, Ryunhua finally looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. She blinked and pouted. "Then you have to deal with Sister Yonseo for me." "Yonseo?" Yang Qian was surprised. Gu Ryunhua nodded, pouting. She keeps calling my mother her mother, and she's always scolding me." Yang Qian thought for a moment, then gently reached out and stroked his sister's head. "So that's it. But she's also part of the family, that's why she says that." Gu Ryunhua looked at Yang Qian's gentle gesture, and her eyes gradually softened. She squinted and smiled faintly, looking just like a little kitten enjoying the affection of its most beloved person. Back to the present. The scene shifts to a forest. A sword was stuck in the ground. The person standing there was none other than Gu Ryunhua. She was panting, her face drenched in sweat. Looking at her trembling hands, she told herself, "If I get tired this easily, how can I ever get stronger?" With that thought, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and swung her sword, continuing her practice. Each sharp slash cut through the air. But it wasn't long before she was exhausted again, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, feeling that familiar uncomfortable shortness of breath. But this time her face wasn't just tired. It was filled with anger. Smack Gu Ryunhua forcefully threw her sword away. She frowned, looking at the discarded blade with frustration, her heart filled with annoyance. So irritating. Suddenly a figure slowly approached and picked up the sword. It was Nam Gungbi. She looked at the sword in her hand and said calmly, "No matter how difficult it gets, you must never let go of your sword." She then walked over to Gu Ryunhua and gently placed the sword back in her hand. Gu Ryunhua stared in astonishment at Nam Gungbi's determined eyes. She felt as if something had just stirred within her. Frozen for a few seconds by Nam Gungbi's appearance, Ryunhua thought, "It's the woman from this morning, the one with him." She stammered, "Ah, thank you," and slowly took back her sword, her heart still in turmoil. Imagining the scene from the morning, she gritted her teeth and growled, "But I don't need your help." With that, Ryunhua shot to her feet, not caring about Nam Gungbi's expression. "What are you doing here?" the young girl asked curtly. "I just saw that you seem very close to Yang Qian," Nam Gungbi replied. This absurd reason only made Gu Ryunhua even more annoyed. Ridiculous, she said bluntly. Because I'm close to him, you followed me all the way here. Yes. Is that not allowed? It's not that it's not allowed, but... Here Ryunhwa hesitated, her words trailing off. But Nam Gung-bi just smiled gently like the soft morning sun, bringing a sense of peace and warmth. Her lips curved slightly, not dazzling, but enough to show sincerity. Her bright eyes held a gentleness and tolerance, as if just looking into them could make one feel at ease. That's a relief, she said. Seeing that expression, Ryunhwa was stunned into stone. What kind of person is this? I thought anyone who hangs around with him wouldn't be worth my time, but something feels... off. Suddenly, Nam Gung-bi said seriously, You should relax your strength a little. Huh, Gu Ryunhwa exclaimed, surprised. You're holding your sword too tightly. First, you must learn to relax your body. Faced with this suggestion, Ryunhwa fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Annoyed, she thought to herself, As I thought, this woman is nothing special. She then said aloud, You look like a pampered lady who's never held a sword before, right? Don't you dare try to lecture me when you don't know a damn thing. However, Nam Gung-bi didn't get angry at all. She just smiled faintly. Then, as if to prove she wasn't what Ryunhwa imagined, she made a suggestion, Let's have a match. And so a sparring match began immediately. However, Ryunhwa's excitement quickly turned to disappointment and even annoyance. She frowned at Nam Gung-bi. What are you doing? Why haven't you drawn your sword from its sheath? To Ryunhwa, this was not only a lack of respect in a duel, but also a silent insult that wounded her pride. A sheathed sword was like dousing a fire of fighting spirit with cold water. She was both angry and dejected. But Nam Gung-bi just replied casually, It's fine. Fine. Gu Ryunhwa gritted her teeth, her anger growing. All right then. Have it your way. Just don't regret it. With that, Ryunhwa immediately swung her sword and charged towards Nam Gung-bi, her eyes crimson with an intense and fierce determination mixed with anger and killing intent. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, her face cold yet revealing a raging inferno within, but that slash wasn't enough to take down her opponent. Nam Gung-bi simply leaned back slightly to dodge. As she observed Ryunhwa's attack pattern, Nam Gung-bi gauged her strength. When Ryunhwa's blade came close, Nam Gung-bi gently raised her own sheathed sword to block it. This took Ryunhwa by complete surprise. She blocked it. Looks like she's not just some nobody. Refusing to give up, Ryunhwa continued to swing her sword relentlessly at Nam Gung-bi. But Ryunhwa could never have imagined, not in a million years, that Nam Gung-bi was a supreme female master. To her, this sparring match was like a mosquito bite, nothing at all. While blocking Ryunhwa's attack, Nam Gung-bi reminded her, You have to relax like this. With that, she swung her sword forward, directly unleashing her internal energy. An immense and oppressive power radiated from Nam Gung-bi's sheathed sword, yet she looked incredibly light and relaxed, as if she hadn't exerted any effort at all. The source of that power shocked Ryunhwa to her core. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was so powerful that it lit up the entire forest. A moment later, the dust and smoke gradually cleared, but the remnants of that powerful aura still lingered in the air. Ryunhwa collapsed under the pressure it created, seemingly completely broken. The force was so strong that it left a large crater in the ground. Yet Nam Gung-bi was completely unharmed, standing there casually. Even now, Ryunhwa couldn't believe this reality. Her eyes widened in horror. Trying to compose herself, she asked, What is your relationship with him? Nam Gung-bi didn't answer immediately. She just gently bent down and asked, Are you all right? Covered in bruises and dust, Ryunhwa slowly got to her feet. A strong person like you. Why are you with someone like him? She continued. I don't know what your reasons are, but you are truly wasting yourself by being with him. It seemed Ryunhwa was pitying Nam Gung-bi for her tragic fate. In her heart, she understood that Yang Qian wouldn't live long, that he could drop dead at any moment. Yet a girl who was both beautiful and skilled was clinging to someone like that. Ryunhwa continued to badmouth her brother. A lazy, unambitious, terrifyingly hot-tempered and ugly person like him. It's truly pitiful. But Nam Gung-bi had a different opinion. Hearing Yang Qian spoken of like that, she became annoyed and growled, "He's not ugly." Ryunhua thought she had misheard. "Huh? What?" "I said he's not ugly," Nam Gungbi snapped. "If you keep talking so carelessly, I will get very angry." As she spoke, she raised her sword, a powerful and surging killing intent emanating from her. "If you want to dig your own grave, then step forward. This sister here isn't as nice as her gentle appearance might suggest. Don't make me show you what a demon in human form looks like." Just then, Yang Qian appeared out of nowhere just in time to block Nam Gungbi's outburst, while Ryunhua was still gaping, not understanding what was happening. Boom, boom, boom! Two immense powers collided. The space seemed to shatter. The ground shook violently, and cracks spread like fissures on a pane of glass about to break. A terrifying pressure erupted. Ryunhua stood there, stunned into silence. Just for a few careless words, she had almost lost her life. It was terrifying. Yang Qian frowned and questioned Nam Gungbi. "What kind of game are you playing?" Nam Gungbi stood there silently, slowly retracting her power, but she was no less furious inside. After calming down, Nam Gungbi replied, "She said you were ugly." "So what?" Yang Qian said, exasperated. "Are you going to bully a child just for that?" Hearing this, Nam Gungbi became even more annoyed. She frowned slightly, staring at Yang Qian with suspicion. Was she jealous? After a few seconds of silence, Nam Gungbi continued to question him. "Who is she?" "What?" Yang Qian was surprised. "Who is she that you have to protect and defend her like this?" Gu Ryunhua laughed at this absurdly jealous question. She smirked. "Ha ha, protect. Who's protecting whom?" Not giving Yang Qian a chance to speak. Ryunhua shouted, "I don't need it!" That reaction left Yang Qian completely speechless. What the hell is with this tension? Then Ryunhua turned and left. "Thank you for the match." She left Yang Qian and Nam Gungbi standing there bewildered, watching her retreating figure grow smaller in the distance. The protagonist continued to grumble. "Haven't you learned proper etiquette? Why are you so rude?" But Nam Gungbi couldn't help but wonder. Who is she really? It was clearly her fault first. Why didn't you scold her but yelled at me instead? Yang Qian was at a loss. "I don't know what you're thinking, but that's my sister." Then their eyes met, four orbs staring at each other with sparks flying. Nam Gungbi still couldn't believe her ears. She stammered, her face blank. "Your real sister." "If not my real sister, then what?" he retorted. Moreover, just as he was about to say something else, Nam Gungbi lightly touched his arm and stuttered, I messed up. Yang Qian was bewildered. "Messed up what?" Nam Gungbi's face was frozen like a stone statue, her eyes wide with bewilderment, her mouth slightly agape as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. The cool, intimidating aura from before had completely vanished, replaced by a confusion so profound it rooted her to the spot. Realizing the disastrous situation, cold sweat trickled down her temples, her face as pale as a ghost. "I messed up. I completely messed up." As for Yang Qian, he couldn't for the life of him understand what she had messed up to look so ghastly. It was truly bizarre. After the incident with Gu Ryunhua that day, Nam Gungbi wandered aimlessly around Mount Hua, her mind dazed, muttering, "I'm doomed," over and over again, and no one could understand what had happened. Meanwhile, after Yang Qian returned to his room and opened the door, his eyes were met with the sight of Siola sitting cheerfully and confidently on the bed waiting for him. Seeing Yang Qian, she was as happy as a dog seeing its owner return, exclaiming, "Ah, young master, you're back." "Why is it just you?" Yang Qian asked, surprised. "I don't know where older sister went," Siola replied innocently. "I haven't seen her all day." Hearing this, Yang Qian's face darkened with anger. He couldn't understand what the hell she was thinking. He had no idea where she had disappeared to. Moreover, there was a more important matter. After thinking for a moment, Yang Qian said, "Hey, Sola, when is your grandfather coming back?" "Sola doesn't know either," she replied casually. And the truth was, the Sword Sovereign had also been out longer than expected. Annoyed, Yang Qian stood with his arms crossed, muttering, Well, if that's the case, I can't just sit around and wait. This is really exhausting. The scene shifts to the next morning at a nearby bustling market filled with stalls and people buying and selling. A simple shop owner's cheerful call rang out. Coming here even when it's this hot. He seemed a bit surprised, then smiled and continued. Come on, I have a lot of good items. Just take a look. Step right up. He then boasted confidently, from demonic beast hides to bones, everything is shipped directly from the demon gate. No need to worry, take your pick. Yang Qian walked closer and asked, Do you have any demon stones here? The man thought he had misheard and immediately asked again in a hushed, bewildered tone. Did you say a demon stone? Yes, Yang Qian continued. One that has been brought in within the last day. Hearing this, the man suddenly became flustered, his face covered in sweat. He was a mix of anxious and embarrassed, scratching his head and stammering, Well, about that. Seeing his expression, the protagonist could guess the answer. He turned and left, continuing his search. This place doesn't sell demon stones either, Yang Qian muttered in annoyance. Mo Yeon, following behind him, spoke up. Young master, perhaps there are no places around here that sell demon stones. That's right, the protagonist thought. A demon stone can be considered the heart of a demonic beast, but once it's removed, it has no value. But for me, someone who possesses the demonic heaven-devouring art, it's not entirely useless. According to the divine doctor and the iron demon's reasoning, the reason I'm still alive is deeply related to the demonic heaven-devouring art. So what the hell is this thing inside my body? To verify that I plan to absorb another demon stone? After some thought, Yang Qian made a bold decision. If there are none available, does that mean I have to hunt demonic beasts around here? That would be difficult too, sir, Mo Yeon replied. Recently, the number of demonic beasts has decreased significantly. You say the demonic beasts have decreased? Yang Qian was surprised. Damn it. What now? The protagonist sighed. Well, at least I got some information instead of coming back empty-handed. While you were away, sir, I gathered some useful information for the Mount Hua disciples, Mo Yeon added. Hearing this, Yang Qian said nothing more, just remained silent, thinking to himself. Not too many people can know about the Sword Saint's health condition or the divine doctor's existence and location. Therefore, I can't let Mo Yeon follow me. Suddenly, amidst the hustle and bustle of the market, a very familiar sound rang out. Grumble, grumble, grumble. It turned out Yang Qian's stomach could no longer hold out and was growling incessantly. He turned to Mo Yeon and said, I'm hungry. Let's go back. Mo Yeon could only smile wryly and reply, Yes, sir. In the throes of hunger, Yang Qian wondered what he would get to eat today. When he got home. Surprise. The dish Yang Qian would be enjoying today was midnight fried fish, with black smoke still billowing from it. Looking at it, how could anyone be tempted? Yet the creator of this masterpiece felt no shame. Seola, as innocent as a cloud, said cheerfully, Young master, eat up. Today's grilled fish was made by Seola. Meanwhile, Yang Qian was still frozen muttering, fish. Although his stomach was growling non-stop looking at such an appetizing dish, he didn't have the courage to try it. Mo Yeon, standing by the side, looked at the burnt fish and was at a complete loss for words. Seeing Yang Qian hesitate, Seola continued to urge him, Young master, please eat. Fish. Where? Yang Qian stammered. At that, Sola burst into tears, her mouth smiling while tears streamed down her face. It seemed the little girl was trying to hold back her emotions. She had wanted to prepare a delicious meal for the young master, but the result was not as she had hoped. Well, that's a complete disaster. A while later, Yang Qian forced down a few bites and then stepped outside, clutching his hungry stomach. Mo Yeon followed quickly, saying, Hong-ah said she will prepare a new meal. Please rest, sir. You can come back in a little while. You go ahead, Yang Qian replied, dejected. I have something I need to do. I'll be there after I'm done. Mo Yeon smiled. If the young master is planning to go somewhere, then let me accompany you. The protagonist maintained his cold expression. No need. It's better if I go alone. At the same time as the sky began to darken deep in the forest, Gu Ryunhwa's figure was diligently practicing her martial arts, and the person standing beside her was very familiar. Nam Gung-bi was enthusiastically trying to win over Yang Qian's sister by teaching her martial arts. She observed Ryunhwa's sword swings and meticulously instructed her, "Your steps are too wide, and relax a little." "Yes," Gu Ryunhwa replied forthrightly. Suddenly there was a noise from behind them. Both turned their heads to look. As Yang Qian had expected, Nam Gung-bi was indeed here. So this was the reason for her disappearance these past few days. Yang Qian walked closer. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "What do you think we're doing?" "Can't you see?" Gu Ryunhwa retorted cheekily. "I'm practicing martial arts with older sister." Yang Qian frowned in confusion and pointed at them. "Older sister, just yesterday you two were fighting like you wanted to kill each other. Why are you so close now?" Gu Ryunhwa pointed her sword at Yang Qian and replied, "I wasn't angry at older sister then. I was angry at you." Hearing this, Yang Qian's face darkened with anger. "Great," he thought. "I was the one who stood up for her, and she still dares to be angry at me." But Gu Ryunhwa's next words explained everything. "If you think about it, I was the one who was wrong. But older sister came to find me first to apologize. I just whined and asked her to teach me martial arts." Yang Qian now understood the situation. Powerless, he could only let out a long sigh, then quietly turn to leave. He didn't forget to remind them, "It's getting dark. Let's go down the mountain. It's almost time for dinner." Hearing this, Nam Gung-bi turned to Gu Ryunhwa and said, "Yes, Ryunhwa, we should go too." But Ryunhwa was very sad to hear this. She was just getting into the swing of her training, having only learned a few moves, and her eyes were already sparkling with excitement. It was truly disappointing. Ryunhwa stood there with her head bowed, sad and speechless. Nam Gung-bi glanced at the little girl guiltily and softly called out, "Ryunhwa." But just then Yang Qian's voice rang out, making Nam Gung-bi jump. "What are you doing? If you don't hurry up, there won't be any food left." Following the call of love, Nam Gung-bi didn't pay much attention to Ryunhwa's feelings anymore and quickly took her leave. Before she left, she hastily said, I'll go ahead then, Ryunhwa." Although Ryunhwa was very sad, she couldn't do anything about it. Powerless, she clenched her fists and replied, "Yes, older sister." After they both left, Ryunhwa looked down at her hands. After a long day of hard practice, the little girl's delicate hands were scraped and raw in patches. But Ryunhwa tried to ignore the pain and continued to practice. Looking at her hands, Ryunhwa unconsciously remembered the past. Old memories came flooding back. At that time, Ryunhwa was trailing behind her brother, but Yang Qian was annoyed and snapped, "Stop showing your face. Just looking at you irritates me." Terrified, Ryunhwa trembled and stammered, Brother?" Yang Qian immediately shouted, "Don't call me brother." After that, Ryunhwa didn't dare to make another sound. She could only stand there and watch her brother walk away. Ahead of her, Yang Qian's annoyed voice still echoed, "Shut your mouth and live quietly. Don't let anyone notice you." Back in the present, her sword continued to swing. Gu Ryunhwa stood there still practicing, even though her hands were scraped and bruised. A fierce determination rose in the little girl's mind. She had to become stronger, so strong that no one could look down on her anymore. Her master had also encouraged her, "Ryunhwa, a flower will eventually bloom." Therefore, Ryunhwa focused her energy into her sword. She then concentrated and decisively unleashed a strike forward. As expected, nothing could shake her determination. She relentlessly strived to improve herself every day. The scene shifts to the next morning. Gu Ryunhwa was walking down a crowded street. The aroma of delicious food constantly made her stop. Come on, freshly picked mulberries from this morning. Good silk, only a little left. Buy it while you can." Ryunhwa pondered for a moment and then treated herself to a fragrant grilled meat skewer. Looking at the skewer in her hand, she thought, "The grand festival is really coming up. It's so lively. The skewer stall hasn't been open for a long time. I've been so focused on training these past few days I haven't eaten properly. Now my stomach is growling. On her way, Rianhua saw a little girl who was also drooling at the sight of the meat skewer in her hand. Powerless Rianhua said, "Sorry, this is my portion." She then continued with her train of thought. "It's been so long since I've had a meal like this. If it's good, I'll buy a portion for Master." She had bought them just because her stomach was growling, but as she was about to put it in her mouth, memories of her master suddenly flashed in her mind. That day, as usual, Rianhua had set the table for her master and called out, "Master, the meal is ready." Her master turned around, smiled faintly, and replied, "Is that you, Rianhua? Just leave it there. Have you eaten yet?" "I will eat after you're done, Master," Rianhua replied curtly. Her master just sighed and reminded her, "You practice martial arts, but how can you neglect your meals? Go out and eat something nice." Back in reality, Gu Rianhua looked at the meat skewer in her hand with hesitation. She knew that her master could only eat porridge, and that bringing her a meat skewer might do more harm than good. She felt a bit of regret for buying it, remembering her master's illness. Rianhua felt she was still immature for all the thoughts running through her head. Although she was truly hungry, thinking of her master made her lose all appetite. In the end, Rianhua gave her meat skewer to the little girl she had just met on the street. She seemed to feel bad about the money she had spent, but thought it was better to give it away since she didn't want to eat it and didn't want to throw it away either. The little girl who received the skewer was so bewildered she thought she was daydreaming. Just then her older sister appeared. "What are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you." But when she saw the meat skewer in her sister's hand, she was quite surprised. Before she could understand what was happening, Gu Rianhua's figure had already disappeared. Gu Rianhua was still walking forward, her steps growing more urgent. Instead of enjoying the delicious food herself, she would rather happily eat porridge with her master. As she ran, Rianhua thought, "Master, let's stay together. There are so many things I want to tell you." Gu Rianhua ran for a long time. She was tired but felt energized at the thought of seeing her master. The path back was getting shorter. She was filled with excitement, so many things she wanted to tell her master: how she had sparred with Nam Gung Bi, how she had received advice from someone else for the first time, and how Yang Qian had come to save her, and so on and so forth. Suddenly, as she was running, something flashed right in front of her, catching her off guard. Just in time, Nam Gung Bi appeared, grabbing Rianhua and dodging an attack from a black-clad man. The momentum sent them both tumbling to the ground. The man's slash was so powerful that the tree behind them was split in two in an instant. If Nam Gung Bi hadn't appeared in time, Rianhua would have been a goner. Seeing this, the man's voice rang out, "Hey, this is unexpected." Lying on the ground, Rianhua quickly looked up towards the sound, her whole body trembling in fear. A chill ran down her spine. Nam Gung Bi was also staring intently at him. The man's voice continued, "But not bad at all. To have a beauty fall from the sky like this. And two of them at that delicious, truly delicious." Gu Rianhua shot to her feet and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" He chuckled lightly. "Even if I told you, would you know, people usually call me the Nightblood Bandit? Oh, little one, put that sword down. It won't change anything. I still prefer my beauties to be beautiful. If they get hurt, they won't be pretty anymore." At this moment, Gu Rianhua was trembling uncontrollably, not yet knowing how to deal with him. She was fuming. Just then, with a swish, Nam Gung Bi's sword flashed. "Hurry back to Mount Hua and report this, Rianhua," she said decisively. Gu Rianhua had no intention of leaving. "Older sister," she stammered. "Rianhua, get a grip and look at the situation," Nam Gung Bi said quickly. "You can't help it all right now." Hearing this, the man laughed perversely, seeming amused, but his body was actually filled with lust and vile desires. "Hey, beautiful lady, do you really want to do this? I don't have time to hold back. Think carefully, my sweet." Undistracted Nam Gung Bi continued to urge Rianhua to leave quickly. "If you have something worth protecting, think about what you need to do first." But Ryonhwa was filled with worry and hesitation, unable to leave her older sister alone, while she herself ran away like a coward. Namgung-bi immediately channeled her internal energy, a swirling killing intent surrounding her as she reassured her, "Go hurry." At the same time, on Seola's side, she wore a bright, carefree smile. "Young master, it's time to wake up." "I've been awake for a while," Yang Qian replied casually. "I'm going out for a bit now." "Where are you going?" Seola asked. "I have some business to take care of," Yang Qian said. "Can I come with you?" Sola asked eagerly. "The divine doctor's residence is a secret, right?" The protagonist thought. With that in mind, he said, "I'm going alone today." Hearing this, Sola put on a pouting face, her voice a bit whiny. But grandfather told me to stick close to the young master. Please let me come with you." Powerless Yang Qian hit Sola's weak spot. "When I come back, I'll buy you a grilled chicken skewer." Hearing grilled chicken skewer, Sola's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. Her expression quickly changed from sulky to cheerful. "Aren't you leaving yet, young master?" she urged. Before leaving, Yang Qian didn't forget to look back and remind her, "Don't cause any trouble. Stay here quietly and wait for me to come back." Seola waved cheerfully. "Don't worry, young master, be careful, and remember to buy a lot of meat." Yang Qian quickly left. As he walked, he thought, "Practicing for several nights in a row is really exhausting. I feel like I'm about to die." The Iron Demon appeared and retorted, "Exhausting my ass. Look at you. You really are one to ask for the moon when you have the stars. I don't understand why, from the young lady of Namgung to that little maid, they all just throw themselves at you. It's so confusing. Why are you suddenly bringing up my looks and criticizing them?" Yang Qian replied annoyingly in his thoughts. "Honestly, I don't look that much like a praying mantis." "With those long eyes of yours, if you're not a praying mantis, then what are you?" the old man added. "But you old man have no right to criticize my appearance, do you?" Yang Qian said casually. His words made the old man furious. "What the hell? Does this little brat want to die?" Yang Qian didn't stop continuing to taunt, "Acting like you're so handsome. Go look in a mirror, old man." "I wasn't going to say anything," the Iron Demon retorted. "But do you think the portrait carved on my tombstone was for my good looks? To serve as an example to the world that even an ugly person can succeed?" Yang Qian's retort was like salt in the wound. "What the hell did you just say, you brat?" the old man roared. Suddenly ahead of them, some people from Manhwa were running frantically. "What's going on over there?" Yang Qian muttered to himself. As he got closer, he saw it was Gu Ryunhua. She was out of breath, struggling to get the words out. "Oh, brother." Yang Qian didn't understand what had happened to make his sister so scared. "Why are you suddenly calling me brother? Did you eat something bad?" He tried to soothe her. "Brother," Ryunhua stammered, panting. "Danger. Calm down." Yang Qian kept reassuring her. "Take a breath and then speak." At this point, Gu Ryunhua could no longer control her emotions. 2 streams of tears flowed down like rain, her voice trembling. Older sister. She's in danger." After hearing this clearly, anger flared up on Yang Qian's face. It was like a furious storm erupting from deep within his chest, spreading throughout his body. His blood vessels bulged, his face darkened with rage boiling up to the top of his head, his hands clenched so tightly they trembled and his teeth ground together as if he wanted to crush everything. "All right. Whoever dares to touch my woman, I'll chop you into 100 pieces." Back with Namgung-bi, the battle was still ongoing between the 2 opponents. The power difference seemed quite significant, a clear mismatch. After a while of fighting, the man was a bit tired and annoyed, gritting his teeth as he thought, "The divine doctor." Then back. "What the hell am I doing with this woman? Damn it." With that thought, he opened his mouth and roared, "Now let's power up! I don't want that beautiful face to be ruined!" Immediately after, slashes rained down relentlessly. Namgung-bi could only raise her sword to block and hold on. On the other side, he was still attacking fiercely, his blade swinging the steel cutting through the air straight towards Namgung-bi. He attacked relentlessly, each powerful slash as if wanting to crush his opponent instantly. Nam Gung-bi retreated a few steps, her sharp eyes observing his every move. In a split second, she leaned to the side, dodging the blow. The blade grazed right past her face. But he didn't stop. The sword came down again. This time it was a powerful slash. She immediately bent her knees and leaped into the air, dodging it. Clang, clang. The sound of the blade hitting the ground was fierce, the ground seeming to explode. Seeing her dodge his attacks time and time again, the desire to possess her burned even brighter in his heart. He licked his lips and gave a perverted smile, looking at Nam Gung-bi and thinking, "This bitch is so hot. If I catch her, what should I do? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." But unexpectedly, Nam Gung-bi suddenly unleashed her power. A swirling, killing intent erupted around her, enveloping her body. She aimed straight for her target and charged down. He was also shaken by that pressure and braced himself. Seeing the technique, he quickly recognized it as the Nam Gung's Emperor sword form. Thinking this, he laughed loudly. "It's been a long time since I've seen that in a battle. But it's still too green and inexperienced." Immediately he swung his sword towards her, but Nam Gung-bi still managed to dodge. "Ah, you dodged it." He was quite surprised. "No, this is just a feint. The real attack is this." As the thought finished, his blade tore through the air. He brought down a blow with terrifying power, as if wanting to split everything in two. The steel flashed coldly, carrying a horrifying killing intent. The ground trembled under the pressure, the wind howled and dust swirled, but Nam Gung-bi still managed to block it. With a question in his mind, he asked, "Beautiful lady, what is your relationship with that Nam Gung brat? Their surname is also Nam Gung. Even Nam Gung has appeared on Mount Hua. What is going on? Your technique is quite good, but this beautiful lady has never killed anyone before, has she? That's why you lose." But after that blow, Nam Gung-bi's energy was depleted. Her body gradually lost consciousness. Her vision blurred and her eyes slowly closed. In her vision, all that was left was a blurry image of the lecherous old man, still full of energy, blabbering on. "Oh, little one, your internal energy must be depleted. Are all the rising stars of this generation so weak I've already hit your pressure points? Be a good girl and stand still. When we get back, I'll keep you by my side for a few decades and love you to my heart's content." Just as he was about to leave, he sensed something. "Wait, I feel a bit of true chi here." Really? After doing all this, you didn't even set up a watch. Let's smash this place up and see." Meanwhile, Nam Gung-bi was still helplessly and vaguely thinking, "My internal energy is gone. If I'm caught, I'll become his plaything to be tormented at his will." She thought of young Cheon, her heart aching as if it were being cut. Perhaps from now on, I will never see young Cheon again. I have to return to that world full of the smell of blood. I absolutely don't want that. I must break free of these pressure points. As she was desperately trying to find a way to escape this fate, a voice called out, "Don't waste your energy." Nam Gung-bi slowly opened her eyes. She had been rescued. At that moment, she was already lying safely in the arms of the person she loved. "Even if I told you to run, you definitely wouldn't listen," Yang Cheon continued. "So at least know how to hide yourself." At the same time, the man, seeing his plans thwarted, grew even angrier. A vein throbbed on his temple, and he gritted his teeth to control himself. He immediately raised his sword as if wanting to vent all his anger on the one who had ruined everything. Yang Cheon had already sensed that killing intent, his teeth clenched tightly. Just in time. Nam Gung-bi looked on with growing worry. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Cheon shot forward, his eyes blazing with a furious red. "All right, you're dead now, you son of a bitch." A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts appeared in the protagonist's mind. In his past life, Nam Gung-bi had saved him with her last breath. She should have just worried about herself. Why was she so foolish as to save someone like him? The thought flashed through his mind, a regret that had festered for a lifetime in that other world. There was probably no one left to welcome him with open arms, so he could only await the consequences of this unforgivable sin. Yet it was unclear whether it was a strange fate or destiny's arrangement, but a second chance had come, and with it a hope he didn't dare believe he was worthy of holding on to. Could he possibly fix all the mistakes of the past? But what if it wasn't like that? What if this life wasn't a chance but just a punishment or even a hell repeating itself? Was he just walking towards a predetermined set of mistakes? No. There couldn't be a second time. The more he thought, the more bitter Yang Qian became. He made a firm resolution in his heart, I will not let that happen. Immediately, Yang Qian unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the man carrying a surging killing intent. The force was so strong that the surrounding air trembled violently, emitting a terrifying hiss. However, one blow was not enough to take down the Nightblood bandit. His excited voice rang out, "Oh, so you're finally starting to crack. Such a simple matter, and yet it took you this long to take action yourself." But before he could finish his words, he was startled, gritting his teeth in shock. Yang Qian's fist was clenched tight, green veins bulging and heat radiated from it like a raging fire. A fierce killing intent followed the fist's momentum, sweeping straight forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing from a mountaintop, furious and unstoppable. A few minutes earlier, after a few exchanges of blows, the corner of Yang Qian's mouth was already stained with blood. But he had found his opponent's weakness, his dantian. Therefore, he had intentionally revealed an opening to make him let his guard down. And now, with his body radiating killing intent, Yang Qian lightly slipped past his opponent's sword. Immediately upon getting close, Yang Qian, with his immense killing intent and a swift fist, lunged forward, catching the man completely off guard with this high-level reversal. The man cursed, "You damn bastard!" His hand trembled as he held his sword, trying to block Yang Qian's ferocious attack. His whole body staggered, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his chest heaving as if it would explode from the terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, as Yang Qian attacked relentlessly, he thought to himself, "Damn it. A guy like this is just a late-stage master. Even in the Black Knight Palace, there was no one like this." The two of them stared at each other, their eyes blazing with hatred. Immediately after, Yang Qian focused his internal energy and attacked his opponent's weak point, his dantian. Boom! Without hesitation, he punched him hard in the stomach. The fist was like a sledgehammer crashing into his opponent's abdomen with terrifying force. Thud! Thud! The air in his chest seemed to be forced out. In an instant, his body bent over, his eyes bulged, and his mouth hung open, but he couldn't utter a sound. Then, with a boom, Yang Qian's oppressive aura caused a shocking explosion. The man tried to brace himself against the intense pain that spread through his organs like hundreds of knives cutting into his liver and intestines. The momentum sent him flying backward, skidding along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He knelt on the ground, a deep, long trench carved where he had skidded. Powerless, he growled, "You bastard. So it was you. I was planning to pay you a visit myself, but I didn't expect the young master to come to me personally." Finishing his words, the old man looked at Yang Qian and thought, "That kid. It seems he intended to swallow me whole from the beginning. Bloodline is bloodline after all. He must be the son of that flame demon." But in the end, he was just a late-stage master. However, Yang Qian gave him no chance to rest. He continued to clench his fist and charge forward. He wanted to prove to him that his thoughts were completely wrong. Without hesitation, he rained down punches on his abdomen, punching until his hand was sore. Yang Qian had hidden his internal energy so well that the man couldn't detect it. By the time he realized it, it was probably too late. Yang Qian punched so fast that the man couldn't even react, only able to grit his teeth and endure. Powerless, he roared, "You crazy bastard!" The more he cursed, the more ferocious Yang Qian became. After punching, he switched to kicking. The protagonist launched himself into the air and gave him a kick to the mouth for barking at the wrong tree. The man quickly retreated, exclaiming, "Damn it! What the hell is this? This is no ordinary bastard. Playing with you is quite interesting." He quickly regained his composure, but Yang Qian just looked at him and snorted coldly, not bothering to say anything. Nam Gongbi was one thing, but Yang Qian was on a completely different level. At this moment, he had not yet reached his peak, but it wouldn't be long now. Just then, the man counterattacked Yang Qian. The momentum sent him flying back several meters, his body tensing to resist. Seeing this, the man gloated. "Is that all you've got, brat? You're far from qualified to follow in your father's footsteps." Immediately, Yang Qian stomped his foot on the ground, creating a foothold and shattering the ground around him. The protagonist continued to attack relentlessly, his fists raining down like thunder, not giving his opponent a second to breathe. Each punch carried terrifying force, creating a series of dull thuds that echoed through the air. But the man still managed to block. As quick as a flash, he retreated a few steps. The more they fought, the more ferocious he became. "This is what you call a fight." With that, neither of them would back down, and they charged at each other. The old man opened his mouth and laughed loudly. "Hey, you calm down. Losing your reason will only lead to danger. A surging killing intent like this will only expose your weaknesses." However, not only did Yang Qian not expose any weaknesses, but he also found an opening in his opponent. He immediately landed a powerful palm strike on his abdomen. The punch carried an invisible killing intent, like a sharp blade piercing straight through his stomach. In that instant, the man froze, his eyes bulging, his whole body trembling. A cold sensation spread from the fatal blow, as if the hand of death was squeezing his internal organs. He opened his mouth, but could only let out a ragged gasp before fresh blood gushed out, filling his mouth. "So much for your boasting. Go on, boast some more. Shout it out loud. Ha ha ha, as if I'm afraid of you." After the punch, Yang Qian stood there, his body tense, his teeth clenched so tightly they made a creaking sound, showing the extreme restraint of his fury and pain. "This brother here isn't Xuan Yao, so I'm in no hurry." And then, there was no "and then" anymore. All that was left was the belt, a Vietnamese meme for nothing left. That's right, only the belt was left. Nam Gung Bi, watching the entire fight from a distance, was completely stunned. Yang Qian was still on top of him, punching him relentlessly, so much so that his hands were calloused with bloody scratches, his skin rough and peeling in small patches, his knuckles red and bruised in some places with traces of dried blood from the merciless blows. Yet Yang Qian showed no signs of stopping. Seeing this, Nam Gung Bi was very worried. She weakly called out, "Yang Qian, that's enough. Stop." But as she spoke, a foul stench hit her nose. She unconsciously covered her nose, her face contorting in disgust. The disgusting smell grew stronger. "It stinks," Nam Gung Bi thought. "This has never been so serious. The enemy is definitely dead, so why hasn't he stopped yet?" Just then, Yang Qian accidentally glanced back. His eyes were now those of a soulless person fighting until he had lost his mind. Nam Gung Bi was half convinced, half doubting. "No way. Yang Qian, even you can't control it." With that thought, she crawled towards Yang Qian, one hand still covering her nose from the foul smell. Her voice was a weak whisper. "Stop. That's enough." Immediately, Nam Gung Bi hugged Yang Qian tightly. She wanted to use her warmth to help him come to his senses, her mouth repeating, "That's enough. Stop. He's already dead. Please, at least have some mercy." As expected, the beauty trap was still an effective strategy. The purple glow in his eyes gradually faded, his body weakened, and he collapsed into Nam Gung Bi's arms. At the same time, at the Nightblood Bandits' hideout, after a long time without seeing their leader return, they became anxious. Still no news from the branch chief. Still nothing. Damn it. Isn't anyone going to check? This is taking too long. I know, but we still have to act according to the plan. Just follow orders and wait a little longer. When it gets light, we'll join forces with the branch chief and then go to Mount Hua. As he was speaking, the door suddenly opened. A figure appeared. They immediately gripped their swords and took a defensive stance, arrogantly shouting, "What's this? Who are you? How did you get in here?" The person who had just entered was Wi Hyogun Wisiola's grandfather. He replied coldly, "So it was you who targeted the children of Mount Hua." They furiously shouted, "What nonsense is this old man spouting?" One of them held a sword to the old man's throat and threatened, "Hey, if you don't want to lose your head, answer me. Who are you? Where are you from?" The result was that in less than a single note, his head was separated from his neck, his eyes wide with confusion, not understanding what was happening. It seemed he hadn't even had time to react before he lost his head. A good lesson for barking at the wrong person in the wrong place. Meanwhile, Wee Hyo-gun stood there casually and said, "Huh, you've got guts. Not like some nameless nobodies." Witnessing their comrade's tragic death in an instant, they felt a sense of unease. Worried whispers broke out. "Leader, who is he? Did he just draw his sword?" It didn't stop there. Wee Hyo-gun could even block a sharp blade with a single finger without getting hurt. His hidden strength, concealed for so long, was truly not to be underestimated. His voice rang out, "A sword is most beautiful when it is still in its sheath, and killing intent should also be kept in the heart." At that moment, he recalled the divine doctor's words. "I have found the one behind the disappearance of the Manhwa disciples. It is the Nightblood Bandit, an ambitious member of the Black Knight Palace." Wee Hyo-gun was surprised to hear this. "The Black Knight Palace?" The divine doctor continued sadly. "Because the situation does not allow me to personally take action, I hope the Sword Sovereign will act on my behalf to eliminate them and protect the Manhwa disciples." And that was why Wee Hyo-gun was here now. "Those of you who still have a shred of humanity, surrender," he continued. However, they would rather die than surrender. They immediately gripped the hilts of their swords and shouted, "Kill him! Letting them live will only bring disaster upon us." With that, the Sword Sovereign stood there and lightly flicked his finger. A line of sword chi appeared, shooting straight forward. The sword chi pierced through all of them, not waiting for anyone. Then he casually remarked, "Humph, evil sects are truly full of fools. How ridiculous." A second later, they all died, tragically, red blood splashing everywhere, the space now filled with the metallic smell of fresh blood. But then another group of black-clad men arrived. Perhaps their fate was already clear. Anyone who got close would only meet a tragic end. This old man can take you all on by myself." The scene shifts back to Yang Cheon. It was unclear how much time had passed. Just then he woke up with a start, his face pale as a ghost, gaunt and thin. But it seemed Yang Cheon had not yet fully recovered. He was agitated, his body tensed. The divine doctor continuously tried to calm him down. "Calm down, calm down. Oh, you're finally awake." Seeing that Yang Cheon was still agitated, the old man pressed a few pressure points on his body and growled, "I said, calm down. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days. Don't move around recklessly. If you let your chi channels get out of alignment, you'll suffer from chi deviation." Yang Cheon looked around and asked, I've been asleep for 2 days." "Yes," the divine doctor replied bluntly. "But why is my mouth smoking? Am I about to ascend to immortality?" he asked further. Hearing this, the divine doctor, though furious, tried to hold it in. "I'm just burning some yin moon fungus for you to absorb, you idiot. It seems you can still joke, so you must be well. If you're well, then get out of my clinic, you stinking brat. Last time I called you half dead, remember the chi in your body is blocked. If you use it recklessly, you'll lose your life. But now that you've used up all your internal energy, that chi has calmed down." "What? Really?" Yang Cheon was surprised. More importantly, what about Nam Gung, Miss Nam Gung and my sister?" The old man rubbed his shoulder and thought to himself, "Tisk, my back is aching because of you." Despite the thought, he quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I saw them from a distance. Nothing serious." Hearing this, Yang Cheon breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The truth was, Nam Gung Bi, along with Seola and his sister, were all sleeping soundly, their tongues lolling out, looking quite affectionate. In her sleep, Seola mumbled, "Young Master Yum Wang, just take the medicine and you'll be fine." Beside them, the patient Yang Cheon tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Looking at the bright moonlight shining through the window, Yang Cheon thought deeply. This is the first time in my life I've killed someone, even though I didn't want to. And what was that thing I clearly heard it say, eat? There are still so many things I have to figure out in this life. But first, according to the divine doctor, I need to check how much my internal injuries have recovered. My blood vessels are still stiff. After all, my body is still in a developing stage, so it should be recovering faster. Unexpectedly, as he was checking, Yang Cheon felt an abnormality. Wait a minute. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Damn it. Could it be? Demonic key. The scene shifts to somewhere else. Inside, a man's voice rang out. Who was in charge of the Shanxi sub-branch that was just wiped out? They replied in unison, their voices filled with fear. Yes. It was the Nightblood bandit. Hearing this, he continued sternly. He hadn't reached the transformation realm, but he was already a grandmaster, not someone to be killed easily. Who killed him? The Manhwa sect seems to be trying to hide the news, but there are rumors that it was a late-stage cultivator. Investigate immediately. The Asura sect will report to the Divine Doctor. I will issue the order immediately. His eyes then turned cold as he thought, the plan has hit a snag, but it is almost complete. My heavens. An image of the heavenly demon sitting there naked with a sad look in his eyes, as if containing thousands of sorrows, flashed in his mind. The scene shifts to the next morning. While Wee Hyogun was sweeping the courtyard, Seola suddenly ran over, calling out breathlessly, Grandfather. He stopped and asked, What is it? How is the young master? The young master is with older sister Nam Gung Bi, Sola replied hesitantly. He's all better now, he's fine. Hearing this, he laughed. Ha ha, the young recover quickly indeed. Grandfather, she stammered. What is it? Wee Hyogun continued. Sola's eyes lit up with a strong determination. Without hesitation, she clenched her fists, a fire of desire burning in her heart. I want to learn martial arts, she said forthrightly. The chapter opens on a scene from Jo-yoon's past life, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Cult, a place where he had once thrived and dedicated himself. The overlapping mountain peaks and the hazy moonlight cast an ethereal, almost bewitching atmosphere over the landscape. Here, Jo-yoon is drinking with Hwa-rin Cheon, the heavenly demon herself. Holding her wine cup, Hwa-rin's eyes grow somber as thoughts dance in her mind. Perhaps it's because the moon is so bright tonight, but the wine tastes exceptionally good. It would be even better if you were truly drinking with me. What a pity. Hearing her words, Jo-yoon remains silent, not offering a reply. He turns his head forward, pretending as if nothing was said and ignoring the heavenly demon's words. Her face shows her displeasure. A moment later, Hwa-rin flicks her foot, splashing water onto Jo-yoon to get his attention. Your gaze is strange today, Captain. Jo-yoon gently wipes away the droplets of water and speaks. If it makes you uncomfortable, then I apologize. Hwa-rin immediately replies, There's no need to apologize. I'm not bothered by such trivial things. She picks up the wine bottle and slowly pours it into her cup. Sometimes you give me a very strange feeling, Captain. It's as if you're looking at someone else through me. Am I wrong? You must be thinking of the girl you've held in your heart for so many years. You can't fool me. Hearing this, Jo-yoon no longer tries to be evasive. I apologize. It must have been very painful. If the Demon Sword Maiden, the one who died in your place back then, knew about this, she would be heartbroken. I understand. I will stop these personal thoughts. However, I am still curious about one thing. If that girl who has captured your mind were to die by my hand, I wonder if your mind would remain so steady. I truly want to find out. Hwa-rin's face brightens, a smile ever present, hiding the mysterious true thoughts behind it. The scene shifts back to the familiar Mount Hwa, where flower petals dance in the wind. Jo-yoon is trying to drag his weary feet up the mountain. Climbing this damned mountain. Are the people of Mount Hwa insane? I can't understand why they'd build their sect on a mountain this high. Are they obsessed with building stairs? What a bunch of bastards. After the arduous climb, Jo-yoon has a conversation with Jongnam Baek, the sect leader of Mount Hwa. Ah, I heard that the Divine Doctor is able to walk again. Is that right? Yes. Fortunately, his injuries weren't too severe, so everything is fine, the elder says, stroking his beard with a calm voice. To have you caught up in something like this, as the sect leader, I apologize. It's all right, I'm fine. Besides, isn't this the time for the Fire War Festival? That must be an important event for Mount Hwa, correct? Has the festival begun smoothly? It was supposed to have started, but due to a few incidents, it has been postponed for a few days. Postponed? What happened? You needn't worry. It will be resolved soon enough. A major rare event for Manhwa is being postponed. Could it be because of the missing disciples? Jo-yoon thinks to himself. The sect leader then stands up to leave. In any case, Jo-yoon, I feel sorry for you. Even though you say you're fine, you must have exerted yourself. Please get some good rest. I'll visit you again when I have the time. Hearing this, Jo-yoon breaks into a sweat. There's no need, sir. You are so busy. It would be better for me to come see you. Though he maintains a pleasant expression, the sect leader is eager to see his guest leave. Meet again? I already gave you the plum blossom jade, so hurry up and go home, he thinks. But wait. Speaking of which, I believe someone is waiting to see you. You should go out and check. Huh? Someone's waiting for me? Images flash through Jo-yoon's mind. Who could it be? Namgung-bi? Or maybe Yonghwa? Don't tell me it's Lee Young-pyong. If it's a guy, that's a little boring. With his thoughts sorted, Jo-yoon quickly heads outside, finding himself standing under a cherry blossom tree in full, brilliant pink bloom. He stretches, breathing in the air. The air is amazing up here. He looks around. But there's no one here. Why did he say someone was waiting? Suddenly, a figure peeking out from a distance caught Jo-yoon's attention. He whipped his head around, but only saw an empty wall. He was speechless at his sister's childish antics. What are you doing over there? Yonghwa's face flushed with embarrassment. Do I really have to do this? I have to. What on earth are you mumbling about? Jo-yoon asked. Nothing. She stepped in front of Jo-yoon, looking shy. Listen carefully. I'm only going to say this once. Are you okay? Huh? I asked if you are okay. Okay with what? I mean, has your body fully recovered? Hearing this, Jo-yoon snapped. My God, why are you whispering? If something was wrong, I wouldn't have come here. Thanks for last time. What was that? Speak up. Who can hear you when you mumble like that? You're so annoying. I said, thank you. Do you hear me now? She shrieked, her face right next to his ear. As soon as the words were out, Yonghwa turned and fled, leaving Jo-yoon still fuming. Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly screaming like that? You're being too loud, a voice said. Namgung-bi emerged from inside and spoke. She was probably just embarrassed to say thank you. You should let it go. These two kids, if you're going to thank someone, at least do it sincerely, Jo-yoon grumbled. He pointed to Namgung-bi's arm and asked, What happened to your arm? Oh, it's nothing. I just have to wear this when I go out. What? Is it a serious injury? I'm fine. I only have to wear it until tomorrow, then I can take it off. But hey, are you really okay? Understanding the hidden meaning in her question, Jo-yoon remembered that day. If Namgung-bi hadn't stopped him in time, he might have reverted to the bloodthirsty monster he was in his past life. He spoke softly. I'm better now. And about that time. Thank you for stopping me. Namgung-bi's face showed utter astonishment. She couldn't believe Jo-yoon would say such words. What? Why is your reaction so strange? I just wanted to thank the person who helped me. If you don't like it, I'll find something else to repay you with next time. Before he could finish his sentence, Namgung-bi placed a hand on his arm. No, it's not necessary. I really liked it. Her answer left Jo-yoon feeling a bit awkward as well. To be honest, I don't remember much about what happened then. I just remember someone was by my side. It was you, so I thought I should thank you. Because of you, my little sister is safe, so... Namgung-bi's face flushed red with embarrassment. She quickly turned away, even though Jo-yoon still had more to say. In an instant, her figure vanished into the distance. Wait, where are you running off to? What is wrong with girls these days? Time passed. Once again, Jo-yoon found himself climbing another mountain, this one where the divine doctor resided. He lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. Damn it! What is this will of Manhwa nonsense? If I see that old man spouting his gibberish again, I'll teach him a lesson. But wait, that old man? Ever since the fight with that guy, no matter how many times I've called, he hasn't answered. Where did he disappear to? While Jo Yoon was still lying flat on the ground, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Ji Hak. He looked down at Jo Yoon with a sinister smile. Jo Yoon spoke up. "Why are you here? Are you laughing at me?" He clumsily got to his feet, wondering if Ji Hak had come in place of the divine doctor to check on the Sword Maiden's condition. But isn't that guy mute? In my past life, he could clearly speak. Something isn't right here. Memories of this strategist from his past life flooded back. Those who dare to defy the heavenly demon's will, those who dare to raise their swords and deny his ideals, will all meet the same end: death. Those who once roamed through forests of mirrors and mountains of blades are now nothing but a foul stench of blood. The entire world, the 9 provinces and 8 wildernesses, now lies at the feet of the heavenly demon. Our unity will grow ever stronger, like tempered steel, unshakable. What is he planning? I absolutely cannot let my guard down. The Sword Maiden, lying on her sickbed, also wondered, "Who's there?" Jo Yoon clasped his hands in a formal greeting. "I am Yang Chun. I've come to pay my respects to the Sword Maiden." "So, it's you. Come in, quickly." Myong swiftly entered, not forgetting to bump the strategist's shoulder on his way in. "Then, I'll take my leave. I heard you were caught up in some unpleasant business, but I'm glad to see you're all right," the Sword Saint said softly. "Thank you for your concern. My apologies, son. It's improper of me to receive a guest like this." "It's all right. Please don't worry about it." Suddenly, a strange sensation enveloped Myong's body. What is this? "I heard you saved Ryu Hua, is that right? You've done a great thing," the Sword Saint continued. "I've definitely felt this before. Ryu Hua now has a reliable older brother she can depend on." Myong didn't respond, lost in his own thoughts. There's no doubt about it. This energy, it's demonic energy, the purest demonic energy in the world, on par with the heavenly demon of old. Could the illness slowly consuming the Sword Saint's body be this very thing? Why would something like this be inside her body? Could it be she fought the heavenly demon in the past? Demonic energy isn't something one can suppress simply by enduring it. And yet, she has held on to this extent while the demonic energy rages so violently inside her. If only I had met you a little sooner," the Sword Saint lamented. "At the very least, I should have treated you to a proper meal." "It's really all right." The Sword Saint placed a hand on Myong. "After all, you are my friend's child. If I were still healthy, you wouldn't have had to see me like this. I wish things were different." Her words made Myong seriously consider what he could do. Suddenly, his body felt a strange phenomenon. The streams of demonic energy were being rapidly absorbed upon contact with him. What is this? Is this the heavenly demon's suction art? Myong thought to himself as he looked down at his hand. Can it even absorb demonic energy from another person's body? This damned thing. Suddenly, the divine doctor's voice boomed from behind. "Heavens! I told you to keep the door closed. The draft is getting in." He looked towards Myong and the Sword Saint and asked, What are you two doing?" The scene shifts to Ryu Hua. She was desperately practicing her sword forms. Every swing was accompanied by a weary breath, sweat rolling down her cheeks. I must become stronger. She unleashed a flurry of strikes. Though they weren't perfect, they were proof of her effort. The memory of the bandit who had come to Mount Hua looking for the divine doctor kept replaying in her mind. My, this wasn't in the plan. To think a beauty would fall from the sky like this. What good is that flimsy little twig anyway? Just ignore it. That memory pushed Ryu Hua to train relentlessly, but doubt still lingered. Can I really accomplish anything with just this? Get a hold of yourself, Ryu Hua. You can't help with anything right now. Run! I cast aside my pride as a martial artist, my responsibility, and my honor. Just to run away. I'm so useless. I can't do anything right. You're pathetic, Ryu Hua. This isn't the image of a martial artist my master spoke of. Suddenly, Yang Peng's voice called out. "Ninth young lady, are you training?" Ryu Hua turned to him, exhausted. "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" he asked, offering her a water flask. Here, have some water while you train. You can drink it all if you want. Gazing at Yang Peng's face, Ryu Hua thought, he's the youngest swordsman of Mount Hua. His swordsmanship is exceptional. If it were him back then, he definitely wouldn't have run away. Is something wrong, ninth young lady? If it weren't for your brother, we would have been in real trouble a long time ago. When he wakes up, be sure to thank him for me. But, isn't it incredible? Yang Peng said. What do you mean? A demonic practitioner that even young Lady Namgung couldn't handle, yet your brother managed to subdue him. What kind of power and technique is that? I knew his energy felt complex, but I never imagined he could wield it like that. He's become that strong? Ryu Hua thought in disbelief. That lazy and selfish Yi Chun? Everyone else is walking the path of a warrior, while I've just been clinging to master and acting spoiled. Right. Guru Hua, if you only know how to run and hide, how will you ever make that plum blossom bloom? She bent down and picked up her sword with a determined expression. I will never give up. Seeing this, Yang Peng smiled. Ah, are you going to continue? In that case, I'll just leave this here. Remember to return it later. You don't have to. Please don't mind me, Ryu Hua said hastily as she walked past him. Seeing her reaction, Yang Peng was left completely bewildered. Did I do something wrong? Ryu Hua ran off, muttering, I'm sorry, Taoist Yang Peng. Her master's guidance echoed in her heart, leading her forward. Ryu Hua, my child, you don't need to rush. It doesn't matter what martial path you walk, whether it's sorrow, pain, or even jealousy and envy, until a true plum blossom petal blooms from the tip of the sword you've chosen. On that day, show me what you've achieved. I will be by your side to celebrate your efforts and hardships. The scene shifts to that evening. The moon shone brightly as always. Ryu Hua hurried to the Sword Saint's room, worried. It's already dark. I hope Master isn't skipping her meal again. Just as her hand was about to touch the door, the divine doctor's voice erupted from within. Stop talking nonsense, I'm being serious here. That voice, it's Guangchun, she thought, remembering how she had shouted in Myong's ear that morning. Did he come here for revenge? Damn it, why now? What should I do? Inside the room, the argument was growing more heated. You expect me to believe that? What do you know about medicine to be saying such things? The divine doctor yelled. I've already told you. This is beyond the scope of medicine, Myong retorted. This insolent brat, you're truly stubborn. If you're not going to use medicine to cure her, then what do you plan to use, huh? You don't even understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand perfectly what I'm saying, Myong stated calmly. If we use my method, I might be able to cure the Sword Saint's illness. Hearing those words, Ryu Hua's expression changed instantly. She kicked the door open and rushed inside, her voice filled with urgency. Is that true? Brother, can you really cure my master's illness? The people inside stared at her, utterly shocked. Gu Ryu Hua? Brother, can you truly cure my master's illness? Ryu Hua rushed into the room, her voice urgent after hearing what Myong had said. What you just said. Brother, can you really truly cure my master? In response, Myong simply said, I'm not certain. What? Ryu Hua's hope faltered. Then, what do you plan to do? This is something even the divine doctor has given up on. Myong remained silent, his thoughts racing. After careful consideration, he spoke, his voice firm and filled with determination. If the divine doctor permits it, I will treat the Sword Saint's chronic illness. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the Sword Saint interjected. Yichun, before anything else, it would be better if you explained what you intend to do. I will use my Gu family's secret art, Myong began his lie. The Gu family can use heat energy to expel foul energy from the body. From what I can feel, the illness shortening the Sword Saint's life seems to be caused by some kind of energy. Hearing this, the divine doctor's eyes widened in shock. He had known this for some time but had no way of removing it from her body. When I touched the Sword Saint's hand, Myong continued, I could feel the energy that is eroding her body flowing within. Coincidentally, my 9 flames wheel art can push back that foul energy. The Sword Saint coughed weakly. The Gu family's art is that effective? I don't seem to recall. Of course you don't, Myong thought. The 9 flames wheel has nothing to do with this. This is all the work of the heavenly demon's suction art. But if I don't say it like this, they won't believe me, right? I have to convince them first and figure out the rest later. If I back down now, the Sword Saint will surely be unable to withstand the demonic energy and will die sooner or later. Even if she were to survive by some miracle, she would go into seclusion, abandoning the world. That's what happened in my past life. He wasn't sure if saving the Sword Saint and altering the future was the right thing to do, but then Ryu Hua's hands gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, you can really save her, right? Her eyes were red with emotion, her voice trembling. Please, save her. Please, save my master. Seeing this, Myong thought, good grief. You only call me brother when you need something, don't you, you little brat? Still, her plea solidified his resolve. So please, divine doctor, allow me to treat the Sword Saint. The old doctor was silent for a moment before replying, let's assume, as you said, that the Gu family's art can repel that energy. Even so, that art wasn't created to save people, was it? What if the art damages her internal energy and kills her right here? Can you bear the heavy responsibility of that failure? But we can't just sit by and do nothing, can we? Ryu Hua interrupted. We have to try every possible way. Before she could finish, the divine doctor roared in anger. Don't speak so recklessly. Do you have any idea what you're saying? That's no different from gambling with a patient's life. Suddenly, the Sword Saint's calm voice cut through the tension. Can't you trust him just this once? Besides, I cannot accept simply withering away like this. You've already tried every method, haven't you, divine doctor? And as Yi-chun said, my body did feel a slight change. At this rate, I think it's worth a try. She turned to Myong and spoke softly. Yi-chun, no matter how bad the outcome, it won't be your fault, so don't blame yourself. I don't have much time left anyway. For once, I want to try believing in my own will. Defeated, the divine doctor could no longer object. He sighed wearily. If anything goes wrong, I will intervene immediately. The two sat upright on the floor, preparing for the purification. Myong's expression was incredibly tense under the immense weight on his shoulders. He looked down at his hands and thought, in my past life, these hands took the lives of hundreds, thousands of people. But now, they can save someone. Anyone else who heard this would think it was a joke. His hands trembled, a pressure he had never felt before. Is this what the divine doctor called responsibility? Even so, I've come this far. I have to do it. If I just stand by and watch things unfold as they did before, nothing will change from my past life. I won't be able to protect anything. He placed his hands on the Sword Saint's back. Immediately, streams of demonic energy latched onto him. With every pulse of energy that entered his body, it felt like he was shouldering dozens of heavy boulders. The pressure only grew. After penetrating the demonic energy occupying the Sword Saint's body, Myong was overwhelmed. What is this immense amount of demonic energy? It has obscured almost everything. At the center of it all, the Sword Saint was still desperately fighting the massive energy that was eating away at her body. It was so vast that even approaching her core was no simple task. The energy enveloped her entire being, slowly siphoning her life force, leading to a slow and painful death. Myong pushed forward, his thoughts in chaos. This is not good. One small mistake and it's all over instantly. Can my body even absorb and withstand something this terrifying? That's right. This is no time for hesitation. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to do this. Isn't this the penance for my own karma? Vanish, all of you damned things. Myong unleashed a circle of fire at the Sword Saint's feet. It immediately blazed to life, rapidly expanding outwards. Myong poured all his strength into this gamble. If it failed, not only the Sword Saint, but he himself would be in grave danger. In an instant, the flames incinerated all the surrounding streams of demonic energy. Even the parasites clinging to the Sword Saint were quickly engulfed and burned fiercely. They were gradually reduced to ash and vanished, freeing the Sword Saint's body that had been imprisoned for so long. Finally, the day that sword can be drawn again has returned, before it was too late. Soon, plum blossoms will fill this land. Back in the physical world, after absorbing all the demonic energy, Myong's body was overloaded. He staggered backward, his body swaying. The purification was complete, and his consciousness began to fade into a blur. But the sounds around him echoed, "Yichun! Yichun!" The last thing he saw before he passed out was the image of everyone turning to look at him. The scene shifts back to Kia. The little girl was practicing her swordsmanship under someone's guidance. "Raise the sword higher." The girl strained to follow the instructions precisely. "Yes. Is this all right?" "Yes, that's it. Well done. You've improved a lot compared to when you started." It was none other than the sword fiend, Gion Ah. She was manifesting as a spiritual form, teaching her past self the way of the sword. "It's all thanks to you, big sis. When I told Grandpa about learning martial arts, he scolded me terribly. I was so sad then. But that's when you appeared to help me. Don't cry anymore. Who's there?" "That was when you appeared and extended a hand to help me. 'I'll teach you swordsmanship, so don't cry anymore,' you said. 'I used to be scared when you took over my body, but now I like you even more than Grandpa.'" Before she could finish, the familiar voice of the Sword Saint boomed from somewhere nearby. "You insolent child!" Seeing him appear, Jonsai vanished to avoid affecting the past. "I told you not to touch a sword, didn't I?" Kia hastily hid the wooden sword, flustered. Wait, Grandpa? I was just practicing a little." His face was filled with anger. It seemed a harsh scolding was about to unfold. Back to Myong. He was lying in a sickbed, needles stuck all over his body. After passing out from exhaustion, he had finally woken up. Myong quickly sat up and looked around. "Huh? The Sword Saint? The Divine Doctor? Where did everyone go?" A familiar sensation ran through his body. Damn it. Right. This disgusting feeling. It seems I've completely absorbed that insane demonic energy. He quickly threw on his clothes and strode outside. "Is the Sword Saint all right? I should go find her first." He opened the door and looked out into the courtyard. There, he saw only Ryu Hua's silhouette, standing under a cherry blossom tree, its petals blooming brilliantly and scattering in the wind. She seemed to be gazing at something, not even noticing Myong calling out to her. This made him curious, and he looked up at the sky. There, he saw the figure of a person, dancing in the air with graceful and overwhelming sword strokes. Tears of joy on Ryu Hua's face seemed to say it all. The one flying through the air was none other than the Sword Saint. She had regained her strength. Her face was vibrant, no longer gaunt and exhausted like before. With a powerful push off the air, the Sword Saint's figure soared high into the sky. Witnessing this, Myong's face filled with astonishment. Is that bone transformation and body refinement? No. This is simply returning to her original form. The Sword Saint unleashed one of Mount Hua's ultimate techniques, drawing 2 slashes across the sky. They were so powerful they sliced through the clouds, leaving 2 impressive marks. Following them, plum blossom petals gently fell, heralding the return of a legend. After her performance, she landed on the ground and approached Myong. "You're finally awake, Yichun. There's one thing I've wanted to say to you first and foremost since you woke up. Thank you so much, Yichun. It's thanks to you that I can once again hold my sword like this." The Sword Saint gave a happy smile, her affectionate and beautiful gaze unchanged. Myung grew flustered at her words, stammering, It was nothing, I just—" He really wasn't used to such a sentimental atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 needles on his head were pulled out by someone using internal energy. "Well done, kid. You really did absorb all the foul energy from the Sword Saint's body. The more I look, the more I can't believe it. Let me verify just what that technique of yours is." The Divine Doctor's cold gaze sent a shiver down Myong's spine. This old man is so annoying. The two began a game of cat and mouse, with the Sword Saint and Ryu Hua watching. Hey, stop right there. Come on, stop chasing me. Seeing the scene, the Sword Saint simply smiled gently. It was as if she saw her past self in that boy. Time flies. At the dinner table in her room, young lady Namgung seemed quite annoyed. Where did you sleep last night? The sudden question made Myong choke. He coughed violently under Namgung's interrogation. I asked, where did you sleep? Myong calmed himself, thinking, what the hell? She sounds like a wife catching her husband cheating. Well, she is my fiancée, after all. I was just training all night. I got tired while training and fell asleep on the spot. Namgung's face remained stern. Is that really all? I'm telling the truth. But why am I the one getting scolded? She put her chopsticks down on the table and said, at the very least, you could have sent a message. I was worried sick when you were out late. Next time, let me know beforehand. With that, she turned and left. Hey, where are you going in the middle of a meal? To train. Oh man, I really thought my heart stopped just from worrying. Myung's gaze shifted to Kiyoseo, who had been eating silently without a word. What's wrong with you? Why are you eating so quietly today? Just as he spoke, Kiyoseo burst into tears. She wailed and sobbed uncontrollably. Oh my God, so gross. What are you doing? Strange sounds mixed together. Hick, ka, kak, hick. Grandpa, hick. I told him not to. I can't do it. Why did he have to yell at me so horribly? Why? I can't understand a single thing this kid is saying. Myong covered her mouth and said loudly, what on earth are you even saying? Swallow what's in your mouth before you speak. Seriously, this is exhausting. So many things happening at once. My head is already pounding, and now this kid. The demonic energy raging inside my body is a huge problem too. And the fact that the tiny old man has gone completely silent is also bothering me. Perhaps that voice I heard when I absorbed the demonic energy is the reason. Hurry up and eat. It's delicious. Could it be related to the disappearance of that Mount Hua old man? Come to think of it, he once mentioned he was sealing something inside my body. Could he have been devoured by that thing instead? It's not impossible. While Myong was lost in thought, a voice called from outside. Young master, it's Hong Wol. Oh? What is it? A visitor has come to see you, young master. A visitor? Who is it? The door opened and Ryu Hua stood there shyly. It's me. I'm sorry to bother you during your meal, brother. It's you, kid? Myong pointed his chopsticks at her. Hey, isn't it hard enough just getting up and down that hill? Why did you have to trudge all the way down here? You're so loud. It was my idea. So what? Master said she's gradually regaining her old internal energy, so about you treating her. She wanted to express her gratitude. You keep making me indebted to you. Hearing this, Myong fell silent. He picked up his chopsticks and calmly continued his meal. Good grief. You came all this way just to say that? You really are hopelessly idle. Look, master. Look at the way he's talking. Enough already, Ryu Hua. Hearing footsteps approaching, Myong was startled. What? Master? The debt of saving a life is a grave one. Wow, what a beautiful big sister. Is a simple word of thanks truly enough? The Sword Saint had returned in her old Mount Hua uniform. Her vibrant and radiant appearance was a world away from how she looked just a few days ago. No one could have predicted it. Even the world-renowned divine doctor was helpless before the Plum Blossom Sword Saint's dreadful illness. And yet, Yang Xin had cured her. Not just improved, but completely and utterly healed. The next morning, while the boy was having his breakfast, uninvited guests suddenly appeared. It was none other than Yan Hua and the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The moment he saw her step inside, Yang Xin froze for a full 5 seconds, utterly astonished. Before him stood a peerless beauty, capable of toppling nations. Her once silver-white hair had transformed into a cascade of silky black locks that shimmered in the morning sun. The wrinkles on her face had vanished without a trace, and her skin was as fair and firm as a young woman in her 20s. Compared to before, it was truly like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Seeing Yang Xin's dumbfounded expression, the Sword Saint spoke softly. "You seem to be quite startled, don't you?" Yang Xin awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a forced laugh, "Ah, it's a relief to see you're still in good health." The Plum Blossom Sword. Saint is so much younger now, it's as if she's been reborn. Every gesture, every breath is brimming with vitality, as if the years never touched her. Her gaze flickered over to Yang Xin, as if she could see right through the thoughts in his head. "I didn't expect to recover this quickly myself. In just a few days, my appearance has changed so much that I can hardly recognize myself." Yang Xin nodded, his eyes still tinged with surprise. "So does this mean you've completely recovered now?" The Sword Saint smiled. "What do you think?" "You look very well," Yang Xin said. "Much, much better than when I visited you in your hermitage." Beside them, Seola was still staring blankly at the Sword Saint's transcendent beauty, her eyes sparkling like a fawn's at dawn, unwilling to look away for even a moment. The Sword Saint gracefully pulled out a chair and sat down, her voice calm. "My reason for coming here is nothing other than feeling the need to repay you. Yang Xin, if there is anything you desire, speak frankly. This life was saved by you, so it can be entrusted to you at any time." As soon as she finished speaking, Manhwa, standing beside her, exclaimed in shock, "Master, but—" However, the Sword Saint's gaze was incredibly stern, allowing no one to interrupt. Yang Xin grew flustered and quickly waved his hands. "It was so difficult to save you, and the first thing you do is offer up your life. How can I accept that?" The Sword Saint let out a bright laugh, as radiant as the morning sun. "It's all right. After all, it was a life that was already on the brink of death. You just need to state your wish. Whatever it is, I will grant it." Yang Xin hesitated slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "But on what basis are you so certain that you'll grant whatever I ask?" Before he could finish, the Sword Saint gently placed her fair white hand on his, cutting him off. "Because I know that whatever you ask, it will not be something wicked that harms the innocent. You are not that kind of person." However, a storm was brewing in Yang Xin's heart. He lowered his gaze, dark memories from his past life cutting into his mind like a sharp blade. The voices of the past echoed in his head, the one who burned the Mount Hua sect to the ground, turning all its disciples to ash. That was me. The image of that bloody massacre appeared vividly, the fire, the blood, the screams reverberating in his mind like an indelible scar. My failure to protect Manhwa. It wasn't their fault. I just needed someone to vent my anger on. Seeing Yang Xin's silence and the flicker of hesitation in his eyes, the Sword Saint smiled gently and continued, "If you can't think of anything right now, you can tell me later. In that case, I have something I'd like to ask you." With that, she glanced at the others around them, her tone soft yet firm. "Even though you're in the middle of a meal, would you all mind stepping out for a moment? I wish to speak with Yang Xin privately." Seola, who was happily eating, suddenly froze. Manhwa spoke up, confused, a hint of unease in her eyes. "Do I have to leave too, Master?" The Sword Saint turned to her gently, a smile like a spring breeze on her lips. "I just have a few private matters to ask your brother. Manhwa, you should step out for a little while too." Manhwa reluctantly bowed her head and slowly walked away. As for Seola, whether she was truly naive or just pretending, she remained firmly in her seat. With one hand, she slurped her noodles noisily, and with the other, she covered her ears, laughing innocently. "If I sit here and eat with the door closed, does that count as private?" Yang Xin frowned, annoyed, and looked at her, his voice a warning. "Aren't you leaving?" Seola remained unfazed. "I'm eating. You're talking. I'm not bothering anyone." Before she could finish, Yang Xin suddenly launched a direct kick. Whack! Seola went flying out of the room like a kite with a broken string, only managing to yelp, "Ah, I was just asking." Inside the room, only the two of them remained. The Sword Saint leaned back in her chair, took a sip of tea, and smiled leisurely. What a rare, warm scene. It's been a long time since I've felt this sense of family. Yang Xin thought to himself, exasperated, You call what just happened warm? The Sword Saint continued slowly, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Your mother and I were just like that back then. We would laugh together, sometimes argue over trivial things, and then make up as if nothing had ever happened. She sighed softly, her gaze growing distant. Well then, let's get straight to the point. The Sword Saint's eyes became serious, her voice lowering. I want to ask about your memories. Specifically, the memories related to your mother's final moments. Yang Xin flinched. He was too young then. Everything was just hazy fragments, like a thin mist veiling the painting of the past. Within his family, what happened that year was hidden away like a forbidden archive that no one was allowed to open. The Sword Saint's voice was gentle yet urgent. Whatever you can remember, even the smallest detail, please tell me everything. Yang Xin froze, his gaze unfocused. His throat felt tight as a deep-seated pain slowly welled up from the bottom of his heart. He hesitated. That was many years ago. The sky was gray, snow falling as if to blanket the entire world. The cold wind howled, chilling him to the bone. Yang Xin, still just a frail child, stood shivering beside his father, his lips purple, his small hands clasped tightly together. Before him, an elegant female figure stood silently amidst the white snow. It was his mother. Her choked voice rang out through the biting wind. I'm ready. Yang Xin shivered, confused, and spoke up. Why are you showing me this? Why go to such lengths? What in the world do you want from me? His father stood beside him, his voice as cold as ice. Nothing. I only wish for you to live. Those casual words were like daggers stabbing into the boy's young heart. Yang Xin forced himself to endure the suffocating pain, his small heart pounding erratically in the freezing cold. His mother looked at him affectionately, her voice trembling. Yang Xin, I entrust Manhwa to you. His father said, If you're ready, I will open it. In midair, a spatial rift slowly opened, a mysterious aura radiating from it, both cold and sacred. Yang Xin stood there, stunned. His mother was emotional, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Yang Xin screamed in pain, his small legs dashing towards her. No, mother, please don't go. Where are you going? Why are you leaving me behind? But it was too late. The spatial gate slowly closed, swallowing his mother's form into the void. Her figure vanished right before his eyes, leaving behind no explanation. Yang Xin collapsed in the snow, screaming in despair. Mother! Mother! His heart-wrenching cries echoed in the cold winter air. Behind him, his father remained still as a statue, his expression impassive, not shedding a single tear, not offering a single word of comfort. His voice rang out, as cold as a judgment from the depths of hell. Consider the tear you just shed to be the last of your life. From now on, even if you want to cry, you are not allowed. Yang Xin turned his head, his tear-filled eyes questioning. Tell me, where did Mother go? Where are you? His father only sighed, his gaze dark. Follow me. I have something to show you. A heavy cellar door opened, a blast of icy air hitting his face. His father's voice echoed in the dark space. Look closely. This is the reason for the Jin family's existence. It is also the karma that we must bear for our entire lives. In that moment, Yang Xin seemed to understand. That bitter winter was nothing. The rest of his life would just be a long journey down to the endless human hell. Back in the present, Yang Xin remained silent for a long time after the Sword Saint's question. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I can't say. The Sword Saint frowned, pressing him. Then, does that thing exist somewhere in this world? Yang Xin was flustered, stammering. I can't say that either. Even if you ask again, my answer will not change. The sword saint stood up. Good.
I understand. Then I won't ask any more.
Then she gently ruffled Yang Shin's hair comfortingly.
My apologies. I may have touched upon a painful memory.
Ah, that's right. I vaguely remember hearing that a lovely young lady often helps Manhwa. Was that the young lady who was sitting next to you earlier? Yang Shin was a bit surprised and let out a naive laugh.
A lovely young lady, you say?
The sword saint squinted in surprise, tilting her head as if in thought.
It wasn't her? On closer look, she seems a bit too young to be called a young lady. Then who could it be?
Yang Shin just smiled evasively.
I'm not too sure about that either.
In his heart, he was confused. Manhwa would say something like that?
It doesn't suit her at all. If it's someone I taught swordsmanship to, she must be talking about Namgung Pyong-ah.
The sword saint quickly changed the subject.
Well, that's enough of that.
You should be returning to the Jin family soon, shouldn't you? When do you plan to depart? Yang Shin replied, I plan to set off immediately. Manhwa said she doesn't intend to return. Is that so, Manhwa? Hearing her name called, Manhwa rushed in. Yes, master. But before she could even enter, the sword saint quickly stepped out, blocking her way, her voice stern. Do you truly have no intention of returning home? Manhwa was startled and flustered.
Yes. It's because I'm still worried about you, master, so...
The sword saint cut her off.
Even so, shouldn't you at least make a trip back?
Manhwa was conflicted, not wanting to return, and stammered.
But...
The sword saint continued. If your heart is still so troubled, I suppose it can't be helped. In that case, what do you think of this? I will go back to the Jin family with you. At this sudden proposal, Yang Shin was so shocked he nearly fainted. Manhwa's reaction, however, was the complete opposite. Her eyes lit up as if she had just won the lottery, her joy impossible to hide.